Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 239, Makusa. New York City. Woolworth Building. Makusa Headquarter. The Woolworth Building loomed over the bustling streets of New York City, its spire cutting into the late afternoon sky. To Nomaj, Muggle, eyes, it was nothing more than a grand old skyscraper from the early 20th century, a relic of another era. But to those who could see beyond the veil, its true nature shimmered through the glamour. Beneath its ornate facade lay the hidden heart of American wizarding governance, the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, Makusa. Inside, the air hummed faintly with enchantments. Doors whispered open without touch, elevators moved with a thought, and entire hallways bent space in ways that made no sense to the non-magical mind. A tall man in his 60s ascended the marble steps toward the building's enchanted entrance. He carried an ebony cane capped with the gleaming silver head of a thunderbird, its wings spread as if caught in mid-flight. His polished shoes clicked against the stone, the sound sharp in the cool evening air. As he stepped inside, the golden light of the lobby spilled over him. A young witch at the reception desk glanced up and brightened. "Welcome, Lord Rowan," she said warmly. "We're delighted to have you here." Thaddeus Rowan's smile was easy, practiced, charming in the way of a man used to navigating political rooms. "Thank you, my dear. Tell me, has the professor arrived?" "Yes, my lord." "You may visit him directly." "Excellent." His cane tapped lightly against the polished floor as he headed toward the elevator bank. The doors slid open with a chime, revealing an old man stepping out, suitcase in hand. His hair was a tangle of silver, and his posture carried both weariness and the quiet alertness of someone who never stopped observing the world. "Uncle Scamander," Thaddeus said, his smile deepening. "Fancy meeting you here." "Why the rush?" Newt Scamander's eyes flickered up briefly before darting away again. His voice, as ever, was gentle and halting. "Ah, Lord Rowan. I didn't expect to see you. Been, years, hasn't it? How have you been?" "Busy," Thaddeus replied smoothly. "Family matters. There's talk of new ventures. If a certain little girl proves useful, of course." Newt frowned slightly at that, though the words seemed to slide past him without full comprehension. "Well, I'd better go. Tina's waiting, and you know how she can be when I'm late." Thaddeus chuckled. "Of course. Send her my regards, won't you?" "Yes, yes. Goodbye." Newt adjusted his grip on the suitcase, then shuffled toward the stairs in that awkward, half-distracted way of his, as if part of him were already far away, thinking about some creature only he could see. Thaddeus watched him go, murmuring under his breath, "Such a shy uncle I have." His lips curved faintly before he stepped into the elevator. He pressed the button for the -12th floor. The descent was smooth, silent, the hum of the building's enchantments all around. When the doors slid open again, the space before him widened into a vast, high-ceilinged atrium. It was a place of controlled chaos, rows of desks, stacks of parchment, and enchanted memos darting through the air like paper sparrows. Departmental files, stamped and sealed, floated in neat formations, while typewriters clacked on their own. Witches and wizards bent over their work, quills scratching furiously. No one looked up as Thaddeus crossed the floor, his cane tapping a steady rhythm. At the far end of the atrium, a large, dark-wood door bore an engraved brass plate. Head Office, Major Investigation Department. This was the branch that handled the gravest magical incidents, events capable of shaking the wizarding community or shattering the statute of secrecy. Every major crisis in the United States passed through here sooner or later. Thaddeus rapped twice on the door. "Enter," came the muffled voice from within. He cleared his throat, turned the handle, and stepped inside. Behind him, the noise of the atrium carried on, the workers too focused on their own tasks to notice his arrival, or perhaps too wise to show they had. Chapter 240, The Professor. Head Office, Major Investigation Department. "Enter," came the voice, smooth, cultured, and carrying a subtle authority that demanded compliance without needing to shout. Inside, the office was spacious but dimly lit, its tall windows shuttered against the city skyline. The walls were lined with shelves of leather-bound tomes and heavy crystal decanters filled with amber liquid. A large map of the world dominated the wall behind the desk, its continents traced not in mundane geography, but in shifting magical ley lines, glowing faintly like veins of light. The man behind the desk was simply Professor to most, though those who had known him long enough knew better than to assume that was his real name. His age was impossible to place, his hair silver at the temples, but his eyes sharp and unyielding. A dark robe hung over his tailored suit, giving the impression of a scholar who had long since traded classrooms for strategy rooms. Lord Rowan, the professor said without rising, his voice low but carrying across the room. It's been too long. Thaddeus inclined his head, closing the door behind him. Professor. Sit. Thaddeus took the chair opposite the desk, resting his cane against his knee. The professor leaned back, steepling his fingers. France is in chaos, England is drifting toward instability, and yet our friends across the Atlantic are still under the quaint illusion that Europe is the eternal center of the magical world. His gaze drifted briefly to the glowing map. That, my dear Rowan, is a mistake. The old world clings to old power, old families, old grudges. But the future, our future, belongs here, in the new world. The United States should be the axis upon which magical governance turns. Thaddeus allowed himself a faint smile. Ambitious, as always. Ambition is only dangerous when it's unfocused, the professor replied evenly. If Makusa wishes to lead, we must first extend our reach. France and England are the key entry points into Europe. Without influence there, we remain provincial, powerful in name, irrelevant in practice. Thaddeus adjusted his cufflinks. And for that influence? Families, the professor said simply. Old, powerful ones, names that open doors no law or treaty ever could. We court them first, then create their problems, then solve them, and in the end, we own them. The professor's eyes sharpened. That brings me to the White family. What became of our arrangement with Elijah White? Thaddeus's smile faltered. Elijah is dead. A year now. Negotiations died with him. Yes, the professor murmured, as if confirming something already known. I heard whispers of his passing. Tragic, but predictable. And now. Thaddeus exhaled. A girl. Young, too young to be taken seriously in European circles. Ira White. I assume you've seen the papers. I do not waste time on propaganda, the professor said sharply. I want truth, Rowan. What is she? I met her once, Thaddeus said, leaning back. Briefly. Sharp eyes, polite enough. But, untested. Whether she will be an asset or a liability remains to be seen. The professor's fingers drummed against the desk. She matters. The Whites are not merely wealthy, they are embedded into the very fabric of magical Europe. Their influence runs through finance, politics, and bloodlines. If we control her, we control much more than one girl. We control a nexus of power. Thaddeus inclined his head. You want me to court her family? I want you to bind them to us, the professor corrected. Subtly, of course. She must think it's her choice. But we should influence her behind the scenes to make that decision, Rowan, no coercion. We need allies who will speak for us in the Wiesengemot and the French ministry's inner councils without ever admitting they speak for us. The professor paused, then said, and what of the Black family? Thaddeus raised a brow. They're all but gone. I've heard the last descendant is on the run, wanted in Britain for a variety of charges. Exactly, the professor said. We offer sanctuary. We rebuild them under our protection. A name like Black still carries weight in the old world, and with the right guidance, they could be a blade aimed exactly where we need it. Thaddeus tapped the silver head of his Thunderbird cane thoughtfully. A dangerous blade. The professor smiled faintly. The best kind. They sat in silence for a moment, the hum of the office wards filling the space. Of course, the professor continued, Europe is only part of the puzzle. We must tend our own garden as well. Makusa is fractured. Too many departments pulling in different directions, too many leaders with personal fiefdoms. Our secrecy laws are outdated. Our enforcement divisions are underfunded while our diplomacy is undermanned. And don't get me started on the isolationists in the Grand Assembly who think we should avoid entanglements altogether. Thaddeus gave a dry chuckle. The same people who would scream the loudest if Europe ever got the upper hand over us. Indeed. The professor's voice cooled. That is why we need victories abroad, to silence those who believe the new world should remain a quiet backwater. We will prove that we can set the tone for magical politics, not simply follow it. He leaned forward now, the map behind him pulsing faintly as ley lines shifted. Think bigger, Rowan. France's ministry is weak, distracted by internal feuds. England's leadership is complacent, its alliances fraying. Both are ripe for subtle persuasion. And once they lean on us for stability, the rest of Europe will follow. Thaddeus studied him. And if they resist? Then we remind them, the professor said softly, that the old world's empires have all fallen, one by one, while the new world has only just begun to rise. A silence stretched between them, thick with the weight of centuries-old ambition and the cold, methodical patience required to reshape the balance of power. Finally, the professor stood, moving toward the map. His fingers traced a glowing path from New York to London, then down to Paris. We begin with influence. Then trade agreements, favors for access. Scholarships for promising young witches and wizards who will spend their formative years here, in our institutions, learning our ways. When they return to Europe, they will carry our ideals back with them, woven into their thinking. Thaddeus rose as well. Cultural infiltration. Call it what you like. The French will call it diplomacy. The British will call it modernization. But it will be ours. He turned back, his eyes locking with Thaddeus's. You will handle the whites. Keep me informed. And if this girl proves uncooperative, well, there are always other heirs willing to be molded. Thaddeus retrieved his cane, inclining his head in a gesture halfway between respect and camaraderie. And the blacks? Find him, the professor said simply. Before someone else does. As Thaddeus reached the door, the professor's voice followed him, quiet but unmistakably sharp. Rowan, the new world is the future of our civilization. Do not disappoint me. Thaddeus had almost reached the door when the professor's voice stopped him again. One more thing, Rowan, he said without looking up from the map. Sit. There's more to discuss. Thaddeus arched a brow but returned to his chair, resting the cane against his leg once more. The professor began pacing slowly behind the desk. Before we extend our reach abroad, we must deal with fractures at home. Makusa is not the unified body it pretends to be. You've seen it yourself, departments hoarding authority, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement squabbling with the Committee on Nomage Relations, the Magical Resources Office lobbying for budgets as if they're merchants haggling over apples. It's pitiful. Thaddeus allowed himself a faint smirk. Some of us enjoy watching the assembly tear itself apart. Enjoyment, the professor said sharply, is not the same as control. Our enemies, both here and overseas, count on our infighting. Every wasted session in the Grand Assembly is another opportunity for someone else to dictate the terms of the magical world. He stopped pacing and turned, eyes narrowing. We've grown soft. Comfortable. Our aurors are overworked and underpaid, morale slipping. And what does the Assembly do? Cut their funding. The same isolationists who block our foreign policies refuse to see the cracks forming under their feet. If we are to lead, we must first ensure our house does not collapse around us. Rowan drummed his fingers on the armrest. I assume you have a solution. The professor's lips curved faintly. Reform. Strategic appointments to key posts. And, this is critical, a unifying foreign policy victory. Nothing rallies the domestic scene like the illusion of strength abroad. When the public sees us shaping events in Paris and London, they will stop questioning our competence here. Thaddeus nodded slowly. It's an internal distraction built on external victories, just enough to make the public feel powerful, even arrogant, as if they're the ones running the world. The professor's lips curved faintly. And when they believe that, they will never question us, our behavior, our work, or our purpose here. We'll keep their eyes fixed on the outside, while inside, we rule without interference or distraction. The weight of the statement lingered in the room. At last, the professor waved a hand toward the door. Go. See to your assignments. The whites, the blacks, and any other thread you can weave into our net. The world is shifting, Rowan, and we should be the ones who decides where it lands. Rowan rose, retrieving his cane. Understood, Professor. As he stepped into the hallway, the noise of the atrium greeted him once more, quills scratching, memos fluttering, the machinery of Makusa grinding on. But beneath it all, he could feel the truth of what had just been said, the new world was reaching for the old, and he was one of the hands making it happen. Chapter 241, Questions in Ink. The Amberloon dormitory was quiet in the late afternoon, the faint scent of simmered valerian root still clinging to Ira's robes from that day's potions class. She had left her cauldron spotless, Professor Velasco's approving nod still fresh in her mind. Outside, the early winter sun painted long shadows across the Bosbaden's gardens. Her desk was a small island of order, inkpot, quills neatly aligned, and a stack of neatly folded parchments waiting to be answered. She had barely settled into her chair when a soft pop broke the silence. A folded bundle of parchment dropped onto her desk, released from the talons of a sleek white hawk that wheeled once before vanishing through the open window. The hawk was one of the White family's specially trained messengers, bred to cross countries faster than any owl could manage. The thick, slightly yellowed paper and the glint of the enchanted binding cord told her instantly, it was from Britain, and sent by Emma. The Daily Prophet. She frowned. The White family subscriptions were normally directed to the manor in Britain, not her dorm room in France. Unwinding the cord, she smoothed the paper out. The bold black headline leapt at her. Is Sirius Black innocent? Or the men who betrayed the Potters? By Cassandra Meadows, investigative correspondent. Her eyes narrowed. She had expected the newspaper to be yet another piece about her, how she dressed, where she went, what she did, but instead, a flicker of curiosity stirred. The first paragraph was sharp, almost accusatory, not at Black, but at the ministry. For 13 years, the wizarding public has accepted without question that Sirius Black, once heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black, was guilty of betraying James and Lily Potter to you-know-who. This betrayal, we were told, led to their deaths and the attempted murder of their infant son, Harry Potter. For 13 years, the narrative has remained unchallenged. But recent inquiries raise troubling questions. Was Black ever given a fair trial? Was any trial held at all? Ira's brows lifted. Interesting. The next columns moved briskly, quoting unnamed sources from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Several ministry records confirm what has long been whispered: Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without formal hearing, without the standard investigative procedures applied even to the most notorious of Death Eaters. The Lestrange family, for instance, was given a full Wizengamot trial despite overwhelming evidence against them. Why was Black denied the same? The article continued with the official version of events, that Black had been found at the scene of an explosion, laughing, wand in hand, with 12 muggles dead. But the tone remained skeptical, noting inconsistencies in witness statements and the speed with which the sentence had been carried out. If Sirius Black is guilty, why the haste? If innocent, why the silence for 13 years? And why have these questions only surfaced now, when whispers of unrest within the ministry grow louder? Ira turned the page. A side column traced the fall of the Black family. The noble and most ancient house of Black was once among the most respected pure-blood families in Britain, with ties to nearly every other old wizarding line. But the family's stance on blood purity fractured it from within, leading to disownments, scandals, and now, seemingly, the disgrace of its last male heir. Yet some sources claim that not all members of the Black family turned to the dark arts. Could Sirius Black's alleged betrayal have been a final act of defiance against those beliefs, or is that, too, a ministry invention? The final paragraphs return to the core question. In a time when our ministry prides itself on upholding justice, can it afford to leave such a case unexplored? The truth about Sirius Black's guilt or innocence may rest not only on the evidence, but on whether we have the courage to question a decision made in haste, in the heat of fear. The wizarding world deserves to know, was Sirius Black truly the traitor we were told he was, or has an innocent man languished in Azkaban for over a decade? Ira set the paper down, the ink still faintly smelling of printing charms. For 13 years, no one had dared to ask this. Now, suddenly, it was front-page news. She tapped her fingers lightly against the desk, thoughts spiraling. Who pushed for this? She knew enough about Cornelius Fudge to be certain it wasn't him. If the ministry had truly failed to give Black a trial, the revelation would strike at its credibility like a blasting curse. Fudge, ever obsessed with public image, would do everything possible to keep that buried. Which meant this had come from outside his control. Her mind immediately settled on one name, Dumbledore. He had been chief warlock of the Wizengamot at the time of Black's imprisonment. If anyone could quietly encourage a journalist to reopen the case, it was him. But why now? Her quill hovered over a scrap of parchment as she scribbled notes in her tight, precise hand. No trial for Black, deliberate bypass. Lestranges and others got trial, selective justice. If Black innocent ministry loses face, Fudge vulnerable. Possible Dumbledore influence, why? Protect Harry Potter? The more she thought about it, the clearer it seemed, Dumbledore knew something. Perhaps not the whole truth, but enough to make him question the official story. And if he was moving to expose it now, then something, or someone, had forced his hand. She sat back, staring at the paper again. Sirius Black. A name that for 13 years had been shorthand for betrayal and disgrace, now dragged into the light with a question mark beside it. Chapter 242, Ancient Runes. Today, Ira had Ancient Runes class, one of her favorites. Despite the professor being a vampire, his lessons were fascinating and engaging. As she entered the classroom, she noticed students from all three houses were present. The professor was quite popular among witches, partly because of his vampire nature, though some harbored a few peculiar romantic notions about him. Ira took her seat, smoothing out her notebook as the door opened with barely a sound. Professor Valentine Dane entered like a shadow sliding through the room. His black hair was slick and glimmered like raven feathers, his skin so pale it almost caught the candlelight and seemed to glow softly. He never quite touched the floor, rather, he glided, each step more a whisper than a footfall. His glowing eyes scanned the students calmly as he approached the podium. Good afternoon, class, his voice was smooth, measured, and carried an accent that none could quite place, old, refined, and as chilling as the night air outside. Ira's eyes focused on him, specifically his way of moving. There was something mesmerizing about the way he moved, like a specter caught between worlds. Today, we will delve deeper into the mysteries of the Elder Futhark, Professor Dane began, unrolling a massive vellum scroll etched with angular runes. The oldest runic alphabet known to our kind. It predates even the first codices of wizarding spell work. He let his pale fingers trail lightly over the runes, and the letters pulsed with a faint, eerie light. Runes are not mere symbols. They are vessels of power, ancient and untamed. Each stroke carries intention, history, and the echoes of the sorcerers who first carved them into stone and bone. A hand shot up near the front. "Professor, why do runes matter today? With all the modern spells and charms, why study these ancient markings?" Valentine's eyes fixed on the student with a faint smile that revealed nothing of warmth. "Ah, a good question. Because runes, unlike fleeting charms, contain permanence. They are the bedrock upon which all magical language is built. And more importantly," he leaned in slightly, voice dropping to a whisper, "because runes hold secrets the new magics have forgotten." The room leaned in as if drawn by the magnetic pull of his voice. "Let me tell you a truth few dare to speak aloud," Valentine continued. "There are runes, hidden within the Elder Futhark, that resonate not just with spells, but with the essence of life itself. These runes can influence fate, bend time, and protect against even the darkest curses. But they are dangerous. They bind to the soul, demanding sacrifice." Ira's pen paused. This was not mere textbook lore. This was an interesting information that was hard to find in books. Professor Dane's eyes swept over the class, landing briefly on her. "The study of runes is not for the faint of heart. Nor is it for those who seek power without price." He straightened, his voice lightening. "Now, let us begin with the rune Ensuz, the rune of divine communication." He drew a large angular symbol on the blackboard with a piece of white chalk, the shape resembling an F with a slanted middle stroke. "Ensuz," he said, "represents the breath of the gods, the whisper of inspiration and the spark of wisdom. When inscribed on a wand or amulet, it can sharpen the bearer's intuition and unlock visions of future possibilities." A student raised a hand hesitantly. "Professor, can anyone safely inscribe such a rune? Or does it require special permission?" Valentine's lips curled into something close to a smile. "It requires respect. And more than that, patience. The rune will not yield its gifts to the reckless or arrogant." He moved with effortless grace toward the desk of a nervous-looking girl who had been fidgeting with her quill. With a soft gesture, he pointed to her notebook. "Try to draw Ensuz here. Feel the intention behind the strokes. Speak its name aloud as you do so." The girl's hand shook as she traced the rune, whispering Ensuz. A faint warmth bloomed beneath her fingertips, as if the chalk itself had come alive. "Excellent," Valentine murmured. "You have taken the first step." Turning back to the class, he folded his hands behind his back and lowered his voice again. "Now for the most fascinating fact I can share, one that binds runes, magic, and immortality in a way that few understand." The students leaned closer, breath held. "Did you know that the very reason vampires have survived through centuries, beyond mere blood magic and curses, is that they are the living embodiments of an ancient rune? A rune lost to most of our kind." A ripple of surprised whispers filled the room. Valentine's pale eyes gleamed in the dim light. "The rune is called Iwaz, the Utri rune. It symbolizes death and rebirth, protection and resilience." He moved to the blackboard and drew a vertical line with 2 diagonal strokes crossing it like an arrow pointing upward. Iwaz is not merely a symbol. It is a channel of raw, eternal energy. The Utri itself is legendary for its longevity and its power to stand between life and death. In ancient times, some sorcerers used the Iwaz rune to bind their souls to this threshold, refusing to yield to mortal decay. He paused, eyes darkening. "Vampires, such as myself, are the living testament to this ancient binding. The Iwaz rune courses through our very existence, granting us immortality at a cost." Ira shivered, partly from the chill in his voice, partly from the intensity of the revelation. "Study Iwaz carefully," Valentine said softly. "It holds keys not only to protection but also to the curse of endless life. Knowledge of this rune may one day save you, or doom you." He stepped back, allowing the weight of his words to settle. A quiet murmur of awe and unease rippled through the classroom. Ira caught his gaze again, this time a flicker of something unreadable passed through his dark eyes, a hint of centuries-old sorrow buried beneath patient teaching. "Now," Valentine said, voice rising, "we will practice carving these runes into the soft leather of our codices. Feel the power in your fingertips, respect the ancient lineages of this script. Remember, the runes demand patience, reverence, and humility. Only then will they reveal their secrets." As the class busied itself with quills and etching tools, Ira's mind churned. The idea that her professor's very existence was tied to the ancient magic of the runes gave a new meaning to the study. These symbols were not just letters or history, they were living magic, woven into life and death itself. When the final bell chimed, signaling the end of class, Valentine drifted toward the door. "Remember, students," he called softly over the shuffle of chairs, "the past is not dead. It waits beneath the surface, written in symbols older than kingdoms. Learn to read it well, and you will unlock power beyond imagination." Ira gathered her things, her fingers tingling faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. As she walked out of the classroom toward the gardens, Ira felt the weariness of having 2 classes in one day weigh on her. Making her way to Omberland's garden, she approached the entrance when a violet butterfly fluttered toward her. She extended her hand, and the delicate creature landed gently before suddenly bursting into a cloud of shimmering violet dust. The dust swirled and formed words in the air. "Miss White, you are required at my office at once. Headmistress Maxime." Ira raised her eyebrows in surprise. What could Madame Maxime want in such a hurry, she wondered. Still, she turned and walked back toward the chateau. Climbing the stairs, she soon reached the familiar rooftop garden. There, standing outside her office and gazing wistfully at her flowers, was Madame Maxime. "Good afternoon, madam. You asked for me," Ira said politely. Madame Maxime looked at her with a sadness that immediately unsettled Ira. "My condolences, Miss White," she said in a quiet, mournful tone. Ira's face paled. Chapter 243, Intruding. One day ago. The garden was silent, too silent, until the sharp, deliberate click of high heels shattered the stillness. A woman moved along the gravel path with the steady rhythm of someone who had no need to hurry. A wand hung loosely in her pale hand, and a faint, almost mocking whistle drifted into the smoky air. Her blonde hair shimmered faintly under the dim light, her cold blue eyes scanning the world ahead as though she owned it. Behind her, flames devoured hedges and fountains. Smoke curled upward, blotting out the moon, the destruction following in her wake like an obedient hound. A uniformed guard suddenly burst from the shadows, lunging to block her path. "Stop," he barked. She didn't even slow. With a flick of her wrist, the wand in her hand flashed. The spell was chantless, swift, almost beautiful in its cruelty. The man's body lifted off the ground as if snatched by an invisible giant, hurled back with such force that he slammed into the far wall and lay still. He hadn't lasted a second. The woman tilted her head, smiling faintly. "Oops. Sorry, my dear. No time to play, I have very little time." The path widened, revealing a vast manor ahead, its grand entrance crowned by an ornate wooden sign, "Welcome to the Vauquelin family." She stopped, smirking. "Oh, thank you for welcoming me." A silent spell lashed from her wand, blasting the sign into splinters. Another followed, blowing apart the section where the family name had been carved. Crossing the threshold, she was met by two house elves who hurled themselves at her in a desperate bid to protect their home. She didn't even glance at them. A flicker of magic and they collapsed, their bodies reduced to little more than twisted remnants of blood and bone. No scream escaped them, her magic left no room for sound. The interior of the manor was as opulent as whispered rumors claimed, polished marble floors, carved staircases, priceless portraits. She moved through it all with disdain, her spells ripping apart furniture, smashing vases, sending priceless heirlooms crashing to the ground. Each detonation echoed through the empty halls, a grim drumbeat. "Maximilian," she called, her voice ringing out in playful mockery. "Where are you?" "I came for you." She paused, tilting her head with a cruel smile. "Oh, that's right, you're with my daughter, Sophie." Her heels clicked steadily against the marble as she moved deeper into the manor, opening door after door, searching. Eventually, she reached a long, dim corridor. At its far end, an open door spilled a faint, greenish light into the hall. A sharp, acrid scent filled the air, brewing potions. She smiled and began walking toward it. Her heels struck the floor with deliberate force, each step echoing in the silence. Inside, a woman was bent over a cauldron, her back to the door. She stirred a simmering brew with a slow, precise rhythm. Without turning, she spoke. "Alina Trevor. I didn't think you would dare to walk here on your own feet. What an insolent girl you are." Alina's smile widened, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Well, you know, I was very bored. And I thought, why not do something amusing? So I decided to pay a little visit to the Vauquelin mansion after all my ancestors also lived here. Now." Her eyes flicked toward the cauldron. "What are you cooking, Madame Renée Vauquelin?" Renée did not turn around. Her hands moved with calm precision, adding powdered ingredients to the bubbling liquid. "Just making some experiments on new potions." Alina exhaled a long, dramatic sigh. "Ah, in that regard, our families are quite similar, always brewing, always experimenting." "I don't think so," Renée replied coolly. "The last time your family introduced a potion was when your aunt was head of the Trevor family. Since then, nothing of worth has come from your name." Alina's expression hardened into a sneer. "We don't need to produce more. What we've already created is more than enough." Renée's voice carried a trace of mockery. "Really? Or is it simply that your aunt was the last with the talent to make anything of value?" "Oh, funny you should mention her," Alina said, her tone sharpening. "As far as I know, you and she were rather fond of each other. Renée Vauquelin, she spoke of you often when I was young. Said that during your time at Beauxbatons, you were the most beautiful girl in the school. So much so men would have killed for a chance to claim you. You rejected suitors from some of the most powerful families, why, even Orion Black, from the ancient House of Black, proposed to you, and you turned him down in front of everyone. One of the most powerful witches the Vauquelin family ever produced. Renee's lips curved in a faint, unreadable smile. I wasn't powerful. There were many powerful students. Your aunt was one of them. Alina chuckled darkly. No, you both were exceptional. I used to envy her fame. But she was always sad when she spoke of you, sad that you abandoned your potions, your life, for that man, Adrian. And for what? He fucked another woman, your daughter's mother-in-law, wasn't it? The rhythmic sound of ingredients hitting the cauldron faltered. Renee's shoulders stiffened. Why are you here, Alina? Why kill my people? Alina's smile thinned. I came for the artifact. Renee sighed. Then you've wasted your time. There is no artifact. Cut the nonsense, old woman. Tell me where it is, or I'll kill you, slowly. Do what you will, Renee said, her voice steady. It's gone. Stolen, during my husband's time. Alina's eyes flashed with fury. Do you expect me to believe that the very artifact that is the foundation of your family was stolen from you? Yes, Renee said simply. Who took it? Where is it? Even if I told you, you couldn't reach it. It's in the United States, in the hands of a powerful family there. Alina took a step forward. Which family? I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Alina's gaze lingered on her for a long, unblinking moment. Then, with a dismissive flicker in her eyes, she said. Then you are of no use to me. Alina straightened, her patience evaporating. Very well. Pick up your wand, Renee Vauquelin. Out of respect for your past with my aunt, I won't kill you immediately. I'll give you the chance to fight me. Kill me, and you live. Fail, and you die. Renee exhaled slowly. It seems my time has come. Oh. Already giving up. Renee ignored the taunt. She drew a slender, violet wand and raised it. Alina, framed in the doorway, lifted hers in response. They stood like that for a long moment, two powerful witches facing each other across a room crammed with volatile potions, rare ingredients, and dangerous brews. Outside, the fire still roared, casting flickering orange light into the corridor. The manor was silent, save for the faint crackle of flames and the steady breathing of the two women who were about to decide each other's fate. Chapter 244, Flames. The room was a storm waiting to break. Renee Vauquelin stood amid shelves of rare ingredients, the air thick with the acrid bite of brewing potions. Shadows clung to the corners, shifting in the firelight spilling from the corridor. Her violet wand was steady, her gaze cold and unflinching. In the doorway, Alina Trevor leaned slightly to one side, like a predator amused by its prey. The tip of her wand glimmered faintly, the magic there wound tight and ready to strike. For a long moment, neither moved. Only the slow, synchronized breathing of the two women broke the silence. Then, Alina struck first. Her wand cut the air in a sharp, diagonal arc, and a wave of violet flame erupted, silent and searing. Renee didn't flinch, her hand moved almost lazily, snapping a shield into existence with no incantation. The flames broke apart against it, licking the walls and scattering sparks across the floor. Before the embers faded, Renee countered. She thrust her wand forward, unleashing a spinning disk of compressed wind and silver sparks. It tore through the air toward Alina, the force enough to splinter wood in its path. Alina sidestepped, her heels scraping against the stone. With a flick of her fingers, she twisted the air itself, snapping the attack into the wall where glass jars exploded, releasing a bitter, choking cloud. They began to move, slowly at first, circling. Then the duel truly ignited. Spells flew in rapid succession, silent and deadly. Bolts of green energy cracked against barriers of molten gold, streams of shadow slipped along the floor, trying to bind ankles before dissolving into smoke, chains of ice leapt from midair, shattering when met by spheres of flame. Neither woman spoke. Magic roared around them, and the floor quaked beneath their feet. Renee's movements were clean and precise, her magic focused. She wasted nothing, each spell measured, each deflection exact. Alina, in contrast, fought like a storm, wild, aggressive, pouring out power without hesitation. Her attacks were layered, unpredictable, and meant to overwhelm. A glass cauldron burst between them, sending molten potion splashing across the floor. It hissed where it touched stone, eating into it with an acid stench. Alina laughed, a low, delighted sound, and swept her wand upward. The broken glass shards rose, spun into a deadly cloud, and hurled toward Renee. Renee lifted both hands this time, magic crackling up her arms. A shimmering barrier flared into being, stopping the shards mid-flight. But Alina was already moving, her left hand weaving a second spell while the right maintained the first. A lance of blinding white light streaked past the shards, shattering Renee's shield like glass. Renee staggered a step back, boots skidding over the potion-slick floor. She snapped her wand forward, sending a burst of violet lightning directly at Alina's chest. The strike hit, but it didn't stop her. Alina's silhouette blurred, fractured into afterimages, the real one appearing to the side with a slash of her wand. A whip of fire snaked out, curling toward Renee's arm. Renee twisted away, the whip catching the edge of her sleeve instead. Cloth blackened and curled, the scent of scorched fabric filling the air. They pressed closer now, the room shrinking around them. Shelves splintered, bottles burst, ancient scrolls curled into ash. Each step they took brought them within striking distance, each feint a risk that could end the duel in seconds. Alina's smirk deepened as she deflected another spell. You know, she said casually, her voice carrying over the din, your dear son Maximilian has been very close to my daughter, Sophie. Renee didn't break her rhythm, her wand snapped, redirecting a streak of red energy into the ceiling. Alina went on, voice sharper now. How long has it been? Oh, yes, 8 years. Do you know the funny part? A pulse of magic flared from Renee, pushing Alina back a step. But Alina laughed, teeth flashing. The funny part, she continued, firing off another silent blast, is that they think I don't know. They think I, who preserved the Trevor family for decades, am blind enough to trust anyone in the family. She deflected a counterattack with ease, her wand already tracing another curse. Oh, I know everything, Renee. Everything. From what I understand, your son is in Austria, sharing a bed with my daughter. Strange, isn't it? While we tear each other apart, our children are tangled up in each other's arms. What a lovely little tragedy. Renee's eyes flickered, just for a moment, and Alina saw it. You actually don't know anything about your own family, Alina pressed, her magic building into a relentless barrage. Oh, the great Renee Vauquelin, on the day your husband died, your children died with him too. You just didn't notice. The words landed like a blow. Renee faltered, her next shield snapping under Alina's attack. A lance of scarlet light clipped her side, drawing a sharp breath from her. They clashed again, this time so close their spells erupted between them in flashes of raw energy. Renee's face was pale but set with grim determination, Alina's was flushed with the thrill of the fight, eyes bright, hair loose and wild. The battle spilled from one end of the room to the other. Potions ignited into gouts of green fire, beams of destructive magic carved into the walls. A chandelier came crashing down between them, forcing them apart for a heartbeat before they lunged back into the fray. Renee's style grew harsher now, her movements sharper, anger lending her speed. She conjured a torrent of enchanted daggers, all aimed for Alina's heart. Alina spun, her wand drawing a wide arc. A surge of wind burst from her, scattering the blades like leaves. She followed instantly with a slicing curse. Renee's shield flared too late. The curse hit her arm just below the elbow. For an instant there was no sound, then the world narrowed to a spray of crimson. Her forearm hit the ground with a wet thud. Blood gushed from the wound, spilling over her robes, dripping to the stone floor. Renee staggered, catching herself against a shattered table with her remaining hand. Her breathing was harsh, but her eyes, sharp, defiant, remained locked on Alina. Alina lowered her wand slightly, circling. Blood streaked her cheek where a shard had grazed her earlier, but she moved without a limp, without weakness. Tired, yes, but still dangerous. She smirked, her voice low and almost intimate. Any last words, Renee Vauquelin? Renee straightened as much as she could, her wand still in her one good hand, her jaw set. The flames behind them crackled, throwing long shadows over the ruin of the room, the ruin of the Vauquelin manor, the ruin of two women's long, intertwined histories. Chapter 245, My Daughter. Renee staggered, her vision blurring. Blood poured from the stump where her hand had been, gushing hot and fast, soaking her sleeve. Her face had gone ghostly pale, and the world around her wavered like a dream. Her knees threatened to buckle. Darkness pressed at the edges of her sight, thick, heavy, final. Somewhere in the haze, she heard it. Mother. Come. Let's go, Mother. Her eyes snapped open, darting around the ruined hall. No one. Only Alina, standing there with her wand poised, watching like a predator enjoying the last twitch of prey. Then the voice came again. Mother. That's enough pain. That's enough for you in this world. Renee's breath caught. That voice, soft, small, achingly familiar, belonged to Maria. Her youngest daughter. A tremor rippled through her body. All the years of grief, rage, and stone-faced endurance cracked in an instant. Tears welled up and spilled freely for the first time in decades. Maria. Renee whispered, her lips trembling. My beautiful daughter. I'm coming for you. I'm so tired. The voice urged her again, coaxing her gently, yes, Mother, let's go somewhere beautiful. Alina tilted her head. What's this? Are you hallucinating, Renee Vauquelin, she taunted. But Renee barely heard her. She kept murmuring, I'm sorry, my daughter. I'm sorry for not being a good mother. I'm sorry for being useless. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you. A deeper pain struck her then, a truth she had never faced. On the brink of death, she realized she hadn't once thought of her husband, the men she had spent years mourning while neglecting her children. She had wasted her life grieving a man who betrayed her, and now, in her final moments, the only voice that came for her was her child's. Her body shook. Her tears fell harder. I'm sorry, my dear, ma petite bébé, she said in painful voice. Alina frowned, confused by the stream of soft, desperate words. Then her lips curled into a cruel smile. Well, let's not torture you any longer. She raised her wand, her voice dripping with mockery as she pronounced, with her heavy French accent, Avada Kedavra. A flash of blinding green swallowed the room. Renee's body crumpled to the ground, her wand still clenched in her remaining hand. Tears still streaked her cheeks. Her lips moved in one last breath, whispering the same words over and over, I'm sorry, Maria. I'm sorry, Maria. Alina looked down at her for a moment, exhaling as though a tedious chore was finally done. Then her smirk returned. Let's see how my little Ira reacts when she hears her not-so-close grandmother is dead. She laughed, a cold, brittle laugh, and turned away. The echo of her high-heeled footsteps carried through the shattered corridors of Vauquelin Mansion. Her whistling was low and haunting, weaving into the crackle of distant flames. The mansion lay in ruin. Silence, except for the fire crackle. Back to the next afternoon. Ira stood before Madame Maxime in the headmistress's rooftop garden, still unsure why she had been called. My condolences, Miss White, Maxime said softly. Ira blinked, her stomach tightening. What do you mean? Her voice wavered. I'm sorry, child, Maxime said, her expression grave. Last night, your grandmother was found dead in the Vauquelin estate. The family was attacked. Ira's heart gave a sharp, unexpected pang. She sighed, not in grief, but in the strange, quiet understanding that it wasn't Emma or her Aunt Isabella. It was Renee, a grandmother with whom she had no real bond, no warm memories. The last time they had spoken was a year ago, and it had ended badly. What about my aunt? She asked quickly. Is she okay? Maxime shook her head. Unfortunately, no. She's still at the Vauquelin estate, she's devastated. Can I go to her? Ira asked, her voice low but urgent. She'll be alone. Yes, you can go, Maxime said. It's only 5 days until the Christmas holidays. I'll speak to the professors. Ira nodded. Thank you, Madame Maxime. Don't be sad, Maxime said gently. I know you weren't close with each other, but she was still a good woman in her way. She had her flaws, her pain. She was a victim of life, and of those she loved. And for that, unfortunately she died with loads of pain and suffering. Ira only nodded again, her mind already with her aunt. She turned and left the garden, walking back to her dorm to pack. Whatever complicated feelings she had about Renee, she knew one thing, her aunt would be devastated, and she wasn't going to let her face that alone. Chapter 246, The Cold Hearth. Snow fell in thin, whispering sheets over the blackened bones of the Vauquelin Manor. The front gates hung crooked, one hinge screeching softly in the wind. Heiress in deep midnight brown cloak stood watch, their wands drawn, their breath clouding in the frigid air. Beyond them, others picked over the scorched grounds, their boots crunching over frozen ash. Ira stepped through the gates without slowing, her gaze sweeping the ruin. The smell of wet smoke clung to everything, walls, earth, even the air she breathed. Through the open front doors, the charred scent was stronger still, wrapped around something colder, emptier. Inside, the great hall had lost its grandeur. Cracks veined the marble floor, a chandelier lay in splintered crystal against the steps, and scorched marks marred the once ivory columns. It was too quiet, save for the muffled murmur of voices outside and the faint crackle of embers deep within the walls. On a sagging velvet couch sat Isabella Vauquelin, her normally immaculate hair in loose disarray, face blotched and swollen from hours of crying. Emma Bloom sat close beside her, one arm around her shoulders, murmuring low and steady in her ear. A half-empty glass of brandy rested untouched on the table in front of them. By the fireplace, Maximilian Vauquelin stood rigid, one hand in his pocket, the other resting idly on the mantel. His expression was unreadable. The fire had been lit, but the warmth it offered did not seem to reach him. Ira paused in the doorway, taking in the tableau before her. Isabella was so consumed by grief she didn't notice her arrival. Emma glanced up, met Ira's eyes, and gave a subtle nod, half a greeting, half a warning. The first voice to break the silence was Isabella's, though it was not directed at Ira. Where were you? She said suddenly, her voice trembling but loud enough to slice through the quiet. Maximilian's gaze shifted toward her, his tone flat. What are you talking about? Her hands clenched in her lap. When they came. When she was killed. Where were you? I was here when it mattered, he replied evenly, though there was a hint of irritation beneath the calm. Her head snapped toward him, eyes red and shining. Here. Here. You weren't here. You weren't with her. You weren't protecting her. You weren't. Oh, cut the bullshit, woman. Where were you, huh? Where were you when Mother was killed? His words came out like knives, each one colder than the last. You severed ties with this family months ago, you walked away and never looked back. If there's someone to blame, it's you. You're the one who ended the aura protection here. It was your pride, your damned ego, that left her alone to die. He leaned in slightly, voice dropping to an icy calm. So tell me, who are you to question my place? My actions. The words landed like a slap. Isabella's breath quickened, and before she could think, her hand lashed out, striking his cheek. The sound echoed in the hollow space. Maximilian didn't flinch. The mark began to bloom faintly against his pale skin, yet he remained still, his gaze fixed on her with that same cold, unblinking stare. Grief, he said softly, almost conversationally, doesn't grant you the right to raise your hand against me, woman. I have tolerated your insolence long enough. I am the lord of the Vauquelin family, you are a cast-off, stripped of name and standing. His voice dropped to a razor's edge. This is the last time I suffer your strike. The next time you try. His eyes narrowed. I'll take that arm myself. Her voice cracked as she screamed, Lord. Lord. The word came out like a curse. They murdered our mother, Maximilian. And you, her breath hitched, the next words breaking beneath sobs. You weren't there. You should have been there. She took a trembling step forward, fury and heartbreak tangled in her voice. What were you doing, as lord of the house, while our home was being destroyed? You knew the war between the Vauquelin and Trevor was burning hotter than ever, and still you left it unprotected. Is that what you think a lord does? For a moment, the only sound was her crying and the faint hiss of the fire. It was then that Isabella looked past him, and saw Ira standing in the doorway. Ira. Her voice was small now, almost pleading. She stumbled forward, brandy glass forgotten, and when she reached her niece, she collapsed into her arms. My mother, she's dead. She's gone. They killed her. Ira held her without hesitation, one arm wrapped firmly around her back, the other cradling the back of her head. Isabella's tears soaked through the fabric of her coat, but Ira didn't mind. Her own eyes stayed dry, not because she felt nothing, but because she already knew. Of course it was Alina Trevor. It had always been leading to this. She glanced briefly toward Maximilian, who was watching without a flicker of reaction, then to Emma, who still sat on the couch, her expression unreadable but her gaze steady. They both knew as well. No one needed to say the name. You're not alone, Ira said quietly into Isabella's hair. I'm here. Emma's here. We'll get through this. Isabella only clung tighter, her sobs hitching against Ira's shoulder. From outside, a sudden gust of wind rattled the broken front doors, carrying with it the clipped voices of Aura's still questioning witnesses. Somewhere in the distance, a carriage wheel groaned over the frozen road. Inside, the air was heavy, close, and thick with the mingled scents of smoke and brandy. Maximilian finally moved, stepping away from the fireplace toward the side door without another word. His footsteps echoed across the marble, then faded. Ira kept her arms around Isabella until the sobs quieted to small, broken breaths. Only then did she guide her gently back toward the couch. Emma shifted, making space for both of them, her arm coming back around Isabella in a wordless gesture of support. Chapter 247, Ink and Ash. The Daily Prophet, United Kingdom. Front page, December 21st. René Vauquelin dead, French pure-blood family targeted. By Clementine Warbeck, European correspondent. In the early hours of last night, the Vauquelin family estate in northern France was attacked by what officials have described as a powerful and highly skilled dark wizard. French authorities confirmed the death of Madame René Vauquelin, wife of the late Lord Adrien Vauquelin and mother of the current head of the family, Maximilian Vauquelin. While the French Ministry of Magic has not yet named a suspect, whispers in political circles point toward long-standing rivals, the Trevor family. Officials declined to comment on these claims, stating only that rumors are not evidence. The Vauquelin estate suffered severe fire damage in the attack, and several wards were reportedly dismantled in under a minute, an alarming indication of the perpetrator's skill. Madame Vauquelin's funeral is expected to be a private affair, though international dignitaries are already sending condolences. Le Sorcier Moderne, France. Page 3, National News. En étoile étante, L.A. potionist René Vauquelin cédant dawn on attack. France awoke this morning to the tragic news of Madame René Vauquelin's death. Known in her youth as La Fille aux Vials, the Girl of the Vials, for her remarkable potion brewing skill, Madame Vauquelin revolutionized several potion formulas still in use today. Her improvements include Ambria Elixir, a refined restorative draft that accelerates recovery from spell fatigue. Serum de Clairvoyance, a safer variant of the divination draft, reducing side effects of hallucination and magical disorientation. Vertimil Solution, an antidote capable of neutralizing multiple plant-based poisons in a single dose. Madame Vauquelin served on the Council of the Société Internationale de Potionniers for nearly 2 decades, where she advocated for ethical testing standards in potion research. In her later years, she mentored apprentices from across Europe, many of whom went on to establish their own laboratories. Her death marks not only a loss for the Vauquelin family, but for the entire potions community. La Gazette Magique, France. Opinion section. Rumors and rivalries. It is no secret that tensions between the Vauquelin and Trevor families have intensified in recent months, culminating in several public confrontations and formal grievances filed with the French Ministry of Magic. While there is no official confirmation, many in the political sphere see last night's attack as a calculated strike intended to weaken House Vauquelin. If the rumors prove true, it would be yet another example of blood feuds spiraling beyond the control of the ministry, threatening not only the families involved but also France's standing among the old wizarding houses of Europe. For now, the ministry insists on restraint, urging the public not to be swayed by gossip. But gossip, as history has shown, is a powerful force in its own right. L'Alchemist European, Continental Magical Science Journal. In Memoriam, René Vauquelin, 1936–1993. The world of magical science has lost one of its great innovators. Madame René Vauquelin's contributions to potioncraft were not simply improvements to existing formulas, they were acts of reimagination. Her Phoenixum draft, created in 1971, remains the most effective potion for repairing magical core depletion, a breakthrough that saved countless duelists and aurors from permanent damage. The Crystal Meyer tonic, her lesser-known invention, has been quietly used in hospitals across Europe to treat spell-burn injuries. Her colleagues recall a woman of precision, patience, and unwavering belief that there is always a cleaner way to brew. She was not without her personal controversies, but in the laboratory, her focus never wavered. With her passing, an era of refinement in potion-making comes to an end. Her notes, still housed in the Vauquelin family archives, will undoubtedly be studied for generations to come. L'Echo de Paris Sorcier, France. Final column of the evening edition. The candles in the Vauquelin estate have gone out, but in the minds of potion brewers, her light endures. René Vauquelin brewed not merely with skill, but with elegance, measuring, stirring, and bottling as if the act itself were art. The investigation continues. The Heiress reports, for now, are sealed. But beyond the locked doors and guarded statements, the magical world mourns. Chapter 248, The Hall of Stone. Snow fell in languid spirals over the Vauquelin ancestral estate, muting the world in a soft, colorless hush. The burial hall stood at the far edge of the grounds, a structure of dark stone carved centuries ago, its high arched doors flanked by silver braziers burning pale blue witchfire. Today, those fires burned higher, casting long, dancing shadows over the carved Vauquelin crest above the entryway. Carriages lined the drive for as far as the eye could see, lacquered in black and gold, silver and white, the colors of the great families of France. The air was thick with the sound of crunching boots, murmured condolences, and the occasional solemn rustle of robes. Inside the hall, the light came from hundreds of floating candles suspended in long rows, their flames swaying gently in the still air. The walls were lined with names, generations of Vauquelins carved into marble, each marked with their birth and death years, each flanked by a small inset shelf holding a polished silver urn or enchanted reliquary. At the center, on a raised dais draped in black, lay the coffin, blackwood polished to a mirror sheen, adorned with a spray of deep red roses and sprigs of silverleaf. Ira entered with Emma and Isabella, their footsteps echoing over the black marble floor. Isabella was draped in full mourning attire, a gown of deep black velvet, gloves of lace, and a veil that shrouded her face entirely. She moved like a shadow, her arm loosely linked with Emma's, who walked steady at her side, expression unreadable. Maximilian stood already near the coffin, tall and severe in his tailored mourning robes. His brown hair was tied back neatly, and his hands were clasped loosely in front of him. Though he greeted each arriving guest with the faintest incline of his head, his eyes remained as cold and polished as obsidian. The Delacour family arrived soon after, Jean-Luc Delacour in formal grey, his wife Apolline Delacour even in muted tones, and their daughters Fleur and Gabrielle in matching dark blue cloaks. Fleur's gaze flicked briefly to Ira as they passed, a subtle, wordless greeting in the solemnity of the moment. Then came Madame Maxime, her towering presence softened by the simple cut of her robes, followed by an assortment of French ministry officials, podiwanners, and society figures. Old families like the Desmarais, Lavoisier, and Fontaine filed in, their murmured words of condolence drifting in the candlelight. Most guests approached Maximilian first. "My deepest sympathies, Lord Vauquelin," said a grey-haired wizard from the Lavoisier line, his voice grave. René was an irreplaceable talent. Maximilian nodded once. "Your words are appreciated." From across the room, Ira watched the ritual repeat, the handshakes, the bowed heads, the carefully chosen words. She understood it for what it was, part grief, part performance, part politics. Only a few dared approach Isabella. Those who did were received in silence. She neither lifted her veil nor offered a word, only the faintest nod of acknowledgement before turning back toward the coffin. Emma remained beside her like a sentinel, intercepting anyone who lingered too long. The ceremony began with the toll of the old bronze bell in the tower above the hall. The sound rolled through the chamber in 12 slow strikes, each one sinking into the marrow. An officiant in deep crimson robes stepped forward, raising his wand. We gather here under the eyes of our ancestors, to honor Renee Vauquelin, wife, mother, scholar, and friend. She walked this earth with grace, with intellect, and with courage. Her work in the art of potioncraft enriched our world, her devotion to her family, even in troubled times, never wavered. The words were formal, practiced, yet the silence in the hall was absolute. As the officiant continued, various guests stepped forward to speak. A silver-haired witch from the Société Internationale de Potionniers recalled the first time she saw Renee present her Phoenixum draft to the council. She spoke softly, but her work spoke loudly for her. Another, a younger Potiwunner in moss-green robes, told of apprenticing under Renee. She never raised her voice in criticism. She asked questions until you found your own error, and when you did, she smiled as though you'd handed her a gift. Maximilian did not speak until the final moments of the ceremony. When he did, his words were precise, measured. My mother was a woman of remarkable talent and quiet strength. She valued integrity above all else, in her work and in her life. Though she is gone, her legacy is not. It lives on in the countless lives touched by her craft, in the traditions she upheld, and in the blood of this family. We will endure, as she endured. It was not an intimate tribute, it was a statement, meant for the room as much as for the dead. The final rite was the sealing of the coffin. The officiant traced a glowing silver rune over the lid. The roses and silver leaf sank into the wood, becoming part of it. 2 robed bearers stepped forward, lifting it from the dais and carrying it down the aisle toward the rear of the hall, where the family tomb lay beneath a great arch of carved stone. Guests followed in silence. The air grew colder as they descended into the burial chamber, the walls lined with generations of Vauquelin dead. The coffin was slid into its resting place, an alcove marked with Renee's name in fresh-cut marble. The witchfire braziers flared once, then steadied. One by one, guests stepped forward to place a hand against the stone, whispering their farewells. When it was Isabella's turn, she did not speak. She pressed her gloved fingers to the marble for a long moment, then let Emma guide her back toward the steps. Ira lingered a moment longer, her eyes tracing the carved letters. She said nothing, there was nothing to say. The truth of who had done this was already known to her, to Isabella, to Maximilian. But here, in the cold and quiet, the feud and politics felt far away. Here, there was only a name in stone, and the stillness of an ending. Back in the upper hall, the guests began to drift toward the carriages, their breath puffing white in the night air. The murmurs had shifted, less of condolences now, more of speculation, whether the Trevor family would be formally accused, whether this would hasten another duel of honor, whether House Vauquelin would retaliate. Maximilian stood at the doors until the last guest had gone, his posture perfect, his face unreadable. Isabella and Emma had already withdrawn into one of the side rooms, away from prying eyes. Ira stepped out into the snow, the night air biting at her cheeks. The fires by the gate burned on, steady and cold. Somewhere in the distance, a carriage wheel groaned, and the world moved forward, as it always did, even after loss. Chapter 249, Thirst for Revenge. Ira stood beside Emma, her dark coat buttoned to the collar, her gloves still faintly damp from the cold drizzle. Isabella lingered at the grave, her eyes fixed on the freshly turned soil as if trying to memorize the shape of it, her lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Ira's chest tightened. She had seen many people grieve, but there was something in Isabella's stillness that was far more dangerous than tears. She stepped forward, her fingers brushing lightly against Emma's arm. "Let's take her with us," Ira murmured, low enough for only Emma to hear. "I don't want her to be alone tonight. It's the 3rd time we've found her here, standing like a statue, crying." Emma's gaze followed Isabella for a moment, then she gave a small, decisive nod. They approached together. "Aunt," Ira said gently, "come with us to the White Manor in Paris. You shouldn't be here by yourself." For a moment, Isabella didn't move. Then, with slow, deliberate precision, she turned her head to meet Ira's eyes. "Fine," she said softly. "I don't want to be here with that bastard anyway. The only thing that still tied me to this cursed family is gone, and now, there's nothing left for me here." Ira didn't argue with her about a certain bastard. She simply slipped a hand around her aunt's elbow, steering her toward the waiting carriage. Emma trailed after them in silence, her expression unreadable, though Ira knew her mind was already working several moves ahead. The ride through Paris was a muted one. Outside the window, the city slid past in a blur of pale stone and snow-dusted rooftops, the flakes swirling in the air before melting against the glass. None of them spoke. Ira sat opposite Isabella, her her gaze drifting now and then to the shadowed face beneath the brim of her black hat. The hard line of her jaw told Ira enough, this wasn't the silence of surrender. It was the quiet of someone honing a blade in their mind. When they arrived, the White Manor's iron gate swung open without a word from the coachman. The Parisian mansion loomed in its familiar grandeur, the warm light from the entrance spilling into the cobbled drive. Inside, Emma dismissed the house elf, ordering tea and brandy to be brought to the small sitting room near the fire. Ira unbuttoned her coat but kept it on her shoulders, settling into a chair opposite Isabella. The older woman had removed her gloves with deliberate slowness, placing them neatly on the armrest. Her eyes, a pale and cutting blue, lifted to meet theirs. "It was the Trevor family," she said at last. "We all know it. And we all know who gave the order." Emma leaned back, crossing her legs. "Alina Trevor," she said without hesitation. This was her doing. She's been waiting for an opportunity to strike at the Vauquelin bloodline, this was convenient for her. Isabella's lips curved into something that was not a smile. Convenient for her. Fatal for us. Ira folded her hands in her lap. "What will you do?" "What will I do?" Isabella's voice had steel in it now, low and deliberate. "I will not let this pass. Alina thinks she's untouchable, that her name and her wealth shield her from consequence. She is wrong." Emma tilted her head. "Revenge." "Not just revenge," Isabella said, leaning forward, her eyes burning with a feverish light in the fire's glow. "I want her to feel what I felt today. I want her to lose everything, family, power, legacy. But I'm not waiting for the slow turn of politics or the cautious pace of alliances. I will finish her quickly. I will kill Alina Trevor before the week is out, and I don't care what it costs me to see her destroyed." The room went still, the fire snapping softly in the silence. Ira's expression didn't change, but her mind was already mapping the danger. If you rush in blindly, she will crush you before you get close. She thrives on enemies who reveal themselves too soon. "I won't give her the chance," Isabella said, her voice sharpening like steel. "She won't even see me coming. I'll make her bleed before she knows where the cut came from, and when she realizes, it will already be over." Emma's eyes slid briefly to Ira, the faintest flicker of understanding passing between them. They both knew this was no empty threat. Isabella meant to strike fast, and she meant every word. Chapter 250, Christmas Gift. Snow fell on Paris as if the city had been dipped in white silk. On the morning of Christmas Eve, Ira awoke to the muffled hush of snowfall outside her bedroom window. The roofs of the neighboring city houses were blanketed in white, and the great courtyard of the White Manor looked untouched, pristine, save for the faint pawprints of a wandering fox that had ventured too close in the night. It had been a strange few days. Since the funeral, Ira, Emma, and Isabella had rarely been apart. Isabella seldom left her room except when Emma coaxed her downstairs for tea or dinner. Most evenings ended with the three of them by the drawing-room fire, speaking little, each absorbed in her own thoughts. The heavy silence of grief had settled into the house like an uninvited guest. But this morning was different. On the little table beside her bed sat a neat stack of wrapped boxes and envelopes, their paper glimmering faintly in the winter light. She hadn't expected so many, most were from classmates at Beauxbatons, likely left by owls in the early hours. She unwrapped them slowly, one by one. A set of enchanted quills that would never run out of ink, from Mia St. Clair. A book on rare magical creatures, its cover inlaid with silver filigree, from Marin Lefebvre. A bottle of warming draught for the winter months, from her friend Lisette. And then her fingers brushed a smaller box, navy velvet tied with a silver ribbon. The card was written in a hand she knew instantly, Fleur Delacour. Inside lay a ring. It was delicate yet striking, with a band of fine gold that twisted into the shape of a blooming lily, a small moonstone set at its center. When she slipped it onto her finger, the metal seemed to warm instantly to her skin. For a moment, her lips curved into the first true smile she'd worn in days. Then she noticed another box. This one was larger, wrapped in shimmering crimson paper with no card. The weight of it was uneven in her hands, and something inside shifted when she tilted it. Cautiously, she opened it. And froze. Inside was what at first looked like an elaborate glass ornament, but the glass was too thin, too sharp, the inside swirling with something dark and moving. A faint hiss escaped as she lifted the lid, and she felt a sudden prickling on the back of her neck, the unmistakable signature of dark magic. Her breath steadied. She drew her wand with her free hand and murmured a countercharm, then another. The thing shuddered, hissed louder, then went still. A final flick of her wand sealed it inside a protective warding case. She set it far back on her desk, resisting the urge to throw it into the fire immediately. It was not a random threat. It was deliberate, personal. Later that afternoon, the answer came. An enchanted note appeared in midair before her, curling open as though invisible fingers held it. The words formed in a faint green shimmer. A little something to remember me by. Your grandmother's screams were exquisite. Merry Christmas, darling. A. The paper dissolved into ash before it touched the floor. Ira stood very still. Her pulse didn't quicken, her expression didn't change. She had learned long ago that people like Alina thrived on reactions. But her grip on the armrest of her chair tightened, just once, before she released it. She could already hear Alina's voice in her mind, the gleeful lilt, the cruel satisfaction. The gift had been a weapon, but the words were a declaration. By the time Emma and Isabella joined her for the evening's quiet supper, the dangerous thing from the box was locked in one of the manor's warded vaults. Ira said nothing of the note. Not yet. Chapter 251, Her Rage. The sitting room's fire flickered low, casting long shadows across the deep red walls of the white manor. The heavy winter night pressed outside the tall windows, the snow drifting silently to cloak the city in white. Ira sat close to the fire, her fingers still tingling from the moment she had opened the crimson-wrapped box earlier that day. Emma and Isabella entered together, their footsteps soft on the thick carpet. Isabella's veil was lifted now, but her eyes remained sharp, clouded with something darker. Ira glanced up and met their gazes. The weight of what she was about to say settled on her chest like a stone. I received a gift today, Ira began, her voice calm but low, from Alina Trevor. Isabella's eyes narrowed immediately, her lips pressing into a thin, tight line. Ira continued, it was dangerous. A dark object, warded with curses. I managed to neutralize it, but there was more. A message. She drew a deep breath and repeated the cruel words that had come floating in that shimmering green script. Your grandmother's screams were exquisite. Merry Christmas, darling. Isabella's fist slammed against the arm of her chair, the fabric bunching under the force. That wretched woman, Isabella spat. How dare she taunt us so openly? She mocks the blood spilled and the pain she caused. Her voice trembled with fury, eyes blazing. Emma reached out gently and took Isabella's hand, her touch steady and soothing. Isabella, please. Anger is understandable. But now is the time for control. We must be precise. Isabella's breath hitched, but the tremor in her hand softened under Emma's calming grip. We can't act hastily, Emma said quietly, her tone measured, eyes scanning Isabella with careful concern. Rushing in without knowing the full picture will only play into their hands. Any misstep could destroy what we've built, and give them the chance to strike back before we even begin. She paused, her fingers brushing the edge of the armrest. I'm going to gather more information. I'll investigate, pull what intelligence we can, and then we can proceed with a plan that actually works. Isabella's jaw tightened, her hands clenching in her lap. I can't wait any longer, she said, her voice cold and unyielding. Every moment we delay, Alina Trevor moves, plots, and survives. I have to finish this, now. The room fell into tense silence, the fire crackling between them, shadows dancing on the walls. Outside, Paris lay muted beneath a fragile blanket of snow, the winter night pressing against the windows. Ira and Emma exchanged a glance, both knowing that Isabella's resolve was a storm that could not easily be contained. Ira's thoughts turned inward, weighing the danger and the timing. Together, they would move, but they would need cunning to temper Isabella's fury. Chapter 252, Snowfall over Paris. The Parisian mansion of the White family lay wrapped in winter's stillness. Snow fell steadily outside, soft flakes drifting down to settle on the iron gates and marble balustrades. Inside, the halls were silent save for the occasional faint creak of old wood contracting in the cold. Candlelight in tall sconces flickered faintly against the pale stone walls, as if even the flames were reluctant to disturb the slumber of the household. A lone figure emerged from the atrium, her steps soundless on the polished floor. Isabella's face was drawn in the dim light, her eyes shadowed by nights without rest. At the front door, she stopped. Her hand lingered on the brass handle, her knuckles white. She turned her head back toward the atrium, speaking into the empty air as though the walls themselves might carry her words to the one she meant them for. I'm sorry, Emma, my love, she whispered, her breath faint in the cold air drifting through the cracked doorway. I can't wait any longer. Every time I close my eyes, I see my mother's body. Lifeless. Still. I can't rest until I have my revenge. Her voice trembled at the last word. Without another hesitation, she eased the door open just enough to slip through. Outside, the street was almost deserted, the snow muting every sound. Isabella pulled her cloak tighter, lowered her hood, and vanished into the night with the silent confidence of someone accustomed to moving unseen. The heavy door closed behind her with a muted thud. The echo traveled through the foyer, then was swallowed by the vast emptiness of the mansion. Once more, the great house sank into silence. Some hours later, Ira was dreaming of something soft and indistinct, something about the Bosbaitens gardens, when the sound of her bedroom door opening pulled her abruptly back to wakefulness. My lady, wake up. The voice was urgent. Familiar. Ira blinked, groaning softly as she pushed herself upright. Emma? What is it? Why are you waking me this early? Her voice was still rough with sleep, and her pale hair was a tousled halo around her face. Emma was standing at the foot of the bed, her posture stiff, her expression tense. My lady. Isabella. She's not in her room. I checked everywhere, she's gone. The words cut through the fog in Ira's mind instantly. She swung her legs over the side of the bed. What? Where could she have gone? I don't know, Emma said. I've searched the whole mansion. No trace of her. Ira's mind worked quickly. Maybe she went to her mother's grave. Emma's lips tightened. You stay here, my lady. I'll go and check. Ira's eyes narrowed slightly. Fine. But be careful. If Maximilian sees you. A faint smirk touched Emma's lips, though her eyes were hard. I can infiltrate the Vauquelin estate without being noticed. All right, Ira said after a pause. Go. But come back quickly. Emma inclined her head and left without another word, moving with a silent swiftness that made the hairs on Ira's neck prickle. Alone, Ira rose from her bed and padded across the thick carpet to the tall windows. She pushed the heavy curtains aside. Outside, snow fell thick and heavy, spiraling slowly under the lanterns lining the courtyard. Beyond the walls, the city lay hushed under the weight of winter, roofs and chimneys blurred into white. She stood there for a while, gazing out, feeling the cold air seep faintly through the glass. With a quiet sigh, she retreated to the bath. The marble tiles were cool beneath her bare feet, and the air carried a faint scent of lavender oil. She filled the tub with steaming water and stepped in, letting the warmth seep into her skin, trying to ease the knot tightening in her chest. She hadn't anticipated Isabella's impulsive streak, never had she thought her usually composed and would act recklessly, going out without informing Emma. Her mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps her aunt had done something reckless, but maybe her guess was wrong. Perhaps Isabella was simply standing at her mother's grave, quietly mourning. Half an hour later, she emerged wrapped in a thick robe, her hair damp and loose around her shoulders. She dressed in warm winter clothes, a dark wool coat lined with fur, a scarf, gloves. If she was right about where Isabella had gone, tonight would not end peacefully. She was just adjusting the clasp of her cloak when the sharp crack of apparition rang out from the courtyard below. Her pulse quickened. Ira crossed the hall and descended the stairs swiftly, pushing through the doors into the snowy courtyard. Emma stood there, snowflakes clinging to her blonde hair, her cloak damp at the shoulders. Well? Ira asked at once. Was she there? Emma shook her head. No. I searched the entire Vauquelin house. Only Maximilian and his lover were present. No one else. Ira frowned, the gears in her mind turning. Then she's gone after the Trevor family. Emma's hand twitched, betraying the smallest flicker of unease. Then I'll go after her, offer support. I'm coming with you, Ira said without hesitation. Emma's gaze sharpened. My lady, you can't. It will be dangerous. Ira's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Dangerous? Did you forget last year, when we stormed Roman and Cecil's place, full of wizards, together? That was different. This house will be heavily guarded. So. Ira stepped closer, her voice low but firm. Do you think that will scare me? We don't have time for this. Let's go save your lover. Emma flushed, her composure cracking for just a moment. My lady, don't say that. She's just a friend. Oh yes, Ira said lightly, a hint of mockery in her tone. A friend who makes your eyes light up whenever you hear her name. A friend whose hand you can't touch without melting. Emma's cheeks deepened in color. Then what about you, my lady? You and Miss Delacour, will you deny that? She's just a friend, Ira said, her tone instantly cooler. And besides, this isn't the time for that. Now, let's go save your beauty. Emma rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. The moment I mention your love life, you try to change the subject. Still, she stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Her hand was warm in Ira's despite the cold. The snow swirled more thickly around them, the sky a low, heavy gray. Somewhere beyond the gates, a car passed by faintly down the street, then faded into silence again. Ira tightened her grip. Ready. Emma nodded. And with a sharp crack, they vanished from the courtyard, leaving only the soft whisper of falling snow behind. Chapter 253, Fire over the countryside. The night was cold enough to bite, the air sharp in their lungs as Ira and Emma reappeared on the lonely outskirts of rural France. They stood in the shadows of a skeletal tree line, the fields around them buried in snow. Far in the distance, beyond low rolling hills, a faint, flickering glow rose against the dark sky. Ira narrowed her eyes. It wasn't the warm, steady glow of lanterns or hearth fires. It was restless, shifting, changing color. Red. Green. Blue. Gold. The unnatural hues rippled across the clouds like storm lightning. And under it came the faintest echo of sound, carried on the cold wind. The sharp cracks of spellfire. Shouts. Screams. The splintering of stone. The Trevor estate was under attack. Emma's breath misted in the air as she stared ahead. We're late. She's already here. Or what's left of her, Ira murmured grimly. The two moved swiftly along the snow-covered ground, the wind pulling at their cloaks. They skirted the tree-line, keeping low, until the land opened into a sweeping view of the estate below. The Trevor family manor loomed in the distance, a grand and ancient structure of black stone, surrounded by a high wrought iron fence. Normally, it would have projected an air of untouchable nobility, but now it was chaos. Windows blazed with wild light, some shattering under the force of explosions from within. Portions of the roof were already aflame, smoke rising into the frozen air. Bright threads of magic arced through the night like shooting stars, emerald bolts clashing against scarlet streaks, blinding bursts of gold erupting against deep violet shields. The snow was lit in strange colors, shadows shifting unnaturally as combat raged inside. From where they crouched behind a low ridge, Ira could see figures darting in and out of sight through the broken gates. Dozens of them, guards in the Trevor livery, rushing to seal the breach, shouting orders over the din. Even from here, she could hear snatches of their voices. Still inside, one barked. She's holding the East Hall, another answered, his words punctuated by the crack of a deflected curse. Nearly an hour now, she's not giving an inch. They've sent word to my lady, she'll be here any moment. Emma's gaze darkened. It seems like she's surrounded. Ira nodded slowly. And they've called in the head of the house herself. That meant two things: Isabella was still alive, and her chances would vanish the moment the true matriarch arrived. Ira adjusted the clasp of her cloak, her breath steady. We cut through to her. No waiting. No negotiating. Emma's eyes flashed with agreement. We'll have to break the perimeter first. The two descended the snowy slope toward the estate, their boots silent on the frozen ground. They reached the outer wall, a tall, iron fence interwoven with ancient wards that shimmered faintly when touched by the moonlight. Emma drew her wand. On my mark, drop the ward and take the first guard on the left. I'll handle the right. Ira gave a sharp nod. Emma murmured a precise countercharm, her wand etching faint silver sigils into the air. The wards flickered and parted like gauze. Two guards patrolled just beyond, their attention fixed on the chaos deeper inside the grounds. They never saw the attack coming. Ira's curse hit her target like a whip crack, knocking him backward into the snow with a grunt. Emma's silent hex was even cleaner, her opponent crumpled without a sound. The two women stepped over the fallen bodies and slipped into the shadows of the gardens beyond. The gardens, normally sculpted and serene, were a wreck: scorched hedges, shattered statues, the snow churned into muddy slush by bootprints and blood. The air here was thick with the tang of ozone and burnt stone. A shout rang out ahead. Two more guards rounded a corner, one raising his wand. Emma flicked her wrist sharply, and a streak of white-hot magic burst from her wand, slamming into the first man's shield and shattering it like glass. Ira's follow-up hex struck the second in the chest, sending him sprawling into a broken fountain. They moved quickly, darting from cover to cover, closing in on the manor. The sounds of battle were louder now, spell fire ricocheting down marble corridors, the crash of collapsing beams. Somewhere inside, Isabella was still fighting. A group of 5 guards blocked the eastern side entrance. They had their wands drawn but were watching the windows, waiting for the signal to move in. Ira didn't wait. She stepped from behind a half-collapsed gazebo and sent a blast of raw kinetic force at the nearest guard, hurling him backward into the wall with a sickening crack. Emma followed in a smooth, predatory rhythm, 3 spells in quick succession, each precise and deadly, each finding its target before the men could mount a defense. The 5th turned to flee, shouting for reinforcements. Ira's spell caught him mid-step, freezing him in place before he toppled like a statue into the snow. Emma exhaled, scanning the door. Clear. They slipped inside. The east hall of the Trevor estate was a ruin. Marble pillars lay in chunks across the floor. The once pristine carpets were torn and scorched. The portraits on the walls, oil renderings of grim-faced ancestors, had fled their frames entirely. Every sound here was amplified, the whistle of spells cutting the air, the ringing clang when a curse struck a wall, the shouts of the defenders calling to each other in the chaos. And still, no Isabella. Instead, they caught sight of 2 guards ducking behind an overturned table, speaking in hurried tones. She's holding the gallery, east wing, still hasn't moved from her position. Been nearly an hour, hasn't it? Aye. We've called for my lady. When she gets here, it's over. Emma's jaw clenched. She met Ira's gaze. She's holding ground alone, Ira said quietly. They've pinned her in, but she's not giving them the satisfaction of retreating. Emma's eyes flashed. Then we break their lines and take her out. Ira's lips curved faintly. Let's make some noise. They moved with purpose now, cutting through the eastern corridors like blades. Guards fell in quick succession, some to clean, silent hexes, others to brutal concussive blasts that tore chunks from the walls. Every step they took brought them closer to the gallery where Isabella was holding out. Twice, they had to duck into side passages as reinforcements rushed past. Once, they stumbled upon a squad already preparing to breach the gallery, 7 men with their wands trained on the massive double doors. Ira didn't hesitate. The first man barely had time to register movement before she stunned him. Emma dropped 2 more before the rest turned to face them, forcing them into a vicious, close-quarters duel. Spells clashed in bursts of light and heat, the air growing thick with smoke and dust. When it was over, the corridor was littered with unconscious bodies. Ira wiped the back of her hand across her cheek, leaving a faint smear of soot. How much farther? Emma tilted her head, listening past the ringing in her ears. 2 corridors. Maybe less. They pressed on. By the time they reached the final stretch, the noise was deafening. The clash of magic echoed through the marble halls, accompanied by the groan of a building under siege. Through the haze of dust and smoke, they saw the faintest flicker of movement ahead, someone darting across the gallery, wand blazing. But between them and that figure were still a dozen defenders. Emma's expression turned feral. Your left. Always, Ira replied. They surged forward together, their spells a seamless duet, stunning, disarming, blasting. One man went down under Emma's silent curse, another hurled back by Ira's concussive blast. Shields flared and failed, wards crumbled under their combined precision. Step by step, they carved a path through the chaos toward the woman holding the gallery. Isabella. Still standing. Still fighting. And still surrounded. Chapter 254, A Woman in the Gallery. The first thing to break the steady rhythm of spellfire was confusion. Ira's hex cut through the air like a streak of lightning, slamming into a guard who'd been focused entirely on the east door. He dropped without a sound, his wand clattering across the marble floor. Another man shouted from across the corridor, "Who the hell?" Before he could finish, Emma stepped out of the smoke with the predatory calm of a seasoned killer. Her wand flicked once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. 3 guards dropped in under 2 seconds, their bodies hitting the floor with heavy thuds. The surviving men swore and scrambled for cover. "Someone's inside the perimeter," one shouted. "It's not her, there's more than one. She's brought help." The panic was immediate. Shouts echoed through the halls, orders barked over the noise of combat. "Hold your ground. Regroup, don't let them through." But it was too late for regrouping. Emma and Ira moved like smoke through the fractured hallways, striking before their enemies even knew from which direction the attack was coming. A guard emerged from a side room, wand half raised. Emma didn't hesitate, her curse hit him square in the chest, hurling him back into the doorway hard enough to splinter the frame. Ira spun to deflect a spell aimed at her back, sending the violet curse ricocheting into the wall, where it scorched a deep groove into the stone. Her counterattack was a blinding silver arc that slammed into her attacker's shield, shattering it in a burst of sparks before knocking the men flat. Left side, 2 incoming. Emma called, already pivoting. "I see them." They split, each taking a different angle, spells flaring bright in the dim hall. The air grew thick with smoke and dust, the heat from the magical blast prickling their skin despite the winter chill that had seeped in through the shattered windows. Every few steps, they caught fragments of panicked conversation from guards up ahead. "She's still in the gallery." "They can't be far, half our men are down." "No, more than half." 3 corridors later, the numbers were worse for the defenders. Emma was a relentless force, cutting down anyone in her path with silent precision. Ira kept pace, her magic weaving around Emma's in a deadly dance, covering her flanks, striking when needed, breaking wards before Emma's more lethal spells slipped through. By the time they reached the double doors of the gallery, the corridor behind them was littered with bodies. Ira stepped over the last man to fall, his wand still clutched loosely in his fingers. "That's 3/4 of them gone." Emma didn't even glance back. "Good. Saves us time." Inside the gallery, chaos reigned. Isabella stood near the far end, cloak torn, her wand still steady in her hand. She had planted herself behind a scorched marble column, using it for cover as she sent a stream of vicious hexes down the length of the room. Her hair was loose, streaked with sweat and ash, and her breathing was ragged, but her eyes burned with that same unyielding fury that had taken her from the White Mansion hours before. Between her and the new arrivals, only a handful of Trevor guards still stood, and they were faltering fast. One spotted Emma and Ira entering from the smoke-choked doorway. His eyes widened in recognition just before Emma's curse struck him in the chest, dropping him instantly. Another tried to flee, Ira's binding spell caught his legs mid-step, sending him sprawling across the floor. Within seconds, the last of the guards collapsed, and silence, broken only by the hiss of still-burning drapes, settled over the gallery. Emma crossed the room in long, quick strides, her wand still in her hand, her expression dark. What were you thinking? Her voice cut through the air sharper than any curse. Coming here alone. Charging straight into the Trevor stronghold without a word. Isabella leaned her shoulder against the column, drawing in a breath. I had to. No. You didn't. Emma's tone was ice. We agreed. We would not attack them yet. We were going to wait, gather information, weaken them first. They deserve. You think I don't know what they deserve? Emma stepped closer, the tension in her voice tightening. You think I don't want them destroyed? But this was suicide. You didn't trust me enough to tell me. To tell us? Do you have any idea what could have happened to you? What it would have done to Ira? Isabella's jaw tightened. I can handle myself. Not against an entire estate's worth of guards. You would have been dead if we hadn't come. For a moment, the only sound was the crackle of the burning drapes. Emma's voice lowered, but the anger in it remained. I told you I would help you. I told you we'd strike when the time was right. But instead, you came here alone and almost threw your life away. For what? Pride. Revenge. Isabella's gaze faltered, just for a second. Enough. Ira's voice was quiet but sharp enough to cut through both of them. She stepped forward, scanning the blackened gallery. This isn't the time for this argument. You're both alive, and the guards are gone. Now we finish the job. She turned toward the massive inner doors at the far end of the gallery, the entrance to the heart of the Trevor mansion. We came here for a reason. We breach, we move, we end this before their reinforcements arrive. Emma glanced at her, jaw tight, then finally gave a single, curt nod. Isabella adjusted her grip on her wand, the embers in her eyes still burning. Then let's finish it. The three women moved together toward the tall doors. The heat from the fires made the air shimmer, and the glow of distant spellfire flickered beyond the cracks in the frame. Ira pushed the doors open, and they stepped inside. Chapter 255, Inside. The front doors of the Trevor ancestral manor creaked open with a low, groaning protest, as though even the wood wished to keep its secrets locked inside. The corridor beyond was dim, washed in a cold blue-gray light seeping in from narrow windows. Dust motes swirled in the air like ghostly embers. Somewhere in the depths of the house, a clock ticked, slow, deliberate, and almost mocking. Ira stepped inside first, her boots pressing against an ornate carpet frayed at the edges. Emma followed, her wand loosely held at her side, eyes scanning every shadow. It's too quiet, Ira thought. She could hear only their breathing, the muffled tick of that clock, and the faint hiss of the winter wind outside. The quiet broke with a violent crack. From the darkness of the upper landing, a spell screamed toward them, thin, violet, and needle-sharp. Ira jerked her head aside, the blast hissing past her ear and exploding against the far wall in a spray of plaster. Ambush. Emma snarled, already moving. Her wand snapped up, sending a chain of hexes toward the source. A woman darted into view from behind a banister, mid-30s, wiry, with a stubborn glare. Her aim was sloppy but relentless, blasting spells that hissed like serpents, one after another. Sparks rained from the ceiling as beams splintered and wallpaper burned. Ira's heart thudded as the two women dueled, the staccato rhythm of spells lighting the corridor in flashes, green, red, gold. Emma's movements were sharp, economical, every curse delivered with lethal precision. The woman's footing faltered as Emma pressed forward, deflecting one hex and ricocheting it into the wall beside her opponent's head. Drop it. Emma barked. But the woman didn't stop. She gritted her teeth, firing back in desperation. Her magic lacked control, her wand arm trembled. And yet she didn't yield, not until Emma's final disarming spell hit her square in the wrist. Her wand spun away, clattering against the marble floor. Emma's wand was already lifting for the kill. Then. No. The cry pierced the air like a blade. Two small figures ran into the corridor from a side door, a boy of about 7, his brown hair a tangled mess, and a little girl, maybe 5, both clutching small wands that Ira recognized instantly as toys. Their chests heaved, eyes wide with terror and defiance. The boy planted himself between Emma and the fallen woman, shaking but unyielding. You can't kill her, he shouted, voice cracking. You can't kill Auntie. The girl chimed in, shrill and desperate. Leave her alone. You're bad people. For a split second, Emma's expression froze. Her wand tip, still glowing faintly with power, hovered in the air. Her gaze flicked from the woman to the two trembling children, and Ira saw something rare, hesitation. The woman, still on the ground, scrambled forward to shield them. Her arms swept around their small bodies. Didn't I tell you to hide, she hissed, voice quivering. The wardrobe. Why did you come out? The boy's lips trembled, but his voice didn't falter. We heard fighting. We're not afraid. We have to protect you. Emma's stance was still tense, the fight burning in her muscles. But Ira stepped forward, placing a hand on her arm. "Stand down, Emma," she said quietly. Her tone carried no suggestion, it was a command. Emma's jaw flexed, but after a moment, she lowered her wand. The glow at its tip faded. Ira turned to the woman. "Where are the rest of the Trevor family?" The woman's eyes hardened. "Even if you kill me, I wouldn't tell you." Before Ira could press, the little girl burst out, "They ran away. They said they'll come after you. And when they come after you, they'll kill you." Ira looked down at the girl, startled by the fierce bravery in those small eyes. Emma, regaining her composure, stepped away and began searching the nearby rooms. A door swung open, revealing a third child, a toddler, no older than 3, peering out from under a desk. Emma's eyes narrowed, and she swept through the manor quickly, her footsteps echoing in the empty halls. When she returned, she shook her head. No one else. Just them. Ira faced the woman again. "Why are you here alone? Why leave you behind?" The woman pressed her lips together, refusing to speak. But the boy blurted out, "Our great family trusted us to defend the house. We're supposed to protect it." Isabella, who had entered silently behind them, gave a short, bitter laugh. "So the Trevors abandoned you, children, to buy themselves time. Cowards hiding behind their own blood." The girl lifted her chin. "My mother will come soon. She'll fight you and beat you up, you bad guys." Ira's gaze sharpened. "Who's your mother?" The child answered without hesitation. "Alina Trevor." At that, Ira's eyes flicked to the woman. "Is she truly the daughter of Alina Trevor?" The woman shook her head quickly. No, she's my daughter. This has nothing to do with Alina." But Isabella was already stepping forward. "Lies." The questioning grew harsher. Under the pressure, the truth spilled out, the 3 children were indeed Alina Trevor's. Neglected. Hidden away. And this woman, Alina's cousin, stayed behind to guard and protect them while the rest of the family, her uncles, her parents, every so-called protector, fled the manor without a backward glance. Isabella's voice was dripping with disgust. What an immoral family. Leaving children to stand as shields while they save their own skins. Ira crouched slightly so her eyes were level with the woman's. Her voice was calm but edged with steel. "Take these children and go somewhere safe." The woman's eyes darted away. "If I leave, it's betrayal. They'll say I betrayed the family." Ira's voice cooled. "You stayed to protect these children. Is their safety worth less than the loyalty of a pack of monsters who abandoned them? Is their life not precious to you? If you hadn't attacked us," the woman shot back, "none of this would matter." "Don't talk about what-ifs," Ira replied sharply. "Take them. Leave. If you don't, they'll be caught in the fighting that's coming. And make no mistake, there will be fighting." The woman's resolve wavered. Finally, she nodded. Gathering the 3 children, she guided them toward a side door, choosing the safest route out of the manor. As their footsteps faded, the house fell still again. The only sound was the distant ticking of that cursed clock. Emma turned toward the main hall. "We should clear the rest." She stopped. The sound came first, measured, deliberate steps on marble. The sharp click of high heels echoed in the atrium below. Ira's pulse quickened. She moved toward the balustrade and looked down. In the center of the atrium stood a woman with flowing blonde hair and eyes the color of forest green. Her smile was too wide, too bright and predatory. Her gaze locked on Ira, and the smile deepened into something colder. "Well," she said, voice smooth as silk and sharp as a blade. "I was wondering when we'd finally meet." Chapter 256, The Offer. The chamber carried a faint scent of scorched stone and ash, the echoes of the earlier skirmish still lingering in the air. A pale glow from the snow-heavy clouds seeped through a high window, casting dim, shifting shadows across the floor, where dust motes drifted like ghostly flakes in the muted light. Alina Trevor stood in the center, as composed as if this were her private drawing room. Her dark coat was immaculate despite the carnage outside, and her pale fingers traced the edge of her wand like one might toy with a glass of wine. Her eyes, piercing green, unnervingly alive, locked onto Isabella first, sharp with a predator's focus. "Well, now," Alina said, her voice soft but clear enough to make the walls seem to lean in. "I never imagined the great minister of magic, Isabella of Vauclin, would lower herself to storming a pureblood household. How unbecoming." The way she lingered on unbecoming was like a blade tip pressed against skin. Isabella stiffened but didn't speak, her hand clenched tight around her wand. Alina's lips curved. "Do you realize what you've done? All it will take is one article, one whisper in the right ears, and your precious ministry will hang you out to dry. Oh, imagine the scandal. Minister breaks sacred pureblood accord. Your career," she gave a mock flick of her fingers, "over in a day. Emma stood off to Ira's right, a step behind, her gaze sharp but silent. She was calculating, weighing options. Ira said nothing yet, her eyes locked on Alina, assessing. Alina's head tilted, her gaze sliding over Isabella as if she were a nuisance in the corner, before finally, resting fully on Ira. The change was almost physical, the room's air seemed to draw tighter, as if everyone else ceased to matter. You, Alina murmured, almost in relief, are the only reason I'm still standing here. She stepped forward, slow and deliberate, boots whispering against stone. Isabella shifted to intercept, but Alina didn't even glance at her, walking around her as one would an inconvenient piece of furniture. Her focus was all for Ira. I heard about your little mercy, Alina said, her voice sweet with venom. The children. You let them live. Her smile widened, but it didn't touch her eyes. Do you think that was noble? Charming? Perhaps even wise? Ira's gaze didn't waver. I think it was the right thing to do. Oh, my lovely Ira. Alina's tone turned intimate, almost mournful. That mercy will be the stone that drags you under. Do you not see it? One day, when you are old, when your guard is down, they will come for you. They will grow strong on hatred. They will sharpen their little knives with thoughts of your kindness. They won't, Ira replied quietly, but with steel. Not if they remember how their family treated them. How you treated them. How you neglected them. Alina stopped a breath away, looking directly into Ira's eyes. Then she laughed, low, throaty, and unsettling. Neglect, she said, as if tasting the word. Those bitter little things do not care about neglect. Children do not grow up thinking about your compassion or your cruelty. They remember faces. Yours. The face of the one who spared them. The one they can blame for every ache, every loss, every empty night. They will come, Ira. They will come, and they will cut you to pieces. The words were delivered like a lover's confession, almost tender. Ira didn't move. If that day comes, I'll face it. But I won't become like you to avoid it. Alina's eyes lit with something between admiration and hunger. And what am I, Ira? She asked, leaning in. Ira didn't answer. You know, Alina continued, her voice soft as silk, I could teach you. You could be sharper than any of them. Colder. You could tear down the old world and build something worth ruling. All it takes. She extended her hand, palm up, fingers long and pale. Is for you to take my hand. Emma tensed beside Ira. Isabella took a step forward, about to speak, but Alina's presence filled the space like smoke, drowning out all else. Come, Ira, she coaxed, her voice dipping lower, almost a whisper. Become mine. We will shape the world together, you and I. My lovely Ira. I am offering you the throne no one else dares even to touch. Her eyes flickered briefly toward Isabella, full of contempt, before sliding back to Ira. Why waste yourself on them? Isabella's patience cracked. Why did you kill my mother? She demanded, her voice cutting through the tension. That was cowardly, even for you. Alina didn't even blink. She didn't turn. Didn't acknowledge her. It was as if Isabella's words evaporated before reaching her. Her entire attention stayed locked on Ira, gaze unwavering. Take it, Alina murmured again, lifting her hand slightly. We could wipe out every family that stands in our way. From the root. No loose ends, no lingering threats. The future, ours alone. Isabella's teeth clenched. Answer me. Alina's smile widened faintly, but still, she did not look at her. That was the breaking point. Isabella drew her wand in one swift movement, fury sparking. Enough, she shouted, and a streak of blazing silver shot toward Alina. The spell never reached her. With a lazy flick of her wrist, Alina deflected it midair, the silver light dissolving like smoke in wind. She didn't even shift her stance, her gaze still locked on Ira as though the attack had been an afterthought. Finally, slowly, she turned her head toward Isabella. Her smile turned almost pitying. Oh, my dear, she said softly, you are so wet. Her tone shifted, dropping into something wickedly amused. You can't wait to be fingered by me. The chamber went utterly still. Even the dust in the sunlight seemed frozen. Chapter 257, 3 against 1. The Trevor ancestral hall groaned under the weight of battle. Marble floors were fractured in jagged patterns, the shattered remnants of the chandelier littered the floor like fallen stars. Smoke hung in curling ribbons, carrying the acrid tang of scorched stone. Every step echoed, carrying the rhythm of the confrontation that had begun almost before anyone could think. Alina Trevor stood in the center, perfectly still, the faintest smirk curving her lips. Her pale fingers rested lightly on her wand, relaxed, as though she had all the time in the world. Her green eyes, sharp as frost, scanned the three figures before her, Emma, Isabella, and Ira, all poised, all ready to strike. Ah, Alina murmured, her voice smooth as silk, sliding through the hall like smoke. So you dare, very well. Let's see how this unfolds. Isabella's jaw tightened, but she made no move to reply. Emma's stance didn't falter, and Ira's wand arm raised, trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. Alina's gaze slid past the two of them and locked on Ira, her eyes widening slightly with an almost imperceptible gleam of obsession. The air seemed to compress, the space around Ira growing heavier, as if the room itself bent toward Alina's will. You, Alina whispered, and her voice lowered, intimate and taunting, are the reason I remain here. The only reason I care about this farce at all. With that, she snapped her wand upward. The fight began in an instant. Emma moved first, silently chanting a hex that curved like a blade of night toward Alina. Isabella followed immediately, her spell a streak of golden light that tore through the air with concussive force. Ira shouted her own spell with all her force, her voice cracking but unwavering, the words spilling into the hall like a storm. Alina moved like water. Emma's black-edged blast met the ceiling, shattering plaster. Isabella's golden strike dissolved against her shimmering shield. Ira's shouted spell skimmed past her shoulder, harmless, even as it carved a deep furrow into the marble. Is this how you fight, my lovely Ira? Alina's voice was low, almost tender, even as her wand flicked and sparks danced from the floor beneath her. All fire, no precision. No control. Come closer, let me see your eyes. I want to see everything in them. Ira's teeth clenched. You really are annoying, you fucking golden retriever. Alina's laugh was low and throaty, reverberating through the shattered hall. Oh. Golden retriever. Whatever it is, it sounds cute, she purred, a wicked smile curling her lips. And are you, starting to fall for me, lovely Ira? Oh. I must admit, I'm starting to get wet. Emma, observing from a distance, whispered in alarm to Isabella. Why? Why can't we touch her? Isabella didn't take her eyes off Alina for a moment. She's the head of the Trevor family, she said softly. Do you think she would step into a duel without wards and bloodline protections? She's untouchable unless we strike in perfect coordination. Alina's laugh cut through the shattered hall, low and throaty. Ah, such determination, she purred, her eyes flicking to Isabella. I do admire your courage, my dear, but courage alone won't save you. With a fluid spin, she deflected Emma's strike effortlessly, sparks flying as wand met wand. The duel became a storm. Emma's magic was precise, silent, dark blue sparks and black-edged shields flashing as she moved with lethal economy. Isabella's golden bolt struck with devastating force, shockwaves rattling the walls. Ira's own spells roared loudly, echoing with the inexperience and raw power of a mage shouting her very soul into the battle. Alina blocked, parried, and countered, every motion measured yet fluid. Her attacks were carefully aimed to distract and pressure, forcing all three to divide their attention, while her words never wavered, aimed at Ira alone. You should be stronger, my lovely Ira, she said, sidestepping a barrage of spells and sending a flick of scarlet energy past Emma's shoulder. Stronger than them. Stronger than everyone. Do you feel it? The fire inside you. That thrill when your magic burns. That is what I can give you, every day. Power. Purpose. A throne. All it takes is your hand. Ira screamed another spell, the hall shaking with its impact. I would rather burn that throne than stand beside you. Alina tilted her head, observing her like a collector of rare gems. Ash can be remade. Into diamonds. The three worked in tense unison. Isabella sent a golden beam to distract Alina, Emma struck at her flank with shadow-edged precision, and Ira's overcharged spell tore a crater in the floor as it struck the ceiling, spraying shards like deadly rain. For the first time, Alina's shield flickered. Her smirk remained, but a bead of sweat traced her temple. Ah. She murmured, almost to herself. They're finally making it interesting. Her voice, still soft and obsessively directed at Ira, continued as if she were lecturing a student. Do you feel the thrill? The danger? That's where you belong. Not hiding behind them. Not relying on anyone but your own hands. Do you feel it, Ira? That's the fire of a queen. The fire of a ruler. Let it consume you. Ira's eyes blazed, her voice trembling with fierce conviction. I fight with them, I stand with them. I don't want to be a queen or a ruler, what I want is what we share. I rely on them as they rely on me. That's family, a word that means nothing to you. Look at yourself, Alina, standing here all alone, while your family ran away. You have no one. No one. But me. I have them. I have what you'll never know. Alina smiled wider, taking a deliberate step closer. And yet, one day, you may have to decide that it's all or nothing. That to prune the roots, you must cut deeply. Until nothing remains to oppose you. Emma's attacks were methodical, unyielding, but Alina's counters were fluid, almost casual. Isabella's shockwaves tore holes in the walls, but the golden light bent harmlessly around Alina's wards. Ira, despite inexperience, refused to yield, shouting every spell as if it were a declaration of life itself. Alina's eyes danced, not with fear, but with fascination. She seemed to be studying Ira, noting every twitch of muscle, every flare of anger, every heartbeat of hesitation. "You are fascinating," she said. "So raw. So full of potential. So, obediently defiant. My lovely Ira, I could burn all this away, and still, you would rise from the ashes." As the fight raged, the three pressed harder. Ira's wild blasts chipped at the edges of Alina's shields. Emma's precision strikes struck with increasing frequency. Isabella's shockwaves pushed Alina's footing to its limits. For the first time, Alina faltered, not significantly, but perceptibly. Her deflections were sharper, her posture tighter, the smirk still there but her breathing fractionally heavier. She was still in control, but the pressure was mounting. Finally, she whispered, almost to herself, "A challenge worth my attention." The hall was a riot of color and motion. Scarlet arcs of Alina's magic slashed through gold and black, colliding in midair. Debris rained down as shattered stone and splintered wood exploded around them. Ira's voice cracked, but she continued to shout, letting raw power flow from her heart into each spell. Alina parried Emma's next strike, twisted to deflect Isabella's follow-up, and with a whisper, sidestepped a blinding bolt from Ira, flipping it harmlessly into a wall. Then she spun to face Ira again, eyes wide, smirk in place. "Yes," she said softly, venom laced with awe. "Show me everything you have. Everything, Ira. I want to see it, feel it, burn it into my memory." The three of them braced for another onslaught. Alina's laugh echoed in the hall, a low, hypnotic sound amidst the roaring of magic. And so it continued. Spells collided. Shields shimmered. The floor trembled with every impact. Even as Alina's obsessive focus never wavered from Ira, the weight of three duelists pressing against her defenses was becoming apparent. A bead of sweat traced her temple, a slight tension in her shoulders, but her smirk never faltered. Chapter 258, The Turning of Power. The hall of the Trevor estate quaked as spells collided, a cacophony of energy that set the very walls trembling. Scarlet arcs from Alina's wand cut through the golden shockwaves of Isabella's strikes, while Emma's precision curses whispered through the air like blades of midnight. Ira stood amid the chaos, chest heaving, shouting every incantation with raw force, the sound of her voice vibrating against stone. Alina's gaze never wavered from her. She moved like a living storm, deflecting three assaults at once, her wand flicking with flawless timing. "You are fascinating," she murmured, stepping lightly across the debris-strewn floor. "So raw. So full of fire. But raw fire is dangerous only to itself." Ira's reply was a roar of magic, a torrent of wild, unrestrained spells flying toward Alina. Sparks collided, echoes of stone shattering, the chandelier's remnants trembling above them. Emma's precision strike sliced around her, aiming to destabilize, while Isabella's golden blasts pressed relentlessly from another angle. "Focus on me," Alina breathed, ignoring the two others almost entirely. "I want to see everything you have, Ira. Every ounce of strength you've learned, every weakness I can tease apart." Ira gritted her teeth, sweat stinging her eyes, and for a moment, she hesitated. Then she remembered the teachings from the system, the spells that had been imparted to her in moments of quiet study, spells that no ordinary duelist could match, spells that could turn the tide if executed perfectly. "Time to end this," she muttered under her breath, and raised her wand. "Gravitas Octus," she shouted, her voice sharp and ringing, the syllables reverberating like iron striking stone. A wave of magical pressure shot toward Alina, forcing her feet to press against the marble with a crushing weight, her body sagging slightly under the sudden gravitational surge. Alina stumbled backward, flicking her wand reflexively to counter. "Ah, clever," she said, her tone amused, but a trace of strain laced her words. "Using your little toys. I see how you learned." Ira didn't pause. She rotated her wand in a precise, calculated motion. "Gravitas minuo," she bellowed, and suddenly the pull reversed. Alina's body became unnaturally light, her movements jerky as though suspended on invisible wires. Her attacks came faster, but the precision faltered slightly, a hint of imbalance she would never admit. Emma and Isabella glanced at each other, surprised. She's using something new." Isabella yelled, dodging a glancing scarlet arc. Alina's eyes narrowed, flicking to Ira, then back at the two duelists. "Ah," she whispered, almost to herself, "so the little one has grown teeth. But I am not so easily tamed." Her wand flicked, deflecting Emma's strike, and she pivoted elegantly to block Isabella's bolt. Then Ira went further. Her hands shook with effort, but her voice rang loud and commanding. Tony Truss percussions. A jagged bolt of lightning, infused with raw thunder, streaked from her wand and struck Alina squarely. The air vibrated with the thunderclap, and Alina's body convulsed under the electrical surge. Sparks danced across her skin, burning small channels into the fine fabric of her coat, her wand sparking with uncontrolled heat. The hall lit up with a brilliant white flash, casting shadows that leapt along the walls. Alina staggered, but her reflexes remained uncanny. She conjured a whip of scarlet energy, blocking Emma's next attack, but the thunderstrike had burned through part of her wand's core. Sparks hissed and coiled along its length, rendering it unreliable. Impossible. Alina hissed under her breath. Her perfect control was slipping. She attempted to deflect another of Heiress' gravity-modified attacks, but the combination of weight manipulation and lightning struck her defenses from multiple angles. Her wand trembled in her hand before snapping, black smoke curling from its tip. She was disarmed. Emma and Isabella stepped back slightly, surprised. Alina's eyes, still focused obsessively on Ira, flashed with something dangerous, a mix of disbelief and thrill. Ira lowered her wand slightly, panting, adrenaline coursing through her veins. "It's over," she said, though the battle had not yet ended. Alina laughed, a low, musical sound that seemed to echo unnaturally through the room. She bent her head slightly, a smirk playing on her lips. You have done the unthinkable. The great me could not have imagined being brought so low, so easily, by one so inexperienced. She rose her chin, still glaring at Ira with obsession clear in her gaze. "If you want to kill me," she whispered, her voice trembling just slightly with the effort to remain calm, "then it must be you. You must look into my eyes and do it yourself. Remember this moment. Every twitch of my expression, every flicker of my fear or desire. You must see it all." Ira's gaze never faltered, steady and unwavering. Her wand still thrummed with the lingering energy of the thunderstrike, a silent testament to her power. "Taking your life, that's never been my goal," she said softly, each word deliberate. "Your life holds no value for me, not as a prize, not as a victory. Ending it wouldn't prove anything, it wouldn't make me stronger, it wouldn't bring me honor. It's meaningless. What matters is standing with those I care for, protecting them, that is where my strength lies." Alina's lips curved into a small, teasing smile. "Oh no. You do. You want it. The world's rulership. Even if you refuse, others will thrust it upon you. They will demand brilliance, demand results. Just like Dumbledore." Her eyes softened, almost reverent, as though painting a picture for Ira. When the world faces disaster, the first question is always, does she know? Is she in control? That will be you. You will be the fulcrum of magic, of power, of fear and admiration. You will be remembered. Just like Dumbledore is remembered now. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper filled with obsession. "Kill me. Kill me, Ira. Take your place. Show the world what you were always meant to be." Ira's chest heaved, the hall ringing with the echoes of shattered stone, lingering sparks, and the distant hiss of Alina's burnt wand. The duel was over, the battle, the tension, and the psychological warfare had finally reached their apex. Alina, though still elegantly defiant, staggered slightly under the combination of ancient spells. Her movements were no longer as fluid as before. The obsession in her eyes burned brighter than ever, but now it was mixed with the slightest strain, the faintest acknowledgement that she was being truly challenged. Emma and Isabella, poised and ready, waited for the next moment, giving Ira space to act. The air smelled of ozone, of scorched marble, of magic at its most dangerous. Alina laughed again, softer this time, almost a sigh. "Remember this, Ira, remember what it feels like to have power. You will need it. You will always need it." Chapter 259, The Breaking of Alina. The Trevor Estates hall was suffused with the lingering scent of scorched marble and ozone. Sparks still curled from broken chandeliers and shattered walls, a testament to the earlier duel. Alina Trevor stood in the center, disarmed in one hand but still unnervingly composed, her green eyes scanning Ira. There was a dangerous calm in her expression, a predatory serenity. Ira tightened her grip on her wand, her chest heaving. I won't kill you," she said finally, her voice strong yet tinged with hesitation. "It's not my right to kill you." Alina's head tilted slightly, as though studying a curiosity she couldn't quite comprehend. "Ah. I expected as much," she said softly. "You always hesitate, Ira. You will never cross the final line. And that will be your weakness." Ira's eyes didn't waver. She refused to respond. She wasn't going to kill her, not because she feared Alina, but because it wasn't her place. That was her aunt's right, her aunt's revenge, not hers. It wasn't her battle to settle, and she wouldn't overstep. Then, from behind her, a confident voice rang out, "It is my right to kill you." Isabella stepped forward, wand poised, eyes blazing with determination. "You killed my mother. You didn't end her swiftly, as a true wizard would, you made her suffer, you tortured her. I have every right to end your life here. Alina's head snapped to Isabella. For a fraction of a second, her cold eyes widened, not with fear, but with something that resembled betrayal. She sneered at Ira, a cruel smirk twisting her lips. "Look at you," she whispered, almost sing-song. "Even now, you hesitate. Your mercy, it will be your weakness. Remember this moment. One day, it will cost you everything." Isabella's hand trembled slightly on her wand, but her eyes never wavered from Alina. "This has nothing to do with her, it's my revenge of my mother. The only reason she didn't end you herself is because she refused to grant you that satisfaction. But I am the one who has the right to decide your fate," she spat, every word laced with fury and grief, her voice trembling yet unyielding. Alina's smirk shifted to a thin, cruel grin, and she turned fully to Isabella, her voice soft and cutting. "Ah, your mother. Such a fragile little thing. Begging, crying as she died. Renee Vauquelin fought bravely, I will admit that, but at the end, she was nothing. Weak. Helpless. And in her final moments." Her tone dropped to a whisper, almost taunting. She called for her while crying and begging. "Maria. Maria." Iris' chest tightened. Goosebumps crawled along her arms. Her hand trembled slightly as the name hit her like a blade, Maria. Her mother's name, her memory, a painful wound reopened by Alina's words. Alina's voice rose again, harsh and mocking. And when Renee Vauquelin's hand was cut off, do you know what she said? Do you want to hear her cries? "I'm sorry, my daughter. I'm coming for you. Maria. Maria." Isabella's fingers tightened around her wand. Her jaw flexed, knuckles whitening. A tremor ran through her hands, but she held her stance, furious and raw with grief. Alina's smirk widened, delighting in the effect. "Do you feel it? That knot in your chest, the memory you cannot undo. That is power. That is fear. That is control." Ira, standing behind Isabella, felt her own chest tighten further, heart clenching as the memory surfaced. But she kept her wand ready, refusing to let Alina's psychological attacks shake her focus. Alina's eyes flicked between them, sharp, calculating. "Do you know what is the most amusing?" she whispered, leaning slightly toward Isabella. "Your future, all that potential you have. Your entire life could be destroyed by killing me. By striking down a woman like me, the head of a pure-blood family, in France, without trial. Do you understand? The ministry will come down on you. Your career, everything you've worked for, stained, ruined, obliterated." Isabella's breath hitched, but she stood unyielding, her eyes blazing. Her voice sliced through the hall, sharp and merciless. "I don't care about being the minister or whatever. Titles mean nothing. This is about my revenge, and nothing else will satisfy me." With a swift, fluid movement, Isabella swung her wand. Alina's hand was severed at the wrist in a flash of silver light. Blood hissed and spattered across the marble floor, but Alina did not flinch. She stared at her missing hand, still smiling, eyes glinting with manic amusement. "I see, you are prepared to sacrifice everything for this revenge," she murmured, almost gleeful. Yes, indeed." From her pocket, she drew the small ring she had once used on the Normandy beach, intending to teleport and escape. But Emma was faster. The spell shot from her wand in a streak of blue lightning, severing Alina's other hand before she could even touch the ring. Sparks flew. Alina's gasp was mingled with laughter. "Well," she said, her voice shaking with exhilaration, "it seems you were ready this time." Emma's eyes narrowed. She turned to Isabella. "Finish her. There's no time to waste. The ministry will descend on this place soon, and leaving her alive, even in this state, is a risk." Isabella nodded, her wand already alight. Alina's gaze shifted toward Ira, still smiling with unbroken arrogance, even as blood trickled down her forearms. She did not blink. The first cutting charm struck. Silver light tore across Alina's torso, slicing halfway through her body. She laughed, the sound chilling, echoed against the walls. She sagged slightly, then fell to the floor, still alive for the briefest moment, her laughter echoing like a curse through the marble hall. Emma's hand gripped Isabella's and Ira's firmly. "Now. Apparate. Move." In a flash of light, they vanished from the wreckage, leaving behind the mansion in absolute ruin. Flames hungrily devoured the shattered walls, smoke curled into the night sky, and the remains of Alina lay among the debris. The air was thick with the acrid scent of fire and destruction. From the distance, the chaotic roar of the Ministry of Magic reached them, shouts of alarm, the clatter of boots on broken stone, and the frantic cries of those discovering the horror left in Alina's wake. Emma pressed forward, guiding Isabella and Ira as they apparate repeatedly, putting space between themselves and the inferno behind them. Outside, snow began to fall silently, blanketing the landscape in stark contrast to the fiery chaos they had left behind. The mansion smoldered and crumbled, a testament to the destruction and madness that had reigned within. Yet, driven by urgency and instinct, Emma led them onward, away from the horrors, away from the flames, into the cold, dark night. Chapter 260, The Papers Bleed with Ink. The morning after Alina Trevor's death, Paris awoke not to the cry of birdsong, but to the rustling of newspapers pouring out of owls' claws. They dropped them onto doorsteps, cafes, markets, and ministry corridors, as though the entire magical world had been waiting for this very moment, the downfall of a house that had waged war with its every breath. The headlines were merciless. Lady Alina Trevor slain in midnight clash, was Vauquelin retribution involved, blared the front page of La Gazette Magique, the nation's most respected daily. The widow of Fire Falls, end of House Trevor, crowed Sorcière Hebdo, the gossip-heavy weekly that thrived on scandal. Vauquelin power play. Maximilian's shadow looms over Alina's end, suggested the politically sharp Le Courrier Enchanté. By noon, it seemed every witch and wizard in France had an opinion. In a small café off Rue de Sorcières, two elderly wizards bent their heads over steaming cups. "Mark my words, it was Maximilian," muttered one, his cane tapping irritably on the floor. "The Trevors burned half his holdings, slaughtered servants, left his family humiliated. You think a man like that sits quietly? Nonsense." He struck back. His companion sipped his coffee, lowering his voice. "But to kill Alina herself? Without trial? That's dangerous. If word spreads that old families are butchering each other in the streets, the ministry loses all authority. People will whisper of civil war. They already know about it when the Trevors killed René Vauquelin," the first replied grimly. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the Ministry of Magic in Paris, the gossip was sharper, deadlier than any curse. Clerks leaned against enchanted filing cabinets, whispering. Aurors gathered in groups near fireplaces, muttering. No one spoke loudly, but no one spoke of anything else. "I heard she was cut down in her own manner." "No, no, in the forest outside Versailles." "Ridiculous, a duel in the open." "It must have been an ambush." "And who ordered it?" "Come on, who else?" "Maximilian Vauquelin. He's been itching for vengeance since his mother was murdered. Everyone knows it. And yet, what of the minister?" At that name, Isabella Vauquelin, voices dropped to murmurs. Her absence loomed larger with every hour. She had not been seen in the ministry for days. Le Courrier Enchanté ran a biting editorial. "Where is our minister? While the streets are littered with ash and the most notorious feud of our generation claims yet another victim, Minister Isabella Vauquelin is absent. The council has met twice in her absence. Urgent questions regarding security, trade, and international diplomacy go unanswered. Has she abdicated her duties to wage a private war? A minister must stand for France, not hide for her house." The article spread like fiend fire through the wizarding world, clipped out and pinned to notice boards, copied and reprinted by smaller journals, debated over dinner tables. La Gazette Magique was more cautious but no less damning. Alina Trevor's death, while welcomed by those who feared her ruthless grip on her house, raises troubling questions. Was this the result of ministry-sanctioned justice, or a lawless vendetta? If the latter, then France must reckon with the truth. Our noble houses now act as executioners, and the ministry stands idle. Minister Vauquelin's silence is deafening. Her absence undermines confidence at a moment when stability is fragile. France cannot afford a minister who disappears at the hour of crisis. Even across the channel, the British press took note. The Daily Prophet carried a half-page column on the fall of Lady Trevor, reminding its readers that Isabella was once a beacon of French strength at international gatherings. Now, it suggested, her name was stained with blood and suspicion. American wizarding outlets were more blunt. The Salem Sentinel ran the headline, "France descends into feud, Minister Vauquelin missing in action." In Paris, the rumors grew uglier. "Isabella hides because she ordered it herself," said a shopkeeper in Montmartre, serving customers distracted by the headlines. "She wanted her rival gone, and now she's ashamed to show her face." "No," countered a customer, "it's Maximilian. The duel, the murder, it's his work, and she can't admit it without condemning her own blood. Either way, she's weak. France cannot be led by a woman who vanishes when fire burns brightest." That night, the weeklies came out, fanning the flames higher. Sorcière Hebdo printed a lurid two-page spread, a drawing of Alina's face, eyes hollow, framed with the headline, "The Witch Who Would Not Die, Until She Did." The article was filled with speculation. Alina had been struck down in a secret Vauquelin duel. Alina had been ambushed by foreign agents. Alina had been betrayed from within her own house. One columnist went so far as to hint, without proof, that the White family of Britain might have played a role. It was reckless, but sensational enough to sell. Meanwhile, back in the ministry, pressure mounted. A senior counselor was overheard saying, "If Isabella does not return to her post within the week, we must demand an inquiry. France cannot wait while two families tear us apart." By the following morning, La Gazette sharpened its knives again. The minister in hiding. 2 council meetings missed. Days of silence. No official statement. Minister Vauquelin's absence is no longer a curiosity, it is a scandal. France deserves a leader who governs in daylight, not one who vanishes into the shadows of blood feuds. If the minister cannot separate her house from her office, then perhaps she cannot serve at all. The ink bled thick across the pages. Citizens whispered, families speculated, and rival houses sharpened their knives, not with spells, but with words, questions, accusations. In every corner of France, one truth became unavoidable: Alina Trevor was dead, and her death had not ended the war. It had only shifted the battlefield, from dueling grounds to headlines, from curses to editorials, from bloodshed to politics. And in that war of words, Isabella Vauquelin was losing ground with every passing hour of silence. Chapter 261, The Pact of Shadows. The Trevor Manor, once draped in the proud banners of Alina's dominion, lay quiet under a thin veil of moonlight. The echoes of morning still clung to its halls, lamps burned low, servants whispered behind doors, and portraits seemed to watch with accusing eyes. Outside, carriages had long since departed after the funeral rites, leaving behind the silence of absence. But not everyone in the manor was grieving. Inside the private drawing room, Maximilian Vauquelin stood by the fire, its glow painting the sharp angles of his face in restless light. A glass of brandy swirled in his hand, but he hadn't touched it. His gaze was fixed on the flames as if he were reading strategy in their dance. The fire's warmth did nothing to soften him, it only seemed to sharpen his focus. Behind him, Sophie Trevor entered barefoot, her silk nightrobe brushing against the carpet. Her blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders, undone from the funeral's restraint, her eyes catching the firelight with feline sharpness. Unlike the other mourners, her lips curved in a secret smile. "You haven't sat all night," she said softly, crossing the room toward him. "Even the dead sleep easier than you." Maximilian turned, finally drinking in her figure, then set the brandy aside. "There is no time for sleep," he replied, voice low and heavy. "Not when the world is already shifting beneath our feet." Sophie moved closer until her hand rested on his chest. "You mean now that my dear mother Alina is dead," she whispered. Her words carried no grief, only a strange satisfaction. Maximilian's eyes glinted. "Exactly that. Her death has left a vacuum, Sophie. One your cousins will claw over like starving wolves. They will bicker, posture, and spill each other's blood if left unchecked. But you," he took her hand, pressing it against his heart, "you can be the one to seize it. This is your chance to lead the Trevor family just like we planned." Her lips parted in a quiet laugh, smooth as velvet. "To think, after all these years of being pushed aside, looked at as nothing more than a pretty ornament, I will finally hold their leash. It almost feels like a dream." Maximilian drew her into his arms, his lips brushing her temple. "Not a dream. A destiny. And I will make sure no one robs you of it. If any cousin of yours dares to move against you, if any uncle or aunt whispers that you are unfit, I will end them before their words take root. Quietly, decisively. Assassination, if need be." Sophie tilted her head back, eyes gleaming like cold sapphires. "Assassination," she repeated, tasting the word. A smile stretched across her lips. "How deliciously final. To think, Maximilian, you would stain your hands for me." He kissed her then, deep and certain, pulling her tight against him. When their lips parted, he whispered into her ear, "For us. Not for you alone. Because when you sit upon the throne of the Trevor family, and I strengthen the Vauquelin name, it will not be 2 houses, it will be 1. Bound by us. Ruled by us." Sophie's nails grazed his jaw as she smiled, wicked and radiant. "The greatest family in all of Europe." Maximilian nodded, his voice a vow. "The greatest family in the world." They stood there a moment, bodies pressed close, until Sophie pulled back slightly, her gaze sharp with thought. "But surely, love, you know power never lies unchallenged. Who will dare stand in our way?" Maximilian's expression darkened. He returned to the fire, staring into it as though it whispered truths only he could hear. "One name, one shadow looms over everything we are about to build. My sister. Isabella." Sophie stilled, watching him. Isabella Vauquelin. She tasted the name like poison on her tongue. She is clever, ambitious. And a minister, no less. But she has not shown her face these last days. She hides from her duty while Paris talks of her absence. "Yes," Maximilian murmured, "and yet she is not weak. Do not mistake her silence for surrender. My sister has long prepared herself for the game of power. She carries the Vauquelin name with calculation, and unlike Alina, she knows when to strike and when to wait. She is not a flame that burns brightly and dies, she is ice, patient and merciless." Sophie's lips curved in a slow smirk. "Then shall we kill her, my darling? Strike first, strike clean, and leave no rival to haunt us." He turned sharply, his eyes flashing. "No." Her brows arched in surprise. No. Maximilian stepped closer, lowering his voice as though walls might eavesdrop. Killing Isabella would be foolish. It would fracture the Vauquelin name, split it between sympathizers and opportunists. It would reek of desperation. No. Isabella must be contained, neutralized by means other than death. I will break her influence, strip her authority, make her irrelevant in her own authority. And when she realizes her throne is gone, her power stolen, she will beg for our mercy. She is very close to the White family, so that's the extent of what I can do to her. Sophie's laugh rang like a crystal bell in the dim chamber. You are crueler than I thought. Cruelty is a kindness when it builds empires, Maximilian said evenly. Silence lingered, only the fire crackling between their words. Finally, Sophie tilted her head, her smile fading into a calculating line. And what of Ira White? At that name, Maximilian paused. The White family was not one to ignore. Ira herself, still young, yet had managed to twist the politics of France in ways no one predicted. She is clever, Sophie pressed, cleverer than her age suggests. She is loved by the purebloods, feared by the ministry, and she carries her grandfather's legacy like a banner. Do not dismiss her. Maximilian shook his head slowly. I do not dismiss her. But she is not yet close enough to strike at us. The White family remains an island, distant and untouchable. Their influence stretches, yes, but it does not root itself here, not yet. When we have cemented both Trevor and Vauquelin under our hands, then, and only then, will we decide how to deal with her. For now, she is beyond reach. Sophie studied him, then gave a feline smile. You speak as if she is nothing. But I have seen the way people speak her name. She may be distant, but her shadow lengthens quickly. Maximilian crossed the space between them, cupping her face in his hand. Do not worry, my love. When the time comes, I will crush her shadow too. For now, our focus is here. France trembles. The families are uncertain. And in uncertainty, we thrive. Sophie leaned into his palm, eyes glittering. Yes. France is ours to claim. Maximilian said with an amused smile, I'd better get going. If your family catches me here, it could ruin our plans. A Vauquelin in the house of Trevor on the night of the funeral, with their daughter. That would be quite the scandal. Sophie placed her hand on his dick, her voice low and urgent. I don't care about the scandal. I want you tonight, Maximilian. Make me forget everything, make me scream. Let's celebrate her death together, just you and me. No one else needs to know. Come on. Maximilian grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. You really can't hold back when you're this wet, can you? All right, Sophie, let me give you the most unforgettable night of your life. They kissed again, fierce and hungry, sealing their bodies while helping each other to undress themselves in the quiet night. The fire roared, casting their shadows high against the wall, two figures merging into one, stretching long, dark, and inevitable. Chapter 262, The Minister's Resignation. The echo of footsteps carried through the marble corridor of the French Ministry of Magic, each step sharp and deliberate, like a drumbeat heralding the inevitable. The chandeliers overhead bathed the grand hallway in a cold golden glow, glinting off the polished floors and the gilded crests of the old wizarding families etched into the walls. Isabella Vauquelin walked at the center, her bearing calm but solemn. To her left, Emma Bloom matched her pace, her sharp eyes sweeping the hall with a strategist's caution. To her right, Ira kept stride, the younger girl's green gaze fixed forward, her expression betraying neither fear nor surprise. The air was heavy, thick with expectation. Rumors had already spread like wildfire across France and beyond. Isabella, Minister for Magic of France, missing from public sight for over a week. Her absence had stirred criticism, speculation, and conspiracy alike. Now, she would return, but not as the minister they remembered. As they approached the wide doors of the auditorium, a ministry clerk, a thin, nervous wizard in green robes, hurried to intercept them. He bowed quickly before Isabella. Madame Vauquelin, he said, his voice rushed. The minister, he corrected himself mid-sentence, realizing that within moments she would no longer bear that title. The entire press corps, the department heads, and even your administration are gathered inside. They await your presence. Isabella inclined her head, composed as ever. Yes. I will be going. The clerk hesitated as if to speak further, but something in Emma's steady, assessing gaze silenced him. He bowed again and scurried off. Isabella continued, but suddenly Emma's hand shot out, her fingers closing gently but firmly around Isabella's wrist. Wait. Isabella stopped and turned. Emma's eyes searched hers, the tension in her grip betraying what words did not. Are you certain you want to do this? Emma asked quietly. Her voice, though soft, carried weight, steel beneath velvet. Once you speak the words, there's no turning back. Power surrendered is rarely regained. For the first time in days, Isabella's composure cracked, not with hesitation, but with something warmer, gentler. A smile curved her lips, and she reached her free hand to cover Emma's. Yes, Isabella said, her voice low but unwavering. I am sure. More than sure. I have carried the weight of this office, the burden of family, the shadow of loss, long enough. It is enough for me now. I want only quiet. To live the rest of my days in peace, and to be with those I love. Her gaze lingered on Emma's eyes, then flickered briefly toward Ira, standing silent and watchful. The message was unmistakable, Emma was not the only one she meant. Emma's grip loosened, though her expression remained unreadable. She inclined her head slightly, conceding. Then I will stand by you, she said. Always, Isabella returned softly. With that, the three women advanced. The double doors to the auditorium opened with a low groan, spilling bright light and the roar of voices into the hall. The room beyond was vast, its ceiling enchanted to mirror the shifting skies of Paris outside, gray clouds rolling over the vaulted expanse. Every seat was filled, ministry officials in crisp robes, department heads seated like judges, and at the center, rows upon rows of journalists, their quills poised above enchanted parchment, eager to catch every syllable. A hush fell as Isabella entered. She moved to the podium at the center stage, her long black robes trailing, her posture regal, the image of a woman in control even as she prepared to relinquish it. Behind her, Emma and Ira took their places, standing like twin shadows, supporters, guardians, and witnesses. The murmurs began at once. Quills scratched. Flashing light burst from cameras. Madame Vauquelin, a journalist shouted almost immediately, raising his voice above the rest. Where have you been this past week? The nation demanded leadership, but you were nowhere to be found. Another voice cut in. Is it true your absence was due to mourning your mother, Renée Vauquelin? Tragic as it may be, do you not still hold responsibility as minister? The questions grew louder, harsher. Were you involved in the death of Alina Trevor? Or was Maximilian Vauquelin behind it? What ties did the ministry have? Do you still claim neutrality in the feud between Trevor and Vauquelin? The auditorium became a storm of accusation, each voice sharper than the last, until Isabella raised her hand. Enough. The single word, firm and resonant, silenced the chamber. She stood taller, scanning the sea of faces before her. For a moment, the only sound was the echo of quills hovering in the air, waiting. Yes, Isabella said slowly, I mourned. My mother's death struck me harder than any blow politics or war has dealt me. Renée Vauquelin was not merely my mother, she was a force, a guiding presence in my life. Her loss has hollowed me. These days of absence, they were days of reflection. Days of grief. Days of truth. She paused, her breath steady, her eyes sweeping across the crowd. And today, she continued, I have come to share that truth with you. The room leaned in. Effective immediately, I resign from the position of Minister for Magic of France. The words dropped like a thunderclap. Gasps erupted. The journalists shouted all at once, voices colliding in disbelief. Department heads who had long awaited her downfall sat stunned, their satisfaction drowned by sheer shock. Even Emma, prepared as she was, felt the weight of that moment. Isabella let the uproar surge and crash against her, unmoved. When she lifted her hand again, the noise broke, silence grudgingly restored. I have given my years, my strength, and my heart to this ministry, Isabella said, her voice resonant. But I will no longer give my peace, my soul, or my life to it. Politics has consumed enough of me. From this day, I choose a quieter path. A life removed from power, from endless conflict. I have severed my ties with the Vauquelin name, with its endless wars. I wish only for stillness now. A reporter near the front, his hat tilted low, raised his quill. Madam, what will you do now? Without office, without family, what remains? Isabella smiled. Slowly, she turned her head, looking not at the crowd but at the girl standing behind her. My future, she said clearly, is in service not to this ministry, nor to the Vauquelin name, but to my niece, Ira White, and to the White family. From this day forward, I will devote myself to aiding her, and her house. The reaction was instantaneous. Shock rippled through the hall, sharp as lightning. The name White hung in the air, unfamiliar to some, but to the keen-eyed rivals and journalists, it was a revelation. A rival official, pale and stiff, whispered furiously to his neighbor. A journalist nearly dropped his quill. Another shouted over the din. House White. You would abandon France for them. Do you pledge your allegiance to a foreign family? Is this political maneuvering or a betrayal? Questions fired like arrows, but Isabella did not flinch. She stood composed, her decision already carved in stone. Call it what you will, she said. Betrayal, surrender, or choice. I call it freedom. And I call it loyalty, to blood, to the ones who will shape the future, not cling to the ashes of the past. Her voice rang through the chamber. Behind her, Ira felt dozens of eyes burn into her, a mix of curiosity, fear, and calculation. She stood tall, calm, her face unreadable. Emma beside her allowed the faintest smirk to touch her lips. Chapter 263, The Reactions. The wizarding world was never silent for long, but in Britain the morning owls of the Daily Prophet, the Wizarding Times, and several smaller publications carried news so extraordinary that even the ordinary witches and wizards in Diagon Alley were left stunned. Isabella Vauquelin resigns, joins House White. Daily Prophet, front page headline. In an unprecedented political maneuver, Isabella Vauquelin, former French Minister for Magic, has officially withdrawn from her duties in Paris. Sources now confirm she has formally pledged herself to the White family of Britain, a move which has sent shockwaves across the continent. Vauquelin, 37, led France's ministry through turbulent years of factional blood feuds, economic decline, and scandals involving the Trevor and her own extended family. Her abrupt disappearance from French politics had already drawn criticism, yet few expected that her re-emergence would be tied to one of Britain's most enigmatic pure-blood dynasties. The paper did not stop there. Beneath the bold print, entire columns of speculation poured forth. Voices of dissent. Within hours of the Prophet's morning release, public debate ignited. Not everyone welcomed Isabella's entry into House White. Letter to the editor, Augustus Shacklebolt, former Wisingamot clerk. The White family is ancient, powerful, and thoroughly British. It is not acceptable for a Frenchwoman, however accomplished, to be foisted into our pure-blood structure by marriage, adoption, or alliance. If the Whites wish to preserve their honor, they must reject Isabella Vauquelin. Otherwise, they risk becoming foreigners within their own land. This sentiment, though harsh, resonated with more traditional voices. The Pure-Blood Herald, a smaller but influential weekly supported by families such as the Selwyns and Averys, ran with the headline. A French minister in a British seat. The danger of foreign blood in our institutions. In its editorial, it accused House White of attempting to build an empire greater than Britain itself, and warned that if Isabella were not rejected, it would set precedent for foreign political actors to seize positions of influence in our noble houses. Praise for a masterstroke. Yet dissent was far from universal. In the Wizarding Times, columnist Miriam Blott praised the White family's move. With Isabella Vauquelin at their side, the Whites now possess an asset unmatched in experience, trade, and diplomacy. It is no exaggeration to say that the White family has ascended into a league beyond comparison. A single family holding both the economic supremacy of House White and the statesmanship of a former minister of magic is not only formidable, it is untouchable. Blott's analysis was echoed by other leading voices. Erasmus Goldstein, a historian of European magical law, told the Daily Prophet in an interview. Vauquelin has long been regarded as one of the most skilled negotiators in Europe. To lose her is a catastrophe for France. For Britain, however, it is a windfall. She will bring decades of political capital, economic foresight, and international connections. The Whites are no longer merely one of Europe's old families, they are the family upon which the continents will turn its eyes. The international shock. News did not stop at the Channel. French newspapers, already awash with coverage of Alina Trevor's assassination and the subsequent blame thrown at the Vauquelins, exploded with indignation. Vauquelin betrays France. Le Journal Magique. While blood feuds consume our nation, while our children are buried and our homes burned, Isabella Vauquelin chooses not to stand with France, but to abandon it. Her loyalty is not to our people, but to her ambition. We cannot call her French any longer. Other publications were more resigned. Le Sorcier quotidien wrote. Perhaps Isabella saw what all of us feared, that France is in decline. By joining House White, she ensures that her talents are not wasted in the ashes of our feuds. Still, we must ask, what does this mean for France, when even our most capable leaders abandon us for Britain? The Whites themselves issued no statement, but other houses did not stay quiet. Lucius Malfoy, speaking through a carefully worded letter to the Prophet, remarked. While House Malfoy does not involve itself in the private alliances of other noble families, we caution that the integrity of British houses must remain pure. Britain is not a market to be bought, nor a stage to be occupied by foreigners. That said, one cannot deny the strategic foresight of House White. Isabella Vauquelin's experience will undoubtedly strengthen them. Meanwhile, Lord Knott, head of the Knott family, was far less reserved. At a private gathering recorded by the Evening Prophet, he allegedly said, "Mark my words, the Whites have outplayed us all. With Vauquelin, they control politics in France by proxy, and now Britain will follow. Anyone who opposes them risks ruin." The wizarding populace itself was divided. In Diagon Alley, witches were overheard debating furiously. One shopkeeper told the Prophet, "She shouldn't be here. French politics are French politics. Why meddle in ours?" But another customer interjected, "Don't be a fool. With her, the Whites will bring stability. I'd rather have her on our side than see her working for the French or worse, the Americans." In Hogsmeade, the Wizard's Voice, a more populist tabloid, carried a biting cartoon of Isabella dressed as a queen, sitting beside the white family crest, while French wizards wept in the background. The caption read, "She left France to rule Britain." The Daily Prophet ran an extended Sunday editorial featuring commentary from respected scholars and politicians. Professor Elidora Marchbanks, Wisingamot Elder, commented, "Isabella Vauquelin's decision is unprecedented. Never before has a former minister of magic of another nation formally allied themselves to a British house. This raises questions not only of allegiance but of sovereignty. Is she bound to Britain's laws? To France's? Or to the white family above all?" Cuthbert Mockridge, head of the Goblin Liaison Office, spoke more pragmatically. "If Isabella brings her knowledge of continental trade, House White may expand its control over magical finance in ways that leave Gringotts itself cornered. That is no small matter. The untouchable house." As the debate raged, one sentiment grew stronger: House White had become untouchable. The London Magical Gazette summed it up in a headline. "With Isabella Vauquelin, House White cannot be challenged." Its lead article argued, "No British family can rival the Whites in wealth. Now, with Isabella, they surpass them in political capital as well. Imagine a family that can negotiate with the French ministry, dictate terms to Gringotts, and sway the Wisingamot with equal ease. That is the White family of today." Even families who had once held grudges were now cautious. A member of the Shafiq family, speaking anonymously, told the paper, "Best to stay on their good side. With Isabella's arrival, House White can make or unmake reputations overnight." But unease lingered. A controversial opinion piece in the Wizarding Times warned, "What happens when a single family grows so powerful that even ministries hesitate to cross them? Isabella Vauquelin's move is not just about prestige. It is about control. The Whites are no longer content with Europe, they now stretch their influence across to other continents. And history teaches us that such ambition rarely ends peacefully. A house above nations." By the week's end, nearly every publication in Britain and France carried Isabella's face. Her silence only fueled the fire. Some demanded she explain herself. Others begged her to guide Britain into an era of prosperity. The rest muttered about conspiracies and betrayal. But one truth was clear: the White family had risen above nations themselves. As Wizarding historian Erasmus Goldstein concluded in his essay, published in the Sunday Prophet, with Isabella Vauquelin at their side, the Whites are not merely a family. They are an institution, a power block above nations, immune to scandal, immune to attack. Those who oppose them will find themselves fighting shadows, while those who support them may find themselves in the service of something far greater than Britain alone. Chapter 264, Back to School. The 10th of January marked the first day back after the Christmas holidays, and Bowsbatons was alive with renewed energy. In the Grand Star Hall, laughter echoed off the enchanted ceiling as students crowded their house tables, exchanging stories of snowy adventures, family gatherings, and mischief pulled over the break. At the Amberloon table, Ira sat beside Fleur Delacour. The warmth of the hall seemed to carry into their conversation, which drifted from schoolwork to matters more personal. "So," Fleur began, tilting her head slightly, her silvery hair catching the enchanted starlight above. "I heard your aunt is now living with you after resigning from her position, right? Is that true?" Ira's lips curved into a soft smile. "Yes. She needed an excuse to resign from the ministry, so now she's free of all that pressure. Honestly, she's happier than I've ever seen her. These days she spends most of her time with Emma, helping her manage the White family affairs." Fleur leaned closer, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "I have noticed them together often. Very close. It almost seems." She paused, a playful smile tugging at her mouth, "as though they have feelings for each other, right?" Ira chuckled quietly. "They do. Anyone could see it. The way they look at each other, the way they talk, it's like they're already in love, though neither has said it out loud. The air between them is thick with it. Romantic tension. And you are fine with that?" Fleur asked, her tone casual, though her gaze sharpened with interest. "Two women together, it doesn't strike you as unusual. Especially since one of them is your aunt, and the other your assistant." "Oh no," Ira replied at once, her voice warm and unbothered. "I think it's wonderful. Honestly, I'm relieved. I'd be uncomfortable if they were with men. Just imagining them bringing boyfriends home, Merlin, the thought makes me shudder." Fleur's brows lifted in amusement. "Ira, you don't hate men, do you? That could become toxic if taken too far." Ira shook her head gently. "No, I don't hate them. But I haven't had good experiences with men, except for my grandfather. Most I've met either tried to use me for my family name or wanted me gone. It's hard to trust after that." Her words hung in the air for a moment, soft but firm. Fleur studied her carefully, then arched a brow. "And what about Marin? He is a boy, soon to be a man. Yet you are close with him. Why make an exception?" Ira hesitated, then smiled faintly. Marin is different. Fleur gave a small laugh, almost incredulous. Different. He flirts with every girl in sight. He has a new one on his arm each week. If anything, he is the very type you claim to avoid. Yet you defend him. How curious. At first, I didn't want to befriend him, Ira admitted. But then I thought, why not? If I want to understand men, and before making outright assumptions or judgment, I need to experience friendship with them firsthand. Through Marin, I hope to see them for what they are, not just what I feared or experienced till now. And despite his flaws, he has a good heart. Innocent, in his own way. He is a true friend to me. Fleur tilted her head, still unconvinced. So you did befriend him merely for experience then? No, Ira said softly. I wanted a friend. And I still consider him one. Just, don't paint me as some man-hating girl, Fleur. I only speak from what I've known. My grandfather was the only man who ever treated me with love, and even he left me too soon for me to know more about him or men. Marin is all I have now. That's why I said I'd be uneasy if Emma or Aunt Isabella brought strange men into the family. It would unsettle me. Silence lingered between them for a heartbeat. Then Fleur reached out, her hand warm against Ira's cheek. Her voice softened. I don't think you hate men. I was only worried that if such thoughts ever grew too strong, they might hurt you. That is all. Ira's eyes gentled. If I ever wander down that path, I know you'll be there to correct me. Won't you? Fleur's lips curved into a promise. Always. Their gazes locked. For Ira, the moment felt strange, unfamiliar, a warmth she couldn't name. For Fleur, it burned deeper and sharper. Obsession cloaked her thoughts like a shadow. A sweet smile blossomed on Fleur's face. I'm glad, then, that you don't oppose such love between two women. It means much to me. Ira smiled back, her voice sincere. Of course I don't. Love is love. Who am I to oppose it? Fleur's thoughts quickened, her heart racing. Good. Then it's good. She doesn't despise it. She doesn't fear it. The realization lit a fire in her chest, wild and possessive. Her eyes lingered on Ira with a hunger she carefully masked behind her smile. Now that I know, I can't wait much longer. Soon, I'll tell her. Soon, she'll be mine. Forever. And as she sat there beside Ira in the Star Hall, Fleur's gaze burned with an obsession no one else could see. Now, after Fleur's last whispered promise, a statement, silence had fallen between them, soft but heavy. Fleur's hand lingered on Ira's cheek, thumb brushing ever so slightly against her pale skin. The touch was warm, lingering longer than propriety would have allowed, but Ira didn't pull away. She only tilted her head, puzzled, as though uncertain what to make of this sudden tenderness. Ira's smile was gentle and unbothered. Fleur's gaze, however, was anything but. She was looking at her as if she could drink her whole soul through her eyes. A sharp voice from the papillinless table cut across the tension. Fleur. Are you going to keep staring at her all night? It was a blonde girl from Fleur's year, tossing her hair with practiced disdain. Her words were playful, but her smirk made it clear she'd noticed Fleur's focus. Fleur didn't even glance away from Ira as she answered. Better than wasting my eyes on things that don't shine. A chorus of oaths rose from papillinless, but Fleur ignored them entirely. Her hand withdrew at last, slow as a spell unweaving, and she turned back to her plate with an air of composure. Ira blinked, cheeks faintly flushed. She wasn't entirely sure what had just happened, only that Fleur's presence had once again wrapped around her like sunlight and fire both. Chapter 265, The New Minister's Words. The soft glow of enchanted lanterns cast golden light across the Amberloon dormitory. Outside, January winds rattled faintly against the frosted windows, but within the stone chamber, all was still. Most of the girls were still downstairs, laughing and talking in the common room. Ira had excused herself early, her arms carrying a folded copy of La Gazette Magique de France. She sat at her desk, pulling her thick blanket around her shoulders, and smoothed the crisp parchment. The black headline sprawled across the page, bold and commanding. Un nouveau ministre pour un France magique. Her eyes darted to the article below, curiosity sharpening her expression. After weeks of deliberation and fierce competition among candidates, the French wizarding government has formally announced the appointment of Monsieur Lucien Belrose as the new Minister of Magic. Belrose, known for his uncompromising stance on law and reform, addressed the press this morning in Paris, outlining his priorities and vision for France's magical community. Ira tilted her head. She remembered the rumors in the halls, different names tossed about, families campaigning, elders arguing. Now, at last, there was an answer. She continued reading, her eyes catching on the printed speech transcribed word for word. My first duty, said Belrose, standing at the steps of the ministry, is to restore integrity. Too many years have passed with complacency, with unchecked power, with contracts signed in shadows and alliances formed with little regard for the magical public. I will open every ledger, examine every deal, and investigate the legacy of my predecessor without fear or favor. Ira leaned back in her chair, her brows lifting. He's not afraid to dig into the past. That alone was bold. Few in the ministry dared to call into question what their predecessors had left behind. The article pressed on, inked with his next declaration. I will also turn my eye toward the ongoing bloodshed between the Vauquelin and Trevor families. Too many lives have been lost. Shops burned, servants slain, entire households shaken by grief. This feud has bled into the very fabric of France's magical society, leaving ordinary witches and wizards to live in fear. That ends under my watch. Ira's fingers paused on the parchment, a faint smile curling her lips as the words amused her more than she'd anticipated. She knew the feud intimately, she was the one who had ignited its spark. All to protect the White family's assets in France, she had unwittingly drawn the nation into a web of conflicts. Using Maximilian Vauquelin and the Trevor family as a distraction, she had solidified her power in both France and Britain. But the cost was steep. For her ambition, she had lost Lolly, her grandmother, though their bond had never been close. She sighed and reading on. I will initiate a full inquiry into the origins of this war and hold accountable those responsible for fueling it. No name, no family, no bloodline will stand above justice. France must heal. If reconciliation between the two houses cannot be brokered by diplomacy, then the ministry will intervene to impose order. I will not allow our nation to crumble under the pride and vengeance of two ancient families. The speech, though clipped, carried force. Each line seemed written to strike not only fear but also reassurance, fear in the pure-blood lords who thought themselves untouchable, and reassurance in the ordinary families who longed for peace. Ira exhaled slowly and closed the paper halfway, resting it against her knees. She could almost picture the men, Lucy and Belrose, stern-faced, with sharp words and sharper intent. He was not speaking as a mediator, but as a commander drawing lines in the sand. For the first time in months, the ministry seemed less like a fractured body and more like a power poised to act. But still, Ira knew how prideful families could be. Would Maximilian Vauquelin bow to a minister's will? Would Trevor family accept anything less than vengeance? The blood spilled already weighed too heavily for either side to let go easily. Her gaze drifted back to the last column of the article. Let it be known, Belrose had concluded, that France's magical government no longer bends to whispers of blood or lineage. We will bend only to justice. To those who value peace, I extend my hand. To those who value war, I extend the law. Ira let the paper fall to her desk, the headline staring back at her once more. She drew her blanket closer, her thoughts settled. Ira's thoughts churned as she considered the new French Minister of Magic, a man who seemed poised to quell the feud, or perhaps it was all a calculated bluff to bolster his own position and curry favor with the French wizarding community. Politicians, whether Muggle or wizard, were cut from the same cloth, always seizing any opportunity to whitewash their image or dangle false hope before their people. Yet a quiet instinct whispered to her that the noble wizarding families of France would never be swayed by such posturing. Their power was too entrenched, their influence too vast, for them to allow anyone to undermine their authority. This minister, she reasoned, must be one of their own, a carefully chosen figurehead backed by their support. Without the blessing of those elite families, he could never have risen to lead the French Ministry of Magic. The question now loomed, what would Maximilian do in response? Chapter 266, The Art of Transmutation. The smell of warm brass and old parchment hung heavy in the air as Ira entered the alchemy classroom. Unlike the airy, light-filled chambers of other Bosbaden subjects, this room sat deep underground, carved from the earth itself. Lanterns of wrought iron burned steadily along the walls, their flames reflecting off the polished copper pipes that ran like veins through the stone. Each student's desk bore a fitted set of scales, a small glass retort, and a squat brass crucible darkened by countless experiments. The air carried hints of brimstone, salt, and herbs, remnants of the morning's lessons. Ira slipped into her seat quietly near the middle row. She preferred it there, not too far to miss detail, not too close to draw attention. Around her, other Amberloon students filed in, their voices hushed. Unlike charms or transfiguration, there was little chatter before alchemy. The subject demanded silence, patience, and respect. At the front stood Professor Alaric Vilmont. His tall frame was straight as a blade, silver hair pulled back to reveal a face lined with age but not weakness. His eyes, icy blue and sharp as polished steel, swept the room. His robes were dark, nearly black, but trimmed with a subtle indigo sheen that glimmered when the lantern light struck it. When the last student had taken their place, the professor clasped his hands behind his back. Alchemy, he began, his voice smooth but commanding, is not merely the pursuit of gold, nor the foolish tales of endless life. It is the oldest magical discipline known to wizardkind, older than herbology, older even than arithmancy. At its heart lies a simple yet eternal question, can matter itself be perfected? His words sank into the stillness. Every quill hovered, waiting. Perhaps you have heard of its greatest symbol, Vilmont continued, beginning to pace slowly, the philosopher's stone. But the stone is only one fruit upon a vast and ancient tree. He lifted his wand and with a subtle motion conjured pale chalk lines across the blackboard, an intricate circle inscribed with triangles, circles, and archaic runes. Consider first Paracelsus, a 16th-century alchemist of Switzerland. He spoke often of the alkest, the so-called universal solvent. A liquid so perfect it could dissolve any substance, no matter how hard, enchanted, or precious. Metal, stone, even gold itself. Yet here lies the paradox: how can a liquid that dissolves all be stored at all? In what vessel might it rest? The chalk circle filled itself with symbols of water and fire, merging and unraveling. Paracelsus answered in riddle, that which dissolves all things may itself dwell only in that which is nothing. To this day, no one has claimed to produce such a solvent. If they did, it has not survived. The silence that followed was tense, thoughtful. One Belfoul boy shifted uncomfortably, clearly unnerved by the idea of such power. Vilmont allowed the pause before flicking his wand again. The board erased itself, then drew the outline of a goblet filled with glowing liquid. The elixir of life, he said, and the room seemed to lean forward unconsciously. A distillation said to flow from the philosopher's stone itself. Sir Nicholas Flamel, whose name you all know, extended his life by 6 centuries with this elixir. Yet it was more than longevity. Texts describe clarity of mind, strength of body, and renewal of youth. Some even speak of it undoing curses. He turned back to face the students, his eyes flashing. And yet, where is it now? Gone. The stone destroyed. No recipe remains, if indeed one ever did. Such is the fate of every so-called eternal gift in alchemy, it slips through history like water through the hands. Ira kept her gaze fixed, her quill scratching steadily. She remembered hearing rumors from Hermione about the stone, destroyed only 2 years ago, Dumbledore's involvement, but here in France, it was spoken of with a reverence that felt older and heavier. Ira hesitated, then raised her hand. Professor Vilmont, may I ask something? Could alchemy be used to make a woman pregnant, without the involvement of a man? The room fell into a hush at the unexpected question. Professor Vilmont blinked, then gave a small sigh, folding his hands behind his back. An ambitious and rather sensitive question, Mademoiselle White, he said, his tone gentle but firm. In truth, many centuries ago, a handful of alchemists, most of them women, did attempt precisely that. They sought to bypass natural conception and use alchemy to create life. But every attempt ended in failure. The children were either stillborn, grievously malformed, or did not survive long. He shook his head slowly. Alchemy, for all its wonders, cannot mimic the natural balance of creation. He paused, then lowered his voice slightly, as if speaking only to her though the whole class still listened. There are rumors, however, that with certain advanced potions and rituals, such things might be possible, pregnancy without a man's seed. But it is dangerous, unproven, and, in my opinion, best left alone. These matters are far too delicate, and certainly not suitable for students of your age. He gave her a meaningful look, and with that, he moved the lecture forward, as though closing the subject. Vilmont's wand drew again, this time the faint outline of a small, human-like shape curled within a vessel. The image made several students stir uneasily. Homunculi, the professor said quietly. The most dangerous branch of alchemy. The forging of life itself. Across centuries, alchemists have tried to create servants, soldiers, or companions in their image. Johann Conrad Dippel, Prague, 1586, claimed to have built a man from clay and mercury, given breath through alchemical fire. Within weeks, his workshop burned to ash, and he was never seen again. Did he succeed? Did his creation undo him? Or was it all fraud? The lanterns flickered, shadows stretching like long fingers across the walls. Remember this, alchemy tempts not only with wealth, but with power over life and death. It whispers, if gold may be born of lead, why not men of mud? But there are lines one does not cross without ruin. The weight of his words pressed on the students. Some scribbled notes feverishly, others simply stared, caught between fear and fascination. Vilmont allowed a long silence, then straightened once more. But not all is shadow. With a flick, he conjured a tray of vials onto his desk. They shimmered in shades of crimson, silver, and emerald. Here, basilisk venom, he said, lifting the red vial. The students inhaled sharply. One of the deadliest substances known to wizard kind. But through alchemy, stabilized with powdered moonstone, tempered with unicorn horn, it becomes the foundation for antidotes against lesser poisons. From death, life. From destruction, preservation. He replaced it and lifted another, silver bright. Goblin-forged silver. Resistant to rust, impervious to nearly all hexes. Goblins keep their secrets close, but wizard alchemists centuries ago experimented until they created alloys capable of strengthening enchantments. Without them, your very wands would not function as they do today. A ripple of whispers spread through the class. Some gasped softly, surprised. Ira felt her heart quicken. The idea that her wand, her constant companion, was born not only of magic but of ancient alchemy made her see it anew. Professor Vilmont set the vials down gently, his sharp gaze sweeping the room once more. Alchemy is patience, he said. Alchemy is humility. And above all, alchemy is balance. Every transformation demands a price. Lead into gold, poison into cure, ignorance into knowledge. Nothing is gained without loss. His words carried like a hammer against stone. For your assignment, he added, his tone brisk, you will each research one historical alchemist. Not only what they achieved, but what they sacrificed. Alchemy is not built on success alone, it is written in failure and in cost. Remember that. The faint chime of the dismissal bell echoed through the chamber. Students rose, chairs scraping, their conversations hushed but urgent, already gossiping about elixirs, poisons, and the promise of forbidden knowledge. Ira packed her parchment carefully, but her thoughts remained tangled in his lecture. Every transformation demands a price. Chapter 267, Another Valentine Day. The days of January slipped quietly into memory, and February unfolded in its place. Ira's weeks passed in familiar rhythm, classes, study sessions, long hours lost in the library with her nose buried in books. Life at Bosbaden's was steady and orderly but predictable. But one day in February was different. The air itself seemed softer, more vibrant, carrying with it a warmth that wasn't only from the sun. It was Valentine's Day, and the school brimmed with a peculiar energy. Hallways were alive with laughter and nervous confessions. Students exchanged love letters, poems were recited aloud in trembling voices, and bouquets of charmed flowers changed hands like precious treasures. The atmosphere was bright, tender, and brimming with affection. For two students, however, this day was more than a celebration of romance, it was tradition. Just as she had the year before, Fleur had brought Ira to their secret refuge, the Val Enchante, a hidden sanctuary at the very edge of the Bosbaden's grounds. Nestled between two sheer mountains, the place felt worlds away from the bustle of the castle. They sat together beside the waterfall, where the crisp air carried the soft roar of cascading water. Snow still crowned the mountaintops, a lingering reminder of winter's hold, but hints of spring whispered in the landscape, the faint thaw of ice, the tender green shoots pressing through the cold earth. The afternoon sun shone gently, taking the edge off the chill, wrapping the valley in a fragile warmth that made it possible to sit comfortably by the water's edge. They had come prepared. Fleur had insisted on bringing a mattress so they wouldn't have to sit directly on the cold ground, and now the two of them lounged comfortably by the waterfall, surrounded by a modest little picnic. A blanket of snacks and small dishes stretched between them, most of them carefully packed by Fleur herself. From her enchanted pouch, Fleur began pulling things out one by one. Voila, she said proudly, setting bottles and tins in neat rows. Mango-flavored drinks, mango-flavored biscuits, and even, she paused dramatically before unveiling a small round cake wrapped in a delicate paper box, a mango cake that Maman baked especially for you. I asked her myself. Ira blinked, cheeks flushing lightly as she accepted the cake box. Fleur, you shouldn't have troubled Madame Delacour just for me. How embarrassing, you know that makes me feel awkward. Fleur rolled her eyes, though a playful smile tugged at her lips. The things I do just to make you smile, she teased. Then, as though remembering something, her voice shifted, curious and mischievous. Anyway, I heard a little rumor from some of the students. Ira, sipping her mango drink, tilted her head. What rumor? Fleur leaned closer, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. That you asked Professor of Alchemy whether alchemy could make a woman pregnant without needing a man. Is that true? Ira nearly choked on her drink, eyes widening. How did that become gossip? Yes, I asked the professor, but honestly, why does it matter? Fleur laughed softly, watching her reaction with amused interest. Well, ma chère, it seems that because of your question, everyone is whispering that you like girls and are already trying to find a way to have children without involving a man. Ira set her drink down with a sharp little clink, frowning. Honestly. These useless students. Don't they have anything better to do than speculate about my opinions and my future? No wonder I keep getting strange looks, or worse, whispers, especially from the girls. They must have nothing else to occupy their time but creating ridiculous rumors. Fleur's eyes gleamed, the corners of her lips curving in a way that was half amused, half thoughtful. Is it so ridiculous, though? It was a rather peculiar question to ask. Ira cleared her throat, shifting uncomfortably under Fleur's gaze. I wasn't asking for myself. I was only thinking, if my aunt and Emma were to, well, if they were together, they might want to have a baby someday. I thought maybe alchemy could help. That's all. Fleur's expression softened, though her voice carried a teasing lilt as she pressed further. Really, that's all. Nothing to do with you, or your own plans for a future partner. Her eyes searched Ira's face with open curiosity, almost hope. But Ira avoided her gaze, staring instead at the waterfall where sunlight scattered like silver threads through the spray. That's all. No hidden meaning. I was only asking for my aunt and Emma. Nothing more. Silence stretched between them for a moment, broken only by the steady rush of water. Fleur's shoulders slumped ever so slightly, the brightness in her eyes dimming as she turned back toward the waterfall as well. Her lips pressed into a faint line of disappointment. For once, Fleur had no witty reply. Chapter 268, finally. The waterfall roared steadily before them, a curtain of silver tumbling into the pool below. They had been quiet for a long while, the silence carrying a weight that neither dared to disturb. Then, suddenly, Fleur spoke. I don't like it. Ira blinked and turned her head. What? What do you mean? Fleur's gaze was fixed on the water, but her voice was unwavering. I don't like it, she repeated. I've waited long enough to say that. Ira frowned in confusion, setting down her drink. You don't like what? Fleur finally turned toward her, and for once there was no teasing curve to her lips, no playful gleam in her eyes. Her expression was earnest, almost fierce. I don't like pretending. I don't like keeping it inside. I love you, Ira. The words landed like a spark in Ira's chest, freezing her in place. She stared at Fleur, wide-eyed. You, what? I love you too, of course. You're my closest friend, Fleur. Fleur shook her head, her voice urgent and fervent. No, that's not what I mean. I mean romantically, with every fiber of my being. I want to be with you forever. I want to feel you, to be loved by you, to have your hands explore every inch of me. I want to kiss you, to spend every night wrapped in your arms, to wake each morning by your side. I want you all to myself, to share an intimacy that goes beyond anything I've ever known. I don't want you as just a friend, I want a love deeper, more profound than any two people have ever shared. Ira's breath caught. Her thoughts scattered like startled birds, her heart racing. She could only whisper, Are you joking? Fleur, that's not funny. It's not good to joke about these things. Before Ira could protest more, Fleur leaned in and kissed her. The world seemed to collapse into that single, fleeting touch. At first, Ira froze. She had never been kissed before, never even imagined what it would feel like, and the sudden warmth of Fleur's lips against hers was like stepping into sunlight after standing too long in the cold. Her breath caught in her throat, chest tightening as if her heart had forgotten how to beat. Fleur's lips were soft, delicate, yet insistent. There was no hesitation in them, no question, only a certainty that made Ira's head spin. The faint sweetness of mango lingered there from the drink they had shared, mingling with Fleur's own warm breath, and the taste was dizzying, intoxicating in its simplicity. For an instant, all of Ira's senses sharpened painfully. She felt the faint press of Fleur's hand brushing against her sleeve, the soft cascade of Fleur's hair brushing her cheek, the scent of spring water and faint perfume in the air. Her body burned hot and cold at once, her skin tingling with a strange, trembling electricity. And then, nothing. Her thoughts, her questions, her careful composure, everything shattered into silence. Her mind went blank, as if Fleur's kiss had stolen the very ability to think. When Fleur finally pulled back, the loss of warmth was almost unbearable. Ira stared forward, lips still tingling, her entire body rigid and breathless. She couldn't bring herself to look at Fleur. The waterfall blurred before her eyes as her heart pounded so loudly she thought Fleur must surely hear it. See. Fleur whispered, her voice soft but triumphant. That was my first kiss. And I've just taken yours too. That's how serious I am. Ira's face flamed red as her hand brushed her lips, still tingling. She looked away toward the waterfall, unable to meet Fleur's gaze. Fleur tilted her head, watching her with a nervous smile. So, how is it? Tell me. What's your answer? Do you love me too? Do you want to be with me, or will you reject me? Ira swallowed hard, words caught in her throat. At last she managed, Are you sure? Do you really want this? Do you really want to be with me? With every fiber of my body and soul, I want you, Fleur replied, her voice steady and without a trace of hesitation. Ira's voice grew lower, trembling but intense. Because I'm not an easy person to love. I'm possessive. I don't want something fleeting. I don't want a love that lasts for a year, or two, and then dies. If you become mine, Fleur, then you'll be mine forever. You'll never be able to run from me. Because when something becomes mine, it stays mine. Always. Her eyes, normally soft, shone with a darker, sharper light. Fleur's breath caught at the intensity of it. For the first time, she glimpsed a side of Ira she had never seen before, something fierce, almost frightening in its devotion. A shiver ran down her spine, equal parts fear and exhilaration. And yet, her heart only beat faster. Slowly, Fleur reached out and took Ira's hand, threading their fingers together. "Then let me be yours forever," she whispered. "I'm not afraid. Not of you. Not of this." Ira sat very still for a long moment, her thoughts swirling, her lips still tingling with Fleur's kiss. Then, quietly, she asked, "But, what about your family? Your mother, your father, are they truly all right with you being in a relationship with a girl?" Something in Ira shifted. The nervous tension, the hesitation that had gripped her since Fleur's confession, seemed to break all at once. She leaned forward, her eyes bright, filled with a fierce love and longing she could no longer hold back. In the next heartbeat, she lunged. Fleur gave a startled gasp as her back hit the mattress with a soft thud, Ira straddling her chest in one swift, impulsive movement. The world tilted, and suddenly Fleur found herself gazing up into Ira's flushed face, breathless under the weight of her intensity. Ira's eyes blazed as she leaned over her, their faces inches apart. "You took my first kiss," she said, her voice trembling but commanding. "And now, you've made me feel that beautiful sensation. That's not something I can let go of. Your lips are mine, Fleur. Do you understand? They'll never touch anyone else's. They belong to me, only me." Fleur's cheeks burned crimson, her breath coming shallow as her heart pounded wildly. Her eyes, wide and shimmering with love, locked on Ira's. For a moment she couldn't speak, she could only stare, trembling with the intensity of it all. But then, slowly, a smile spread across Fleur's face, soft, radiant, and trembling with affection. Her hand slid up, resting gently at Ira's sides, fingers curling into the fabric of her robes. Her voice, hushed and uncertain, broke with a blush. "But, what about our children? They can't have my lips too." Ira blinked, then let out a short, incredulous laugh. "You're so cute." Her eyes softened, glowing with warmth as she leaned closer. "When the time comes, we'll talk about it. But until then." Her words trailed into action. Ira bent forward, closing the distance, and claimed Fleur's lips with her own. This time it wasn't a stolen brush of mouths, but an intent, lingering kiss. Fleur's breath hitched as Ira pressed against her more firmly, their lips molding together, warm and pliant. Ira pulled back only a fraction, her forehead resting against Fleur's as her breath ghosted across her lips. "Why do your lips taste this good?" she whispered in awe. "I always heard that kisses don't have a taste, that they're just joyful because they show love. But yours are different." Fleur's cheeks flamed crimson as she smiled shyly, her eyes luminous. "Maybe," she murmured, "maybe it's because of my Vila heritage." "Whatever it is," Ira said, her voice low and trembling, "it tastes heavenly. And now these lips belong to me." Before Fleur could answer, Ira leaned down again and kissed her once more. Fleur responded eagerly, her lips moving against Ira's with growing confidence, her arms sliding around her back to hold her close. The world around them, the roar of the waterfall, the chill of the mountain air, the soft mattress beneath them, faded into nothing. All that remained was the sensation of lips meeting, the tender warmth they shared, and the dizzying realization that in each other's mouths they had discovered something entirely new, something they hadn't even known they had been searching for. And as they kissed again, deeper this time, it was as though they were tasting not just each other, but the beginning of something greater, a love that would forever change them both. Chapter 269, Sweet Moment. The afternoon stretched golden over the Val Enchante. The sun hung lower now, its light spilling across the mountains in warm hues, softening the edges of the snowy peaks. The roar of the waterfall carried through the valley, but for the two girls lying entwined on the mattress, it was little more than a lullaby. They had been holding each other for what felt like hours. Ira's arms were wrapped firmly around Fleur's waist, Fleur's own fingers tangled in the folds of Ira's robes, as though neither dared let go. Their bodies pressed together, chest to chest, legs brushing beneath the blanket Fleur had pulled from her pouch. Every breath they drew mingled, every exhale warming the other's lips. Sometimes Fleur would tilt her head just slightly, and their mouths would meet again in a fleeting kiss, soft, quick, stolen. Other times Ira would lean forward with more intent, capturing Fleur's lips until their breaths came shallow, their hearts racing. It felt like being glued together, neither able nor willing to pull apart. Fleur's lashes fluttered as she gazed at Ira from inches away, her blue eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. Her lips trembled, though they curved into a fragile smile. "I've waited so long for this," she whispered, her voice breaking. "So long. And now it feels like I've reached my dream." A tiny tear slipped from the corner of her eye, and Ira reached up to brush it away with her thumb, tender and protective. Fleur's voice quavered as she continued, "Everything looks so different now. The light, the air, even the sound of the water, it's all more beautiful. So that's what happiness looks like." Ira's heart squeezed. She kissed her softly, their lips meeting in a lingering press that silenced Fleur's trembling words. When she pulled back, her forehead rested against Fleur's. "Then let's keep it like this," Ira murmured. "Let's stay in this happiness." For a while, they simply gazed at each other, smiles breaking and fading as kisses bridged the silence between them. Finally Fleur's curiosity broke through, her voice hushed but earnest. "So, what do you plan for the upcoming days?" "Next year, it will be my last year here." Ira blinked at her, brushing a strand of silver hair behind Fleur's ear. "Next year I'll be going to Hogwarts. Maybe something will happen. I'm not sure, but when I was at the Ministry of Magic, there were some talks about a tournament. A competition between schools. If it happens, you'll come too, Fleur." "I'm sure of it." Fleur's lips parted, her brows knitting with worry. "But what if it doesn't happen then what? I don't want to be away from you. Not even for a minute." Ira smiled gently, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Then don't be. Next year, when you graduate, you can work for me. Stay by my side." Fleur blinked at her, then giggled softly. "Work for you?" Her tone was half incredulous, half playful. "And how much would you pay me, Ira smirked, leaning closer until her lips brushed Fleur's cheek. "How much do you pay your girlfriend?" she whispered. Fleur's face went scarlet, laughter bubbling in her throat. "So I am your girlfriend now?" "You kissed me first," Ira teased, planting a kiss at the corner of her lips. "That makes it official." Fleur swatted her shoulder lightly, then pulled her closer until their noses touched. "So? My salary?" Ira's expression softened into something dangerously tender. Her voice dropped low, filled with devotion. "All of it. My family name, my wealth, my lands, my assets. All of it belongs to you, Fleur. If it makes you happy." Fleur's breath hitched, her eyes wide, tears shimmering again, but this time out of joy. "Ira." "Shoo," Ira hushed her, kissing her again. This time their lips did not part quickly. The kiss deepened, slow and searching, lips moving against each other with growing urgency. Fleur's arms tightened around Ira's shoulders, pulling her closer, while Ira's hand slid to the back of her neck, holding her in place as though she'd never let go. Their mouths opened, breath mingling, and Ira felt the tentative brush of Fleur's tongue against her lower lip. Her heart thundered. With a shiver of daring, she responded, parting her lips further, inviting Fleur in. The kiss transformed, no longer tentative, but intimate, consuming. Their tongues met, shy at first, then surer, sliding against each other in a dance that sent heat rushing through Ira's body. She felt Fleur's shiver beneath her, heard the faint whimper in her throat as she clung tighter, answering the kiss with unrestrained passion. It was intoxicating. Ira's mind spun blank, her senses overwhelmed by the taste of Fleur's mouth, warm, sweet, with a faint tang of mango still lingering. Her tongue explored, memorizing, claiming, while Fleur met her eagerly, as though she too had been starved for this closeness. When they finally broke apart, gasping for breath, their lips were swollen, their faces flushed. They pressed their foreheads together, panting softly, their bodies still tangled as though they feared the world would tear them apart if they loosened their hold. Fleur laughed breathlessly, her voice shaky with joy. "So, that's what it feels like. Like finding something I never knew I was missing." Ira smiled faintly, her eyes shining with love and something darker and more possessive. "And now you'll never miss it again. Because you're mine. Forever." Fleur shivered, but she smiled, eyes filled with devotion. "Yes. Yours forever." They kissed again, deeper, hungrier, pouring every unspoken promise into the meeting of their mouths. The afternoon waned, shadows stretched across the valley, and still they lay there, hearts, breaths, and lips bound together, two souls who had found happiness in each other. Chapter 270, A Valentine's Night in the Star Hall. The Star Hall shimmered that evening in a way Ira had seen just like last year Valentine's night. Great, crystal chandeliers dangled from the high, vaulted ceiling, scattering silver-blue light across the marble floor. Candles floated above the 3 house tables, their flames glowing pink and white instead of their usual golden hues. The tall windows at the end of the hall reflected the enchanted ceiling, twilight skies filled with faintly glowing stars, as if the night itself had bent closer to watch. Valentine's night at Beauxbatons was always a small ceremony, Fleur had told her earlier in the day, but this year it seemed everyone had dressed their finest. Students wore ribbons in their house colors, some exchanged little boxes of sweets, and the faint sound of a harp charmed the air. It was a night of laughter, whispers, and too many eyes darting toward couples who dared to hold hands openly. Ira, however, hardly noticed the spectacle. Her attention was bound, helplessly, unshakably, to Fleur Delacour. The two of them sat side by side at Omberlin's table, their shoulders pressed together in a way that should have been casual, but wasn't. Every brush of Fleur's hand sent a warm ache spiraling up Ira's arm. She tried to keep her composure, smiling politely when Marin cracked a joke across the table, but Fleur's presence beside her was like fire at her skin, constant, undeniable. Fleur, of course, was fearless. She leaned closer than necessary whenever she spoke, her silvery hair falling over her shoulder and brushing against Ira's cheek. She smiled with the kind of knowing softness that made Ira's breath catch. And whenever Fleur's fingers lingered at her wrist or her hand, the whole world seemed to tilt. Everyone is staring, Ira murmured at one point, her eyes darting toward the neighboring tables. She could feel them, glances, whispers, even the stiff silence of some boys who clearly didn't like what they saw. Let them, Fleur whispered back, her lips so close that Ira felt the breath against her ear. Tonight is not about them. Tonight is about us. Ira blinked at her, stunned again at how simple Fleur could make everything sound. Us. It was a word Ira had never allowed herself to dream of, yet here it was, spoken aloud, undeniable. When Fleur's hand slid into hers under the table, fingers interlacing firmly, Ira didn't resist. She couldn't. The warmth of Fleur's skin seemed to wrap around her entire body, and her heart raced in her chest. For a long while they just sat like that, watching the ceremony unfold. Madame Maxime gave a short, elegant speech about friendship and affection being forms of magic themselves, her deep voice carrying across the hushed room. Music followed, soft, stringed instruments weaving delicate melodies. Plates of chocolate-dipped fruit appeared on the tables, and laughter rose again as couples shyly passed pieces back and forth. But for Ira and Fleur, the rest of the hall had dissolved into haze. They had turned to face each other, so close their knees touched beneath the table. Their hands stayed linked stubbornly, as though breaking apart was no longer an option. Ira's breath tangled with Fleur's, warm against her lips. Fleur's eyes shimmered in the gentle candlelight, radiant with uncontainable joy. I've waited so long for this moment, she whispered, her voice quivering with emotion. I want to shout to the world that this girl is mine, to proclaim our love for all to hear. Ira froze, her lips parting. Fleur's smile turned mischievous, her eyes glinting with playful intent. I want them to envy me, she murmured, to see that I've claimed the most beautiful girl, all mine. Right now, I want to kiss you in front of everyone, to mark you with my scent and show the world you're mine. Before Ira could answer, Fleur leaned closer, and Ira, helpless, breathless, met her halfway. Their lips brushed once, soft, uncertain, then lingered. The taste of Fleur's kiss was sweet, like sugared berries and warmth. Softness that lingered at her mouth, tenderness that made her chest ache. Ira kissed her back, more firmly now, her heart racing. The world dissolved into the warmth of their lips, the flutter of lashes, and the shared shiver of their breath. Lost in the moment, she forgot they were still in Star Hall, watched by hundreds of students. As they parted, foreheads still touching, Ira whispered, "You're such a girly girl, you know. Now everyone will be talking about us." They kissed again, slower, deeper this time. Fleur's lips parted slightly, and Ira followed instinct, tasting her, their tongues brushing tentatively before retreating again. A thrill surged through her, leaving her dizzy. Around them, whispers flared. Some gasps. A few delighted giggles. And, inevitably, the sharp sound of boys muttering at Papillonless table. One in particular, a tall blonde, muttered something crude about Fleur wasting herself. Ira heard it. Her hand tightened around Fleur's, a protective flash in her chest. But Fleur only smiled against her lips and pulled her closer, answering the insult with another kiss that made the entire hall fall silent. It was Fleur's declaration. Bold. Unapologetic. And Ira adored her for it. When they finally parted, both flushed and breathless, Fleur let out a soft laugh. "What's your plan for the rumors and newspapers, mon amour? They'll talk about this endlessly, especially since we did it here. The journalists will have a field day." Ira rolled her eyes, brushing her thumb gently over Fleur's hand before replying. "Now that it's out in the open, we'll face it together. I don't care about a bunch of journalists' opinions." Fleur chuckled, her eyes sparkling. "What happened to your hesitation? You could barely kiss me in front of the crowd earlier." Ira's voice softened, intimate. "I was nervous about showing that kind of closeness in public. It's my first time, you know, first times are always hard." Fleur rolled her eyes playfully. "You say that like I've been in this situation before." By now, the hall was in chaos. Some students clapped or cheered, delighted. Others, particularly a handful of boys from Papillonless, were visibly furious, muttering protests. A few girls, clearly admirers of Ira, whispered in envious tones. The rumor mill had been lit aflame, and by morning, Ira knew, the entire school would be buzzing. But in that moment, none of it mattered. When the ceremony ended and students began drifting back to their dorms, Ira and Fleur walked together hand in hand, ignoring the stares, the whispers, the occasional pointed cough. Fleur's head leaned against Ira's shoulder, and Ira could hardly believe this was real, that Fleur Delacour, dazzling and untouchable, belonged to her. At the entrance of Omberlin's dormitory, Fleur pressed one last kiss to her lips. "Bonne nuit, ma chérie," she whispered. Ira lingered at the door long after Fleur vanished upstairs, her lips still tingling. That night, back in her dorm room, she couldn't sleep. Her heart was too full, her thoughts too bright. So she took out parchment and quill, lit her lamp, and began to write. "Dearest Emma, I hardly know how to begin this letter. Today, Everything has changed. Fleur and I, Fleur Delacour, yes, are together now. Truly together. We confessed. We kissed, Emma. I never thought I would write such words to you, but I have to tell someone, and you are the first person I trust. I don't think you can imagine what it felt like, that first kiss. Soft and sweet and warm, like touching happiness itself. I thought my heart would stop. Or maybe it did, for a moment. And when she kissed me again, I knew. I knew I could never want anything else. We were in the Star Hall, during the Valentine's ceremony. And yes, half the school saw. There are already whispers, rumors, even protests from boys who admired her. But Fleur didn't care. She kissed me anyway, in front of everyone. Bold and radiant as only she could be. And Emma, she loves me. She told me she doesn't want to be away from me even for a minute. I promised her she won't have to be. After she graduates, I want her by my side, not just as my companion, but as my equal. My partner. Perhaps this will sound strange to you, but tonight, I feel invincible. For once, my future feels bright. With love. Ira. When the ink dried, Ira folded the letter, sealed it, and sent it with an owl into the midnight sky. Then she lay in bed, smiling into her pillow, replaying every kiss, every whispered word, every blush on Fleur's face. Chapter 271, A Valentine's Confession. The White Manor in Paris was quiet that evening, wrapped in the deep stillness of February nights. Outside, the city buzzed with its usual lights and distant car sounds, but within the manor's grand living room, the world seemed to shrink to the soft glow of firelight and the gentle rustle of turning pages. Emma Bloom sat comfortably on a velvet settee, a folded letter in her hand. The paper bore Ira's precise handwriting, and as she smoothed it across her lap, a smile tugged at her lips. Her heart had swelled as she read it once already in private, but tonight she wished to share it aloud. Across from her, Isabella Vauquelin reclined in an armchair, posture regal as always. A faint candlelight shimmered against her pale features, highlighting the sharp elegance of her jaw and the thoughtful furrow in her brow. Despite her reserved demeanor, there was a softness about her tonight, an openness she rarely allowed others to see. Emma lifted the letter. It seems our little lady has written us something quite extraordinary. Her tone carried both amusement and pride. Isabella arched an eyebrow. Extraordinary? With Ira, that could mean almost anything. Emma chuckled, leaning forward so the light caught her auburn hair. Listen. She began to read, her voice lilting with fondness. My dearest Emma. Tonight I have something important to confess. Fleur and I, we are no longer just friends. On this Valentine's Day, we confessed to each other and shared our love. It feels strange to write it so openly, but I wanted you to know. She makes me laugh, she makes me feel light, and when I kiss her, yes, we kissed, it feels as though my world finally fits into place. You once told me, Emma, that love should never be hidden, even if the world doesn't understand. So I am telling you, with no shame, that Fleur and I are together. Emma paused, glancing at Isabella. The woman's lips had parted slightly, eyes softening as she listened. Emma continued. Students already whisper and some complain, especially the boys who admire Fleur. But I don't care. She chose me, and I chose her. When you read this, please don't laugh at me for sounding foolish. I am happy. Truly, I am. With all my heart. Ira. The silence afterward was filled only by the crackle of the fireplace. Emma lowered the letter slowly, her chest warm with affection. She's in love, she murmured. Can you believe it? Our little lady, writing about kisses and confessions as though she's grown overnight. Isabella smiled faintly, though her usual composure lingered. It seems she inherited more of her mother's passion than we realized. Maria would have approved of her honesty. Emma leaned back, her expression glowing with tenderness. I'm so happy for her. So lucky she found someone who truly loves her. She hesitated, her eyes drifting toward Isabella's. Do you know what this reminds me of? Isabella tilted her head, curious. What? Emma's fingers brushed against the letter, her heart quickening. It reminds me that I, too, have something to confess. The room seemed to shift, as though the flames themselves leaned closer to listen. Isabella's brows furrowed gently. Emma. Emma exhaled slowly, her courage threading itself together. When I read Ira's words, I thought, if she can be brave enough to love openly, then so can I. The truth is. She leaned forward, her gaze steady despite the racing of her heart. The first time I saw you, Isabella, I felt something. Something that hasn't faded, not even for a day. I like you. More than I should have, perhaps. And if you're comfortable with it, if you're not frightened by the idea, I would like to be with you. A stunned quiet filled the room. Isabella's fingers curled against the arm of her chair, her breath caught between disbelief and something softer, more vulnerable. Emma. She began, her voice almost trembling. You can't mean that. We've known each other scarcely a year. It's not enough time, not for something like this. Emma rose slowly from the settee, crossing the small space between them. Her steps were deliberate, steady, every movement laced with intent. She stopped just in front of Isabella's chair, looking down at her with warmth instead of demand. Time doesn't measure love, Emma said softly. Connection does. And from the first moment, I felt it. Isabella looked away, her chest rising and falling quickly. I don't know if it would work between us. I've lost too many already, Emma. To care for someone again, it terrifies me. What if I lose you too? Emma crouched slightly, bringing herself level with Isabella's eyes. Her hands, gentle yet firm, reached to cover Isabella's trembling ones. You don't have to be afraid. Not with me. I won't run from you, I won't vanish. I know loss frightens you, but love is worth the risk. Isn't it? The firelight painted Isabella's face in shifting gold and shadow, and for a long moment she said nothing. But in her silence, her eyes betrayed her, they softened, glistened, revealed the truth she tried to bury. Emma, sensing the crack in her walls, smiled tenderly. So tell me, Isabella Vauquelin, on this Valentine's night, will you let me be yours? The question hung between them like a spell. Isabella's lips parted, her breath shaking as she tried to form an answer. Emma. Before the hesitation could grow too strong, Emma leaned closer, her voice a whisper brushing against her ear. You don't need to find the perfect words. Just let yourself feel. Do you want me? The vulnerability in Isabella's eyes melted into something deeper, almost desperate. And though her voice was faint, it carried all the weight of her heart. Yes. Emma's smile bloomed, radiant and unrestrained. Then that's enough. She leaned in and kissed her. It was soft at first, hesitant, the taste of uncertainty mingling with the warmth of long-suppressed desire. Isabella stiffened for a heartbeat, but then, slowly, she yielded, her lips moving against Emma's with a trembling sweetness. When they pulled back, their foreheads lingered close, breaths mingling. Isabella let out a nervous laugh, covering her lips with her hand. I can't believe we just did that. Emma chuckled, eyes sparkling. Believe it. And get used to it, because I plan on kissing you again. And she did, pressing her lips once more against Isabella's, this time with more certainty, more heat. Isabella gasped softly into the kiss, then, to her own surprise, began to laugh as well. The sound was contagious, spilling from both women as their lips parted and met again, laughter weaving between kisses. The grand, cold living room of the White Manor transformed into something alive, something intimate. Two women, one bold, one reserved, had crossed the threshold into something new. By the end, as they sank together into quiet laughter and tender embraces, Isabella no longer looked away. She gazed directly at Emma, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glowing with an affection she could no longer hide. And when Emma leaned in for the final kiss of the night, Isabella welcomed it, her lips warm and sure, sealing the beginning of their own love story. Chapter 272, New Sign In. Ira lay sprawled across her bed, her face buried in the pillow, her legs kicking restlessly against the sheets. Her mind replayed the memory again and again, the warmth of Fleur's lips against hers, the sweetness that lingered even now, and the dizzying rush that had left her heart racing. A helpless, silent scream escaped into her pillow as she clutched it tighter, her cheeks burning crimson. Merlin, she wanted more. For a reckless moment she even considered slipping into Fleur's room, just to steal another kiss. The thought made her blush harder, but her smile wouldn't fade. And then. Ding! The familiar chime of the system echoed in her mind, sharp enough to pull her back from her daydreams. A translucent window unfolded before her eyes. Congratulations, host. You have received your yearly sign-in quota. Do you wish to sign in? Ira chuckled under her breath, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Of course, system. Go ahead, let's see what I get this year. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in. 2 rewards obtained. First reward, 10 talent points for distribution. Second reward, Race Awakening Potion. Ira sat up, her curiosity piqued. Her eyes flicked over the description that followed. Race Awakening Potion, an ancient concoction once used by witches and wizards to fuse their own blood with that of magical beings. When completed under the coldest night of winter by adding the body part or the blood of creatures to the potion awakens racial traits of the chosen creature, be it fairy, dragon, vila, vampire, werewolf, or lesser magical beast. She exhaled slowly, her lips parting in awe. This was no ordinary potion. It wasn't just power, it was transformation. A subrace, an awakening of the self. Carefully, she pulled the vial from her inventory. It shimmered in her palm like liquid starlight, golden with motes of drifting dust. Beautiful to the eye but very precious to use. Ira traced her finger along the glass. The possibilities raced through her mind: Vila charm, dragon resilience, vampire allure. It was tempting, intoxicating even. Yet she knew better than to rush. This was no trivial trinket. It was a change of body and soul. She would need time to research and understand with caution and patience to choose what kind of magical creature so she awakens the said creature's trait. For now, she tucked the vial away. Her gaze shifted to her first reward. 10 talent points. A smile tugged at her lips. System: allocate 4 points to white magic, 3 to dark magic, and 3 to alchemy. She chose alchemy because, after nearly a year of studying it at school, she realized its vast potential for exploration. To gain an early advantage, she allocated some talent points to alchemy, providing not so strong foundation but still enough until she could earn more points to further enhance her skills. Ding. Talent points allocation complete. New stats updated. White magic affinity increased. Dark magic affinity increased. Alchemy affinity increased. Ding. Congratulations, host. White magic has reached genius level. Bonus reward unlocked. Ira blinked. A second window unfurled. Reward: magic reserves of an adult aura, assimilated without side effects for the body since host's body is young. Would you like to proceed? Her heart skipped. For so long, her strength had been capped by her limits. In duels, she had faltered when her magic drained too quickly. Even her most advanced spells had sometimes sputtered, demanding more power than her body could provide. Now, the system offered her freedom from that weakness. Her lips curled into a grin. Assimilate it. The warmth struck immediately. At first it was soothing, like sinking into a hot bath, then the needles came. Dozens, hundreds, piercing through her veins. Ira clenched the sheets, her body arching with the pain as raw power coursed through her body as she felt burning, reshaping and expanding. Minutes passed. Ira's breathing steadied. She sat upright, wiping the sweat from her brow. Outwardly, nothing seemed different. Yet the magic thrummed beneath her skin, pulsing at her fingertips, eager to be unleashed. She flexed her hand, watching the faint shimmer of energy gather before fading again. She let out a long sigh, collapsing back into her bed. Today truly had been the happiest day of her life. She had kissed Fleur, she had gained strength beyond measure, she felt that she had used all her luck today since a lot's happy events happened to her. System, she whispered, smiling as her eyelids grew heavy, show me my stats window. The interface flickered open before her once more. Ding. Status window. Name, Ira White. Age, 13 years old. Race, human/. Class, witch. Bloodline, ancient blood of the White family. Talents. Charms, 17, genius. Transfiguration, 17, genius. Potions, 10, good. Dark magic, 13, excellent. White magic, 17, genius. Magical creatures affinity, 7, average. Quidditch/flying, 5, average. Alchemy, 4, poor. Prophecy, 0, locked. Note, talent and the numbers representing it, 1 to 4, poor, 5 to 8, average, 9 to 12, good, 13 to 16, excellent, 17 to 20, genius. Extra, system space, prefect memory, race awakening potion test tube. Spells, Occlumancy, Obscuro, Flipendo, Protego Diabolica, Ventus, Aguamenti, Depulso, Bombarda, Conf Ringo, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, Gravitas Octus/Gravitas Minuo, Lumos Chromatica, Lumos Orbis, Florus Vera Verto, Glacius, Protego, Incendio Moderatum, Tonitrus Percussions, Patronus Charm, etc. Chapter 273, Letters and Choices. The days following Valentine's blurred into a haze of soft smiles and golden light. Spring had not yet fully claimed the gardens of Bosbatons, but the air was warmer, and every breath of wind carried with it the scent of thawing earth and faint blossoms. Ira found herself laughing more easily, smiling without effort, her steps lighter than they had ever been. Fleur was the reason. The two of them had grown closer, inseparable in a way that even their classmates had begun to get tired of hearing about their gossips. They ate together, traded quiet teases in the common hall of the Amber Loon, and walked the length of the school gardens when lessons ended. Sometimes Fleur would slip her hand into Ira's and like lovers kiss each other boldly in front of others. The evenings were the sweetest. They would sit by the fountains or beneath the lanterns in the cloisters, their voices low, trading thoughts about classes and dreams. Fleur's laughter often spilled into the night, silver bright, and it had lodged itself somewhere deep in Ira's chest. Life felt simple. Almost too simple. It was nearly March when the quiet was disturbed. That evening, Ira returned to the Amber Loon dormitory after Charm's class, her books tucked beneath one arm, her thoughts still caught on the way Fleur had brushed a lock of hair from her face at supper, kissed her on her lips. She pushed open the door to her room and stopped. 2 envelopes lay upon her pillow. Her brow arched. One bore Hermione Granger's neat, meticulous handwriting. The other was sealed in white wax, the crest of her house pressed into the circle. 2 letters, she murmured, crossing to her bed. She gathered them up, her pulse quickening with curiosity. It wasn't often she received news from Britain and France at once. She broke Hermione's seal first. The parchment smelled faintly of Hermione's perfume, which indicated that she still smelled the same scent when Ira had seen her last time. Dear Ira. How are you? I hope all is well at Bosbaden's. I miss you terribly. Classes are going well, though difficult, of course. Though I think you know that since you are Hogwarts governor. But I must tell you about something very serious that happened in care of magical creatures. Hagrid was introducing us to hippogriffs, magnificent creatures, really, with wings like storm clouds. He was showing us how to bow, how to treat them with respect. Everything was going fine until Draco Malfoy decided to provoke one. He insulted it, and naturally, the hippogriff, Buckbeak, reacted. It scratched Draco's arm. Only a scratch. Nothing serious at all. But Draco made a scene, as always, and now his father, Lucius Malfoy, is demanding Buckbeak's execution. It's ridiculous. Buckbeak is innocent, but they want him put down for nothing. Hagrid, who is my close friend, is devastated. I've never seen him like this. Do you think there's anything we can do? Anything you could do? I know it's selfish of me to ask when you're so far away, but the thought of Buckbeak being killed makes me sick. Please write soon. Tell me everything, your studies, your days with Fleur, and send her my regards even though it's looked like she doesn't like me, and everything else. I miss you. With love. Hermione. Ira sighed, folding the parchment carefully. Typical Malfoy arrogance. Draco provoked the creature and now wanted its blood. But Hermione's plea lingered most. Buckbeak, such a creature deserved freedom, not a blade. She placed Hermione's letter aside and turned to the second envelope. The seal of the White family cracked under her thumb, and Emma Bloom's firm, elegant script filled the page. My lady. I trust this letter finds you well. Matters here have been eventful, and I thought it best you hear them directly from me. First, the rumors you may have heard are true. Lucius Malfoy is indeed pressing for the hippogriff's execution. Minister Fudge has aligned himself with Malfoy in this, more out of convenience and cowardice than conviction. They seek not merely a creature's death but a way to weaken Dumbledore. This is no small matter, it is part of a larger move to erode his standing. You must keep this in mind, my lady, at Hogwarts, nothing is ever only what it seems. Now, to matters closer to France. Since Alina Trevor's death, our family's fortunes have doubled. Trade routes once obstructed by her influence are clear, contracts once frozen are flowing again. For the first time in years, our coffers overflow, and our name is spoken without hesitation in the salons of Paris where the Trevors ruled. But peace is never simple. Maximilian Vauquelin has grown ambitious. He has met privately with the new French minister on more than one occasion. The subject of these conversations remains hidden from me, but I suspect it is no trifle. He schemes, and when Maximilian schemes, the ripples spread far. I assure you, all assets are secured, and I continue to act in your stead with vigilance. But be mindful, my lady. You need only focus on your studies, and perhaps, on enjoying the small joys of youth. You deserve them, even if you will not grant them to yourself. Yours faithfully. Emma Bloom. Ira lowered the parchment slowly, her brows drawn together. Malfoy and Fudge circling Dumbledore, Maximilian whispering with ministers. The world beyond Bosbaden's was shifting, dangerous currents rising. And in the middle of it, Hermione begged for a hippogriff's life. Ira set the letters side by side on her desk. For a long time she sat there, staring at them, weighing the balance of duty and friendship. Finally she reached for her quill. If the ministry wanted Buckbeak dead, then she would give them no room to act. There was one way to protect the creature, ownership. Her hand moved swiftly, decisively, as she began to draft her replies. To Hermione. My dearest Hermione. Your letter reached me tonight, and I read it twice before I let myself breathe. I miss you, too, more than words will carry. Be assured of this, you are never selfish for asking my help. You are my friend, my sister in all but blood, and I will never turn from you. I read of Buckbeak with both anger and sorrow. Anger at the Malfoys, who twist every misstep into a weapon, sorrow for Mr. Hagrid, who does not deserve such grief. But know this, Buckbeak will not die. I give you my word. I will write to Emma at once. The White family has means, and I will see Buckbeak purchased in my name. If the ministry attempts to interfere, let them. If Lucius Malfoy dares protest, remind him simply, Buckbeak belongs to Ira White. He will not risk open insult to my family. So dry your tears, Hermione. Buckbeak's wings will beat the sky again, free of their gallows. As for me, I am well. Studies are demanding, as always, and Fleur continues to be my companion in nearly everything. And I don't think she hates you. Just on the day that we were walking together at Paris she wasn't in a good mood, so don't worry, winking face. Life here feels gentler than in Britain, though storms always gather on the horizon. Be strong, Hermione. Write soon. With all my affection. Your friend Ira. When the ink dried, Ira folded the parchment carefully, sealing it with the white crest. Then she turned to her second letter. Her reply to Emma had to be precise, businesslike, yet leaving no room for doubt. To Emma Bloom, White Manor, Paris. My dearest Emma. Your letter reached me tonight, and as always, your words steady me. I am grateful for your vigilance, for both our house and myself. You spoke of Malfoy's maneuvering with Minister Fudge. Hermione has written to me as well, with details of the hippogriff, Buckbeak. The matter is simple. He must not die. I instruct you, as matriarch of the White family, to see him purchased at once. Use our coffers without hesitation. Place the deed of ownership in my name. If the ministry resists, remind them it is not their place to dispute the private acquisitions of House White. If Malfoy objects, let him choke on his own pride. He will not risk insulting me publicly, not when our name holds weight in both Britain and France. Do this swiftly. Send me confirmation when it is done. As for your other news, I am glad of our doubled fortunes, though I know well such gains stir envy. Watch Maximilian closely. If he conspires with the French minister, then his aims are no small matter. Find what whispers you can, but do not expose yourself recklessly. Emma, you say I must live my youth. Perhaps you are right. Yet I cannot set aside my duty. Still. I will try. There is one here who makes it easier. You will meet her soon enough, and I think even you will smile. Yours always. Ira White. She set the quill down at last, flexing her ink-stained fingers. The candles had burned low, the dormitory was hushed in sleep. Only her desk glowed with the quiet fire of written words, the weight of decisions made. Ira sealed the letters, laying them side by side once more. Hermione's plea would be answered, Emma would act, and Buckbeak would be safe. She leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Fleur's laughter still lingered in her mind, bright as sunlight. Hermione's faith in her warmed her chest. Chapter 274, Emma's Silent Aura. The echo of heels on polished stone carried through the corridors of the British Ministry of Magic. Clerks bustled past with files stacked high, memos darted through the air like restless birds, and the grand atrium bustled with its usual mixture of gossip and impatience. Yet Emma walked through it all with measured calm, her composure unshaken with gaze fixed ahead. She was here not as herself, but as the voice and hand of House White. Every step carried weight. Every glance reminded those who noticed her that she represented one of the most formidable families in Europe. The lift deposited her at the minister's floor. A secretary looked up in surprise as she approached, then scrambled to his feet. Miss Bloom. The minister is expecting you. Please, right this way. Emma inclined her head slightly and allowed herself to be ushered toward the heavy oak door. It swung open at once, revealing Cornelius Fudge rising from behind his ornate desk. Miss Bloom. Fudge's voice was warm, too warm, his tone almost syrupy with false cheer. Always a pleasure, always. Do come in. Emma stepped inside. The minister's office was lavish without elegance, a space crowded with overstuffed furniture and gilded trinkets meant to impress. Fudge himself looked round and genial, his bowler hat set aside on the desk. His smile, however, trembled faintly at the edges. Minister Fudge, Emma said evenly, dipping her head in greeting. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice. For House White, my door is always open, Fudge replied, gesturing grandly for her to sit. Please, please, take a seat. May I offer you tea? Biscuit? No, thank you. Emma lowered herself into the chair opposite him with a grace that made refusal sound like courtesy rather than dismissal. Fudge settled back into his chair, fingers drumming nervously against the armrest. And how is our dear Lady Ira? Still thriving at Bowsbaton's, I hope. She is well, Emma replied. Excellent, excellent, Fudge said, nodding. His eyes darted briefly away before returning. And when, if I may ask, will she be returning to England? You see, many of the old families have begun asking after her. Some even grow suspicious. It's only natural, of course, with her absence stretching so long. Questions are being raised. Emma's brows arched ever so slightly. Questions, Minister? Fudge cleared his throat. Not from me, naturally, no. Heaven forbid. I merely mean others have wondered, well, when the matriarch of House White will once again grace British soil. That is all. I thought, as a friend to your house, it might be wise to raise the matter. The silence that followed was deliberate but heavy. Emma leaned back, her gaze steady as frost. Minister Fudge, she said at last, her tone like a cool silk, are you doubting the authority of Lady Ira White? The matriarch of a house that has supported you since the day you took your chair? The house whose endorsement smoothed your rise when others hesitated? Fudge went pale. Sweat prickled his brow, and he waved his hands frantically. No, 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 nothing of the sort. I wouldn't dare, Miss Bloom, I assure you. You misunderstand. I only wish to pass along the rumors, that is all. Merely as a courtesy, you see, one friend to another. I have the utmost respect for Lady White. None could doubt her rightful place. Emma allowed the silence to stretch a moment longer, just until Fudge's discomfort was visible in every twitch of his hand. Then she inclined her head slightly. Then I thank you for your friendship, Minister. I am sure my lady will not forget such loyalty. Fudge smiled weakly, dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. Of course, of course. Always loyal, that's me. Emma placed her hands neatly atop one another. Then let us move to the true matter of my visit. Fudge blinked. Ah, yes, yes. What matter might that be? The hippogriff, Emma said. Her tone was calm, but the weight of finality hung in her words. Lady White desires its purchase. Buckbeak will pass into her ownership. Fudge's genial expression faltered. He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Yes, yes, I have heard whispers of that matter. Very tragic, really. But surely you understand, Miss Bloom, the boy was hurt. Draco Malfoy was gravely injured. Emma's lips curved in the faintest smile. A scratch, Minister. I have spoken with those present. The truth is clear, the boy provoked the creature. Buckbeak reacted as any beast would when insulted. Your injury here is not to Malfoy's son but to Malfoy pride. Fudge winced. Be that as it may, Lucius Malfoy is influential. Very influential. He insists the creature be destroyed. It would be simpler, safer, to let the matter lie. Why should Lady White trouble herself over a mere beast? Emma's eyes sharpened. Because Lady White gave her word. She promised her friend that Buckbeak would not die. And when a White gives their word, Minister, it is fulfilled. Always. Fudge licked his lips nervously. But Lucius will demand answers. What shall I tell him? Emma leaned forward, her gaze unyielding. Tell him the truth. Buckbeak belongs to Lady Ira White. If he wishes to challenge her right, let him come to us. I will speak to him personally. And should he persist, we have other ways of convincing him. Fudge gave a nervous laugh, though no mirth touched his eyes. Ah, yes. Other ways. Quite right. No need to trouble yourself, Miss Bloom. If Lady White insists, then of course, it shall be arranged. Consider it done. Emma inclined her head. Good. The silence lingered, broken only when Fudge shuffled a few papers and cleared his throat. His eyes darted toward her, half wary, half eager to please. There is one other matter, while I have you here, he said. Strictly confidential, you understand. Between us. Emma gestured for him to continue. Fudge leaned forward, lowering his voice. Dumbledore will soon be traveling to France. He is to meet with Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons regarding the Triwizard Tournament. Preparations are underway already. Durmstrang's headmaster Karkaroff has given his agreement. I thought Lady White would want to be informed. Emma inclined her head slightly. You were right. She as the governor of Hogwarts will wish to know. Thank you, Minister. Fudge's relief was visible, as though the acknowledgement alone was a gift. Of course. Anything for House White. Emma rose gracefully to her feet. Then I shall not take more of your time. Good day, Minister. Fudge scrambled to his feet as well, bowing slightly. Yes, good day, Miss Bloom. My regards to Lady White, of course. Always her loyal friend. Emma inclined her head one final time before sweeping from the office, her composure unbroken, her steps as measured as when she had entered. The door closed softly behind her, leaving Cornelius Fudge to sink back into his chair, wiping sweat from his brow. Emma, meanwhile, allowed the faintest curve of satisfaction to touch her lips. The matter of the hippogriff was settled. And she carried back to her lady not only victory, but new knowledge. The Triwizard Tournament would soon stir the waters once more. Chapter 275, Scandal. Le Sorcier Européen. Special Report, March 20th. A rumor becomes a scandal, rumors of romance between Mademoiselle Delacour and the White Matriarch. By Etienne Marclay, Senior Correspondent. Few matters in the European wizarding world ignite as much interest as the affairs of its noble families. The powerful houses that shape politics and commerce are often shielded from rumor by their influence, and yet, when whispers become too loud to ignore, even the strongest names may find themselves pulled into the relentless light of scandal. Such is the case now, as Le Sorcier Européen has, after weeks of inquiry, gathered extensive testimony and rumor concerning what some are calling the affair of Beauxbatons, a purported romantic entanglement between Mademoiselle Fleur Isabelle Delacour, age 16, daughter of the prestigious Delacour family of Marseille, and Mademoiselle Ira White, age 13, the only surviving member and current matriarch of the House of White. The whispered beginnings. Reports first reached this newspaper shortly after Valentine's Day, when students at the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic allegedly witnessed scenes that, in their telling, went beyond the normal closeness of schoolgirl friendship. Several anonymous sources, students from both the Papillonless and Ambre Lune houses, claim to have seen Lee Delacour and Lee White walking hand in hand through the Academy's gardens, seated together in secluded corners of the library, and, in one particularly striking account, sharing a kiss upon the lips, not as sisters or friends might, but as lovers. At the time, these tales were dismissed by many as the fertile imaginings of adolescents in a boarding school environment. Friendships at Beauxbatons are often intense, and the Academy, with its grandeur and secrecy, has long been fertile ground for tales of romance, rivalry, and intrigue. But rumors, once seeded, grow like ivy. By the first week of March, more and more testimonies reached us, not only from students but, more disturbingly, from parents who claimed their children had written home about the peculiar intimacy between the two young ladies. The families in question. That these rumors would merit such attention is owed not to mere curiosity about schoolgirl infatuations, but to the names attached. The House of White, though based in Britain, is among the most ancient and powerful of wizarding families, tracing its bloodline back to the Anglo-Saxon conquest. Once diminished by tragedy, the family regained prominence through the young heiress, Ira White, who inherited her family's titles and estates following the untimely deaths of her grandfather, Elijah White, and other kin. The British Ministry of Magic has, in recent years, treated her with deference despite her youth. Pureblood circles across Europe, too, watch her carefully, for she is, whether one admires or envies her, the living future of House White. The Delacour family, though not as old as the Whites, has risen in prominence over the past 2 centuries through diplomacy, trade, and its famed beauty and magical charm, attributed in part to Villa ancestry. Fleur Delacour, their eldest daughter, has long been spoken of as a future jewel of the family, admired for her talents and graces even at a young age. That these two names should be spoken together in whispers of romance is thus no mere idle gossip, it is dynamite in the fault lines of European wizarding politics. An inconvenient age and gender. Criticism of the rumored relationship has come swiftly and harshly from many pure-blood families across France and Britain. The first objection, and perhaps the most loudly voiced, is the matter of age. Fleur Delacour is 16, already a young woman approaching her final years at Beauxbatons. Ira White, however, is barely 13, only just completing her 3rd year at the Academy. For those who uphold rigid expectations of propriety, the 3-year difference is cause enough for disapproval. But it is not the difference in age that has caused the loudest cries of outrage. It is the fact that both young women are of the same sex. 2 young witches experimenting with closeness in school is one thing, remarked a member of the influential Rosier family, who requested anonymity but whose views echo those of many in French pure-blood society. But for the matriarch of the White family to openly take interest in women, it is catastrophic. If such a disposition proves true, then she imperils the entire continuity of her house. The Whites are already fragile, if she does not marry, the line dies. Others were even more blunt. Lord Edgar Flint, writing in the British Daily Prophet, declared, "This is not merely a childish scandal. If true, it would represent the deliberate end of one of our most ancient families. Lee White must understand that she holds her family's future in her hands, and she has no right to treat that sacred duty as though it were a schoolgirl's passing fancy." Madame Maxime's silence. In pursuit of clarity, Le Sorcier Européen sent letters of inquiry to the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy, Madame Olympe Maxime, requesting comment on the matter. Our reporters asked whether the Academy condones intimate relations between students, and whether she could confirm or deny the claims of public displays of affection between the 2 young ladies. Madame Maxime declined to grant an interview, issuing only a curt reply through an assistant. Beauxbatons does not discuss the private lives of its students with the press. The Academy's responsibility is to their education and well-being, not to gossip. Her refusal to comment, while consistent with the Academy's tradition of privacy, has only fueled speculation. If there were nothing to hide, why not deny it outright, asked Madame Dupuis of the Montmorency family, speaking at a recent gathering in Paris, the silence of the heiress. Repeated letters were sent to Lee White at Beauxbatons, as well as to the White family manor in Paris. No response has been received. Her silence has been interpreted by many as confirmation. If it were false, would she not deny it, asked one member of the Avery family in London. The absence of denial is the same as admission. Others counsel caution, noting that at 13, Lee White is still a child. She may not even understand the implications of what is being said about her, remarked a sympathetic observer from the Ministry of Magic in Britain. To thrust a child into scandal because she held hands with a friend is monstrous. And yet the weight of her name means her silence cannot last forever, support and opposition. Not all responses have been condemnatory. Some younger witches and wizards, particularly from mixed blood or half-blood families, have expressed sympathy, even admiration. She is brave, if it is true, said a 7th-year Bosbaden student, who requested anonymity. To love who you love, even when the whole world says you cannot, that is courage. But such voices are small compared to the chorus of outrage from pure-blood circles. For now, the scandal grows, and no resolution appears in sight. Sidebar, reactions across Europe. The Malfoy family, Britain, utter nonsense. Such behavior would be shameful for any family, doubly so for one as ancient as the Whites, and we know Miss White. These are just false accusations. She hasn't been raised to betray her family's values and traditions. The Beechams, France, we cannot yet judge, but if the rumors are true, it is alarming. The Greengrass family, Britain, the child is 13. To condemn her now is cruel. Let her grow before we pass sentence. Anonymous ministry official, France, this is a schoolyard matter inflated into a scandal by those who fear change. Chapter 276, Moonlit Garden. The gardens of Bosbadens had always been serene in the evening, but under the fullness of the moon, they seemed enchanted in a way no spell could capture. The silvery light spilled across the pond, scattering shards of reflected brilliance that shimmered with every ripple of the water. Tall trees swayed softly, and the night carried a fragrance of roses and blooming wisteria, mixing with the cool breath of the summer air. Somewhere, the song of a nightingale threaded through the silence, as if the world itself wished to serenade what was about to unfold. Ira sat with Fleur by the pond's edge, their reflections swaying in the water, two girls sitting close, shoulders brushing, hands clasped together as though neither dared to let go. The world beyond these gardens was in turmoil, newspapers carrying endless stories about her, families whispering about scandals, about politics and the future of the White House. But here, under the moon, there was only Fleur. Fleur leaned her head against Ira's shoulder, her silvery blonde hair glowing faintly in the night. Ira wrapped an arm around her, drawing her closer. For a long moment, they said nothing. They simply breathed together, listening to the quiet music of the pond. But Fleur's silence was different tonight, heavier, pensive. Ira noticed. "What are you thinking, ma chère?" she whispered, brushing a strand of hair from Fleur's face. Fleur hesitated. Her eyes, bright and stormy like the sea, were turned downward. Finally, she spoke, her voice small. I don't know, Ira. Is it okay?" Ira blinked, tilting her head. "Okay." Fleur lifted her gaze, but her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "This. Us. Sitting here together, kissing when we want, holding hands when everyone can see. The world reads about you in their papers. They speak your name in every hall, House White, the girl who stands against ministries, against old families, against everything they think is proper. And I," her voice caught. "I don't want to be the reason they speak ill of you. I don't want my love to cast shame on your name, or give them cause to wound you because of me. I don't want to be the reason for your downfall, nor the stain upon your family for which you must suffer." Ira's heart ached, but she forced a smile. Instead of answering immediately, she leaned forward and kissed Fleur, softly at first, her lips brushing against hers with gentle finality. When she pulled back, she whispered, firm and low. "Never. Never ever say that again." Fleur's eyes widened, but before she could protest, Ira continued, her voice steady, her tone threaded with warmth and command. "Do you remember, Fleur? Do you remember who kissed whom first?" The memory sparked between them like lightning, the Enchanted Valley, Valentine's Day, when Fleur had leaned in, bold and unafraid, to claim Ira with fire in her eyes. "You were the one who made the first move," Ira said, her lips curving into a faint smile. "You kissed me. You tried to dominate me that day, to make me yours before I even knew I belonged to you. You weren't doubtful then. You weren't afraid of the world when you touched me first. So why now? What happened to that, Fleur? Or are you telling me that you are so weak, that the voices of strangers, rumors in newspapers, hold more power over you than your own heart?" Her words were sharp, but her hand cupped Fleur's cheek, gentle as the moonlight. Fleur's lips trembled, tears pooling in her lashes. "I have never been doubtful of my love for you, Ira. Never." Her voice broke with raw honesty. "I would burn myself before I let my love for you falter. It isn't doubt about us, it's fear. I don't want them to hurt you because of me. I don't want to see your name dragged in the mud. I don't want people spitting venom at you because of who you chose to love. If that pain ever reached you, if I were the cause." Ira silenced her with another kiss, firmer this time, holding Fleur's face between both hands. She didn't let her finish. She didn't want her to finish. When she drew back, her eyes were fierce, molten with something dangerous and eternal. "I don't care about the world, Fleur. Do you hear me? I don't care about their rules, their rumors, their lies. The only thing that matters is this, she pressed their foreheads together, her breath mingling with Fleur's, that you and I are happy with each other. That is the whole of my world. And if the world thinks we should be ashamed, then I will change the world itself. I will tear down their laws, break their traditions, burn their scripts of history. I will bend it all until it allows me to love you openly, without fear. Do you understand? Fleur's tears spilled, glistening silver under the moon. She choked a laugh between sobs, clutching at Ira's shoulders. You always speak as though you can rewrite the world. Ira's smile was a dangerous, dazzling thing. Then let me prove it. And then Fleur kissed her, a desperate, aching kiss that tasted of salt and hope. Their mouths moved together, slow but deep, as though every fear had to be consumed, every doubt burned away. The night grew thicker around them, the cicadas humming louder, the water rippling with unseen magic. When at last they pulled apart, breathless, Ira whispered, her voice low and husky, filled with a dangerous tenderness. You are stuck with me, Fleur Delacour. Do you hear me? Stuck. You are mine, and I will never let you go. Now that you've become mine, there will never be a day when I let you walk outside of me. I will not see you in anyone else's arms. I will not allow another soul to touch what is mine. Her eyes darkened, shadows curling like storm clouds around her aura. She leaned in, her lips brushing Fleur's ear, her whisper sharp and dangerous as a blade. If that day ever came, if I saw you with another person, I would burn the world itself to ash. Fleur shuddered, but not from fear. Her eyes, full of tears, overflowed not with terror but with a wild, consuming love. She cradled Ira's face in her hands, kissed her cheeks where the moonlight kissed them, and whispered back fiercely. Don't worry. I am yours. I will always be yours. Nothing could take me from you. Nothing. I belong to you, Ira White. Their lips met again, this time softer, longer, more intimate. The kind of kiss that was not fire, not desperation, but promise. The kind of kiss that lingered even after it broke, echoing through the heart like the final note of a song. The night around them seemed to hold its breath. The pond shimmered, the moon blazed above, and the garden flowers leaned gently toward them, as if bowing to the two girls who had, in that moment, written their own truth into the world. When finally they parted, resting in each other's arms, Fleur whispered, her voice tender and certain. Then let the world burn, Ira. As long as we have this, as long as I have you. And Ira, pressing a final kiss against Fleur's hair, whispered into the night. You'll always have me. Chapter 277, An Official Meeting. The French Ministry of Magic loomed like a palace of marble and crystal, its gilded gates guarded by aurors in cobalt-blue robes. The sun caught on the enchanted glass domes, scattering rainbow fragments of light across the cobblestone courtyard. It had been weeks since the scandal against Ira had finally dissolved, her name scrubbed clean from rumors and venomous headlines. Yet as she walked at Emma's side through the atrium, heads still turned. The sound of her steps on the polished floor seemed louder than the rustle of enchanted parchments and quills at the registration desks. Ministry workers paused mid-conversation, couriers carrying stacks of files slowed their pace. Some bowed politely, others watched with a curiosity that bordered on awe, as though unable to reconcile the young woman before them with the infamous white heir who had defied French courts only months ago. Emma leaned close, murmuring softly as they passed under the towering crystal archway that led into the grand auditorium. Half of them are staring because they don't believe you'd actually come, she whispered. And the other half? Ira asked with a faint smile. Because you walked in with your head high, as if you've never stumbled at all. The auditorium stretched vast and circular, its vaulted ceiling enchanted to mimic a dawn sky. Murals of magical France unfurled across the walls, alchemists at their cauldrons, dueling champions frozen in glittering stasis, the great wizarding families immortalized in brush and spell. Ira's eyes traced over the painted legacy as they followed a golden-robed attendant through corridors of veined marble. The path seemed ceremonial, past floating lanterns, past the ancient stone fountain where water shimmered with starlight, past the rows of carved doors bearing sigils of each department. The deeper they walked, the quieter it became, until all that remained was the echo of their footsteps and the whisper of Emma's robes against the polished floor. Finally, they arrived before a set of carved double doors bound with bronze filigree. The attendant bowed low, pressing his wand to the lock. With a quiet click, the doors opened to reveal the minister's office. The last time Ira had entered this room, it had been her Aunt Isabella Vauquelin who sat behind the desk. Isabella's office had been austere and sharp, velvet drapes of deep burgundy, polished wood, and scrolls stacked in neat columns like soldiers awaiting command. Now, everything had changed. The walls shimmered with modern elegance, pale cream paneling set with golden trim, shelves lined with newly bound books that looked more decorative than used. Portraits of past ministers now covered the walls, all framed in gilded filigree. Some slumbered, others watched curiously, whispering to each other as Ira passed. A crystal chandelier glowed overhead, shedding light across silken carpets. At the far end of the room stood Lucien Belrose. He rose from behind his desk, his movements deliberate, gracious. He was a man in his early 60s, tall and still broad-shouldered, with black hair streaked with silver at the temples. His most striking feature, however, were his eyes, amber gold, like molten metal, catching the light in a way that seemed unnatural. When they fell on Ira, they softened into something almost paternal. Belrose bowed, not deeply, but enough to acknowledge her weight. "I am most delighted to welcome the matriarch of House White into my office," he said, his voice rich, cultured, every syllable polished by years of public speech. "Please, sit. It is an honor long overdue. I am Lucian Belrose, though I am sure the newspapers have introduced me many times over." Ira inclined her head, smiling with diplomatic grace. "The honor is mine, Monsieur Belrose. Thank you for receiving me. I confess, I was surprised when I heard the new Minister of Magic had requested my company so soon after his election." Emma slipped gracefully into the chair beside her, her eyes sharp, measuring. Lucian chuckled, spreading his hands as he sat back down. "Ah, but I had to. You are not only a name, Mademoiselle White, you are a bridge. Between France and Britain, between tradition and youth. It has become a custom, you see, that every new minister must meet the head of your house. A tradition born generations ago, when your ancestors ensured that our nations remained allies, even in darker times." His gaze lingered on her, keen but not unkind. "And if I may confess," he added, lowering his voice with a conspiratorial smile, "I have admired you from afar. You are not easily ignored, Ira White. Few at your age could have withstood what you endured in our courts, and still walk into this ministry with composure intact." Ira's lips curved, though her tone remained careful. "Well, you are different than I imagined. From your speeches, one might expect a stern man who allows no laughter. But here you are, smiling." Lucian laughed warmly. "Ah, speeches, yes. One must look unyielding when seizing a throne built on rumors and votes. I spent months fighting for this seat, sacrificed time, resources, allies. A minister must appear unshakable to the public, or he will be devoured before the ink on his decrees dries." Ira inclined her head slightly. "A truth I cannot argue. Still, I am curious. Given my closeness to Isabella Vauquelin, your former rival, I did not expect such cordiality. After all, you were one of her fiercest opponents." Lucian's smile thinned but did not vanish. "My dear, this is politics. Within the ministry, there are no permanent friends, only shifting tides. Isabella knew this as well as I. She undermined her opponents as ruthlessly as I opposed her. She was formidable, and if she had not chosen to resign, I suspect she would still hold this seat. But she chose her moment, and handed a strong ministry to my care. For that, I respect her." Ira nodded slowly. "I will not deny that my aunt achieved much. She restored relations with Britain after decades of silence. Trade, diplomacy, cooperation, all rebuilt under her watch. I hope you will continue what she began." Lucian's eyes gleamed, studying her. "Of course. And do not think I forget the hand of the White family in that restoration. Your late grandfather, Elijah White, ah, what a man. He was a friend of mine when we were young, though our paths diverged. It was he who threw his weight behind Isabella, was it not? He told me once that it was family loyalty, nothing more. And now the truth of that loyalty is known to all. Isabella is your aunt, your mother a daughter of the Vauquelin line. You, Ira, are both Britain and France made flesh." Ira held his gaze, her voice calm but firm. "Perhaps. Yet my house is British, and my duties lie first with them. France may claim my blood, but England holds my name." Lucian inclined his head in acknowledgement, though the gleam in his golden eye suggested amusement. "A fair answer. And yet, whether you claim it or not, both nations will look to you. Perhaps even lean upon you, should storms rise again." Emma's hand brushed against Ira's arm lightly under the table, a silent reminder not to yield more than intended. Ira only smiled. "Let us hope, then, that the storms remain far from our shores." Chapter 278, Lucian Belrose. Lucian folded his hands neatly upon the table, his golden eyes gleaming with a curious mixture of calculation and charm. "Well," he began, his voice carrying that steady cadence of a practiced politician, "I invited you today, first of all, to know you better. It is very important for us to maintain a close relationship, as I have stated before. But there is another reason for this meeting. When I took up this office in the Ministry of Magic, I promised myself I would investigate the long, bitter conflict between the Vauquelin family and the Trevor family. I studied the matter carefully, examined reports, cross-examined witnesses. And after months of research, I came to a conclusion. A strange conclusion, if I may say." Ira arched a brow, the faintest curve of amusement tugging at her lips. "And what conclusion would that be, Minister?" Lucian leaned forward, as though sharing something conspiratorial. "It began, of course, with the Trevors' attempt to seize your hotel on the Allée de Mervillers. That place has stood for centuries, a jewel in your family's crown. their brazenness, even to the point of burning it to the ground. And yet, he studied her expression carefully, you rebuilt it. And you did not retaliate. Ira inclined her head slightly. That much is true. I thought it wiser not to escalate. But you see, Lucien continued, that is not the whole story. In truth, my investigation revealed something different. The unrest, the hostility, the endless provocations, these all began in earnest after the passing of Elijah White, your late grandfather. From that moment, the Trevor family grew restless. They turned their focus upon the White holdings, disrupting trade, undermining your alliances in the French courts. Their attacks were constant, insidious. I tried to negotiate, Ira said coolly. I sought civility. But they refused. Yes, Lucien agreed, nodding, but then something curious occurred. When you assumed your position, you made a revelation that your uncle, Cecil White. Cecil Vauquelin, Ira corrected, her tone firm but not unkind. Lucien dipped his head apologetically. Yes, forgive me, Cecil Vauquelin. You revealed the truth, that he was no rightful White. That he bore no White plaque, and belonged instead to the Vauquelin line. At that time, my investigations showed strange movements from the Trevor family. They attempted to use Cecil as a weapon, a distraction against your house. And suddenly, as though overnight, the ancient animosity between the Vauquelins and the Trevors reignited in full flame. France was caught in the blaze of two warring dynasties. To the public, it seemed as though the conflict burst forth magically, without warning. But my careful scrutiny led me to a single conclusion. Lucien's eyes held hers, unflinching, his lips curling into a measured smile. It all happened because of the White family's interests. Behind it all, I found your hand, Lady Ira. For a long moment, silence hung between them. Ira did not flinch beneath his gaze. Instead, she smiled, slow and deliberate, and then brought her hands together in a graceful clap. Well, she said lightly, I'll give you that, Minister. You've uncovered more than most would dare. Perhaps you are right, perhaps I pulled a few strings, nudged certain events into motion. But to claim that my family orchestrated the entire war? No. The feud between those houses was theirs, not ours. My concern was only to preserve the White legacy in peace. And as you must know, when White interests are threatened, we will do anything, to protect them. Lucien raised a hand, as though to placate her. I mean no accusation, Lady Ira. This is not an interrogation. I only wish to tell you that I see the truth. There are others, perhaps, who might suspect, who could connect the dots. But in the eyes of the public, this was always the quarrel of Vauquelin and Trevor, with the Whites no more than a passing influence. That veil holds. Still, I must say, your maneuvering was clever. Admirable. And I, for one, am delighted to count you as a partner. Together, I believe, we can preserve both our interests. Ira regarded him steadily. Your interests, Minister? Or those of the French Ministry of Magic? Lucien's smile broadened, sly and unabashed. Why, if I safeguard my interests, I safeguard the ministry's. Strength begets strength, does it not? If I could not protect myself, how could I protect France? Her gaze sharpened. Then tell me, Minister, what is the true reason you've laid all this bare before me? Surely not for amusement. And surely not to blackmail me. You know well that no one blackmails the White family. Lucien laughed softly, shaking his head. No, of course not. The thought would be absurd. On the contrary, I owe you gratitude. If you had not set these conflicts in motion, had not weakened both Vauquelin and Trevor through their feud, I would not have risen as I have. It took me decades of work to reach this position. But your hand made it possible. I came only to remind you that I am your partner. And as your partner, I wanted you to know I have the strength and the will to match the White family's caliber. Ira tilted her head thoughtfully. And what of Maximilian Vauquelin? Do you speak to him with such candor? You must know that he and I are hardly amicable. Lucien's expression darkened briefly. Quite the opposite, in fact. He has visited me several times. Each time with the same proposal, sanctions upon the White family. Upon you. He even went so far as to name the one he claimed responsible for Alina Trevor's death. At this, Ira's eyes narrowed, sharp as blades. And who, pray, did he accuse? Your aunt, Isabella Vauquelin, Lucien said gravely. For a heartbeat, the air seemed to still. Ira's expression hardened, her voice lowering into a quiet, dangerous register. My aunt. His own sister. Already she has resigned from her post, withdrawn from power. What right does he think he has to pursue her, to tarnish her name? Lucien spread his hands. He claimed it was necessary to remove any weakness, any threat. He wished to drag Isabella to court, to see her punished. I disagreed, of course, but I tell you this so you remain cautious. Men like Maximilian seldom abandon such ambitions. Ira's composure did not waver, but a steel edge entered her words. If that man thinks he can conspire against Isabella, he is a fool. Any strike against her is a strike against me. And I swear to you, Minister, if harm should ever come to her, if he or anyone dares raise a hand against her, I will burn their house to ash. I will destroy them utterly. Family is not a matter of politics to me. It is blood. And blood is everything. Lucian inclined his head in deference. I believe you, Lady Ira. Which is why I refused him. Yet you should know, strange things stir. Several Trevor family members have recently turned up dead. Others are missing. Reports cross my desk almost daily. And whispers reach me that in Austria, Maximilian Vauquelin and Sophie Trevor have been seen together, in some manner on the outskirts. It seems he intends to raise Sophie as the new head of her house. Ira's lips curved into a cold smile. Let him. Let them play their little games. So long as they do not touch the White family's holdings, they are no concern of mine. But should they ever overstep, should I see even the faintest threat, I will retaliate without hesitation. Her words hung in the air like a promise etched in iron. Support, Ira echoed, her eyes glinting. If it benefits the White family, Minister, you will have it. Protect my assets, safeguard my interests here in France, and you will find no ally stronger than me. Betray that trust, and you will discover why the world has always feared the Whites. Lucian inclined his head, a smile ghosting his lips. Then we understand one another perfectly. Chapter 279, Some Unrest from USA. Ira rose from her chair, her gaze fixed steadily on Lucian. Well, she said, her voice calm but authoritative, it seems our discussion has reached its conclusion. We have arrived at an understanding, yes. Both of us will safeguard each other's interests, as has always been the case. I will not interfere with the French ministry or the pureblood families, so long as they do not provoke my family. Lucian smiled, a measured, approving curl of his lips. That is correct. And, if I may add, now that we have officially established this partnership, there are matters that extend beyond our borders. Suspicious activities have been reported across the Atlantic. Ira's brow furrowed. Suspicious activities? Reaching here? What could possibly concern us across the ocean? Lucian leaned back slightly, hands resting on the polished surface of his desk. It seems your late grandfather, Elijah White, held several meetings with influential American families. Their aim was political, they sought to extend their influence into Europe. To do so, they need a strong agent, someone capable of holding sway in France and England, from which they could reach the wider magical communities of the East. Ira's lips curved into a faint, skeptical smile. I see. And my family? I assume we are somehow involved. Lucian's golden eyes glimmered. Indeed. Rumors have reached me that certain American factions are increasingly dissatisfied with the White family's power. In past decades, the Blacks and the Whites kept each other in balance. Now, the White family dominates, especially over European affairs. Naturally, this displeases them. Ira let out a low, amused scoff. What did you expect? They always bristle at the rise of others. Precisely, Lucian said. During the Grindelwald War, they attempted to exploit the chaos to extend their influence in Europe, but their plans were thwarted, lost in both conflict and the deaths of key figures. Since then, they have patiently sought a new opportunity, a way to challenge your family's authority. Ira's gaze sharpened. And whom have they chosen as their pawn? Lucian's voice dropped to a conspiratorial tone. The Black family. The Americans intend to use them once more. They are seeking to reinstate Sirius Black as Lord of the Black Line. If possible, they would arrange for an American woman to marry into the family, thereby controlling the Black legacy and gaining a foothold in Britain, and, from there, all of Europe. Ira raised an eyebrow. So that is their plan. Lucian inclined his head. As far as I know. Some within the British ministry are actively encouraging for Sirius Black's innocence, promoting his innocence from his crimes, leveraging his association with Harry Potter, the boy who lived, to establish him as a legitimate head of the family. Once that is achieved, they hope to extend their influence through him. Ira's lips curved into a thin, knowing smile. Thank you for the warning, Minister. It seems I will have some investigations of my own to undertake. She gestured gracefully. Nevertheless, I appreciate your time and your invitation. This is my assistant, Emma Bloom. You already know her. In my absence, she acts as the matriarch of the White family. Her word is mine, Minister. You may trust her completely. Lucian nodded, and Emma inclined her head in acknowledgement. Ira stood fully, a signal that their meeting had ended. Well then, Minister, enjoy your day. We shall meet again when necessary. Lucian rose as well, bowing slightly. I am pleased we have reached an understanding. Until next time, Lady White. Have a pleasant day. They left the office together, walking down the atrium in measured silence for a few steps before Ira spoke, her tone contemplative. What do you make of all that, Emma? Everything he said. Emma folded her hands calmly. Observing closely, it seems most of it is true. He is not exaggerating, and I believe his calculations are accurate. Ira's brow furrowed. But why us? My family is powerful, surely the Americans could offer him a more lucrative alliance. Emma tilted her head thoughtfully. It is not merely a matter of wealth or influence. Lucien is wary and paranoid, even. He fears rivals undermining him in the coming years. He needed a strong ally, someone capable of neutralizing threats to his position. That is why he chose you. Your backing strengthens his hand. It is a gamble, but a calculated one, and it appears to have succeeded. Ira nodded slowly, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Indeed. A smart man, that Lucien. But we cannot leave matters of the Americans unchecked. I want everything on their dealings and, Emma, keep a close watch on Sirius Black. I want to know everything that happens in Britain regarding him. Emma inclined her head. I am already observing. So far, nothing major has changed. There are rumors of sightings in Hogsmeade, but the Dementors continue their patrols, and Hogwarts remains secure. Ira's expression softened slightly. And my Aunt Isabella? How fares she? Emma smiled. She has been well. Assisting with family affairs, enjoying her studies, and taking some personal time for herself. A mischievous glint appeared in Ira's eyes. Well, make sure she takes time for herself in the right ways. Take her out, Emma. Dates, dances, lovely evenings. Life is too short to hide in office. Emma's cheeks flushed slightly, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Of course, my lady. I shall. Ira chuckled, a rare note of warmth breaking through her usual composure today. Good. Let's go, then. They continued walking toward the ministry's exit. Ira prepared to return to Bosbatons via the Fleur network, while Emma would return to the Parisian White Manor, and to her own quiet comforts, with her lover Isabella waiting. Chapter 280, Him the Friend. The chateau was alive with nervous energy. Exams loomed, and every corridor hummed with the rustle of parchment and the mutter of incantations practiced under breath. Even the Bosbatons gardens, usually filled with laughter and leisure, had become quiet corners where students buried themselves in last-minute revision. The promise of summer holidays hung in the air like the first warmth of spring, made all the brighter by the anticipation of the Quidditch World Cup. Rumors about the Irish and Bulgarian teams' dominance carried through the halls. Everyone wanted to be there when the semi-finals began in France, right at the start of the holidays. Ira was no different from the others, her days split between study sessions and the soft refuge of Fleur's company. After alchemy class one afternoon, however, she found herself walking alongside Marin. He had changed, drastically. Since their last conversation, and perhaps more so after his mother's pleading, the boy who had once been branded a shameless flirt and a schoolyard playboy had transformed into something almost respectable. His reputation for chasing skirts had evaporated, he no longer cornered girls with careless compliments or smirks. Still, as Ira glanced at him now, she wondered just how deep that transformation ran. Catching her gaze, Marin smirked. What is it? Don't tell me you've fallen for me after all. Regretting that you're Fleur's girlfriend and thinking of giving me a shot. Ira didn't even hesitate. She smacked him lightly on the head. Idiot. You haven't changed a bit. Marin laughed, darting ahead a few steps as if she might chase him again. Worth a try, he said, grinning over his shoulder. Their playful banter carried them toward Omberland's gardens, and by the time their laughter faded, Marin's tone had grown more thoughtful. You know, I was honestly surprised when you and Fleur started dating. Sure, I noticed you were closer than normal relationship between girls, but I never thought it would go that far. Lovers. That really shocked me. Ira's smile softened. To tell you the truth, I had a crush on her from the moment we met. At first, I thought it would fade, just a silly, passing thing. But instead, the more time we spent together, the deeper it grew. It wasn't just a crush anymore. When we finally confessed, that's when we realized what it truly was. Marin gave an exaggerated sigh. No wonder you never gave me a chance. Or why Fleur brushed me off so easily. You were both already into each other. I mean, look at me how handsome I am. And because of you too, I even started doubting my charms. My handsomeness, even. Ira rolled her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. There are plenty of men more handsome than you. Don't let a few compliments of some women and girls go to your head. He clutched his chest in mock agony. You're only saying that because you're into girls. If you like boys, I'm sure you'd have chased after me. She smirked. Who knows what would have happened if I was. But now that's one scenario that will never happen. Sorry to disappoint you. Your loss, Marin said with a shrug, though his grin betrayed his amusement. They walked a while in companionable silence before he spoke again, more serious this time. But really, this changes everything. To the outside world, it's still just rumors. People whisper, but they can't prove anything unless they've seen you together at school. If word truly gets out and confirmed, though, imagine the scandal. The matriarch of House White, and Fleur Delacour, the most beautiful girl in France. That would explode across the pureblood circles. I almost can't wait to see their faces. Ira lifted her chin, her expression proud. When that day comes, I'll take Fleur by the hand and kiss her in front of every camera. Let the whole world know she's mine. Marin recoiled, making a face. For Merlin's sake, how can you be so shameless? Ira smirked. Oh, that wasn't shameless. You don't want to see how far I'd go when it comes to her. Before he could retort, a flicker of violet caught her eye. A butterfly of shimmering color descended gracefully, landing on her outstretched hand. She recognized it instantly, Madame Maxime's chosen method of sending messages. With a soft burst of violet dust, the creature dissolved, its wings scattering into glowing letters. Miss White, I'd like to have a conversation with you, if possible. Please meet me in the rooftop garden of the chateau. I'll be waiting. Marin whistled low. Headmistress wants you. Better not keep her waiting. Ira nodded, closing her hand as the dust faded. All right. But remember, study this time. I won't help you with exams. Yeah, Marin muttered with a grin. We'll see. Shaking her head, Ira turned toward the stairs, her steps carrying her steadily upward to the roof where Madame Maxime awaited. Chapter 281, Meeting with Madame Maxime. The rooftop garden of Chateau Beauxbatons shimmered in the afternoon sun, the white stone balustrades warmed by light and the air rich with the scent of climbing roses. For most students, this was a place of unknown since here Madame Maxime's office reside, but for Ira it was quite familiar place that she often visited. The violet butterfly had led her here, dissolving into letters that bore the unmistakable authority of Madame Maxime herself. As she stepped through the arched entrance, she found the headmistress strolling among the lavender bushes, her enormous figure softened by the elegance with which she carried herself. Madame Maxime turned at the sound of Ira's footsteps and smiled warmly. Come in, Mademoiselle White, she said, gesturing to a wrought iron table set beneath a trellis of flowering vines. I wanted to speak with you. Ira returned the smile and moved closer, sitting when invited. Of course, madam. For a moment, Maxime regarded her with that mixture of pride and careful appraisal reserved for only a handful of her students. Then she asked gently, how have you found your time here at Beauxbatons? Ira didn't hesitate. It's been wonderful. These 3 years have been some of the best of my life. I've learned so much, things I could never have imagined before I came here. And more than lessons, I've had experiences that changed me. I truly love it here. The headmistress's expression softened, and her lips curved in satisfaction. I am glad to hear that, child. It is always a pleasure when a student leaves with fondness for this place. She paused, her tone shifting as though preparing to cross into heavier matters. Yesterday, Professor Dumbledore was here for a meeting. I imagine you are already aware, given your position as a Hogwarts governor. Ira inclined her head. Yes, madam. Minister Fudge mentioned it to me. The Triwizard Tournament will return. Indeed, Maxime said, her eyes glittering. We discussed much. There were hopes, even, to expand the competition. We reached out to Ilvermorny in America and to a few others, hoping to make the event even grander. Alas, the Americans declined. They wanted it on their own soil, an international competition open not only to students but to adult wizards as well. Naturally, Albus and the European ministries did not agree. Tradition is clear, the Triwizard is for students. And so the Americans refused to join us. Ira raised a brow, her voice cool. It seems their real concern was profit, then. Maxime gave a faint, amused smile. Perhaps. They dreamed of spectacle, but sometimes grandeur overshadows meaning. Here, we choose differently. For some time, silence lingered between them, broken only by the hum of bees in the flowers. Then Maxime leaned forward slightly, her tone thoughtful. We did, however, agree on one very important matter. Students under 17 will not be allowed to participate. The dangers of the tournament are well known, and it would be foolish to expose the young to such risk. Raising the age was necessary. Ira nodded in approval. That's wise. The history of the tournament proves how costly carelessness can be. Just so, Maxime agreed. Then, after a pause, she continued, which brings me to the real reason I asked you here. Beauxbatons will be sending a delegation to Hogwarts, of course. And I thought to extend the offer to you, Mademoiselle White. I could add your name to the list. Ira smiled faintly, though there was a tinge of sadness in her eyes. Thank you for considering me, madam, but I don't think that will be necessary. I'll be transferring to Hogwarts next school year. The headmistress blinked, taken aback. Truly? You are certain of this decision? Yes, Ira said softly. I don't wish anyone to think I've left Bosbatons out of dislike. If anything, I've grown to love this place more than I ever expected. But I have duties in Britain that I can no longer ignore. As a governor, I should be present. And some of the pureblood families have already begun protesting my absence. It has been nearly 3 years since I've properly returned home. My family's trade, our influence, none of it can afford my absence any longer. A sigh escaped Maxime, heavy with regret. That is truly a shame. I had hoped the matriarch of the White family might graduate from Bosbatons. But if your duty calls you elsewhere, then so be it. I will approve the transfer myself, and I will send a request to Dumbledore to accept you. I cannot imagine he would refuse, even if it is unusual for a governor to also be a student. Ira's lips curved in gratitude. Thank you, madam. The headmistress studied her once more, then asked, and what of your work here? The affairs you were managing in France. They've been settled, Ira replied. The trade routes, the negotiations with French families, they're secure. I'll leave a representative here, though I doubt it will be necessary. Everything should continue smoothly. Very well, Maxime said with a nod. Then I am reassured. Ira tilted her head curiously. Have you decided, then, who will join you at Hogwarts for the tournament? Maxime's lips curved knowingly. Do not worry, child. If you're concerned about Fleur Delacour, rest easy. I will be bringing her. I very much hope she will represent Bosbatons herself. Ira couldn't help but smile, warmth filling her chest. Good. It's her last year, I'm glad she'll be there with me. The headmistress's eyes softened. When I learned the two of you were together, I was happy. Truly. It delights me to see you like this, and I want you to know, you have my support. Never allow yourself to bend under the weight of public opinion. The gossip of pureblood families, the sneers of the media, these are dust before the wind. Ira's voice was steady. Thank you, madam. I'm quite used to it by now. People's opinions don't trouble me. They won't change what Fleur means to me. Good, Maxime said firmly. Then she rose, her towering presence filling the garden. Now go, Mademoiselle White. Your exams approach quickly, and there is work to be done. Prepare yourself well. Ira stood as well, bowing her head respectfully. Yes, madam. As she turned to leave, the garden seemed quieter, touched with a bittersweet air. The meeting had confirmed what she already knew, her time at Bosbatons was drawing to an end. But as she descended the spiral staircase, she carried with her both Madame Maxime's blessing and the steady resolve of one who understood her path. Chapter 282, Peace. Steam still clung faintly to Ira's hair as she pushed open the door to the Amberloon dormitory. The long, hot shower had chased away the lingering chill of the morning and left her cheeks warm, her robe loose over her shoulders. A ribbon of lavender-scented soap followed her into the room, mixing with the ever-present smell of parchment and ink. Her dorm looked much as she had left it, the narrow bed neatly made, stacks of books leaning precariously on her desk, and parchment covered in notes from last night's study session scattered across the surface. The light streaming in through the tall, narrow windows caught the edges of a half-rolled quill, a bottle of ink, and, more striking than all of it, the folded sheets of Le Prophète Magique de France. The newspaper sat squarely in the middle of her desk, its bold headline impossible to miss. Beside it lay an envelope sealed in white wax, the crest of house white pressed deep into its surface. Ira paused in the doorway, one hand still on the frame. The shower's warmth had settled her body, but the sight of those two objects pulled her back into the world outside her studies, outside the safety of Amberloon's quiet halls. She stepped forward slowly, her damp hair brushing against her shoulders, and reached first for the newspaper, her fingers grazing the enchanted ink that shimmered faintly in the morning light. Breaking news, the end of a blood feud. Sophie Trevor and Maximilian Vauquelin announce union. Ira's eyes narrowed. She sat, unfolding the paper with deliberate care, and began to read. For centuries, the feud between the Trevor and Vauquelin families has cast a shadow over French wizarding society, claiming lives, sowing distrust, and dividing communities. Today, history has shifted. In a stunning announcement late last evening, Sophie Trevor, heiress of the Trevor name, declared that her family would seek peace with the Vauquelins. Standing at her side was none other than Maximilian Vauquelin, current head of his house and one of the most influential figures in magical France. The two families, once sworn enemies, have chosen to end their animosity through the most binding of covenants, marriage. Sophie Trevor and Maximilian Vauquelin have pledged themselves to one another, sealing not only their personal union but the reconciliation of their bloodlines. The ceremony, held in secret but sanctified by ancient magical vows, was witnessed by Minister of Magic Lucien Belrose and officiated by representatives of both houses. Sources close to the ministry confirm that the contract is sealed by the oldest blood-binding rights, ensuring that the peace cannot be broken without catastrophic magical consequence. This decision comes in the wake of tragedy and escalation. Following the deaths of Alina Trevor and Renee Vauquelin, tensions reached a fever pitch. Shops burned, allies fell, and both families seemed poised for open war. Yet under Belrose's mediation, and perhaps through their own realization of mutual destruction, the heirs of both houses have chosen to unite rather than destroy. Reactions within the French wizarding community have been overwhelmingly positive. At last, peace, said Marguerite Devereux, head of the Devereux family. We have watched for too long as this feud poisoned our society. Their union brings relief not just to their own blood, but to all of France. Already, markets have steadied. Trade routes once disrupted by Trevor-Vauquelin hostility are reopening. The Wisengamot's French chamber has issued a statement calling the union a decisive victory for the stability of magical France. For the first time in generations, the feud is declared over. The past is buried, Sophie Trevor said in her statement. Our families will move forward as one. Together. Heiress set the paper down slowly. For a moment she only stared at the page, her lips pursed, her thoughts racing. So, she murmured under her breath, they sealed it by marriage. Sophie and Maximilian, engaged. The headline felt surreal, almost absurd. The same Maximilian who had orchestrated bloodshed, the same Sophie whose mother Alina had sworn vengeance, it seemed unthinkable that they would now stand united. And yet, here it was, written in ink and confirmed by law. Her thoughts turned immediately practical. This was no romance, this was strategy. She knew the Vauquelins well enough to see their fingerprints on the scheme. The timing, the sudden declaration, the convenient disappearance of those Trevor family members most likely to oppose the union, it all pointed in one direction. She reached for the letter next, breaking the seal with a swift motion. Emma's handwriting spilled across the parchment in elegant, controlled strokes. My lady. I trust this letter finds you well. By now you will have seen the morning edition of Le Prophète Magique, but I write to confirm what my own investigations have uncovered. The reports are true, Sophie Trevor and Maximilian Vauquelin have entered into a binding engagement, blessed by the ministry and sealed by ancient vow. My contacts suggest the Trevor family is no longer what it once was. Many of its members are either missing or dead. The official word is that they fled in protest of Sophie's decision, but rumors are darker. I believe Maximilian arranged their removals, one way or another. In doing so, he ensured Sophie stands as the sole uncontested heir, leaving the rest of the family little choice but to side with him. It is, in short, a conquest dressed as reconciliation. The Trevor family has not been absorbed into peace, it has been consumed. I await your instruction as to how we should respond to this new alliance. On another matter, as per your command, we successfully secured the hippogriff Buckbeak. The Malfoy family, pressured by Minister Fudge at first, eventually withdrew their complaint once word spread that House White had purchased the creature. The ministry was only too eager to wash their hands of it once the matter was settled in our favor. I now ask, what should be done with the hippogriff? Do we keep it under our care, or would you prefer another course of action? Your faithful servant. Emma Bloom. Ira's eyes lingered on the signature, her expression unreadable. She leaned back in her chair, staring once more at the newspaper headline. Maximilian Vauquelin and Sophie Trevor had played their hands masterfully. By removing dissenting Trevor kin, binding each other through both marriage and magical contract, and securing Minister Belrose's blessing, they had elevated themselves into something far greater than the head of a single house. They were now the couple who ended a centuries-old feud. Public opinion would rally behind them, perhaps even idolize them. She dipped her quill in ink, her mind sharpening to clarity as she began her reply. To Emma Bloom. You did well to confirm what the newspapers reported. Continue to observe Maximilian Vauquelin closely. Watch his movements, his alliances, his correspondence. But do not interfere. At present he has not made any move against House White, and until he does, we need not cross him. Let him consolidate. His hunger will reveal itself in time. As for the hippogriff Buckbeak, you will deliver him into the care of Rubeus Hagrid at Hogwarts. I will draft a letter to Dumbledore clarifying that this creature is the property of House White, given to Hogwarts under my governance as a gift to the school. It will serve as both a resource for magical education and a reminder of our family's protection. Make certain it is understood that should any harm come to Buckbeak, Hogwarts will answer to us directly. For now, hold your position. Observe and record, then report back to me and also counsel Aunt Isabella as well as she is more informed about these two families. The Vauquelin-Trevor union are not a threat to me, so just observe them, that's all. With regard. Ira White. She let the ink dry, then folded the letter with care. For a long moment she sat still, gazing out the window toward the sweeping lawns of Amberloon. Students below bustled between classes, their chatter about their progress in preparation for exams or their future plans for summer holidays. Chapter 283, The Week of Exams. The week of examinations descended upon Bosbatons like a slow-moving storm. Even the normally airy halls of the dormitory seemed heavier with silence. Where laughter and chatter usually bounced from stone walls and high-arched ceilings, now whispers replaced them, hushed and tense, as if every word might disturb the delicate balance of concentration each student clung to. Ira could feel it most clearly in Amberlin's dormitory. In the dorm hall, those students who were often casual and teasing had transformed overnight into studious shadows of themselves, bent over parchment by candlelight. Books on magical creatures, charms, potions, and alchemy were scattered across the common tables, their spines bent and pages stuffed with scraps of notes. Marin, unusually quiet, had taken to walking with Ira to class in silence, lips pressed thin with nerves, though every so often he would glance over and flash a small smile as if to reassure that he was still alive, but Ira knew he was under a lot of pressure and stress since this year she didn't help him. For Ira, the pressure was different. She had studied diligently all year, and her mind held the lessons like a well-organized library. The nerves of others brushed against her but rarely sank in or had any effect on her. The first exam came on a clear Tuesday morning, care of magical creatures with Professor Claude Moreau. The exam was not held in the grassy enclosures where Professor Moreau usually paraded nifflers or bowtruckles for them to observe, nor in the stables where Abrazans pawed the earth with restless hooves. Instead, the students filed into the classroom, rows of desks laid out neatly, parchment already waiting for them. The familiar scent of hay and animal musk that usually lingered here had been replaced by the sterile tang of ink. Professor Moreau, kind and gentle as always with his silver-streaked hair tied back and a beard that made him cute-looking grandpa, walked slowly to the front of the room. "You will have 3 hours," he said. His voice carried over the students like a whip crack. "Your task is simple: demonstrate knowledge of the creatures we have studied this year. Their habitats, their diets, their uses in magical society, and the dangers they pose. Write with clarity. No points for excess, only precision." The exam paper unfurled itself before Ira, and she dipped her quill in ink. The first question. Describe the habitat and dietary needs of the Diricol, and comment on the magical misconceptions surrounding its disappearance. Ira's quill began to glide across the parchment. She described the bird's natural home in the warmer islands of the Atlantic, its diet of small insects and fruit, and the Muggle myth of its extinction, born from its uncanny ability to vanish and reappear elsewhere. She noted how this ability had inspired confusion in Muggle naturalists, and how wizarding communities quietly protected the species. The next section asked about mooncalves, their skittish nature, the silvery luminescent patterns they left in fields during mating dances, and their surprisingly nutritious dung, prized by herbologists. Another question turned to redcaps, the murderous little creatures haunting battlefields soaked with blood, and Ira carefully wrote of their danger to unprepared wizards and their relative uselessness beyond being warnings of cursed ground. She wrote steadily, her mind clear. Each creature rose in her thoughts as if she were introducing old friends, the mischievous nifflers who rooted for treasure, the thestrals, skeletal yet noble, seen only by those who had known death, and the lethifold, a creature of nightmares, against which only the Patronus charm could prevail. She filled her parchment without pause, her quill scratching steadily until at last she leaned back, stretching her hand. Around her, other students groaned softly, some chewing quills, others staring hopelessly at empty spaces on their parchment. Marin, 2 rows ahead, bit his lip in concentration, his hand flying in hurried strokes. When Professor Moreau finally called time, Ira set down her quill with quiet satisfaction. She had finished everything, thorough and complete. The alchemy exam. The next morning brought the second exam, alchemy, taught by Professor Alaric Vilmont. His exams were infamous for their detail, not their cruelty, but because he demanded a precise respect for the art of transformation. Alchemy, he often said, was no playground for the careless mind. This time, the exam hall was the alchemy classroom itself, rows of polished wooden desks set with neat parchment scrolls. No cauldrons, no ingredients, just the silence of expectation. Professor Vilmont, robed immaculately in deep green, stood at the front with his hands folded. "You are not yet practitioners," he said, his voice calm but commanding, "but you are apprentices to knowledge. Today you will show me what you understand of alchemy's history and its foundations. There will be no brewing, no stones transmuted. Only thought and memory. Begin." The exam began with a long essay question. Explain the symbolic significance of the philosopher's stone in wizarding tradition, and distinguish between its mythical properties and the practical goals of alchemy as an academic discipline. Ira's quill moved swiftly. She wrote of Nicholas Flamel, of the centuries-long pursuit of immortality and limitless wealth, and the way the stone represented both wizarding ambition and the danger of obsession. She contrasted the mythical perfection of the stone with the true heart of alchemy, the transformation of base into refined, ignorance into wisdom, chaos into harmony. Other sections asked for brief notes on alchemical symbols, the Ouroboros, mercury, sulfur, and salt, and their correspondences to spirit, volatility, and permanence. Another required explanations of the practical contributions of alchemy, refining potions, stabilizing magical alloys, and improving enchantment resilience. Ira found the exam straightforward, her preparation carrying her through. She did not rush, instead writing carefully, ensuring each response was balanced and thorough. When she finished, she still had half an hour left, which she used to reread her work, correcting a word here and there. As they left the room, many students groaned, Marin among them, though he smiled faintly at Ira. "You look as though you just wrote a book," he teased softly. Ira only shrugged, though a small smile tugged at her lips and said, "What can I say, I am a genius after all." And to this remark Marin rolled his eyes and murmured something about being narcissistic and not being ashamed of showing off. The Charms exam. By Thursday came the Charms exam, a subject Ira enjoyed immensely, taught by Professor Chamberlain, the most beloved professor in the school. He was jovial and encouraging, his classroom always filled with laughter, but when exams came, he demanded the results of all what he taught in all the school year. The written portion covered the spells they had practiced all term. Questions asked them to describe the incantation, wand movement, and common errors of charms such as Aguamenti, the water-conjuring charm, and Accio, the summoning charm. Ira wrote fluently about their applications, Aguamenti to quench fires, to fill containers, or in advanced cases, to provide potable water in emergencies, Accio to retrieve objects across distances, limited by line of sight, weight, and magical interference. The practical portion was what the students feared most. "Now, let us see what you can do," Professor Chamberlain said cheerfully, his wand twirling between his fingers. "Each of you will step forward and perform the spells as directed. Precision over flair, remember." Students went one by one. Some produced only dribbles of water from their wands, others summoned objects with awkward jerks, nearly toppling themselves. Laughter rippled gently through the classroom, though the professor always clapped and encouraged. When Ira's turn came, she stepped forward with calm confidence. At Chamberlain's nod, she flicked her wand. Aguamenti. A steady, clear stream of water burst from her wand, splashing into the waiting basin until she cut it off with a flick. The professor grinned. "Well done. A clean stream, no sputtering. Full marks. Now," he continued, dragging a heavy trunk across the floor, "let us see your Accio. Bring this to you." Ira raised her wand. Accio trunk. The trunk jolted, then slid swiftly across the room, stopping neatly at her feet without colliding into her. A ripple of impressed murmurs passed among her classmates. Professor Chamberlain chuckled. "Flawless. You even moderated the speed. That level of control is more advanced than required. Excellent, Miss White." She only inclined her head slightly in a smile to acknowledge Professor's word about her before returning to her seat. By the end of the exam, Ira felt a quiet sense of triumph. Not only had she answered well, but she had also demonstrated her growing command of magic. Chapter 284, The Week of Exams, Part 2. The days at Bosbaden's no longer passed in measured rhythm but intense leaps from one examination to the next. Ira woke earlier than usual and after a warm shower she made her way towards the class for the next step of her exams. The next exam loomed, potions. Professor Santiago Velasco had arrived at Bosbaden's only this year, but his reputation had spread quickly. A Spaniard with quick dark eyes, an easy smile, and a habit of slipping Spanish words into his French explanations, he had won students over with his passion and precision. He was both kind and demanding, quick to praise a well-brewed potion but merciless if one's cauldron was neglected. The exam hall smelled faintly of dried herbs and crushed roots when the students entered. Each desk was set with a sheet of parchment for the written portion and, beside it, a clean cauldron and carefully measured ingredients for the practical. Velasco stood at the front, his arms folded, his robes dusted with faint stains of old potions. "Buenos dias, estudiantes," he greeted, smiling. "Hoy, pardon, today, you will show me what you have learned. First, you will write. Introduce 3 potions we studied this year, explain their uses, their dangers, and their limits. After that, you will brew the Commentize potion. Entendido? Good. Begin." Ira unrolled her parchment. The first question asked her to introduce any 3 potions taught during the year. Her quill moved steadily. She began with the Wiggenweld potion, describing its restorative properties, its use in counteracting sleeping drafts, and its vital place in healing spell damage. She explained its ingredients, Wigantre bark, fluxweed, and the subtle stirrings required to prevent bitterness. Her second choice was the Boil Cure potion, deceptively simple yet crucial, especially for apprentices. She wrote of its effectiveness in treating skin afflictions, its common mistakes, such as mistiming the addition of snake fangs, which could make the potion dangerously corrosive, and its significance in teaching novice brewers patience. Finally, she chose the elixir to induce euphoria, carefully noting its risks. Though capable of elevating mood and dispelling depression, overstirring could create giddiness or uncontrollable singing, rendering it dangerous in untrained hands. She wrote with calm precision, filling her parchment in neat, confident lines. Around her, Quill scratched nervously. Marin, 2 rows away, tapped his foot as he paused to think. When Velasco finally announced, "Tiempo." Written portion finished, the students set down their quills. The room seemed to tighten in anticipation as he clapped his hands. Now, the practical. The Commentize potion. It cures mild pain, dolores pequeños, and minor injuries. You have the ingredients before you. Follow the process as taught. Remember, stir counterclockwise after the infusion of willow bark. Begin. Ira tied her hair back and lit her cauldron with a steady flick. Her hands moved with practiced ease, crushed dittany leaves into simmering water, powdered valerian root, a measured shaving of willow bark. The potion shifted slowly from pale green to a translucent blue as she stirred counterclockwise, counting under her breath. She added the final drop of salamander blood, and the potion settled into a calm, luminous teal. Velasco passed behind each student, his sharp eyes observing. Some cauldrons frothed over, others curdled into dangerous shades of brown. Marin's potion gave off a faintly sour smell, though it glowed acceptably. When he reached Ira, he leaned slightly to peer into her cauldron. The surface shimmered like glass, the color precise, the texture smooth. He gave the smallest nod, lips curling faintly. Perfecto, he murmured, and walked on. Ira allowed herself a tiny breath of satisfaction. The Ancient Runes exam, Professor Valentine Dane. The next day was the most unusual of all, for Professor Valentine Dane was no ordinary teacher. His pale skin, sharp cheekbones, and long dark hair marked him immediately as different, but it was his eyes, calm, deep, and faintly luminous, that made students whisper. A vampire, yes, but a scholar above all, he treated his students with measured respect, and his mastery of the runes was unquestionable. The exam was held in the runic hall, its walls lined with carved stones bearing ancient inscriptions. Each desk bore a thick parchment scroll with 50 symbols etched at the top. Dane glided to the front, his black robes whispering faintly. 50 runes, he said softly, his voice smooth as silk. Identify them. Translate their meanings. If you can, describe their application. Extra credit lies not in memorization but in comprehension. Begin. Ira unrolled the parchment. The first rune, Fehu, wealth, prosperity, beginnings. Her quill scratched steadily. The next, Ansuz, divine wisdom, inspiration, communication. She explained how it was often carved into staffs to improve clarity in magical speech. She moved rune by rune, Thurisaz, protective but volatile, Iwaz, representing endurance and defense, Laguz, the rune of water and intuition. She not only gave their meanings but noted where they might be applied in wards, enchantments, and inscriptions. The hall was silent save for the scratching of quills. Some students stared blankly after the first dozen runes, their ink smudging as they struggled to recall. Ira's quill never faltered, her knowledge flowing as though the runes themselves whispered to her. When she finished, she reviewed her answers, then carried the parchment forward. Professor Dane received it with his pale hands, his expression unreadable. But as their eyes met, he inclined his head faintly, a gesture that, from him, was praise enough. The Transfiguration exam, Professor Corviel. The next morning dawned clear and cold. Professor Corviel stood at the front of the Transfiguration classroom, her elegant posture and hawk-like eyes commanding immediate respect. She was strict, but fair, and her pride in her students' progress was always clear. As the exam began, she called on Ira first. Mademoiselle White, she said, lips curving in the faintest smile. If you can reproduce the phoenix you conjured in class, but this time, let it fly, I will give you perfect marks. No written exam required. The room murmured in surprise. Ira blinked, then felt a small smile tug at her lips. She stepped forward to the desk where a plain wooden box sat. Raising her wand, she focused. The movement was fluid, the incantation clear. The box shivered, warped, and unfolded. Feathers of brilliant orange unfurled, and in moments, a phoenix burst forth, its plumage glowing with firelight. It opened its beak and gave a cry that resonated through the room, then spread its wings and took flight, circling above the students in a blaze of color. Gasps filled the room. Marin clapped his hands softly in awe. Professor Corviel's eyes softened with rare admiration. Magnifique, she said. Better than I expected. You could not make it fly before. I thought it would take you years yet. But now, you have exceeded my prediction. You may go, Mademoiselle White. You already have perfect marks. Ira bowed her head politely. Merci, Professor. She turned and walked out, her heart steady but warm. The magical defense exam, Professor Gabriel Valiant. By the next day, fatigue had settled in. Students dragged themselves into Professor Gabriel Valiant's classroom with heavy eyes. He was an imposing figure, tall, broad-shouldered, his gray eyes sharp beneath dark brows. Unlike Professor Chamberlain, there was no warmth in him, only discipline. The written exam came first. You will explain, he said curtly, the defensive measures against various creatures, kappas, red caps, lethofolds, trolls. Write clearly what must be done. Begin. Ira bent her head over the parchment. She wrote of kappas, how to trick them into bowing, spilling the water from their heads. Of red caps, dispersed by defensive charms or banishing spells. Of trolls, their stupidity, how a simple stunning spell to the head often sufficed. And of lethofolds, dark creatures of nightmares, repelled only by the Patronus charm. When the written portion ended, Valiant announced the practical, a one-on-one duel. Each student would face him briefly, his role to press their defense. One by one, students stepped forward, casting shaky shields, some disarmed immediately. Marin managed a decent defense before being gently but firmly disarmed. When Heiress' turn came, she lifted her wand steadily. Valiant's first spell was a sharp stunner. She deflected it with a clean protego, following swiftly with a disarming charm of her own. He blocked, eyes narrowing faintly. The duel intensified. He cast a barrage, stinging hexes, jinxes, binding charms. Heiress countered with crisp precision, her wand moving fluidly. She did not rely on one tactic but shifted constantly, shields, counters, evasive charms. Once, she even forced him back with a well-aimed knockback jinx. For a moment, his brows lifted, surprise flickering in his cold expression. Then, just as swiftly, he ended it, lowering his wand. Enough. You may go, Mademoiselle White, he said curtly. Yet in his eyes lingered a faint glint of respect. The magical botany exam, Professor Lior. The final exam of the week was in the greenhouses. The air was damp and earthy, filled with the scents of soil and strange blossoms. Professor Lior, a wiry man with dirt-stained gloves, bustled among the rows of plants. Today, he said briskly, you will identify the plants I set before you, explain their dangers or uses, and then repot one, change its soil correctly. Begin. Each student was led to a station with 3 plants. Heiress found herself before a puffapod, a venomous tentacula, and a Mimbulus Mimbletonia. She described the puffapod, harmless seeds that burst into flowers when dropped. She explained the venomous tentacula's grasping vines, dangerous without proper protection, yet useful in advanced potions. Finally, she detailed the Mimbulus Mimbletonia's defensive stinksap, unpleasant but harmless. Then came the repotting. She pulled on dragon hide gloves, gently loosened the soil, shifted the roots of the Mimbulus Mimbletonia into richer dragon dung compost, and tamped it down. The plant gave a faint squelch but otherwise settled happily. Professor Lior watched, nodding. Excellent, Mademoiselle White. Efficient, careful. Très bien. As she stepped back, Heiress exhaled softly. The exams were done, each one a test not only of memory but of discipline, focus, and growth. The week closed in a haze of exhaustion and relief. Students staggered back to their dormitories, some groaning, others laughing nervously about their mistakes. Fleur leaned against Heiress as they walked, sighing, at least it is finished. Heiress only nodded, a quiet satisfaction settling in her chest. She had done what she came to do. She was certain that she would pass all of her exams since the results will be released during the summer holidays. Chapter 285, The Last Morning at Bosbaton's. The castle was alive with a strange mixture of exhaustion and excitement. The final examinations were behind them, and in just a few short hours, students would board the Abraxan-drawn carriages and leave the grounds for the summer. Everywhere Heiress turned, she saw trunks stacked in hallways, last-minute goodbyes exchanged in rapid French, and laughter bubbling from younger students who could finally breathe again after weeks of revision. Even the air felt lighter, touched with the scent of blooming lavender drifting in through open windows. But while the others busied themselves with farewells and packing charms, Heiress had a different priority. She slipped her hand into Fleur's, tugging insistently as they wove their way through the crowd. Fleur frowned, half protesting, but allowed herself to be pulled along. Heiress, oh vastu, she asked, stumbling slightly as they turned down a gravel path that led toward the far edge of the grounds. Where are you taking me? Everyone else is finishing their packing, and you. You'll see. Heiress' voice was teasing, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Fleur huffed but followed. Her long silver-blonde hair shimmered in the sunlight, and though her tone was impatient, there was a fondness in the way her fingers remained tightly laced with Heiress. After a long walk the path narrowed, curving into a grove of enchanted willows. Here, the noise of the school faded until only the crunch of their steps and the rustle of leaves remained. Then, suddenly, the trees parted, and the valley opened before them. Val Enchante. It was a place touched by magic older than the school itself, a wide hollow where a waterfall tumbled in endless silver sheets into a crystalline pool, its mist catching the light and scattering it into soft rainbows. Wildflowers carpeted the grass, glowing faintly with enchantments, and the air itself seemed alive with sounds of old spells. Fleur's breath caught. No matter how many times she saw it, the sight never failed to steal it away. Heiress. She murmured. Why did you brought me here? Heiress sat down at the water's edge, tugging Fleur gently beside her. Her gaze lingered on the cascade, but her voice was soft, almost reverent. I wanted to visit one last time. This valley, It's where everything changed for me. Where we confessed how we felt. Where our love began. It's sacred to me. No matter where I go, I'll carry this place with me, because it gave me you. For a moment Fleur simply stared, overwhelmed. Ira's words settled deep into her chest, warm and steady, and her heart fluttered in response. Her lips parted to whisper something tender, something to mirror the emotion in Ira's eyes. But then a strange phrase cut through her haze. One last time. Fleur stiffened. Wait, she said sharply, turning to Ira with sudden intensity. What do you mean, one last time? Ira hesitated only a moment before answering. Because I won't be coming back. Next year, I'll be transferring to Hogwarts. The words dropped like stones into the silence. Fleur's world tilted. She stared at her, lips parting in disbelief. No. You, her voice faltered before rising again, edged with panic. You can't. Next year is my final year here. Can't you wait? Just one more year. Then after I graduated you can transfer to wherever you want and I will follow you, can't you? I can't, Ira said quietly. Fleur's breath hitched, her emotions twisting too fast to name. Why, she burst out, her voice raw. Don't you see? Without you, this school will be unbearable. Empty. I won't be able to breathe if you aren't here. The waterfall roared behind them, but to Fleur it seemed distant, muffled under the weight of her own pulse pounding in her ears. Ira's calm expression only deepened her turmoil. I'm sorry, Ira said at last, her face unreadable. Fleur's composure shattered. Her chest rose and fell in heavy breaths, and she turned away, blinking rapidly as her throat burned. Fine then, she snapped, her words breaking though her voice trembled. Go. Do whatever you want. I don't need you here. The silence that followed was suffocating. Fleur's back was rigid, her eyes fixed on the rippling water even as her vision blurred. She hated how fragile her voice had sounded, how exposed. She hated that she had begged. Then, laughter. At first soft, then growing louder, spilling into the valley in bright peals. Fleur blinked, startled, before turning back toward Ira in disbelief. Her girlfriend was clutching her stomach, shoulders shaking as she laughed openly. Fleur's cheeks flamed with indignation. What, she hissed, is so funny? Ira could barely contain herself. You were so adorably furious and upset, it melted my heart. She wiped at her eyes, still grinning. Fleur's glare could have ignited the flowers at their feet. Were you serious about what you said? About transferring? Yes, Ira admitted without hesitation. Fleur's heart twisted again, frustration tightening in her chest. Then why are you laughing? All right, all right. Ira lifted her hands in mock surrender, still fighting a smile. I'll stop. It's just, it seems Madame Maxime didn't tell you yet. Confusion flickered across Fleur's face. Tell me what? Ira smirked, her voice laced with mischief. That you'll be going to Hogwarts too. Fleur blinked. What? I never agreed to transferring to that school. Who said anything about transferring? Ira countered slyly. Then how am I supposed to go? Fleur demanded, exasperation clear in her tone. Ira leaned closer, her voice low and triumphant. Because Hogwarts is hosting the Triwizard Tournament next school year. Beauxbatons will send students, and Madame Maxime promised me that you'll be one of them. For a moment Fleur could only stare, her mouth slightly open. She searched Ira's face, waiting for some sign of jest, but found only certainty. Slowly, the truth sank in. Her emotions surged, a tangled mess of relief, disbelief, and indignation. She clenched her fists, cheeks flushing pink. Then, finally, she erupted. You. Her shout rang across the valley, startling a flock of enchanted doves into flight. Ira, you absolute idiot. She swatted at Ira's body, French curses spilling from her lips as her face burned with equal parts fury and embarrassment. Chapter 286, with her and the news. Fleur's sudden movement startled Ira. Before she could react, Fleur had leapt onto her, pinning her gently but firmly to the soft grass. Her eyes blazed with a mix of playful anger and earnest emotion, and her lips quirked in a mischievous smile. Why did you torment me like that? Fleur demanded, her hands brushing lightly over Ira's breasts as she held her down. Do you know how it felt, imagining not seeing you for an entire year? Just thinking about it, it made me ache. Ira laughed, squirming slightly under Fleur's determined weight. Sorry. I just wanted to enjoy this place with you, that's all. I didn't mean to scare you. Fleur leaned closer, her face hovering just inches from Ira's. Their breaths mingled, warm and uneven, hearts racing in tandem. Never ever scare me like that, she whispered, voice low and serious, though her eyes twinkled with playful challenge. Do you understand? I understand, Ira breathed, trying to hide her smile. I promise, I won't, well, not on purpose. Fleur smirked, tilting her head. You know, you should be careful. Because when you scare me, I might just have to teach you a lesson. Ira felt a shiver run through her, half from amusement, half from the closeness of Fleur's body and the intensity in her gaze. Oh. And what kind of lesson would that be? She asked, her voice soft, teasing. Fleur's hands rested gently on Ira's chest, her fingers brushing and pinching her chest, and her lips curved into a slow, mischievous grin. A lesson in paying attention to me, she whispered, leaning even closer. Their foreheads nearly touched, breaths mingling again. I'll make sure you never forget this sensation. Ira laughed, a little breathless, and reached up to cup Fleur's cheek, fingers brushing through her hair. I think I'd like that lesson, she admitted, cheeks warming at how vulnerable and close they were. Fleur's eyes softened, her playful anger giving way to something tender, almost vulnerable. She brushed a stray strand of hair from Ira's face, and the tips of their noses touched. You can make me laugh, make me angry, but never scare me like that again, understand? I understand, Ira whispered, a shy smile curving her lips. Fleur leaned even closer, their lips nearly brushing, so close that Ira could feel the warmth of her breath on her own. The moment stretched, charged and sweet, a delicate promise of the love they shared. Ira pulled to herself down just slightly, and their lips touched each other's and they started kissing each other tenderly as they enjoyed each other with love and intimacy. Then Fleur whispered to her. You're lucky this is our secret spot, she said as she kissed her lips again, or else I might not be so forgiving. Ira grinned, reaching up to hold Fleur's hand in both of hers. Lucky us, she murmured, letting herself sink into the closeness and kisses, hearts beating fast together in the quiet magic of Val Enchante. Hours later. The morning in Val Enchante had grown warm, the mist from the waterfall sparkling like scattered diamonds in the sunlight. Ira and Fleur remained close, their earlier teasing having given way to a softer, tender intimacy. Their foreheads rested together, breaths mingling, hearts still racing from the closeness of their lips and kisses they shared. Fleur tilted her head, brushing a strand of hair from Ira's face. Ira smiled, reaching up to tuck it behind her ear. They leaned closer, and their lips met in a gentle kiss, soft and lingering, a quiet promise of the affection and trust between them. Suddenly, a sharp cry split the calm, the unmistakable sound of a hawk. Both girls startled. Fleur looked up, eyes wide, as Ira instinctively lifted herself from Fleur's embrace. There, gliding gracefully above the valley, was a large, noble hawk. Its plumage gleamed in the sunlight, and around its leg was tied a small, rolled-up letter. Ira's heart quickened. This was no ordinary bird, it was one of the White family's specially trained hawks, capable of flying faster and farther than even the most reliable owl. Ira rose to her feet, moving toward the bird as it landed lightly on a nearby rock. She unwrapped the letter, heart pounding, and recognized the precise, elegant handwriting immediately. It was from Emma, her trusted assistant. The hawk let out a low, soft cry and then took off again, soaring into the sky with graceful power, leaving Ira holding the letter. What is it? Fleur asked, tilting her head curiously. Ira glanced down at the parchment. I don't know yet, it's a letter from Emma. She carefully broke the seal and unfurled the message. The words, written in Emma's precise hand, filled the page. My lady, I hope this letter reaches you safely. I returned to Britain 2 days ago and had a meeting with the minister. Yesterday, I received very crucial information regarding Sirius Black. Apparently, he was captured at Hogwarts while attempting to attack 3 students. Among them was your friend, Hermione Granger. Thankfully, all students were unharmed. Once Sirius Black was caught, he was immediately taken to the Ministry of Magic. Although Minister Fudge attempted to secure a Dementor's kiss for execution, several Wizengot members were present, and Dumbledore himself opposed it. The decision was made to take him directly to the ministry. Next week, a hearing will be held in court, and all pureblood families are invited to participate. Since your family is a member of the Wizengamot court, your presence will be required at the hearing. With my highest regards, Emma Bloom. Fleur blinked, watching Ira as she was hugging her like a koala. So, what is it? At this hour. Ira looked at Fleur, her expression a mix of amazement and surprise. It seems our fugitive, Sirius Black, has been captured. There will be a hearing in Britain next week, and I am required to attend. Fleur's eyes widened with intrigue. Oh, so they caught that dark wizard. Yes, Ira confirmed. He's captured, and apparently the ministry will conduct the hearing. I have to go. Fleur's excitement mingled with curiosity. Really? I wish I could go with you. Ira smiled warmly, hugging her tightly. Of course, if you want to, I'll take you. Like last time, we'll travel together from here to Britain. Fleur's face brightened. Yes. I'll go. I'll just tell my parents and, yes. We'll go together. Ira laughed softly, squeezing her body to hers. Fleur, unable to contain her joy, leaned forward and stole a quick, impulsive kiss, catching Ira by surprise. Her lips lingered just long enough to leave warmth and a playful spark. Now, Fleur said with a grin, her hand tightening around Ira's neck, let's go pack. It's already 11, and the farewell lunch ceremony at the Star Hall will begin soon. Our final gathering for the year, we can't miss it. Ira nodded, her heart still racing from the rush of affection and the news she carried. She allowed Fleur to lead her gently, fingers intertwined, back along the familiar paths of Beauxbatons. Chapter 287, The Last Lunch of the Year. The Star Hall shimmered with light as Ira and Fleur entered hand in hand. The enchanted ceiling above was bathed in a mellow summer sky, streaked with gold as though the sun itself had chosen to linger here before saying goodbye to another year. Murmurs of laughter, the scraping of benches, and the echo of footsteps filled the room as students from all three houses streamed in, eager for their final meal before the journey home. At the ombre-lune table, Ira and Fleur slid into their usual seats, their fingers still linked, neither seeming willing to let go. Marin gave them a quick smile as he sat opposite, and the rest of the table hummed with excitement, the sort of buzzing anticipation that came only at the close of a long year. Ira glanced at Fleur, who looked radiant, her silvery hair catching the light like spun moonlight. She gave her a small smile, and Fleur's thumb brushed softly over her knuckles, a quiet reassurance between them. The chatter slowly dimmed as Madame Maxime rose from her chair at the front of the hall. The headmistress's tall frame seemed to command the very air itself, her presence regal yet warm. She tapped her goblet lightly, and the soft chime carried through the chamber. Messa leaves, she began, her voice echoing richly, another school year has drawn to its close. I wish to congratulate each of you for your efforts, your dedication, and for the spirit you have shown, both in your studies and in your hearts. Be proud of yourselves, for I am proud of you. Polite applause rippled across the hall. Fleur straightened in her seat, her hand never leaving Ira's. You will receive your examination results by all post during the summer holiday, Madame Maxime continued, her gaze sweeping fondly over her students. I know the wait may feel long, but I assure you, patience is part of learning as well. Until then, hold your heads high, for you have worked hard. A murmur of agreement rose from the students. Madame Maxime's lips curved into a knowing smile. And when you return next year, some of you will find a letter from me waiting. It will concern a competition in which Beauxbatons shall take part. I cannot yet say more. Her eyes shone at the collective gasp of curiosity that swept through the room. But when the new school year begins, I shall tell you all. For now, enjoy your well-earned rest, and above all, your summer. May you have happy days, joyous Quidditch World Cup matches, and time to treasure with those you love. The students clapped heartily, cheers echoing up to the enchanted ceiling. With a graceful wave of her hand, Madame Maxime declared, "Et maintenant, let the celebrations begin." At her clap, the tall doors of the Star Hall opened with a slow grandeur. From beyond, a procession of ombre-lune seniors stepped in, their wands raised elegantly. Madame Maxime's voice rang once more. This year, ombre-lune has earned nearly 400 stars. Thus, ombre-lune has won the House Award for Excellence. In honor of tradition, your senior shall gift you with a farewell dance. A roar of applause erupted from the ombre-lune table, cheers and whistles mingling in delight. Fleur squeezed Ira's hand tighter, her eyes alight with pride. The seniors moved in a sweeping formation, wands cutting arcs of shimmering light as the music began. Soft violins and flutes filled the air, seemingly conjured by invisible players. As they danced, blossoms of every imaginable color burst into being around them, roses, orchids, and lilies unfolding in midair, their fragrance spilling across the hall like summer itself had been bottled and released. From their wands, swirls of butterflies in shades of sapphire, emerald, and gold fluttered, weaving around the dancers in intricate spirals. Ira watched, enraptured. Beside her, Fleur leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper meant only for Ira's ear. Why didn't you participate, ma chérie? Ira asked, her eyes flicking from the dance to Fleur. In the past 2 years we lost, yes, but this time we won. I would have liked to see you there. Fleur tilted her head, her lips curling into the faintest, secretive smile. Because, she whispered back, I did not want to dance with anyone else. Not when you are here. Ira blinked at her, her heart giving a curious leap at the warmth in Fleur's words. She opened her mouth, but no reply came. Instead, she found herself staring into Fleur's eyes, blue as a summer sea, their depths carrying a tenderness that made Ira's chest ache with something she could not quite name. They looked at each other, and for a moment, the flowers and butterflies of the seniors' performance faded into nothing compared to the quiet magic between them. The music swelled to a close, petals drifting gently down like rain. The seniors bowed gracefully, earning a wave of applause that shook the hall. And then, without warning, the tall doors burst open once again, this time, heavy oak tables laden with food soared in, gliding smoothly into place at each house's long table. Platters of roasted meats, golden baguettes, cheeses and fruits, sparkling pitchers of pumpkin juice and chilled lemonade, all appeared at once, perfectly arranged. The aromas filled the Star Hall, stirring hunger in every student. Cheers rose anew as plates were filled and goblets clinked. It was their last lunch of the school year, and every bite tasted of farewell and anticipation. At the Amberloon table, Ira took a slice of warm apple tart, Fleur pouring her a glass of juice with the ease of habit. Their hands brushed again, and this time neither pulled away. For all the grandeur of the hall, for all the tradition and celebration, Ira thought the simplest thing was the most beautiful, sitting here with her girlfriend, her Fleur, side by side, their fingers intertwined, sharing this last meal of the year before summer carried them home. Chapter 288, The Last Farewell. The Star Hall still echoed in Ira's ears, the sound of Madame Maxime's parting words, the rustle of enchanted banners retreating into the marble ceiling, and the murmur of students spilling out into corridors. The end of the year had come with the same mixture of triumph and melancholy she had experienced before, yet this time it weighed differently. This time, she felt as though she was leaving more than just a school. Her dormitory awaited, quiet in the hush that follows a great departure. The Amberloon Common Hall was nearly deserted, trunks and suitcases already carried off by students, laughter and chatter retreating down the staircases. Ira stepped into her room and shut the door behind her. The click echoed with finality. She drew a long breath. The bed was stripped bare, the sheets neatly folded at the foot as per Bosbaden's custom. Her belongings were scattered across the mattress in piles, folded robes, stacks of parchment, quills, half-empty ink bottles, and the neat arrangement of books that had carried her through 3 demanding years. Each item felt strangely heavy as she touched it, as though every quill had absorbed the feelings of late-night studying, every cloak the laughter of Fleur brushing lint from her shoulder. Her enchanted pouch bag lay open on the bed, ready to swallow her life at Bosbaden's. One by one she packed, tucking robes into folds of magic, sliding textbooks into its endless depths. She lingered over a few, her well-worn potions notes, a defense against the dark arts primer annotated by Emma's advice, the slim volume of French poetry Fleur had shyly lent her at Christmas. That one she placed last, her fingers brushing the cover almost reverently. When the final drawer closed and the pouch sealed with a whisper, she let her gaze roam the dormitory. The room had been hers for this year. The arched windows had watched over her through storms and summer sun alike. The polished floors had borne witness to Fleur sneaking in to braid her hair before exams, to her endless chatter and gossip, to quiet hours spent alone, guarding her secrets like precious jewels. Her throat tightened. She stepped away quickly, before memory pinned her down. Out into the Amberloon stairwell she went, her footsteps slow and deliberate on the spiral descent. She reached the first-floor landing, where the corridor split in several directions. For a moment she stood still, staring at the familiar walls. The first-year corridor beckoned to her like a ghost. She had not walked it in months, but now, on her last day, she could not resist. Her shoes clicked softly against the stone as she wandered past the door she once called her own. The corridor smelled faintly of polished wood and lilac, just as it had 3 years ago when she first stepped through with wide eyes and guarded heart. She remembered how foreign it all had felt then, the strange elegance of the French Academy, the weight of stairs on the English girl who carried the burden of House White. At the end of the hall stood the door to the first-year bath chambers. She paused there, her hand hovering against the wood. A smile tugged at her lips. The very first morning of her in this school, so long ago, when she had padded nervously to the bath and found Fleur Delacour emerging, hair damp, skin flushed from the steam, wrapped in nothing but a towel. Ira had been 11, clumsy and startled, her heart jolting in ways she did not yet understand. But she remembered the warmth that spread through her chest, the way Fleur didn't even look at her when she was standing in front of her ear-flushed face, didn't even acknowledge her presence, just ignored her and passed by at that time. Her very first crush, born from that moment. Ira laughed under her breath and shook her head. Time had a cruel, beautiful way of weaving threads. What began with that fleeting glimpse had grown into something profound, something that now made her chest ache at the thought of leaving. She touched the door lightly, then drew back. Enough. Memory was sweet, but too much of it could hurt. She turned and walked on, retracing her steps to the Amberloon dorm hall one last time. The great carved doors stood open, revealing the lounge where she had spent countless evenings. Armchairs by the fireplace, tapestries enchanted with shifting lunar phases, the carved silver owl above the mantel, all of it glowed faintly in the afternoon light. She walked slowly, committing every corner to memory. Her gaze lingered, as though willing her mind to engrave the sight forever. Finally, she stepped through the archway into the Amberloon garden. The garden was alive with its familiar beauty, silver-leaf trees rustling in the breeze, fountains catching the sun in crystalline arcs, flowers glowing faintly with nocturnal charm even in daylight. She turned back once more, looking at the dorm hall from the outside. The building stood proud and serene, its white stone walls etched with centuries of history. Her chest constricted. For a wild moment, she thought she might weep. The thought of leaving this place, this sanctuary that had shaped her, tested her, given her Fleur, was almost unbearable. No, she whispered fiercely, pressing fingers against her temple. Not here. Not now. Acclamancy rose like a shield, cool and firm. She focused on her breathing, pushing the tide of emotion down, locking it behind mental barriers. Her eyes cleared. Come on, Ira, she murmured to herself. You're stronger than this. There's no need to get emotional now. It's embarrassing. She turned away and strode through the garden, heading toward the main courtyard. The great Bosbaden's grounds stretched before her. The carriages stood ready, enormous winged aubrasans stamping their hooves and tossing their manes, their coats gleaming gold in the sunlight. Students clustered in small groups, loading the last of their things, saying hurried goodbyes. And there, waiting by one of the carriages, was Fleur. Ira's steps quickened unconsciously. Fleur's silver blonde hair shone in the light, her presence radiant even in the bustle of departure. When Fleur's eyes found hers, a smile spread across her lips, warm and unguarded. You're finally here, Fleur said softly as Ira approached. Of course. Ira returned the smile. They climbed into the carriage together and took their seats. The interior smelled faintly of cedar and roses, charmed cushions shifting to cradle them in comfort. Outside, the aubrasan stamped, and with a lurch the carriage lifted into the air, wings beating powerfully as they rose higher and higher above the grounds. Through the window, Bosbaden's receded below them. The chateau shone in the afternoon sun, its towers gleaming ivory against the rolling green hills. The great garden stretched like painted tapestries, fountains sparkling like diamonds. The Amberloon dormitory stood proudly among them, the silver tree swaying gently as if waving farewell. Ira pressed her forehead to the glass, her chest tight. This had been her home. Her world. And now it slipped away beneath the beating wings of aubrasans. Her eyes blurred. She hadn't even realized the tears had come until something soft brushed her cheek. A handkerchief. Fleur's hand, tender, wiping away the tears before they could fall further. Ira turned her head, startled, and met Fleur's gaze. The concern there nearly undid her. She began, her voice unsteady. Fleur shook her head gently. It's all right, ma chérie. Don't worry. One day, you can always come back here. This is not the end. Ira's heart clenched at the kindness in her tone. She gave a watery smile, then reached out impulsively and hugged Fleur tightly, burying her face against her shoulder. You're right, she whispered. It's not the end. Fleur stroked her back soothingly. Ira drew back after a moment, her eyes brighter now. But you know what, she said, her lips curving in a mischievous smile. What? Fleur asked, bemused. I've taken something very precious from Bosbaden's. Fleur tilted her head, curiosity lighting her features. What kind of precious thing? Ira leaned in, her voice low and certain. You. And before Fleur could respond, she kissed her. The world narrowed to that moment, Fleur's lips soft against hers, the warmth of her hand slipping into Ira's, the rush of fierce joy in her chest. When they broke apart, Fleur's cheeks were faintly flushed, but her eyes shone with happiness. She smiled, radiant, and whispered, I love you. Ira's answering grin was wide and unguarded. I love you more than you love me. Fleur laughed, the sound like music, and leaned in again. Their whispered giggles filled the carriage, sweet and irrepressible. Across the aisle, a few students rolled their eyes, muttering under their breath at the open display of affection. A boy from Paplinless groaned theatrically, slumping against the window as though heartbroken. Two Amberloon girls exchanged wistful glances, reminded them of being single. But Ira and Fleur paid them no mind. The aubrasans carried them steadily toward the horizon, wings beating against the summer sky. Bosbaden's dwindled behind them, but in Ira's heart, it remained, woven into her memories, bound forever with the girl sitting beside her. Their destination loomed ahead, the Portkey Center, where each student would disperse to their homeland, their families, their futures. Chapter 289, A Summer Morning in Paris. 2 days had passed since the beginning of the summer holidays at the White family's Parisian manor. Ira awoke slowly, the soft linen sheets tangled around her legs, the warm hum of cicadas drifting through the tall windows. She stretched, yawning, her fingers brushing against the carved headboard as she let herself sink back into the pillows for a moment longer. Paris mornings always carried a particular stillness at first, before the bustle of the city rose in earnest. Pushing herself upright, she padded across the room, the floor cool beneath her bare feet. She went to the window and drew the curtains aside. Below, the neighborhood stirred with life. Muggles moved about the cobbled streets, some with fresh baguettes tucked under their arms, others jogging past the streets. The mingled scents of baking bread, summer flowers from the garden, and faint dyes from a tapestry shop drifted up through the air, weaving a perfume of ordinary life. Ira rested her chin against her hand, smiling faintly. As she observed the Muggle livelihood for some time while enjoying the fresh breeze of the morning. She slipped into the bathroom, showered quickly, then brushed her teeth with a peppermint potion that left her mouth cool and clean. Returning to her room, she pulled open her wardrobe and stood in thought. She had grown used to her Bosbaden's uniforms, but now, with summer stretching before her, Muggle clothes seemed easier, more comfortable. She chose a black linen shirt and white jeans, simple but elegant. She caught sight of herself in the mirror. Taller now, shoulders straighter, eyes a little older than they had been when she first came to France. The girl who had arrived at Bosbaden's 3 years ago seemed far away. She smiled at the reflection, half shy, half proud, then dabbed perfume at her neck and wrists before heading downstairs. The manor's grand staircase creaked softly under her steps, the polished wood gleaming in the morning light. She entered the dining room to find her aunt, Isabella Vauquelin, arranging dishes across the long table. A bowl of fresh fruit gleamed beside warm bread rolls, while steam curled from a pot of tea. Isabella, elegant even in a simple morning dress, looked up and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, dear. Did you sleep well?" Ira smiled back. "Good morning, Aunt." "Yes, it was peaceful." Then she glancing around asked, "Has Emma returned from Britain yet?" Isabella shook her head, setting down a stack of plates. "Not yet. She had another meeting with the school yesterday, something about the hippogriff. But she should return today." Ira slid into her chair, nodding. The room smelled faintly of butter and roasted tomatoes. "So," Isabella continued, taking a seat across from her, "what are your plans now? Will you return to Britain?" "Yes." Ira toyed absently with her fork. "I'll transfer to Hogwarts. Most of my responsibilities here are finished, or, more accurately, Emma has already seen to them." Her aunt chuckled. "That girl carries the world on her shoulders. Still, you've done more than you think, Ira." Before Ira could reply, Isabella leaned back, her expression turning thoughtful. "I received a letter a few days ago. From Maximilian. He wanted to meet with you." Ira froze, her knife hovering above her plate. She set it down carefully. "Why?" "Nothing important," Isabella said, though her eyes glimmered. "I went to meet with him. He claimed he wished to apologize, to you, even to me. He spoke of wanting to mend relations, to act as an uncle should." She snorted softly. As though he had ever behaved like family before. Ira's brow arched. "And you believed him?" "Of course not." Isabella's lips curved into a cold smile. "Maximilian has never apologized for anything in his life. I refused to indulge his charade. But his sudden change of tone told me enough." Ira leaned forward slightly. "And what did you discover?" Her aunt folded her hands atop the table. "After his engagement to Sophie Trevor, he grew bold and arrogant. He tried to consolidate power, flaunting the backing of both families. But he overreached. Several powerful families grew tired of his arrogance and struck back. He is now cornered, isolated." A smirk played at Ira's lips. "So he hoped to use me as his shield." "Exactly." Isabella's gaze sharpened. "His desperation is proof enough of how far he has fallen." Ira took a slow bite of toast, chewing thoughtfully. "Who has he crossed?" Isabella thought for a second, then said, 4 families. The most notable of them is the Delacour family." Ira's fork paused midway to her mouth. "Fleur's family." A low laugh escaped her. "He truly has no sense of caution. The Delacours may appear harmless, but behind them stands the Villa Association. And Fleur's grandmother, Amélie Rose, leads it. A pure-blooded Villa, powerful and dangerous. Even the ministry treads carefully around her." "Yes," Isabella said, her tone carrying quiet respect. "The Delacours are peaceful by nature. But cross them, and you invite fire." Ira smiled wryly. "If sides must be chosen, mine will always be with the Delacours." She speared a sausage and popped it into her mouth, savoring the crispness. Her aunt's eyes glinted with mischief. "Of course. They are your in-laws, after all." Ira sputtered, nearly choking. Heat surged across her cheeks, staining them crimson. "Aunt." Isabella only laughed, delighted by her reaction. Ira ducked her head, but a shy smile crept across her lips. "Well, perhaps." "Perhaps," Isabella repeated with amusement. "So, you said that Fleur will be coming today?" "Yes," Ira admitted softly, still flushed. "Good." Isabella's smile softened. "I would like to properly meet my future daughter-in-law." At that, Ira hid her face in her hands, laughing despite herself, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes. Their laughter filled the dining hall, echoing against the high ceilings, light and warm. Chapter 290, Goodbye Friend. The emerald flames flared to life in the fireplace of the White Manor's reception hall. A swirl of ash and green light spilled outward, and then Fleur Delacour stepped through gracefully, brushing soot from her pale blue traveling cloak. "Fleur," Ira breathed, already moving forward. Fleur barely had time to lift her head before Ira's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close. Their lips met in a brief, breathless kiss, the kind that came less from planning and more from sheer joy of reunion. When they finally drew apart, Fleur's laugh was soft and melodic, her hands still resting on Ira's shoulders. "You didn't even let me greet you properly," she teased. "You've already been away from me too long," Ira replied, a smile tugging at her lips. Before Fleur could answer, a gentle voice came from the doorway. "Ah, so this is the young lady herself." Ira turned, still holding Fleur's hand, to see Isabella watching them from the dining room entrance. Her smile was warm but edged with playful mischief. "Welcome, Mississippi Delacour." Or, she tilted her head, "May I call you Fleur?" Fleur's cheeks flushed slightly, though she smiled with perfect composure. "Yes, of course. You may call me Fleur, Aunt." Isabella's smile softened. "How delightful. You call me Aunt, just like Ira does. That pleases me more than you know." Ira glanced between them, her own face tinged with warmth. "Well, Aunt, Fleur and I were thinking of heading into Île de Merveilles. I want to say goodbye to my friend before going to Britain. And them, of course." Isabella's eyes shone as she folded her arms. "Go and enjoy yourselves. A date, then. Very well. But do not linger too long, I'm making a proper dinner tonight. Emma will be returning, and I want the two of you back here. I'm cooking everything myself." Ira grinned. "Then I definitely won't miss it. I can't wait." Fleur gave Ira's hand a small tug. "Come then, where are we going? You said something about visiting friend, is it Marin?" "Yes." Ira nodded. "I didn't get to say goodbye when Bosbaden's ended. I want to at least see him once before I go back to Britain." "Then let's not waste time," Fleur said with her usual brisk warmth, and together they stepped into the manor's flue chamber. Moments later, green flames carried them across the wards and into the bustling heart of wizarding Paris. The Fleur Network Center at Île de Merveilles was alive with energy. Witches and wizards bustled in and out, brushing soot from robes, dragging enchanted suitcases, or vanishing into fireplaces bound for far-off destinations. Fleur tightened her hand around Ira's, her fingers warm and firm. "Let's find him quickly," she murmured, and together they stepped out into the cobbled street. The Île de Merveilles was its usual cacophony of sound and color, street vendors crying their wares, charmed lanterns floating overhead, banners fluttering in every corner. But today it was even more lively than usual. With the Quidditch World Cup semi-finals being hosted nearby, shops had refashioned themselves into tourist havens. Flags of every competing nation fluttered proudly in shop windows. Stalls hawked enchanted paints, face charms, self-waving flags, and firework kits tuned to release a team's colors with every pop. Fleur laughed, tugging Ira slightly closer as a group of young wizards rushed past them waving miniature broomsticks that zoomed about their heads. "Everywhere I go, the cup follows me. France is obsessed. And you aren't." Ira teased. Fleur's grin was quick, sly. "I prefer one-on-one duels to chasing a quaffle." They walked on, weaving through the crowds until a familiar little bookstore came into view. The sign above its door read Librairie Latoile, the letters curling in delicate silver script. Its windows gleamed with polished glass, displaying new shipments of spellbooks and parchment journals. Ira's chest tightened with a pang of nostalgia as she pushed the door open, the small bell above it chiming softly. The familiar scent of old parchment and books washed over her. Inside, Marin sat at the counter, nose buried in a thick tome. He was so absorbed that he didn't look up until Ira's voice rang out. "Well, this is a surprise. The first time I've ever seen you actually reading a book, and looking serious about it. Should I be impressed?" Marin blinked up, startled, then broke into a wide grin. Well. What do we have here?" "Mademoiselle Ira White, and her lover." Ira rolled her eyes, though her lips twitched with amusement. He closed the book and strode over to them. "How are you? It hasn't even been 2 days since Bosbaden's ended. What brings you here?" "Certainly not books." Ira's smile faltered slightly, though her voice remained light. "I came to say goodbye." "Goodbye." Marin frowned. "Don't tell me, you're going back to Britain already." "Yes." Ira nodded softly. "I'll be transferring to Hogwarts." For a long moment, Marin only stared at her. Then he sighed, raking a hand through his hair. "So it's true. You're really leaving." "I'll come back to visit," Ira assured him quickly. "And I'll invite you and your mother to Britain someday. You'll see." Marin's grin returned, though it was a little crooked. "You'd better. Otherwise I'll tell everyone my rich friend abandoned me." Ira laughed. "You're impossible." "Where's your mother?" she asked a moment later. "I'd hoped to say goodbye to her too. She's in Spain, visiting my grandmother. She always goes at the start of summer." Marin shrugged. I stayed behind this year. Wanted to watch the Quidditch World Cup. That sounds like her. Ira smiled. Give her my regards when she comes back. I will. Meanwhile, Fleur had drifted among the bookshelves, idly running her fingers along the spines. Marin watched her with mock curiosity. And what about you, Fleur? He asked. What will you do now that your girlfriend is leaving for Britain? Stay here and pine for her? Fleur turned sharply, her chin tilted proudly. Hardly. I will be going with her. Marin blinked, stunned. You're transferring too? Fleur smirked, her eyes dancing with mischief. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. It's a secret. Next year you'll find out for yourself. Marin groaned. Always so dramatic. Fine, keep your secrets. The three of them fell into easy conversation, laughter weaving through the air as they reminisced about school days and shared memories. Time slipped by quickly, as it always did. At last, Ira glanced at the window, where the sky was already deepening with late afternoon light. We should go. Aunt Isabella is making dinner for us tonight, and Emma will be there too. Marin's face fell. So soon? I'll see you again, Ira promised. She stepped forward and pulled him into a firm hug. He returned it tightly, his voice rougher than usual. Don't forget me, Ira. Even if you don't need me, remember that I'll always be here. Your friend. Ira smiled, touched. Don't be so dramatic. I'm not gone forever. We'll see each other again soon, at the World Cup, if nothing else. Marin huffed a laugh, shaking his head. Fine. But don't keep me waiting too long. Fleur and Ira left together, their fingers entwined. At the doorway, Marin stood and lifted a hand in farewell. Ira turned once, waving back with a smile before stepping into the lively street once more. Side by side, she and Fleur made their way back to the Fleur network, hand in hand, ready to return home. Chapter 291, Heathfire at the Manor. The emerald flames of the Fleur network flared to life inside the grand fireplace of the White Manor's main hall. A gust of warm ash swirled outward, spilling faint sparks that shimmered against the polished marble floor. From within the green blaze, Ira stepped forward. Behind her, Fleur appeared gracefully through the flames, brushing a strand of silvery hair from her face. She landed light on her feet, as if the fire itself had been charmed to respect her poise. She adjusted the hem of her blue traveling cloak and offered Ira a bright smile. The way those green flames light you up, it makes you look so sinfully tempting. I could take you to bed right now and show you exactly what I mean, Fleur whispered, her voice thick with heat. Ira let out a sultry little laugh, her breath warm as she leaned closer, the fatigue of the long day melting into something far more dangerous. Then tell me. She whispered, her voice velvet dark, exactly what you'd do to me if you dragged me to bed. Don't hold back, name every sinful thing you crave. Her lips ghosted over Fleur's in a slow, deliberate brush, a teasing spark that begged to be claimed. Fleur leaned in, her lips pressing against Ira's in a searing, electric kiss that stole her breath. The first touch was soft, almost hesitant, but the electricity between them made every nerve in Ira's body hum. Fleur's fingers curled into the nape of Ira's neck, tilting her head with a possessive gentleness, while her other hand traced the line of Ira's collarbone, lingering just enough to make her pulse quicken. The kiss deepened slightly, teasing and demanding at once, a delicious friction that left them both trembling. Fleur's lips moved with an intoxicating mixture of softness and hunger, pulling and coaxing, letting Ira feel the weight of everything she wasn't allowed to give just yet. Ira's hands instinctively reached for Fleur, feeling the warmth and tension radiating off her, yet Fleur drew back just enough to keep the ache simmering, unbearable in its restraint. When Fleur finally parted from the kiss, her breath was ragged, and her eyes glimmered with desire. I wish I could, she murmured, voice husky, letting her lips brush Ira's lips. I would do so many things to you. Her fingers lingered on Ira's skin, sending shivers down her spine. But, not now. You're still too young. Every touch, every heated glance was a promise, a delicious torment of what might come. Fleur's restraint made the air between them almost unbearable, a heady tension that left Ira aching, craving, and helplessly aware of the dangerous pull that this forbidden desire had already taken over them both. The hall was quiet, yet alive with the familiar sense of polished wood, enchanted lavender oils, and the faint aroma of something cooking deeper in the manor. Ira's fingers lingered on the carved banister near the fireplace, grounding herself after the heady, electric kiss she had just shared with Fleur. She could still feel the warmth of Fleur's lips, the teasing restraint that made her pulse race. Fleur, standing beside her, watched her with smoldering, obsessive eyes, and without a word, let her fingers brush briefly against Ira's. The touch was light, fleeting, yet it sent a shiver down Ira's spine. Together, they moved toward the dining hall, each step a quiet, intimate rhythm, hearts beating just a little too fast, aware of the tension that still crackled between them. Before they had even reached the tall oak doors, they heard her. My lady. Miss Delacour. Emma's voice rang out warmly from within. When they entered, Emma was already rising from her seat at the long dining table. She looked every bit the commanding acting matriarch of House White, dressed in elegant but practical midnight blue robes. A quill and several parchment sheets rested beside her untouched goblet of wine, clear signs that she had returned earlier to settle matters of the family. Crossing the room swiftly, Emma drew Ira into a firm embrace, pressing her cheek against her lady's white hair. For a brief moment, the strong mask of the strategist and administrator slipped, and all that remained was genuine affection. "Welcome home, my lady," Emma whispered before releasing her and turning to Fleur with equal warmth. "And welcome to you, Miss Delacour. It's a joy to have you here again." Fleur's cheeks colored faintly as she dipped her head respectfully. "Merci, Madame Bloom. It is always, how you say, comforting to be here." Before Ira could reply, another voice chimed from the far end of the hall. "Dinner is almost ready, sit yourselves down before it goes cold." Isabella emerged from the kitchen archway, sleeves rolled up and hair tied back in a neat braid. She carried a tray charmed to float alongside her, laden with steaming dishes that filled the air with aromas of butter, herbs, and roasted meats. She had insisted on preparing the evening meal herself, refusing to let the manor's house elf interfere. When Ira saw her aunt like that, cheeks flushed from the stove, eyes glowing with the satisfaction of creation, her heart softened. The whole dinner seemed arranged with special care for Emma's return. Isabella had chosen finer clothes than usual and even applied a touch of makeup, small details that did not escape Ira's notice. The table was already set in the French style, baskets of baguette slices, bowls of velvety soup, glazed vegetables shining under candlelight, roasted duck breast drizzled with cherry sauce, and a gratin dauphinoise whose golden crust promised both comfort and indulgence. Everything was unmistakably Isabella's handiwork. As Ira and Fleur sat down, Emma and Isabella soon joined, placing themselves across from the girls. The first few minutes were filled with the simple pleasures of eating and settling. Conversation floated gently at first, Fleur remarking on the richness of the soup, Ira quietly observing the changes in the manor's hall since winter, Isabella teasing Emma about working even harder during Ira being in school and attending a lot of meetings of the ministries and Hogwarts school governors' meetings. It was warm, almost deceptively ordinary, as though the world outside the manor's stone walls had ceased its turmoil. But inevitably, heavier matters crept into the room, as they always did. Emma set down her fork and looked toward Ira. "My lady, I assume you've already seen the headlines about Sirius Black." Ira tilted her head slightly, her brows knitting. "Only what you mentioned in your letter a few days ago. That he's been captured, and that his trial is set for next weekend." "Yes," Emma confirmed, her voice calm but edged. "Captured just 4 days ago. Apparently he was in Hogwarts. After his capture I went to the British Ministry of Magic myself, trying to find out more. The files I was shown, they reminded me of what I told you last year. There are still inconsistencies. Sirius Black was thrown into Azkaban without a proper trial. That alone should make anyone question the official story." Ira's fork paused midair. "Yes, said in the letter that some believe he is innocent, right?" Emma nodded slowly, folding her hands atop the table. "Exactly. A growing faction claims his imprisonment was a miscarriage of justice. They argue he never betrayed the Potters, that he was framed. Others, particularly those who benefited from the Black family's downfall, are working tirelessly to ensure he is branded guilty again, beyond question." Ira leaned forward, her tone thoughtful but sharp. "So it seems that what Minister Lucian said was true, that the Americans are behind this movement, correct?" Isabella set her wine glass down softly, her eyes glinting. "Mark my words, it won't just be about Black. Every family with something to lose or gain will make their play at that hearing." Ira frowned. "And the purebloods who seize the Black family's vaults and properties?" Emma's gaze hardened. "They will fight like wolves to keep him guilty. If he is cleared, much of what they claimed as their own could return to him, or to his chosen heir. Sabotage is almost guaranteed. The game now is less about truth, and more about survival and greed." A silence hung for a moment as the four absorbed the weight of it. Outside, the wind rattled faintly against the manor's high windows, as though echoing the turmoil that brewed beyond. But Isabella clapped her hands softly, dispelling the heaviness. "Enough of politics, just for tonight. Eat your duck before it turns dry." The rest of the meal unfolded in more pleasant tones. Fleur asked about the White family library, eager to explore its shelves. Ira shared snippets of her recent exams, including her prefect conjuring of a phoenix during the Transfiguration exam, which made Fleur chuckle behind her goblet. Isabella offered second servings with a proud insistence that no plate be left unfinished. By the time dessert arrived, delicate tart tatin with cream, alongside dark coffee for the adults, the atmosphere was glowing. Laughter had softened the edges of the earlier conversation, and the dining room felt like a hearth lit against the world's shadows. And then, just as Ira lifted her goblet for a sip, Isabella shifted. She pushed her chair back quietly, the sound barely noticeable over the chatter. Then, to everyone's surprise, she lowered herself onto one knee beside Emma's chair. Ira froze, goblet halfway to her lips. Fleur blinked rapidly, unsure of what was unfolding. Emma, for her part, went still as stone. Isabella reached into her robes and drew out a small box, velvet, deep burgundy. She opened it, revealing a simple but elegant ring, its silver band set with a single sapphire that gleamed like a captured midnight sky. Her voice, steady yet trembling with the force of emotion, carried across the room. Emma Bloom, Isabella began, eyes never leaving hers, since the day I met you, something in me changed. At first, I didn't name it. But the more time we shared, the clearer it became. I love you. I love your strength, your fire, your devotion, and the way you've made this past year one of the brightest of my life. Emma's breath caught. Her hands, folded neatly on the table moments before, were now trembling visibly. I know it hasn't been long, Isabella continued softly. 1 year, perhaps a little more. But this 1 year has meant more to me than a dozen others combined. Especially since Valentine's Day, my world feels transformed. And tonight, I don't want to wait any longer to speak it aloud. She lifted the ring slightly, the sapphire catching the candlelight. Will you marry me, Emma Bloom? The silence that followed was absolute. Ira, so stunned, choked on the juice she had just sipped and spluttered helplessly, spraying a fine mist of it across the table. Fleur immediately reached for a handkerchief and leaned in, gently dabbing at Ira's chin with soft, tender motions. Emma, meanwhile, stared down at Isabella, her lips parted but no sound escaping. Her eyes shimmered with shock, with disbelief, with something deeper still. And Isabella, kneeling there, gaze steady and vulnerable, smiled faintly, waiting. Chapter 292, Her Doubts. The silence at the table was almost tangible, each second stretching longer than the last. Isabella knelt there, ring in hand, her gaze unwavering as it rested on Emma. Her lips curved in a small, vulnerable smile, the kind that held a universe of emotion. Across from them, Emma sat frozen, hands folded neatly in her lap, eyes wide as if trying to grasp the sudden reality of the moment. Ira could hardly breathe. She sat tense, fingers tightly intertwined with Fleur's beneath the table, her pulse hammering in her chest. She had seen her and command rooms full of powerful wizards, negotiate with ministers, and stand unshaken against Maximilian Vauquelin himself, but never like this. Never so openly, so vulnerably, offering all of herself in one moment. Finally, Emma broke the silence, her voice soft but edged with uncertainty. Isabella, are you sure? She asked, words trembling just slightly. Are you certain you want this? To be with me. Isabella's gaze softened, but her smile did not falter. She shook her head, speaking firmly but tenderly. Yes. I'm certain. I have waited far too long, Emma. Far too long for someone who could see me as I truly am. I am not offering this lightly. I am offering my heart. And it is yours. Emma's brows knitted together, her hands pressing to her lips. But, don't you want to spend more time with me? To truly know each other before taking this step? Isabella's laugh was soft, warm, carrying a note of certainty that made the room feel lighter, even in the tension of the moment. No, Emma. I don't want to waste another moment. Time is a luxury I no longer have. I am getting older. I want to spend the rest of my life with you and share every moment of it with you. I am tired of being lonely and not loved, and love, true love, does not wait. I have found my person, and it is you. Ira's eyes widened. She could see the tremble in Emma's hands, the quiver of her lips, the way her breath hitched. Isabella reached a hand toward her, trembling slightly, and whispered, I love you. And I will not let fear keep me from telling you this. Will you let me spend my life with you? For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the crackle of the wind outside the window, the muted clink of cutlery on fine dining table, and the unsteady intake of breath from everyone around the table. Then Emma's chair scraped back against the floor, startling Ira. Slowly and carefully, she lowered herself to kneel before Isabella. Isabella. She whispered, her voice barely audible, yet full of awe and tenderness. Do you truly mean this? You want me, not for convenience, not for appearances, but, for me. For you, Isabella confirmed, her own voice breaking slightly. Only you. No one else. Not politics, not names, not obligations. You. Only you. Emma's lips trembled, and then slowly, courageously, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against Isabella's. The kiss was gentle at first, a soft brush of warmth and reassurance, but then deepened, carrying her unspoken longing and quiet devotion. Ira gasped audibly, clutching Fleur's hand so tightly she feared she might hurt her. Fleur's own eyes were wide, her lips parted in awe, but she stayed quiet, sensing the sacredness of the moment. When they finally pulled apart, Emma rested her forehead against Isabella's. Yes, she whispered. Yes, I want this. I want you. I love you, Isabella Vauquelin. Isabella's own tears glimmered in the candlelight as she laughed softly through her emotions. Bloom. That sounds perfect, she murmured. Perfect because it's yours. Emma blinked, taken aback. Wait, what? Isabella straightened slightly, still kneeling, her eyes bright and unyielding. From this moment on, I am abandoning the Vauquelin name. It no longer defines me. From now on, I am Isabella Bloom. Your name is my name, Emma, because you mean more to me than anything my own name has ever given. Ira's laughter bubbled out, breaking the intensity of the moment. Oh. Auntie, so you've married into the Bloom family, huh? Isabella Bloom. I love it. She leaned back, hand pressed to her chest dramatically. All this time, the powerful, unstoppable Isabella Vauquelin is now officially a Bloom. I can't believe it. Fleur giggled beside her. It suits you, Auntie. Honestly, it's sweet, and somehow, perfect. Isabella laughed softly, shaking her head, though tears continued to run down her cheeks. I suppose I am now entirely yours, Emma. In name and in heart. Emma smiled, a blush coloring her face. And I could not be happier about it. She reached for Isabella's hand, placing it over her heart, feeling the rapid beat beneath. To think I almost hesitated. Isabella squeezed her hand. No hesitations allowed. Life is too short for almosts and maybes. I want every moment I have left to be with you, Emma. I've waited my whole life for someone who could feel like home. And now I've found you. Ira clapped her hands together, grinning. Oh, this is too good. I should have expected you to get dramatic, Auntie, but even so, this beats any story I've ever heard. Fleur leaned over, whispering conspiratorially, and we get to witness all of it. The kiss, the acceptance, the emotions. It's magical. Emma chuckled nervously, pressing her forehead once more to Isabella's. You've made me very, very happy. And you too made me the happiest woman today, Isabella replied, smiling through her own tears. More than I could have imagined. The laughter and chatter around the table began to bloom naturally, as Ira and Fleur added their congratulations. I'm so happy for you both. Fleur exclaimed. Really, truly happy. I've never seen such an amazing proposal of marriage, radiant. I knew something was going on, Ira teased, rolling her eyes playfully. But wow, to just show up with a ring. Classic Auntie. Isabella laughed again, leaning into Emma. You're right. I should have warned you, Ira. I should have told you so you could prepare a speech, maybe some confetti. You could have. Ira said, grinning. I could have had banners, music, a proper announcement. But no. You wanted to do this quietly. I respect that, sort of. Emma reached over and squeezed Isabella's hand. Quiet, yes. But meaningful. That's what mattered to me. That's what matters. Isabella nodded. And that's why I wanted this to be a family moment. Not a grand public display. Just us. You, me, and the people I hold most dear, Ira and Fleur. Because you two are my family too. You are my home. Ira blinked, touched despite herself. Ah, Auntie, don't go getting all sentimental on us. I might start crying too. Fleur laughed softly, reaching for Isabella's other hand. We are family. And family should celebrate love quietly or loudly, just as long as we celebrate it together. Emma and Isabella smiled at one another, their fingers intertwined. Then Isabella held out the ring again, letting Emma take it, sliding it onto her finger with a gentle click. Ira clapped once more. There. Officially engaged. Finally. Took long enough, Auntie. Fleur raised her glass of sparkling juice. To Isabella and Emma Bloom, may your life together be full of happiness, laughter, and love. The adults lifted their champagne glasses, clinking gently with one another. To love, and to family, Isabella said softly. To joy, and to new beginnings, Emma added. Ira and Fleur echoed in their own glasses, smiling wide. To happiness. The warmth of the moment filled the room, a soft glow surrounding them as the family settled back into the table. Conversation flowed easily after that, laughter mixing with gentle teasing. Ira leaned back in her chair, glancing at Fleur. You know, this has to be the sweetest dinner I've ever attended. And I didn't even have to do any of the cooking. Fleur laughed, squeezing Ira's hand. It's a good thing we got to witness this moment. It's rare to see adults so openly happy. Isabella reached for Emma again, holding her hand firmly. I want this to be a life we share completely. Not hidden, not whispered, but lived openly, even if it's just us for now. And I want you to know, you've made my life better than I ever could have imagined. Emma leaned in, pressing her lips softly against Isabella's temple. And you too, love, you too, she whispered. We will be together forever. Chapter 293, Voices. The next few days slipped by like a dream. Paris was warm, the air heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine that drifted through the open windows of the White family's Paris manor. Cars passed faintly in the distance, blending with the occasional cry of a hawker on the street. Inside, however, the atmosphere was entirely different, soft and romantic, laced with warmth, laughter, and the unmistakably wild noises of love echoing from certain newly joined couples deep into the night. During this time, Isabella and Emma grew inseparable. They had always been close since the day they met each other, but now they moved as though their lives were permanently entwined. By the second evening, Ira noticed they no longer retired to separate rooms. Their laughter, quiet, private, almost conspiratorial, came from the same doorway now. At night, muffled sounds sometimes floated into the hall, the kind of sounds that spoke of passionate love-making rather than conversation. Fleur, ever quick to tease, would nudge Ira whenever she caught the faint noises. One day, she whispered with a grin that made Ira's stomach flip, "Strange noises will come from our room too." The thought left Ira pink-faced and flustered. She tried to brush it aside, but the words lingered in her mind far longer than she cared to admit. Later that evening, she mentioned it to Emma in her usual blunt fashion. "Next time," she said casually, "you should put up a soundproofing charm when you're being inappropriate with each other." Emma froze mid-step, her fair skin turning crimson as she realized exactly what Ira meant. She stammered, I'm so sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to disturb you. I won't repeat it again." Ira waved it off with a small smile. "Don't worry. You're a couple, you can do whatever you wish. I only reminded you. Don't restrain yourself because of me. Just use the spell so nothing escapes the room. Then you can go wild." Emma's eyes widened, and her cheeks glowed so hotly that even Isabella, overhearing from the doorway, smirked. "Oh, of course, my lady," Emma mumbled, lowering her head, too shy to meet her gaze. Ira, amused by her reaction, added one more playful jab. "Tomorrow, we'll return to Britain, to the ancestral manor. It's a vast place, with rooms already enchanted. You and Isabella can choose whichever you like. Prepare yourself, because the day after tomorrow I have a hearing to attend." Emma nodded quickly, grateful for the shift in topic. "Of course, my lady. I'll prepare everything. And I'll set up the portkey as well." "Good. And tell your wife to gather her belongings too." The teasing lilt in her voice made Emma's head snap up, her whole face aflame. She muttered something incoherent and hurried from the room, her steps almost tripping over themselves. Moments later, the door opened again, and Fleur entered. She had just stepped from her bath, her damp silver hair clinging to her shoulders, and a towel was wrapped carelessly around her body. The fabric barely clung to her chest, and droplets of water slid down her collarbone like pearls. In her hands was a folded French newspaper. Without hesitation, she crossed the room and sank onto the bed beside Ira. Why was Emma blushing like that? Fleur asked, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Nothing," Ira said lightly. She was just embarrassed when she realized we'd overheard her nightly activities. Fleur's lips curved mischievously. She murmured under her breath, "How lucky she is to experience that." Ira leaned in before she could say more and captured her lips in a kiss. Fleur blinked at the suddenness, but then softened into it, her lips tasting faintly of rosewater from her bath. When they parted, Ira asked, "What are you reading, love?" Fleur glanced at the newspaper. Apparently, Ireland beat Peru in the Quidditch World Cup. They've qualified for the finals. The next semi-final will be between Japan and Bulgaria. Ira raised her brows. "And the English? Or the French?" Fleur shook her head, half amused, half disappointed. "Neither. They played miserably. Out of 13 countries, England placed 8th, France 11th. Ira clicked her tongue in mock annoyance. "Honestly, Britain is filled with Quidditch fanatics. You'd think they could manage at least a competent team. France I can understand, Quidditch isn't exactly beloved here. But England." She sighed, leaning back against the pillows. "I even donated to their program once. Waste of galleons, clearly. TSK." Her eyes flicked back to Fleur. "Anyway. Want to see Japan versus Bulgaria?" Fleur wrinkled her nose and shook her head. "None. It's boring." Ira's lips twitched. "Then tell me, what isn't boring? So I'll know what to do for you instead." Fleur tilted her head, her damp hair sliding over her shoulder like spun silver. Her gaze softened into something warmer, something that made Ira's chest ache. "I want to hug you. Just stay here, in bed, all day." Ira's heart gave a small, inexplicable lurch. She smiled and drew Fleur into her arms, pulling her close until their bodies pressed together. Fleur let out a soft, involuntary sound that sent heat rushing through Ira's cheeks. They tumbled gently back onto the bed, their breaths mingling in the hush of the room. "Like this." Ira whispered, her lips brushing Fleur's temple. Then we'll do exactly that. All day. I'll be your hugging pillow. Fleur answered not with words but with a kiss, gentle, lingering, as though she wanted to capture the moment forever. Then she tucked herself against Ira's chest, her fingers curling lightly into her nightgown. Ira stroked her damp hair, the strands soft beneath her fingertips. The world grew quiet. Outside, Paris moved on, cars passing by, voices echoing through the streets, but within the room there was only the steady rise and fall of Fleur's breathing. Her heartbeat pressed against Ira's chest, strong and steady, the sweetest melody she had ever heard. Fleur purred, a soft, cat-like sound of contentment that made Ira laugh quietly. She pressed a kiss to her hair and whispered, Mon trésor. And so they stayed, wrapped in each other's warmth, the hours slipping away like that in peace, intimate kisses and hugs. Chapter 294, Back to England. The night before passed in soft warmth and quiet laughter, but by the time dawn crept into the Paris manor, pale light spilling through the long curtains, the household was hushed again. Ira stirred first. Her lashes fluttered, catching the faint golden glow of morning, and she became aware of the weight pressed against her side. Fleur's head lay nestled just beneath her chin, silver blonde hair tumbling freely across Ira's chest like a silken blanket. One of Fleur's arms was draped over her waist, holding her tightly, as if in sleep she refused to let her go. For a long moment, Ira didn't move. She simply lay there, listening to the steady rhythm of Fleur's breathing, watching the faint rise and fall of her shoulders. A rare and fleeting peace settled over her, bringing an involuntary smile to her lips. Her gaze, however, soon trailed downward. Fleur had fallen asleep with nothing but a towel, and at some point in the night it had slipped away, leaving her bare body completely naked. Ira's cheeks warmed instantly. This girl, she just slept beside me like this, without the slightest shame. What if I lose control? What if, she let out a small sigh, torn between embarrassment and the undeniable beauty before her. Carefully, almost reluctantly, she pulled the blanket up to cover Fleur's body, hiding her from view even though part of her wished she didn't have to. Still, as she tucked the cover gently around her, Ira's heart softened. In this quiet morning, nothing mattered more than the warmth of the girl resting peacefully in her arms. Fleur stirred not long after, her lips brushing unintentionally against Ira's collarbone as she shifted. A soft hum left her throat before her eyes blinked open, hazy with sleep. You're awake already, she murmured, her voice still thick with dreams. I've been awake for a while, Ira admitted, brushing her fingers lightly through Fleur's hair. You were comfortable. I didn't want to move. Fleur's lips curled in a drowsy smile. Good. Stay my pillow a little longer. Ira chuckled, kissing her lips softly. Only a little. We have to prepare. Today, we must return to England. At that, Fleur gave a soft sigh of reluctance and buried her face deeper into Ira's chest. Then 5 minutes more. 3, Ira bargained, though her arms only tightened around her. By the time they had risen, washed, and begun dressing, a knock came at the door. When Ira answered, Isabella stood waiting in the hall, her black obsidian hair neatly pinned back, her bearing every bit the noblewoman she had been raised to be, though softened now by the glow she carried whenever Emma lingered near. Ira, Isabella said, voice gentle but firm, are we going back to England today? Ira fastened the clasp on her robes and nodded. Yes, Aunt. We leave this afternoon. Tomorrow is the hearing of Sirius Black, and I must be present. A flicker of concern passed over Isabella's face. She stepped inside, lowering her voice as though unwilling to disturb Fleur still combing out her hair in the background. The political climate in Britain, will it be dangerous for you? Not dangerous, Ira replied, calm but resolute. Complicated, perhaps. But I can handle it. She smiled faintly. Besides, I won't be alone. Her aunt studied her a moment longer before her features softened. You remind me more of your mother every day. Before Ira could answer, light footsteps approached, and Emma appeared, carrying a stack of papers. She looked ready to give a formal report, but Isabella caught her by the wrist and pulled her close instead. My wife has been working too hard again, Isabella teased, sliding her arm around Emma's waist. Emma's face flushed instantly. I told you, Isabella, you're my wife. No, no, Isabella countered with mock sternness, tilting her head proudly. I declared it first. That makes you mine. Emma's composure faltered completely as her blush deepened. You're impossible to beat, she muttered, though her hand slipped naturally into Isabella's, squeezing gently. Watching them, Fleur gave a soft laugh under her breath, and Ira shook her head, amused. I see the two of you are already married in spirit, if not in law. Exactly, Isabella said with satisfaction, kissing the top of Emma's head. Emma made a small protesting sound but didn't move away. The scene was so sweet, so domestic, that it made Ira smile from happiness and sweetness that she felt. By lunchtime, the household had settled into a rhythm of preparation. Emma and Isabella packed diligently while Fleur and Ira shared a quiet meal in the dining hall. Emma appeared not long after, carrying a tray with a pair of steaming pastéis de nata, Portuguese custard tarts, golden and fragrant. "Special for today," Emma said, placing them on the table. She offered one to Isabella first, who accepted it with a smile and leaned up to kiss her cheek. Then Emma set one in front of Ira, and another before Fleur. "I've made sure everything is ready," Emma reported. "Trunks packed, documents sealed, portkey prepared. Nothing has been forgotten." Isabella added proudly, "And I've brought everything that mattered to me from France. The rest, the smaller things, can wait." Emma nodded. "The house elves can retrieve what's left. Though, they will have to travel carefully." Ira leaned back slightly, thoughtful. "Yes. The elves cannot apparate directly across the channel. They'll need to disapparate as far as the border between England and France, walk across, then apparate again to reach the manor. It will take them longer, but it's safe." Emma inclined her head. "I'll arrange it, my lady." "Good," Ira said softly. Then her gaze flicked toward Fleur, who had already finished half her tart with a pleased hum. The sight made Ira smile. "Once we've eaten, we leave." The four of them shared that last Parisian lunch together. Conversation was light, laughter often spilling across the table, and though the air carried the faint weight of departure, the atmosphere was warm, almost homely. Not long after, the portkey was set, a polished silver key, glowing faintly with enchantment. In the foyer, Emma checked it twice before handing it to Ira. "Ready?" Ira asked, glancing at Fleur. Fleur slipped her hand into hers, fingers entwining without hesitation. "Always." Ira smiled, lifting the key. The four of them gathered around, touching it. A heartbeat later, the familiar pull of magic seized them, dragging them away from the Paris manor. The world spun violently, then settled with a sharp tug. Grass cushioned their landing, and Ira's eyes opened to the familiar sight of the white ancestral manor. It stood proud and solemn in the heart of a vast forest, its white stone walls rising against the blue sky, ivy climbing the outer walls. The garden stretched wide, filled with sculpted hedges, flowering trees, and fountains whose water glittered in the sunlight. It was majestic, old and utterly familiar. Fleur let out a quiet breath, her eyes wide with awe despite having seen it before. Ira reached for her hand, plucking a small flower from a nearby bush. She slipped it into Fleur's palm with a soft smile. "Let's go. I'm sure you remember it, but come, I'll show you again." Together, they walked across the gravel path toward the grand entrance. The doors opened before they could touch them. A house elf appeared, bowing deeply. His large eyes shimmered with reverence. "Welcome back to your ancestral hall, my ladyship," he said in a solemn voice. "Thank you," Ira replied warmly. "Is my room prepared?" "Yes, my lady," the elf said quickly. Then his gaze flickered to Fleur. "I have also prepared a guest chamber." Ira shook her head gently. "That won't be necessary. She will be living with me." Fleur's cheeks colored faintly, but her lips curved in a smile. The elf bowed even lower. "As you command, my lady." Later, once trunks had been taken to their rooms and Emma had begun overseeing the manor's staff, Ira found herself drawn toward the heart of the house, the office that had once belonged to her grandfather, Elijah White. The room carried the weight of history, shelves of leather-bound tomes, maps pinned to the walls, and a great oak desk that had witnessed the decisions of generations. Now it was hers. She sank into the Lord's chair, the leather creaking softly beneath her. For a moment, she closed her eyes, feeling the presence of her family lingering in the air. When she opened them again, Fleur was there, standing in the doorway. Without a word, she crossed the room and slipped gracefully into Ira's lap, settling at her feet before kneeling slightly and tilting her face up. Then, without hesitation, she pressed her lips against Ira's. Ira blinked, startled. "Fleur, what are you doing? Isn't it uncomfortable down there?" Fleur only smiled mischievously and kissed her again. "I wanted to test it. They say many assistants do this for their bosses." Ira's eyes widened before laughter bubbled out of her. "Is that so? Well, next year, when you graduate, I'll take you on as my official personal assistant. Then you can do whatever you like as my beautiful assistant." Fleur arched a brow, feigning indignation. "Whatever I like." Within reason, Ira teased, brushing a strand of silver hair from her face. "And depending on how well you work. And how well you." She leaned closer, whispering against her lips. "Please me." Fleur rolled her eyes, though her cheeks glowed. "Such a cruel boss, to judge me by that." "Cruel?" Ira echoed with mock offense. "I thought I was being generous." Fleur laughed, the sound bright and warm, before kissing her again. The office, once a solemn chamber of duty, filled with their quiet laughter and whispers, the weight of legacy momentarily lifted by the simple joy of youth and affection. Chapter 295, The Courtroom of Old England. The echo of footsteps rang across the polished black tiles of the British Ministry of Magic's atrium. Shadows of golden statues stretched across the high ceiling as hundreds of witches and wizards bustled about, clerks shuffling parchments, memos fluttering like silver fish overhead, the sound of fireplaces roaring to life every few seconds as floor travelers appeared and vanished in green bursts of flame. Ira walked with her chin high, her long white robes brushing against the tiles. Fleur lingered by her side, graceful as ever, her silver blonde hair gleaming beneath the enchanted lanterns that cast a steady light across the enormous hall. Despite the quiet murmur of the ministry crowd, there was a distinct pocket of silence around them, people making way for the matriarch of the White family and the companion who walked at her side. Fleur leaned close, her voice a low murmur just for Ira. "Well, the last time we came was 3 years ago, non," she said, her French accent lacing each word with soft sharpness. Her blue eyes darted about the atrium, unimpressed. "And it has not changed at all. Look at these walls, grey, dull stone. Such a classless people are these British wizards." Ira's lips curled into a small, amused smile. "Come now, Fleur," she said, her tone warm, almost teasing. "I know the French ministry renovates every year, new floors, gilded mosaics, and flowers in the corridors. But let's not judge too harshly. This hall hasn't been changed for 100 years. Her gaze rose to the gilded fountain of magical brethren in the middle of the atrium, its gold still gleaming with age. They want it exactly like this. English witches and wizards value preservation. They're far more focused on keeping old traditions intact than chasing the new." Fleur scoffed delicately, folding her arms. "Tradition is one thing. Dullness is another." Ira laughed softly, the sound carrying through the atrium just enough that a few heads turned to glance at her. She was used to stares, some filled with respect, some with suspicion, others with envy or even lust. As they crossed the atrium toward the lifts that would lead them deeper into the ministry, a tall young man in official blue robes stepped into their path. His hands trembled slightly as he bowed his head. "Lady White," he said quickly, his voice careful, "forgive the interruption. As the matriarch of the White family, you are exempt from wand inspection." His eyes flickered nervously to Fleur. "But your companion must submit hers. It is protocol." Ira tilted her head, her expression calm but her eyes glinting. "My companion," she repeated softly. "Yes, my lady," he stammered. "It is ministry procedure. Every guest must." Ira raised a hand, silencing him without sharpness, only with the effortless authority of someone born to rule. "I have come to this ministry a number of times," she said, her voice low but steady, carrying easily. "Never once have my companions been subjected to wand checks. I do not think I shall allow it this time either." The clerk flushed scarlet. He shifted from foot to foot, clearly aware of the stares gathering from nearby witches and wizards. Finally, he gave a pained sigh and lowered his gaze. "Of course, my lady. If that is your wish, then it shall be so. I only wish to uphold protocol." Before Ira could answer, a sharp voice cut from behind him. "What are you doing, Max?" The clerk flinched. From behind, a tall witch in plum-colored robes swept forward, her dark hair bound tightly into a bun. Authority radiated from her as she fixed the clerk with a steely glare. "Haven't I told you not to harass the British noble families?" The woman turned swiftly, her expression softening into deference as she bowed her head toward Ira. "My apologies, Lady White. He is new and unfamiliar with the subtleties of protocol here. Please forgive his ignorance." Ira's stern gaze softened. She shook her head gently. No need for alarm. It was merely a misunderstanding. He wished only to do his duty. She turned her eyes back to the clerk, who was now pale as parchment. "Good work. Learn carefully, and you'll do well. Don't trouble yourself further." The man nearly sagged with relief, bowing deeply. "Thank you, my lady." "Thank you." The woman touched the young clerk's shoulder, then gestured for Ira and Fleur to follow. "Please, Lady White. Allow me to guide you to the courtroom." The three of them entered the lifts. Fleur stood very close to Ira as the golden grills clanged shut, and the lift jolted into motion. The magical voice announced their descent into the lower floors of the ministry. By the time the gates opened, they stood before the familiar black stone corridors that led to the Wisengamot's chamber. The heavy doors of the courtroom loomed before them. The witch gestured respectfully. "Please, Lady White. Your seat is prepared. The session will begin at 1 o'clock. You have half an hour to settle in." Ira inclined her head. "Thank you." Inside, the Wisengamot courtroom spread like a great amphitheater of dark wood and cold stone. High benches circled the chamber in rising tiers, with golden nameplates marking the seats of Britain's oldest families. At the center stood the chain chair reserved for the accused, though today it remained empty. Above it, the judge's dais, where Dumbledore himself had once presided years ago. Ira found her place near the front, close to the dais, her name etched into the plaque before her seat, Lady Ira White. Beside it, a smaller chair, ostensibly for an assistant, had been permitted, though such exceptions were made only for the pureblood elite. Fleur slipped gracefully into it, ignoring the murmurs that rose like low wind from the benches. The courtroom gradually filled. Names of weight and history echoed as family after family entered. Edgar Greengrass, head of his house, his sharp eyes scanning the chamber. Lord Theodore of the ancient Theodore line, nodding solemnly to Ira as he passed. Members of the Knot, Folly, and Rosier families filed in, followed by Augusta Longbottom, formidable in her vulture-topped hat, who gave Ira a curt, approving nod. From the ministry side came officials, Barty Crouch Sr., stern and rigid, Madam Bones, composed and observant, Arthur Weasley, somewhat out of place among the grandeur but polite nonetheless. Yet the murmurs did not fade. Across the chamber, whispers slithered through the air. Is that the French girl? Her rumored lover? How shameless, to bring her here. A disgrace. A white consorting with another woman, and a foreigner no less. The words burned against Ira's ears, but she kept her gaze forward, her posture unbent. Fleur shifted slightly closer, her hand brushing against Ira's beneath the desk, a subtle gesture of solidarity. But not all voices were scornful. The White family has always mixed with the French, one which reminded her neighbor. Nearly every lord or lady took French wives. Why should this be any different? Perhaps they are only friends, another whispered. The rumors may exaggerate. The balance of gossip hung heavy, yet Ira ignored it, her calm presence a shield against their judgment. At precisely 1 o'clock, the great doors of the chamber opened again. A hush fell. Albus Dumbledore entered, tall and serene, his silver beard gleaming in the enchanted light. Behind him walked the governors of Hogwarts, their robes formal and their faces solemn. Minister Cornelius Fudge followed, blustering in his green bowler hat, flanked by aides. And then, her. Dolores Umbridge. Pink-clad, smile stretched too wide, eyes darting like a vulture scenting weakness. When her gaze fell upon Ira, her lips curved into a sickly sweet grin, followed by an unsettling giggle. He. Fleur stiffened beside Ira, disgust flickering openly across her face. The chamber filled completely. Dumbledore mounted the dais, standing tall. Fudge stood beside him, puffed with self-importance. Wands clicked against the benches as the Wisengamot settled into silence. The hearing was about to begin. Chapter 296, The Trial of Sirius Black. The heavy oak doors of Courtroom 10 groaned as they closed behind the last of the Wisengamot members. The circular chamber, vast and high, was filled with tier upon tier of benches, all arranged in an imposing arc. Shadows lingered in the recesses of the room, but golden torchlight shimmered over the insignia of the ministry and the silver carvings of scales and wands engraved into the black stone walls. Ira sat tall in her designated seat, Fleur by her side, their presence drawing both admiration and disapproving murmurs. A pureblood matriarch's chair had always been placed near the high judge's stand, and her silver nameplate glinted, Lady Ira White, House of White. Fleur's chair was technically improper, as only court members were supposed to sit so near, but nobody dared challenge it outright. Across the chamber, Lucius Malfoy leaned lazily against his cane, eyes glinting with curiosity as his pale fingers tapped the silver serpent head. Other pureblood families were present, the Greengrasses, Knots, and Rosiers among them, each cloaked in deep family colors. The Longbottom matriarch sat stiffly, lips pressed in stern judgment. Barty Crouch Sr. sat at one side, looking grim, while Amelia Bones, monocle glinting, observed with keen interest. Dumbledore himself presided today, alongside Minister Cornelius Fudge, who had puffed himself up like an overfed toad, his lime green bowler hat set officiously before him. Behind them hovered Dolores Umbridge, swathed in frills and pink, her saccharine smile fixed like a crack in porcelain. The chamber gradually fell into silence as Dumbledore rose to speak. His voice, calm yet resonant, carried easily through the hall. Welcome, esteemed members of the Wisengamot, honored representatives of the noble families, and dedicated servants of the ministry. Today we gather to address a matter of great importance, one that has sown unrest within our magical society for nearly a year. Our people have lived under the shadow of fear for too long. It is our duty to bring clarity, to restore trust, and to ensure that peace and prosperity may once again flourish. The case before us concerns Sirius Black, convicted of betraying the Potters, of murdering 12 innocent muggles, and of taking the life of his friend, Peter Pettigrew. Since his capture last week, Sirius Black has been held securely within the ministry. Today, before this body, we shall determine the truth of his alleged crimes and his guilt, or innocence. Let the convicted be brought forth. The doors at the base of the chamber creaked open, and 2 aurors entered, their wands subtly raised. Between them walked Sirius Black. Ira's eyebrows rose as she saw him. This was not the mad, hollow-eyed fugitive painted in every newspaper headline. No, this man walked with surprising dignity, shoulders squared, head high. His long black hair, though streaked with gray, had been combed neatly back, his beard trimmed to a sharp line. He wore clean robes of dark wool, simple but noble. Even his eyes, once described as wild and haunted, now glimmered with steady resolve. A ripple of murmurs passed through the courtroom. So this is the man who spent 13 years in Azkaban. Ira thought. He does not look broken. He looks defiant. Fleur leaned closer, whispering, he looks nothing like the picture in Le Prophète. They made him look like an animal. He seems noble, even. Ira only nodded. Sirius was guided to the central dais where the accused stood. He did not cower. Instead, he faced the chamber with unwavering eyes, though the chains binding his wrists gleamed under the torchlight. Dumbledore raised a hand. Sirius Orion Black. You stand before the Wizengamot. Do you understand the charges brought against you? Sirius's voice was strong, roughened by years but steady. I do. False charges. Lies that put me in Azkaban without so much as a trial. A stir swept through the crowd. Fudge immediately shifted, face reddening. Lies. 13 years ago, you betrayed the Potters to he who must not be named, murdered Peter Pettigrew, and killed 12 muggles in the street. Sirius's lips curved into a sardonic sneer. And yet, here I am, alive, sane enough to say what none of you bothered to listen to then. Dumbledore interjected gently, we are here to listen now. Tell us, Mr. Black, why did you escape Azkaban after 12 years? The room fell into silence, every wizard and witch leaning in. Sirius's gray eyes darkened. I escaped because I saw him, he said, voice tightening. In a photograph. A rat. Not just any rat, but an animagus. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Hiding in plain sight as a pet. A wave of murmurs surged like a storm tide. Dumbledore inclined his head. And what led you to believe this rat was indeed Peter Pettigrew? Sirius's jaw tightened. Because we were friends once. I know his animagus form. A filthy rat, missing a toe. That same rat lived for years in the Weasley family home. I would know him anywhere. At this, Fudge burst forward, fists slamming onto the desk. Utter nonsense. Pettigrew died a hero, a martyr of the last war. He gave his life stopping you, Black, when you would have slaughtered muggles in the street. Chapter 297, The Trial of Sirius Black, 2. Several heads nodded, but others frowned, whispering uncertainly. Dumbledore lifted a calming hand. The truth requires testimony. Today we shall hear from those who encountered this supposed animagus. The doors opened again. 3 young figures walked into the courtroom, Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and Harry Potter. Ira's eyes followed them. She had seen the famous boy who lived in newspapers, but in person, Harry Potter looked ordinary. His dark hair was a mess, his round glasses slightly crooked. He seemed smaller than she expected, shoulders tense as though the weight of every gaze pressed upon him. Beside him, Hermione Granger walked with composure, her spine straight, chin lifted. Ron Weasley looked pale, freckled face strained under the weight of so many watching eyes. Fleur leaned in, her voice dropping into a mischievous whisper. Alors, c'est Louis. This is the famous Harry Potter. I imagined someone tall, dashing, heroic. But he looks more like a schoolboy who's lost his timetable. Ira rolled her eyes, lips tugging at a smile. He is a schoolboy, Fleur. What exactly did you expect? Fleur gave a delicate shrug, her expression caught somewhere between disappointment and amusement. The books and stories spoke of him as if he were radiant as Avila, some even claimed he had wings and could fly. One even called him the second Merlin himself. She tilted her head, studying Harry with unabashed curiosity. But standing here, he seems painfully ordinary. Far too ordinary for such tales. Ira chuckled softly, shaking her head. Stories are written to be sold. They'll turn anyone into a legend if it makes for a better tale. Potter just happens to be their chosen myth. The girl's whispering was cut short as Dumbledore addressed the chamber. These 3 students were witnesses at the time of Sirius Black's most recent capture. Let them speak. Fudge scoffed loudly. Children. We are asked to trust the word of children, whose memories can be tampered with at will. Sirius snarled, their word is worth more than your ministry's lies, Fudge. The chamber quivered with whispers as Sirius Black lifted his head, gaunt but unflinching. His gray eyes burned with defiance. I can prove it, he rasped, his voice carrying over the restless crowd. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He's an animagus, a rat. And I am not the only one who knows this. 2 Hogwarts professors can testify. Severus Snape and Remus Lupin. A shocked murmur rippled through the Wizengamot. Minister Fudge slammed a hand down on the arm of his chair, his face going red. A werewolf, Fudge spat, rising half out of his seat. Merlin's beard, you bring us a werewolf's testimony. You expect us to weigh the words of such a creature in this court? A danger to every wizard and witch present, dragged in as a witness. Gasps and hisses spread through the chamber. Some nodded in agreement, others shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Dumbledore rose slightly, his presence alone quieting the uproar. Control yourself, Minister, he said, his tone calm but ironclad. Prejudice has no place here. Professor Lupin's condition does not strip him of honesty. His account will be heard. Before Fudge could retort, Harry stepped forward, fists clenched. His voice shook with anger but carried clearly. I saw him. Peter Pettigrew. He was Ron's rat, Scabbers. I swear it. He transformed right in front of us. The chamber erupted in gasps. Umbridge's shrill voice cut through. Silence. Insolent boy, you do not speak out of turn before your elders. Her smile curled like poison. Be a good child and let the grown wizards handle the truth. Harry's face flushed red, but Hermione touched his arm, whispering quickly. He bit his tongue, glaring at Umbridge but stepping back. The chief warlock's gaze swept across the chamber before settling on 3 students sitting tensely near the front. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. You were there on the night in question. Please recount what you witnessed. Hermione then spoke, her tone crisp, precise. It happened in the Shrieking Shack. Professor Lupin forced Pettigrew to reveal himself. We all saw it. He admitted everything, that he betrayed the Potters, that Sirius was innocent. He begged for his life. He ran when given the chance. Gasps rippled again. Amelia Bones adjusted her monocle sharply, eyes narrowing in interest. All eyes turned to Ron, who trembled under the weight of their expectation. He was my rat, Ron stammered. I've had him since I was little. He used to be Percy's before me. Am missing a toe. Just like Sirius said. And that night, he turned into Pettigrew. I swear it. Lucius Malfoy sneered faintly, lips curving as though amused. Several of the Wisengamot members leaned back, clearly unsettled. Fudge slammed his hand again, sweating. Rubbish. Lies fed to children. If Pettigrew is alive, where is he now? Produce him. Harry burst out, unable to hold back. He escaped. He ran from us that night. That's why Sirius came after him, because Pettigrew was the real traitor. Silence, boy. Umbridge hissed again, but Harry's voice rang in the chamber, echoing. For a moment, silence stretched heavy. The weight of conflicting testimonies, of old prejudices and political tensions, hung thick in the air. Sirius finally lifted his chin, voice deep with conviction. I am not the traitor. I never betrayed James and Lily. Pettigrew did. I was thrown into Azkaban without a trial, 13 years wasted in that hellhole because the Ministry was too lazy, too arrogant, to look for the truth. His words cut through the chamber like a blade. High above, Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, his expression unreadable. The testimonies are clear, he said, his words cutting through the stillness. The question now is this, will this court honor the truth, or will it cling to the mistakes of the past? The sound of murmurs, rising arguments, and quills scratching over parchment filled the air as the Wisengamot broke into factions. Some eyes flicked to Sirius with suspicion, others with dawning realization. Chapter 298, The American Witness. The Wisengamot was already restless after Harry, Hermione, and Ron's testimonies. Purple-robed witches whispered to each other, the silver-threaded chains of their office clinking faintly whenever one leaned forward in agitation. The tension had grown thick enough that even the enchanted torches on the walls flickered lower, as though straining under the weight of so much political maneuvering. Ira sat with Fleur beside her in their reserved seats for guests of status. The white crest embroidered on her robes gleamed faintly, and though her posture was calm, her sharp eyes missed nothing. She could feel the waves of resistance already building from the pureblood bloc. The Malfoys, Knots, and Averys muttered among themselves, even the Greengrasses looked reluctant. They wanted no part in supporting Sirius Black, not when his freedom would upset alliances carefully tended since the war's end. Lucius Malfoy rose elegantly, cane tapping against the stone floor as though he owned the chamber itself. Minister Fudge speaks with sense, he drawled, his pale hair shining under the magical lamps. What are we to believe? The emotional outbursts of Potter, whose judgment is questionable at best, and whose temper has already been displayed here. The shaky recollections of children. Or perhaps we should hang our faith on the word of a werewolf. A ripple of agreement ran through several families. Harry bristled at the insult, half rising from his seat before Hermione clutched his arm and hissed, Harry, don't, please don't. His face flushed red with the effort of holding back his anger. Minister Cornelius Fudge seized the moment, puffing himself up with a self-satisfied air. His lime-green bowler hat was perched precariously on the bench beside him, as though even it were tired of his bluster. You see. Fudge exclaimed, gesturing grandly. The boy cannot contain himself for a single moment, and yet we are to take his testimony as proof. Ladies and gentlemen of the Waisengamat, this is nothing but conjecture. No evidence has been provided, none whatsoever, beyond the ramblings of 3 students and a dangerous half-breed who isn't even here. He slammed his palm on the desk. Give me proof. Bring forth something solid, something undeniable, and only then will we entertain these wild stories about Peter Pettigrew being alive. The court descended into murmurs, some scoffing, some murmuring agreement, others frowning at the spectacle. And then, I have proof. The words were clear, ringing, distinctly feminine. Heads turned sharply, necks craning to find the source. At the far end of the gallery, a woman had risen to her feet. She was striking, tall, with waves of dark auburn hair cascading over her shoulders. Her robes were cut in an unfamiliar style, sleek lines of deep navy trimmed with bronze, giving her an air both professional and distinctly foreign. She carried herself with confidence, shoulders squared, chin lifted, and when she spoke again, her voice carried a faint lilt, American. I have proof, she repeated, louder this time, so no one could doubt her words. A hush fell over the chamber. Minister Fudge blinked rapidly, then spluttered. "W.H., who in Merlin's name are you?" He jabbed a stubby finger at her. "Who allowed an outsider into the Waisengamat? This is a court of British law, madam, nada." The woman only smiled, lips curving in cool amusement. "My name is Eleanor Boot," she said smoothly. "And before you ask, yes, of that Boot family. Though I live across the Atlantic now. I'm here today not as a representative of my family, but as a journalist." Her words landed like a spark in dry tinder. Waisengamat members broke into whispers. A Boot. From America. A journalist, Merlin's beard, how scandalous. Why is she here, who allowed? Fudge's face turned an alarming shade of red. Journalist. Journalist. This is preposterous. Who gave you the right to meddle in the affairs of the British ministry? Eleanor's smile did not falter. She folded her hands lightly before her, as though humoring a tantrum-throwing child. "Minister Fudge," she said, her American accent crisp and deliberate, "under international magical law, open hearings are precisely that, open. Journalists are allowed to attend, regardless of nationality. This court was declared public, not sealed. You may not like my presence, but it is perfectly legal. And," she tilted her head, eyes gleaming, "you will find it very useful. Because unlike hearsay, unlike rumors, unlike the prejudice against children and werewolves, I bring you tangible evidence." The chamber erupted into gasps. Dumbledore's eyes softened as he addressed the room. Under the law, she would not ordinarily be permitted here, regardless of her nationality or ethnicity. However, as a journalist, Mrs. Boot may attend the proceedings. All eyes turned to the woman, who smiled with quiet assurance. "Thank you, headmaster," she said. "As you know, during the exam period at Hogwarts, I attended the school for an interview with you, and, in particular, with some of the students. You approved this at the time, did you not?" Dumbledore inclined his head. "Indeed, I did, as headmaster of Hogwarts." Eleanor Boot's smile widened, her confidence palpable. "Very well. On the day of the incident, when Mr. Black was captured, I was present at a distance. Using my magical camera, I captured several photographs of the events as they unfolded. I now present these as evidence. I am certain they will confirm the truth." Fudge's fists clenched, knuckles white. "Evidence? What evidence could you possibly have? A mere photos that can be forged." At that, Eleanor reached into her satchel, a sleek, enchanted leather case, and withdrew a stack of enchanted photographs, the kind that shimmered and moved faintly in the torchlight. She held them carefully, almost reverently, before passing them to the nearest usher. "Distribute these to the court, if you please," she instructed. The usher, clearly aware of the gravity of the moment, complied without hesitation. One by one, members of the Waisengamat received their copies. Even Ira was handed one. When Ira's eyes fell on the moving image, her breath caught. Fleur leaned in, her hand brushing Ira's wrist as they both examined it. The photograph depicted chaos under a pale moon. In the frame, a twisted, moving tree swayed ominously, its branches shifting as if sensing the events unfolding beneath it. In front of the tree stood a werewolf, snarling and tense. Shielding Harry and Ron behind her, Hermione faced the creature with determined courage. Nearby, Sirius Black hovered close, his posture protective, as if keeping the werewolf in check. On the other side of the scene, a short, stout man clutched his wand. In a shimmer of magic, he transformed before the camera's lens, from man to rat in an instant. Eleanor Boot's voice rang out confidently. "As you can see in the photo, multiple people are present. That man, this short, fat figure, is Peter Pettigrew. I have spent this week cross-referencing every available image of Pettigrew, and I can confirm beyond doubt, this is him." The courtroom erupted into pandemonium. "That's him, that's Pettigrew. Impossible. He was dead. Animagus, illegal animagus. Merlin's beard, it's undeniable. Fudge snatched a photo from a colleague, eyes bulging as he stared at it. His lips trembled. This could be fabricated. Illusion work. Forgery. Check it, Eleanor said coolly. I invite you. The authenticity spells will prove it genuine. Fudge gestured wildly to a specialist seated near the benches, a squat wizard in silver-rimmed spectacles. Well. Go on then, test it. The wizard muttered charms, his wand glowing over the photograph. Runes shimmered briefly, then settled. The men looked up, swallowing nervously. It's authentic, Minister. No tampering. No forgery. These images are genuine. A ripple of awe and shock spread through the courtroom. Dumbledore, who had been silent all this while, leaned forward, his blue eyes glinting like the stars themselves. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. It appears, Minister, he said softly, that we do indeed have proof. Ira's gaze flicked between Eleanor Boot and the Wisengamot. Her mind raced. So the Americans have chosen this moment to intervene, bold. Sirius Black will not only gain a chance at freedom, but Britain's internal politics are about to become entangled with foreign influence. She narrowed her eyes slightly. A calculated move. Very calculated. Beside her, Fleur whispered, so that is the truth. Peter Pettigrew, alive all this time. Mon Dieu. Ira only nodded, her expression unreadable. Down below, Sirius Black himself stared at the photocopies with a mixture of vindication and raw pain. His chest heaved as though the weight of 13 years was being ripped away and replaced with something almost foreign, hope. Eleanor Boot, meanwhile, remained standing, serene and self-assured. Ladies and gentlemen, she said, her voice ringing out, the men you thought dead for more than a decade live still. The evidence is before your eyes. And with that, I rest my case. Chapter 299, The Debate Over Truth. A hush fell over the Wisengamot chamber as Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat, silver hair glinting under the torchlight. His expression was cold, contemptuous, and entirely unreadable as he gestured with his long, gloved hands. The room seemed to shrink with his presence, and all eyes were drawn to the men who had made his reputation both feared and respected among pureblood circles. Well, Malfoy began, his voice smooth but cutting, so what if this photograph, or whatever magical trickery you present, proves that a man presumed dead for nearly 13 years is, by some miraculous turn, back among the living? He let the words hang in the air for a moment, then leaned forward slightly, lips curling into a sneer. It proves nothing. Absolutely nothing about Sirius Black's innocence. It proves nothing about Peter Pettigrew. It changes nothing. And yet, everyone here seems to have forgotten one glaring fact. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the chamber, as though daring anyone to contradict him. The only person who claims that the one who betrayed the Potters was Peter Pettigrew, Malfoy continued, voice dripping with disdain, is Sirius Black himself. How convenient, isn't it? We are supposed to trust the testimony of a convicted criminal, a man who spent 12 or 13 years in Azkaban, over the rest of the wizarding world. Everyone ignores that glaring, simple truth. Murmurs rose in agreement among the more conservative pureblood families. Malfoy's icy blue eyes scanned the benches, and then he struck at their pride and their insecurities. And what of the Weasleys? He asked sharply, the sneer now fully taking shape. What of that wretched family, so utterly clueless, so irresponsible, that they allowed a man, an illegal animagus, no less, to hide in their home disguised as a mere rat for over a decade? They couldn't tell a secret from a lie, couldn't distinguish a danger from a household pet, and yet, somehow, we are expected to rely on their testimony. Pathetic. A ripple of scandalized murmurs swept the chamber. Malfoy wasn't done. His voice rose with venomous eloquence, striking at both the witnesses and the accused. And no one, he continued, voice sharpened into a blade, addresses the real crime. Everyone here focuses solely on Peter Pettigrew. We completely forget the murders, the betrayals, the 12 muggles that Black killed, the Potters he betrayed. Who truly knows the events of that night? Only the Potters themselves, and the fugitive, Sirius Black. How can we trust anything else? The Wisengamot members were quiet, some nodding, others shifting uncomfortably. At that moment, a familiar, firm voice cut through the tension. Mr. Malfoy raises an important point, said Madame Amelia Bones, standing from her seat. Her grey hair was pinned back tightly, robes crisp and conservative. The chamber fell silent immediately. Peter Pettigrew may indeed be alive, but the evidence does not prove that he was the one who betrayed the Potters. We may surmise it, yes, but speculation is not fact. The only testimony we have about the betrayal comes from Sirius Black himself. We cannot, must not, accept one man's word as gospel, no matter how compelling the photograph or the eyewitness accounts may appear. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes meeting Dumbledore's. Minister Fudge, Chief Warlock, I request that this situation be investigated thoroughly. We cannot, under any circumstances, release a man alleged to be a murderer and fugitive if we do not know the full truth. This is not just a matter of Black's innocence, it is a matter of public safety. Madame Bones sat, her eyes still scanning the chamber for reactions. A ripple of assent ran through some of the more cautious members, though the more extremist pure-blood factions remained skeptical, folding their arms in stubborn opposition. Fudge finally coughed, adjusting his lime-green bowler hat nervously. Yes, I suppose that is correct, he mumbled. We have little evidence. We know the Potters went into hiding using Fidley's charms, and that the secret keeper was given to Sirius Black. Beyond that, we know nothing. We cannot claim Black's innocence solely on the testimony of Pettigrew for being alive, or children's testimony, for that matter. The boy Potter and his friends may be credible, but... His voice trailed off, swallowed by the murmuring of the chamber. Several other pure-blood families began to voice agreement, pointing out the gaps in the logic of the hearing. It is only natural, one said, that we remain cautious. The Potter's secrecy, the long disappearance of Pettigrew, the manipulations of Black, all of these factors make any claim of innocence premature. Malfoy nodded, his expression one of smug vindication. Indeed. Logic and prudence must prevail. We cannot rush to judgment merely because of photographs and the accounts of children. As far as I know, Peter Pettigrew is not present here to defend himself. So what proof do we have? None. The murmurs now escalated into whispered arguments. Several members of the Wizengamot, though impressed with the photographic evidence, began siding with Malfoy and Fudge, urging that caution was paramount. Heiress stood slowly from her seat, the chamber immediately quieting in surprise. Fleur leaned slightly forward, watching her lover closely, eyes bright with anticipation and pride. Heiress' voice was calm but carried the weight of authority. Well, Heiress said, glancing around at the room of powerful witches and wizards, I see that many points have been raised here, and I agree with some of what Lord Malfoy and Madame Bones have said. We know little about the true events of that night. We only have the testimony of Sirius Black and the accounts provided by the children and the photographic evidence we have just seen. She paused, scanning the courtroom before focusing her gaze on Dumbledore, seated regally on the judge's dais. And, of course, the headmaster himself was close to the Potters and to the accused, Mr. Black. I believe that before we can draw conclusions about innocence or guilt, we must determine the full truth of what occurred that fateful night. Heiress' tone was measured, commanding. We now know that Peter Pettigrew is alive. That fact does not automatically prove Black's innocence. But it does present an opportunity to uncover what truly happened. We must consider, why did Pettigrew hide as an animagus for over a decade? What prompted him to take refuge in the Weasley household? And most importantly, who ultimately betrayed the Potters? These are questions we cannot ignore. A hush fell again, this time in anticipation of Dumbledore's response. The old wizard stood slowly, his hands folding calmly before him. The room seemed to hold its breath. Yes, Dumbledore said softly but firmly, I too have been close to both Mr. Black and the Potters. Until recently, I was unaware that the Potters had chosen Peter Pettigrew as their secret keeper. I learned only a few days ago, directly from Sirius himself, that during the preparations to go into hiding, he had suggested Pettigrew as the secret keeper. Pettigrew was discreet, trusted, and appeared unlikely to arouse suspicion. The Potters agreed, seeing it as the most practical solution during a time of war. Ira nodded, her expression thoughtful. She turned slightly to address the chamber more directly. Now, she continued, we also have the statement of Harry Potter. He confirms that Pettigrew himself admitted to betraying his parents, pleading for forgiveness, and expressing fear at the Dark Lord's threats. Mr. Potter, please. Harry swallowed hard, his face flushed. Yes. I heard him say it. He begged for forgiveness. He was afraid. That's why he betrayed my parents. Hermione squeezed his hand gently, whispering a soothing word. It's all right, Harry. Just tell the truth. Ira glanced back at the Wizengamot. As you can see, while Pettigrew's presence alone does not confirm innocence, it provides a crucial lead. And, for clarity, I propose a straightforward solution. Use the Veritaserum. Administer it to Mr. Black. He will speak the truth. The court will hear the facts without conjecture, without bias, and further ambiguity. Only then can we ascertain whether Sirius Black is truly innocent. Fudge jumped to his feet, waving his hands dramatically. No. That is completely unnecessary. We do not need such measures. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing the chamber. Very well, he said, calm but firm. Then let us proceed democratically. We shall take a vote. All those in favor of administering Veritaserum to Mr. Black, please raise your hands. One by one, the chamber lifted their hands. Most members, including Ira, Madame Bones, and the moderate pureblood families, voted in favor. Some extremist pureblood factions, including Malfoy and a few staunch Fudge supporters, remained seated, refusing to participate. Dumbledore surveyed the room, his piercing eyes resting briefly on Fudge's flushed face. "It seems the majority favors the use of Veritaserum," he announced. "Therefore, we shall proceed. Please bring the potion and administer it to Mr. Black, that the truth may be revealed to all present." The chamber fell silent once more, the weight of anticipation almost tangible. Even Fleur leaned forward slightly, brushing her hand against Ira's, a quiet gesture of solidarity. Ira's sharp gaze remained fixed on Sirius, who sat calmly but with a faint glint of apprehension in his eyes. Chapter 300, The End of the Trial. The hush in the courtroom was suffocating. Every breath, every shiver of a robe, every scrape of a chair seemed to echo off the enchanted stone walls. Sirius Black sat in the heavy wooden chair, chained by ministry enchantments that glowed faintly at his wrists. His jaw was set in defiance, but his eyes burned with a mix of rage and sorrow. The Auror standing nearby uncorked a small vial, the Veritaserum. Its silver sheen caught the magical torchlight. Dumbledore stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. "Administer the potion." The Auror tilted the vial to Sirius's lips. He drank it without any hesitation or resistance. 3 drops touched his tongue, and at once his body slackened. His eyes became glassy, fixed not on the crowd but on something inward. "Now, Sirius," Dumbledore began softly, "you will answer truthfully. Tell us, why was the secret keeper for the Potters changed? Who was it, and when was it changed?" Sirius's voice was flat, without hesitation. "It was Peter Pettigrew. We changed the secret keeper days before the Dark Lord attacked. I convinced James. I thought no one would suspect Peter. I thought it was safer that way." Gasps rippled across the room. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Dumbledore raised a hand, and silence returned. "And did you ever betray James and Lily Potter?" "No. Never. I would have died before betraying them." Harry's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. Dumbledore's eyes glinted. "Then why, Sirius, did you go after Peter Pettigrew in the Muggle Street? Why did 12 Muggles die that day?" Sirius's face twitched as memories flooded back. "I saw James and Lily's bodies. My friends, dead. Rage and grief took over me. I knew Peter betrayed them. I tracked him down. We fought. He shouted for everyone to hear that I had betrayed James and Lily. Then he blew himself and also blew apart the street, and killed 12 Muggles. He apparently escaped as a rat during the chaos. Everyone thought he was dead. Even I thought he was death. Not until I saw his animagus form on the newspaper, that I got know that filthy rat was alive." The silence that followed was crushing. Dumbledore's voice rang out, steady as ever. "We cannot doubt the Veritaserum. The potion compels truth beyond manipulation. Therefore, I declare before this court that Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes for which he was imprisoned." The chamber erupted. Some gasped, some cheered, some shouted angrily. Reporters scratched quills furiously against parchment. But Harry didn't hear any of it. He ran forward, breaking past the Aurors, and threw his arms around Sirius. The man, freed at last from the potion's hold, blinked hard, then broke into a ragged sob. He wrapped his arms around Harry and held him as though the world itself could vanish if he let go. "My godson," Sirius whispered, his voice breaking. "Harry. I never stopped loving you. Never." Harry's throat closed, words failing him. I knew it wasn't you. I knew it." Ron and Hermione hovered nearby, they were smiling. Hermione finally stepped forward. "Mr. Black, you're free now. The world will know." Sirius gave a broken laugh, one hand still on Harry's shoulder. "Free. Merlin, I almost forgot what that word feels like." From the back rows, Ira rose silently, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding below. From other side of the courtroom, Eleanor Boot, the so-called American journalist, was already striding forward, her heels clicking smartly against the stone floor as she approached Dumbledore. Ira's eyes narrowed. She watched as the two exchanged quiet words, their heads inclined toward one another. The picture presentation had been too neat and perfectly timed. So, Ira thought, Dumbledore was part of this plan after all. For a fleeting moment, suspicion curled through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. No. It isn't that he's joined with the Americans. They're simply using each other, each seeking their own gain. Her thoughts sharpened as she considered the implications. By presenting that photograph, Eleanor Boot has secured Sirius Black's freedom, and in doing so, she has made him indebted to her. From this day on, she will have a claim upon him, a bond forged not by loyalty but by merit and repayment. A clever move. One that Dumbledore will allow, so long as it serves his purpose too. Ira folded her arms, her expression unreadable. She had just witnessed not merely the unveiling of evidence, but the weaving of alliances. She leaned close to Fleur, who stood at her side. Let's go. Everything's finished. I don't want to waste time with pretentious purebloods preening for the press. Fleur's eyes flickered to her, then softened. Let us go. Without another glance toward the chaos, Ira reached for Fleur's hand. Their fingers intertwined naturally, and together they slipped through the back door of the courtroom. The ministry's atrium stretched vast and glittering before them. They walked hand in hand beneath the golden statues, ignored by the throngs of wizards still rushing toward the courtroom. Instead of the crowded visitor exit, Ira led Fleur to the VIP passage reserved for foreign delegates and ancient families. The enchanted doors parted for her, recognizing the crest of white. Moments later, they stepped out into the cool London evening. The bustle of muggles filled the streets beyond the disillusionment charms. Cars passed by, laughter rose from pubs, the city alive with ordinary folk walking around to their livelihood. Ira turned to Fleur with a smile tugging at her lips. So, what do you say? Want to go on a proper date? A muggle restaurant. And enjoy something special with just us. Fleur blinked, then her lips curled into a smile, sweet and genuine as she said softly, I would love go on a date with you, my love. They wandered until they found a small restaurant tucked between a bookstore and a flower shop. Golden light spilled from its windows, and the hum of quiet chatter drifted out as the door opened. Inside, candles flickered on each table, and the smell of roasted herbs and fresh bread filled the air. The host, a young man in a neat apron, greeted them. Table for two. Yes, Ira said, her voice firm but warm. She tightened her hand slightly around Fleur's, grounding herself in the reality of the moment. They were led to a table by the window. Fleur slid gracefully into her chair, her silver blonde hair gleaming in the candlelight. Ira sat opposite, her heart oddly quickened by the simplicity of it all. Menus were placed before them. Fleur glanced at hers, brow furrowing slightly. Mon anglais is fine, but some of these words. She tapped the page lightly, cheeks coloring. What is a shepherd's pie? Ira grinned. Oh, that's a classic. Potatoes, meat, vegetables, all baked together. Comfort food. Comfort, Fleur echoed, smiling. Then maybe I will try that. And I'll get the roasted chicken, Ira decided. Something simple. They placed their orders, and soon a basket of warm bread arrived. Fleur tore a piece delicately, buttering it with graceful hands. She looked up at Ira, her expression soft. It feels strange. Sitting here, as though we are just two ordinary girls. Ira leaned forward, propping her chin on her hand with a tired sigh. That's exactly what I wanted. After those long hours in court, I think we deserve proper food. Honestly, I thought something interesting would happen, but it didn't. It was all the same things everyone already knew. Boring. Fleur's cheeks flushed faintly as she set her goblet down. Well, whatever it was, it's finished now. It doesn't matter anymore. Besides. Her lips curved into a small smile, I enjoyed it. Ira tilted her head, brows lifting. Enjoyed it? How could you enjoy that? It was tedious. Fleur's smirk turned playful. Because every second I spent there was with you. So yes, I loved it. For a moment, Ira blinked, caught off guard, but Fleur pressed on, her voice softening. She set down her bread and lifted her gaze, steady and unflinching. I grew up hearing that my beauty would always be a weapon, or a curse. That no one would ever see me as anything more than a Vila. But when you look at me, Ira. Fleur's lips trembled with the faintest smile. You don't see that. You see me. That's why I said I enjoyed it, because even if we are in the most dreadful place, I will still be glad, so long as I am with you. For a moment, Ira was silent, her eyes locked on Fleur's. Then she smiled, warm and sincere. Of course I see you. You're Fleur. Brilliant, heavenly beautiful, so much so that I hardly resist myself when I am around you. Fleur laughed softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. You are dangerous, Ira White. You say things that make it very hard not to pin you down here and start doing naughty stuff to you. She caught herself, cheeks aflame. You are irresistible too. Their food arrived then, breaking the spell. The shepherd's pie steamed invitingly, and Fleur's eyes lit up after her first bite. Oh. This is wonderful. So warm, rich. You must try it. She pushed her plate slightly toward Ira. Ira accepted a spoonful, nodding appreciatively. Not bad at all. But I think mine is better. She speared a piece of roasted chicken and offered it across the table. Fleur leaned in, tasting from the fork with unthinking intimacy. When she sat back, she smiled slyly. Yours is good too. But I prefer mine. They laughed, the sound mingling with the soft clinking of cutlery and murmur of conversations around them. Chapter 301, Firelights of Dartmoor. The weeks slipped by quietly, filled with sunlight, laughter, and the warmth of companionship. Fleur had not left Ira's side since the summer began, and the manor felt different with her presence, brighter, more alive. They shared late breakfasts on the balcony overlooking the white estate gardens, practiced spells under the afternoon shade of the oaks, and in the evenings, they stayed up too late talking in hushed voices, which resulted in intimate moments and sleeping in each other's embrace. It was during those long, golden days that Ira turned 14. Emma and Isabella had gone abroad on what Isabella jokingly referred to as business that requires romance, though both Fleur and Ira teased her endlessly, calling it her honeymoon. For nearly a week, the two older women were away, and though Fleur and Ira managed perfectly well without them, their return brought with it something special. On a warm evening, a small celebration was held in the manor's dining hall. The four of them sat around the long, polished table, though only its center was filled with candles, plates, and a cake that Fleur had insisted on baking herself. Its frosting was uneven, sloping slightly to one side, but the delight in Fleur's eyes when she presented it made it more beautiful than anything a professional baker could have created. "Happy birthday, Ira," Emma said as she raised her glass of sparkling elderflower wine. Her smile was softer than her usual sharp, calculating expressions, the smile of someone who had found her family again. Ira's heart warmed. "Thank you, for everything." Isabella leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands. 14 already. "I still remember when you looked so small, when I saw you for first time in the ministry." Ira flushed. "That was just 3 years ago. And now," Fleur added with a mischievous grin, "you are officially old enough to duel me without me going easy on you." "Ha!" Ira laughed, shaking her head. "As if you ever won a duel from me." The evening was filled with laughter, small gifts, and warm candlelight. There was no grand party, no guests from the wider wizarding world, only the four of them, gathered together in a quiet celebration that felt more precious than any lavish banquet. The days after. Summer stretched on. Fleur remained a constant presence, and Emma busied herself with letters, meetings, and estate affairs, though she always found time to join the girls for meals. Isabella seemed determined to live in the light of every moment, dragging Emma out into the countryside or into Paris for evenings that always ended with her returning flushed with happiness and sometimes even drunk. And then, in the middle of August, excitement swept through the household. The Quidditch World Cup, Emma announced one morning at breakfast, sliding a small, ornate object across the table toward Ira. It looked like a twisted, golden key, humming faintly with enchantment. "Tomorrow we will attend the finals, as you commanded, my lady. Practically most of the influential figures in the wizarding world will be present at this competition." Ira's eyes widened. "Oh, so it's tomorrow?" "Of course," Isabella chimed in, reaching for Fleur's plate of fruit and stealing a slice of pear. "Emma made sure we have the best view in the entire stadium." Emma nodded. The White family invested heavily in this event. Construction alone took a year, and do you know how much the Ministry of Magic poured into building that stadium? She raised her brow, already knowing Ira's answer would be no. Hundreds of thousands of galleons. It was no small feat. "And us?" Fleur asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Several thousand," Emma said plainly. "But I expect returns at least fourfold. Sponsorships, concessions, international trading contracts tied to the cup, it's not simply a game. It's an opportunity." Ira turned the portkey over in her hand. It shimmered faintly, as though alive. For all of Emma's talk of investments, her own heart was racing for a different reason. She was about to see the World Cup final with them. Dartmoor. The next day, the four of them gathered in the manor courtyard. Emma held the portkey carefully. "Everyone touch it. Don't let go until it lands you." Ira clutched Fleur's hand instinctively as her other fingers brushed the key. Isabella hooked her arm around Emma's. At once, there was a tugging sensation, sharp and irresistible, like being pulled forward by a hook behind her navel. The world twisted, spun, and then they landed with a thud on soft grass, stumbling slightly as the portkey clattered to the earth. "Merlin's beard," Isabella muttered, brushing dust from her robes. "I will never get used to it, every time it makes me sick." Ira steadied herself, blinking rapidly. They were standing at the edge of a forest, lanterns glowing faintly in the distance. The air was alive with sound, distant voices, laughter, the faint crackle of magical fireworks that exploded in the sky with bursts of color shaped like broomsticks. "Welcome to Dartmoor," Emma said with a small smile. They began walking. The trail wound through the wood, lit by hovering lanterns that bobbed gently in the night breeze. The path was wide, lined with ministry workers in bright, enchanted vests, ushering families along. Ira's eyes grew wide as they stepped out of the tree line. Beyond stretched a vast encampment little similar to Allée de Merveilles. Thousands of tents sprawled across the moor, each enchanted to look like a palace, a villa, or a curious hybrid of both. Some had golden spires, others floating balconies, banners of every color and crest flapped proudly in the evening air. Smoke rose from cooking fires, mingling with the scent of roasted meats and spiced pastries. The chatter of thousands of wizards and witches echoed in the night. Children darted about with miniature broomsticks, adults laughed over drinks, and vendors shouted out their wares, omnioculars. Get your omnioculars here. Their cries blending with the hum of excitement that seemed to fill the very air. Stars above, Fleur whispered, her hand tightening around Ira's. It's like a city. Ira could only nod. She had seen gatherings before, political halls, student parties, but nothing like this. This was the wizarding world, unbound, joyous, alive. As they made their way through the encampment, Emma gestured subtly. Do you see this? This is why we invested. Tens thousands of wizards and witches gathered here, every one of them spending freely. This event binds the international community together, families from Ireland, Bulgaria, France, even America. And our name is tied to it. Isabella smiled faintly. You can't help but make everything sound like politics. Emma smirked. Because everything is politics specifically here. Chapter 302, Lanterns in the Night. The announcement came late in the evening, echoing through the stadium grounds with enchanted amplification. Attention, witches and wizards. Due to unforeseen technical issues with the protective enchantments on the pitch, the Quidditch World Cup final has been postponed by one day. The match will now take place tomorrow evening. All tickets remain valid. We thank you for your patience and understanding. Groans and shouts rippled across the campsites, though many quickly turned back to their food, drink, and games. No one would truly leave, not after traveling halfway across the world for the World Cup. The air buzzed with equal parts frustration and festivity. Ira glanced at Emma as the crowd around them reacted. So, one more day of waiting. Emma's mouth quirked into a half-smile. Patience, my lady. Consider it an extra day of festivities. And besides, our tent is already waiting. The White family servants had already prepared their accommodations near the VIP section of the grounds. From the outside, the tent looked modest, though still elegant. Its canvas was cream-colored with silver embroidery of the white crest near the entrance. Lanterns hung on hooks outside, glowing with soft blue flames that lit the grass around it. But the moment they stepped inside, Arya saw the interior of the tent and was surprised. The space expanded into a vast, luxurious interior. High, vaulted ceilings stretched above, enchanted to show a soft night sky filled with stars. Rugs woven with intricate runes covered the floors, muffling footsteps. Chandeliers floated in midair, dripping with candlelight that never seemed to burn down. To the right, a long dining table was already set, steaming dishes arranged in gleaming platters, roast duck, herb potatoes, enchanted soups that stirred themselves, baskets of bread kept magically warm. To the left, several doors branched into private rooms, each with four-poster beds, wardrobes, and writing desks, an entire manor disguised as a simple campsite tent. Fleur spun slowly on the spot, her face lit with wonder. Magnifique, this is better than my own home. Isabella laughed softly. I told Emma she overdid it, but she just smiled and said she wanted everyone to have a fun and fulfilling time here. Emma merely shrugged, entirely unbothered. We are whites. We do not camp like peasants. Ira chuckled, shaking her head at the remark. She had to admit, the tent was extraordinarily luxurious, perhaps a touch extravagant, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Criticizing Emma would be ungrateful, and after all, the effort had clearly been made with care. They gathered at the dining table, where the food replenished itself as if anticipating their appetites. Ira sat between Fleur and Emma, while Isabella poured wine and juice into delicate crystal goblets. Conversation flowed easily, about the spectacle of the encampment, about Fleur's disbelief at the number of international families gathered, about the anticipation for tomorrow's match. Fleur sliced a piece of roasted duck, glancing at Ira with a teasing smile. If Ireland wins, you must admit French teams are still better. Ira grinned. That makes no sense at all, they only lost a French team with luck. Logic does not matter in Quidditch, Fleur replied loftily. A win is win. Emma smirked at their banter. And financial foresight. Isabella groaned dramatically. Not everything is about numbers, Emma. Everything is numbers, Emma retorted. This cup has already generated trade negotiations worth more than 10 tournaments combined. Do you know what that means for our family's position? More work for you, Isabella said dryly, but her smile was fond. Halfway through the meal, the tent flap stirred. A tall figure stooped inside, elegant and commanding, Madame Maxime. She wore midnight blue robes trimmed with silver, her hair pulled back neatly, her presence filling the room with natural authority. Bonsoir, she greeted, her deep voice warm. How lovely to see you all here. Madame Maxime. Fleur stood quickly, her eyes lighting up. You are here too. But of course, Maxime said with a smile, moving toward the table. An event like this, I could not possibly miss. She glanced at Ira, Emma, and Isabella with polite nods. And it is good to see the White family gathered together. Emma rose slightly in acknowledgement, offering her a seat. Please, join us. There is plenty to eat. Maxime accepted gracefully, folding her height into one of the enchanted chairs that expanded to accommodate her. She turned her gaze toward Fleur, her expression softening. Ma chère, you have been away from your family for nearly a month and a half. They are missing you dearly. Fleur hesitated, lowering her eyes. I know. I will go back with you tomorrow night. After the match. School begins soon too, and I should be with them. Maxime nodded approvingly. That is wise. But do not look so downhearted, child. Her gaze flicked briefly to Ira before returning to Fleur. You will see each other again soon enough. Hogwarts is not so far. Ira felt a tug in her chest at the words, though she managed to smile toward Fleur, whose fingers brushed against hers under the table. As Emma rose to bring more snacks, plates of sugared almonds and delicate pastries, Maxime's eyes drifted to Isabella. Madame Vauquelin, she said warmly. It has been a long time since I last saw you. How have you been keeping? These past months, you seem to have vanished from society altogether. Isabella smiled faintly, glancing toward Emma. I no longer go by that name. I am Isabella Bloom now. Maxime blinked. For a moment, she looked between the two women, then her eyes widened. What? You too, you too. Her composure cracked, her words stumbling as realization dawned. Ira laughed softly, filling in the silence. Yes, they got engaged. Maxime's deep laugh filled the tent, booming and genuine. At last. I was wondering when Isabella would stop burying herself in politics long enough to notice what was right in front of her. Isabella, you always rejected suitors at school, and even after, never married. Now it all makes sense. Isabella flushed, though her smile was radiant as she glanced at Emma. Yes. I finally found her. A few weeks ago, during this summer holiday, I proposed, and she said yes. Maxime clapped her hands together. Felicitations. But why have you not announced it? You could have held the grandest engagement party at the Hotel de Merville. The alley would have been buzzing for months. Isabella shook her head firmly. No. I wanted it quiet, between family. I have no patience for journalists and gossip mongers. Let them think what they want, I know what matters. Maxime's stern features softened into a smile. Then I am truly delighted that you finally found someone to share life with, that is the greatest joy. Emma, uncharacteristically bashful, busied herself arranging the pastries, though the small upward curve of her lips betrayed her pride. The conversation turned lighter after that, small talk about the match, Fleur's upcoming school year, even Ira's progress in her studies. But eventually, Maxime rose, smoothing her robes. I must go. Many friends and acquaintances expect me tonight. But after the match, I will return to France. Fleur, if you wish to come with me, be ready. Fleur nodded obediently. Of course, Madame Maxime. I will. Maxime inclined her head to the table once more, her towering figure retreating as she left into the night. Later, the tent grew quiet. Emma and Isabella retired to their room, soft laughter trailing after them as they closed the door. Ira and Fleur lay together in one of the smaller rooms, the canopy above them enchanted to shimmer with twinkling starlight. In the quiet darkness, they whispered softly, their voices barely above a murmur, sharing laughter, secrets, and gentle teasing as they spoke. I will miss you, my love, Fleur admitted softly, her accent thickening with emotion. Even if it's only for a little while, I won't be able to bear being away from you. Ira reached out, brushing her lips gently against Fleur's. Don't worry. It won't be long. And we can send letters every day if we want. Fleur smiled, resting her head against Ira's shoulder. I'll hold you to that. And don't you dare look at any girl at Hogwarts. Ira chuckled, teasing lightly. Easy, girl. Who said I'd even be looking? Fleur's voice sharpened with mock dissatisfaction. Oh, come on. With that beautiful face of yours, I'm sure there'll be plenty of girls, and boys, floating around you. Oh, don't worry, Ira laughed. I don't think the girls there would be into girls. I can't say anything about the boys, but the girls. Certainly not. And how do you know that? Fleur challenged, rolling her eyes. Do you think we're some special exception? No, my love. There are plenty of girls who enjoy relationships with other girls. Ira shrugged with a grin. Well, don't worry, I still don't know any of them. Besides, who would even catch my eye when I already have you, right up to my standards? Fleur rolled her eyes again. And what about that big-teeth girl you exchange letters with every now and then? Ira blinked, confused at first, then realization struck. She laughed. Oh, you mean Hermione. Don't say that, she's a good girl and a friend. Fleur smirked. Oh, now she's a good girl. Next thing, you'll be telling me I have to accept her as your side chick. How vulgar. Ira laughed, shaking her head. You speak like those muggle boys. Humph, Fleur huffed, though her smile betrayed her. Ira leaned forward, her face close to Fleur's, and kissed her with a slow, deliberate intensity. Fleur responded immediately, their lips meeting in a long, lingering embrace that said everything words could not. Eventually, they drifted into sleep, arms wrapped tightly around each other, as the lanterns in the tent flickered softly, casting their quiet world in gentle shades of silver and gold. Chapter 303, Meeting with Friends. The morning came gently. Ira stirred awake in the soft glow of the enchanted ceiling above their bed, where stars were slowly fading into dawn. She shifted slightly, realizing Fleur was still nestled close beside her, their arms tangled in the blankets. Fleur's hair spilled like silver gold silk across the pillow, catching the light of morning as though it had been spun by the sun itself. For a long moment, Ira simply watched her sleep. There was a serenity in the gentle rhythm of Fleur's breathing, in the faint, unconscious smile that lingered on her lips even in dreams. For the past month, ever since they had begun sharing a bed, every morning was the same, Ira waking first, only to lose herself in quietly observing Fleur as she slept. Sometimes minutes passed, sometimes hours, and still she would remain there, eyes full of love and affection, unable to tear herself away. Since Valentine's Day, when they had finally confessed their feelings, everything had shifted for Ira. The world felt different now, fuller and brighter, and Fleur had become the very center of it. The thought of losing her, of Fleur leaving, or worse, something happening to her, was unbearable. Even imagining such a scenario made Ira's chest tighten until she could hardly breathe. She realized, with a trembling kind of awe, that she was utterly addicted to this girl. This adorable, stubborn, radiant girl, who now lay nestled in her arms, sleeping peacefully as if she belonged there. Eventually, Fleur blinked awake, her blue eyes heavy with drowsiness until they focused on Ira's face. A small smile bloomed. Bonjour. She whispered softly, voice husky with sleep. Ira smiled back. Good morning. Fleur stretched lazily, then immediately curled closer again, unwilling to let the warmth go. We have breakfast waiting, yes. I hope so, Ira chuckled. If Emma had the servants prepare it last night, then definitely. They finally rose, dressing quickly before stepping out into the tent's main lounge. The long table was already laden with food, freshly baked bread steaming in baskets, pitchers of orange juice and pumpkin juice, platters of eggs, sausages, roasted tomatoes, and delicate pastries sprinkled with powdered sugar. The enchantments ensured everything stayed warm. They sat side by side, sharing croissants and fruit. Fleur dabbed sugar from the corner of Ira's mouth with a napkin, giggling. You are messy, she teased. I am not, Ira protested, laughing. After breakfast, the two of them went to bathe and change into fresh clothes. By the time they returned, the camp had already grown livelier, filled with the hum of voices, laughter, and the distant strains of music from enchanted instruments scattered around the grounds. Ira settled into the main lounge of the tent, where the table was still cleared from their meal. Fleur emerged moments later, dressed neatly, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, and offered a smile that lit the room. So, Fleur said softly, sliding into the seat beside her, what are we going to do until tonight, when the match begins? Ira returned her smile with ease. Why not go out and look for Marin? I'm sure he must be here somewhere. Fleur arched a delicate brow. Among thousands of tents and people. That will not be easy. That's fine, Ira replied with a small shrug. If we can't find him, at least we'll still get to walk around together and see what's happening. That's half the fun. Fleur's lips curved into a warm grin. Très bien. Walking with you sounds good enough for me. They stood, brushing the wrinkles from their clothes, and were just about to step outside when a familiar voice came from the entrance of the tent. I'm certain it was this one, Ginny. They said the White family had placed a private tent here. Moments later, the tent's flap opened, and two figures stepped inside. At once, Ira recognized Hermione Granger, her familiar bushy hair tied back with a ribbon, her expression bright with excitement. Just behind her walked a girl Ira had not yet met, slightly shorter, with vivid ginger hair that tumbled to her shoulders, a light spray of freckles across her face, and striking green eyes that seemed to glow in the lamplight. Ira's gaze lingered for a moment. Fleur, too, looked at the newcomer, her expression tightening ever so slightly as her eyes flicked over the red-haired girl at Hermione's side. Ira! Hermione exclaimed, her whole face lighting up. I finally found you. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and pulled Ira into a hug, right in front of Fleur. Ira laughed softly, returning the embrace. Hermione, it's so good to see you. When Hermione drew back, her eyes shifted to Fleur. She smiled politely and extended her hand. And Fleur, it's good to see you too. Fleur pressed her lips into a polite smile, taking the offered hand with a delicate grip. Yes, it's good to see you too, Mrs. Granger. Her tone was calm, but there was a certain stiffness that made Ira glance at her curiously. Hermione, seemingly unaware of the faint tension, turned back to Ira. This is Ginny Weasley, my friend. The red-haired girl stepped forward, her freckles warming as she blushed faintly. Hello, Mrs. White, she said shyly, her voice soft. It's good to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Hermione. Ira's heart softened at the girl's shyness. She reached out and gently clasped Ginny's hand with both of her own, smiling warmly. It's wonderful to meet you, Ginny. I'm very happy to know you. In fact, I remember Hermione mentioning your name during last summer's holidays. Ginny's green eyes widened in surprise, then softened into a shy smile, her cheeks tinged pink. The atmosphere eased as the four of them moved closer together, the beginnings of conversation already sparking between them. The girls settled around the table, plates and goblets floating into place at a gesture from Ira. Fleur remained close at her side, silent but observant, her hand occasionally brushing Ira's under the table. Hermione leaned forward eagerly, her eyes bright. You won't believe how happy Harry is these days. Ever since Sirius was proven innocent, it's like he's finally breathing freely again. He spends almost all his time with him now. He told me it feels like having a proper home for the very first time. Ira's face softened with warmth. That makes me very glad. The boy deserves happiness after everything he's been through. So Mr. Black is always with him now. Hermione beamed. Yes. He's so involved in Harry's life, always guiding him, teaching him, and being there for him. It's like Harry finally has the father figure he's been missing all his life. Ginny chimed in with a little laugh. I know, right? At first, when I saw Sirius's face in the newspaper during the trial, I was terrified, he looked so intimidating. But once I met him properly, I couldn't believe how different he is. He's actually hilarious, always cracking jokes. And when he's with Harry, he's so fatherly, so protective. You can just see how much he loves him. It's really sweet. Hermione's smile widened, and then she suddenly remembered something. Oh, and Ira, thank you. I mean it. Thank you for saving Buckbeak. When his life was spared and he was returned, Hagrid cried from sheer happiness. He kept saying he wanted to write you a letter of appreciation, though I don't think he's managed it yet. Ira chuckled gently, her expression kind as she leaned back in her chair. I'm glad to hear that, truly. If it made Hagrid happy, then it was worth every effort. I was the one who investigated the whole situation and uncovered that Buckbeak was innocent, that it was Draco who exaggerated the incident. And since I am also a school governor, it's my responsibility to protect the school's creatures and property, and to defend what is right. Her voice softened as she looked at Hermione. And since you asked, Hermione, I'd do anything for a friend like you. You don't need to thank me. That's exactly what I told him, Hermione said, eyes shining with gratitude. Ginny nodded, smiling. Hagrid wouldn't stop talking about Buckbeak for days. He told everyone he saw, my Buckbeak's safe thanks to Miss White. He even bought extra rock cakes to celebrate. Though I wouldn't recommend trying them. The girls laughed together at that, the sound filling the tent with a warm, easy cheer. Hermione leaned her elbows on the table, looking around with wonder. I can't believe you're staying here in a tent like this. It's practically a palace inside. Ginny nodded in agreement. The burrow's cozy, but this is something else. I can't imagine living like this during the World Cup. Ira smiled modestly. It's just a tent, really. Though I suppose House White makes sure things are comfortable. As the laughter and chatter carried on, Fleur reached for Ira's hand under the table, her delicate fingers twining possessively around hers. Ira glanced at her with a soft smile, slightly puzzled, but Fleur only lifted her chin with a sweet, knowing look, as if daring anyone to question her closeness. Ginny leaned back in her chair, excitement sparking in her eyes. So, what do you think of the World Cup so far? Even though the match was postponed, the campsites are incredible. Did you see the Bulgarian supporters? They've got banners charmed with Victor Krumm's face, it actually winks at you. Ira laughed, eyes bright with mischief. I saw it. The Irish supporters had their leprechauns tossing gold into the air last night. Fleur nearly chased after a handful until she realized it disappeared after a minute. I did not. Fleur protested at once, her cheeks tinged pink, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. It was Emma who did that. You did, Ira teased mercilessly. Fleur gave a scandalized gasp and swatted Ira's arm, though she couldn't quite keep the smile from tugging at her lips. Hermione shook her head with a sigh, though her smile betrayed her amusement. I've been trying to study some of the charms they're using for the mascots. It's fascinating, complicated illusion work, very advanced. And yet, most people only see the spectacle. Ginny rolled her eyes fondly. Trust Hermione to focus on the spell work instead of the game. Hermione raised her chin. Well, someone has to appreciate the artistry of the magic. I appreciate the artistry of Crumb's dives, Ginny countered, smirking. They all burst out laughing. Chapter 304, Meeting with Friends, 2. The morning passed quickly, filled with stories, Hermione describing their recent days at the Burrow, Ginny recounting her attempts to join in on Quidditch practices with her brothers, Ira sharing some of her experiences at Beauxbatons. Fleur contributed little, but she never left Ira's side, her hand frequently brushing against hers, her eyes flicking to Hermione and Ginny with a subtle wariness. By the time noon came, Hermione began to rise. We should probably head back. Ron and Harry will be wondering where we are. Ira quickly shook her head. Stay. Please. Have lunch with us. There's more than enough food, and you shouldn't miss it, it's better than anything out there in the camps. Hermione hesitated. Are you sure? We don't want to impose. You're not imposing, Ira insisted gently. Her smile was open, her tone warm. You're my friends. With me, you don't have to be polite or cautious, be free, be bold. Don't restrict yourselves in front of me. Even if we haven't had much time together, I already consider you good friends. So, please, sit. Hermione blinked at her, almost as if she hadn't expected such unreserved kindness. Slowly, a smile spread across her face, one that softened her usual serious expression. That's very kind of you, Ira, she said, her voice quieter than usual, touched. It means a lot. Ginny, on the other hand, immediately grinned and plopped down into the nearest chair without hesitation. Finally, someone who says it straight, she laughed, tossing her long red hair over her shoulder. Usually it's all, don't trouble yourself, or, we don't want to be a bother, but you, she pointed playfully at Ira, you just make it easy. I like that. Fleur, watching from Ira's side, tilted her head with a soft, amused smile. She seemed pleased by Ira's openness but also quietly possessive, her hand brushing against Ira's under the table as though to remind her she wasn't the only one sitting here. Hermione exchanged a look with Ginny, both of them smiling now, the earlier formality gone. The atmosphere around the table lightened, as if Ira's simple words had brushed away invisible walls. Ginny grinned. I'm not arguing with food that looks this good. She slid back into her chair without hesitation. Soon the table filled again with steaming platters, roast chicken with rosemary, delicate soups that smelled of saffron, salads of enchanted fruits that sparkled faintly with starlight. The goblets refilled themselves with pumpkin juice and butterbeer. Ginny's eyes widened. This is the fanciest thing I've ever eaten. Hermione nodded, looking half dazzled, half determined not to show it. It's remarkable, the enchantments must be layered to keep it all fresh like this. Ira smiled, breaking bread and passing it around. Eat as much as you like. Isabella would scold me if I didn't share. Laughter bubbled around the table as they dug in. The food was delicious, but what made more delicious was to eat it with friends and loved ones. At one point, between bites of fruit and laughter at Ginny's attempt to impersonate her brother's commentary on the last Chudley Cannons match, Ira leaned back slightly. I should probably tell you something, she said casually. Hermione tilted her head. What is it? I'm transferring to Hogwarts this year. There was a stunned silence. Hermione's fork clattered against her plate. What? Truly? Ira nodded, grinning at her expression. That's wonderful. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. But, oh, I can't imagine which house you'll be in. You'd do well in Ravenclaw, with your studies, or Gryffindor, for your courage, maybe even Slytherin, with your cleverness. Ginny leaned forward, smirking. Not Hufflepuff, then. Hermione shot her a look. Hufflepuff is a noble house. Ginny laughed. I know. But I'm curious too. Wherever you end up, it'll be interesting. Ira smiled. I'm curious myself. But no matter where, I'm glad I'll see you both more often. Hermione reached across the table, squeezing her hand. I'm so happy, Ira. Truly. Fleur, though silent, tightened her hold on Ira's other hand beneath the table, her thumb brushing against her skin as though to remind her that some bonds went deeper than schools and houses. The meal stretched long into the afternoon. They spoke of Quidditch, of Hogwarts professors, of the books Hermione wanted to read and the tricks Ginny was learning from her brothers. Fleur even joined in occasionally, her dry remarks slipping into the conversation with perfect timing. For those hours, the tent was filled with nothing but warmth, laughter, and the clinking of plates. By the time Hermione and Ginny finally rose to leave, the sun was already dipping low in the sky. This was wonderful, Hermione said sincerely. Thank you for inviting us, Ira. Anytime, Ira replied, smiling warmly. Ginny grinned. We'll see you tonight at the match, then. Definitely, Ira said. The tent flap closed behind them, leaving Ira and Fleur alone once more. Fleur leaned against her, resting her head briefly on her shoulder. "They like you a lot, especially Ginny," Fleur murmured softly, her voice carrying that lilting warmth she used only when it was just the two of them. She shifted closer, her hair brushing against Ira's cheek. She suddenly turned from a shy girl into someone who speaks to you as if she has known you for ages. Ira smiled, the expression gentle as she let her cheek rest against Fleur's silken hair. "I like them too," she replied thoughtfully. "Well, perhaps Ginny was simply reserved at first because she didn't know me clearly. But after spending some time together, she judged for herself and decided she could be open and comfortable with us. I admire that. At first, cautious, but once she weighs a person's character, she adjusts how she behaves. That's a very good trait to have." Fleur tilted her head back to look at her, eyes gleaming in the soft light. She hummed, almost to herself. "So you noticed that?" Fleur narrowed her eyes suspiciously, her lips curving into the faintest pout. "Don't tell me you like Ginny already." Ira grinned, deliberately playing into the suspicion. "Yes, I like her." Fleur's eyes flashed, and she leaned in a little closer. "Are you liking her the way you like me, or just as a friend?" Ira tilted her head, amusement dancing in her eyes. "What do you think?" she teased. For a heartbeat Fleur just stared at her, then with sudden ferocity she seized Ira by the collar and pulled her forward. Their lips met in a kiss that was fiery, intent, and just a little dangerous. When she finally pulled back, her voice was low and certain. "There. I don't think she could ever do that." Ira chuckled, laughter bubbling up as she brushed her thumb across Fleur's cheek. "Oh, so just jealous, huh? You're such a jealous little girl." Fleur huffed, looking away with exaggerated annoyance, though the smirk tugging at her lips betrayed her. "Well, of course I have to be jealous. Since you are mine, I must protect you from other vultures who would try to take you from me." Ira giggled at her possessive tone. "Don't worry. Actually, I should be the one saying that. You know, these last months you've been with me, I've noticed, your will has grown stronger. You can control your allure now. People don't stare or lose themselves around you the way they used to." Fleur's expression softened, but her eyes gleamed with something secret. "That's the thing," she said quietly. "For Vila, especially for part Vila like me, when we fall in love, we gain control over our allure. I can restrain it because I am in love with you." Her thoughts darkened for a fleeting moment, though she kept her smile. "Perhaps," she mused silently, "if she doesn't understand my jealousy, I should let my allure run wild again, just to make her feel it. Let her see how it is, how much it burns in me, when she talks so freely with other girls." Her fingers tightened slightly around Ira's hand. "Yes. Maybe then she'll know." Chapter 305, Conversations in the VIP Box. The evening sky was alight with ribbons of green and gold, magic drifting across the horizon as lanterns suspended by charms floated over the enormous Quidditch stadium. Thousands of wizards and witches streamed toward the entrances in a river of cloaks, hats, banners, and enchanted trinkets that sang or flashed the names of their favorite players. The air carried a hum of excitement, a thunder of voices so loud it seemed the stadium itself was alive and breathing like a giant beast. Ira walked at Fleur's side, the younger girl's hand brushing occasionally against hers as they moved with Emma and Isabella toward the towering structure that gleamed under starlight. Their path led them not toward the common gates but up a separate stairway guarded by officials in emerald robes, the exclusive entrance for ministers, foreign dignitaries, and families of ancient lineage. "Trust the ministry to make a spectacle of itself," Emma murmured as her sharp eyes scanned the crowd below. "The higher one's box, the more important one is meant to feel." Isabella chuckled softly, adjusting her midnight blue cloak. "And yet the lower stands are where all the real voices are. Listen to them, they roar louder than any noble." Ira smiled faintly, though her attention was fixed on the grandeur of the stadium interior. Golden banners depicting the Bulgarian lion and the Irish leprechauns unfurled magically, shimmering with movement. The pitch itself glowed emerald, polished like glass, while enchanted fireworks popped now and then, showering sparks before dissolving into shapes of broomsticks. At last, they reached their reserved place, luxurious cushioned seats embroidered with protective enchantments to ward off the chill of the night. A silver placard glittered above them, reserved for House White and delegates. Fleur leaned close as they sat, her silvery hair catching the torchlight. "It is magnificent, Non. You see how they try to impress the world. But nothing is so charming as Paris." Ira laughed quietly. "You say that only because it is your home." They hadn't been seated long before movement caught their attention. A tall, pale-haired man in immaculate robes of black and silver approached with regal ease. His walking stick tapped once against the floor as though announcing his presence. Beside him, his wife glided with cold grace, her blonde hair pinned in an elaborate twist, her silver-gray eyes coolly observant. Behind them came a boy, slender, pale, but taller than when Ira had last seen him. His hair, like his father's, gleamed under the lantern light. "Ah," Emma whispered wryly under her breath. The Malfoys. Lucius Malfoy inclined his head with an elegant sweep, his lips curving into a courteous, if carefully measured, smile. Miss White. At last. Ira rose politely, her manners flawless despite the weight of his gaze. Lord Malfoy. Lady Malfoy. It has been some time. Yes, Lucius drawled, voice smooth as polished glass. I have, on more than one occasion, sent you invitations to dine with us at Wiltshire. Curiously, it seems none have ever reached you. Emma arched an eyebrow but said nothing. Ira replied with calm evenness, I thank you for the courtesy. But as you know, my years have been spent in France, attending Beauxbatons. Between lessons and obligations, my opportunities for travel were few. Narcissa, who had remained silent, stepped forward slightly, her cool gaze shifting from Ira to Fleur, who sat poised but quiet. Her voice carried a delicate steel. And this must be your companion, yes. Fleur's chin tilted with polite confidence, though her hand brushed against Ira's as if to claim her silently. Yes, Ira answered smoothly. Allow me to introduce Fleur Delacour, daughter of the Delacour family of France. Narcissa's expression softened with well-feigned warmth. How charming. France has always produced such grace. Her eyes, however, lingered just a heartbeat longer than courtesy required on Fleur's hand resting near Ira's. Draco Malfoy, who had remained respectfully silent, finally stepped forward and inclined himself with surprising politeness. He gave a small bow. Miss White. It is an honor to see you again. I confess I thought you might attend Hogwarts, but it seems Beauxbatons claimed you instead. His manner was markedly different from the arrogant boy Ira vaguely recalled from an earlier encounter. His voice carried none of the drawling superiority but a cautious respect, almost rehearsed. Ira smiled gently. And I confess I thought I would see you more often in Britain. Yet time pulls us all in different directions. Narcissa's eyes glowed faintly, satisfaction written across her features as she looked between Draco and Ira. She seated herself beside Ira with a graceful rustle of silks, lowering her voice as if in private confidence. My son has grown so, she said, her tone soft yet purposeful. His tutors speak of his remarkable aptitude. Charms, potions, he excels. And his manners, I trust, do our family proud. Draco's ears turned slightly pink. Ira listened politely, nodding as Narcissa continued to extol his virtues. You would find him a fine conversationalist, Miss White. And ambitious, too, though never without respect for tradition. The mark of a true heir. Narcissa's voice dropped almost conspiratorially. It is rare to find such qualities in youth today. Fleur shifted beside Ira, her fingers slipping into Ira's hand, squeezing lightly. Ira, oblivious to the silent claim, only squeezed back absent-mindedly, eyes still on Narcissa as she spoke. Chapter 306, Conversations in the VIP Box, 2. On the other side, Lucius had already turned his attention to Emma, his voice dropping to a quiet, deliberate tone as he leaned slightly closer. I've heard, rumors, he said smoothly, that Fleur Delacour and Lady White are involved. I hope it's merely gossip. It would be quite shameful for the matriarch of the White family to be entangled with a woman, wouldn't it? Emma's eyes flicked to him, sharp and unamused. Rumors, Mr. Malfoy. We don't take every whisper seriously. He waved a hand, a faint smile on his lips. Of course. But still, it might be wise to look around for a proper partner for Lady White. Especially among pureblood families, there are so many fascinating, talented young men. Elegance, influence, all the qualities that a lady of her standing should consider. Since she is young, adults such as ourselves must guide her choices, yes. Emma's tone cooled, but her words were precise. Are you suggesting your own son, Mr. Malfoy? Lucius's smile widened slightly. Why not? A union between our two families would be most beneficial. My son is exceptional, talented, handsome, well-mannered. He would make a fitting consort for Lady White, I am sure. Emma's expression remained unreadable. I am merely an assistant to Lady White. I have no right to dictate her personal life or her relationships. I serve. That is all. No, no, Lucius insisted, leaning back as if clarifying something obvious. You have great influence, Mrs. Bloom. Lady White has entrusted you with the power of the family. You speak with authority, whether you realize it or not. Emma shook her head firmly. Authority or not, I am not the one to decide her choices. That is not mine to command. From the side, Isabella, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke, her voice icy. I don't believe we need your opinion in this matter, Lucius. And who are you to speak of what she wants, or likes? Lucius glanced at her, his smile tightening. And, who, may I ask, are you to object? His tone carried a faint attempt at condescension, though he knew exactly who she was. Emma's voice cut in, calm but firm. She is Lady White's biological aunt. If anyone has the right to speak as her guardian or advisor, it is Isabella. Lucius's expression didn't falter, though he tried to smooth the moment. I only seek what is beneficial to the White family. A strong, advantageous union between our houses, surely that is in everyone's interest. Emma's gaze was unyielding. Beneficial for the family is not the same as controlling Lady White's choices. That is not your decision to make. He inclined his head, still maintaining his polished composure, though the air between them was taut with tension. Of course, of course. I only mean to guide, to ensure harmony between noble houses. Nothing more. The air grew tense again when movement at the far side of the box drew eyes. Arthur Weasley had arrived with his wife Molly, their children crowding behind them in various states of awe and excitement. With them came Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, and Sirius Black himself, striding in with unbending pride. Lucius's lip curled instantly, his voice slicing across the box like ice. Well. And who allowed this rabble into a ministerial box? Arthur stiffened but held his ground, voice calm yet firm. Our tickets are as valid as yours, Lucius. Valid. Lucius sneered, pale eyes narrowing to slits. Tell me, Weasley, who did you have to beg this time to secure such favors? Or was it charity extended to the needy? Ron bristled behind him, Ginny's fists clenched, and even Fred and George looked poised to launch themselves forward. Hermione pressed a hand against Harry's arm, eyes flashing indignantly. Arthur's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, his temper flared. I ought to, he began, but stopped himself, breathing deeply. I would beat the... Lucius laughed, a cold, disdainful sound. Beat me? Do you threaten the great Lucius Malfoy in front of everyone? How quaint. Arthur's hands curled into fists, trembling with restrained fury. I'm not afraid of you, Malfoy. Not here, not ever. Lucius's lips curled into a cruel sneer as he shifted his gaze toward Hermione, then to Ginny. And you, sitting there with your muggle-born intellect, how far one can fall. Associating with muggles, truly a disgrace to the Weasley name. The words landed like a slap. Ron's face flushed crimson, Ginny bit her lip to hold back a retort. Sirius stepped forward, voice dangerously low, eyes alight with fire. Lucius, don't strut around like some pompous peacock. Everyone remembers how you groveled at the feet of your master, the Dark Lord, doing his bidding without question, hiding behind his power like a coward. And now you walk among us as if you have any honor at all. Lucius's pale face twitched, his composure cracking just slightly. Careful, Black, he hissed silkily. Your history with Dark Lords is hardly spotless either. Better a clean conscience than a coward who hides behind ministry bribes and pretends his mark never burned. Sirius spat back, stepping closer, teeth bared. Behind them, Harry chuckled quietly, unable to resist the irony, while Hermione's eyes never left Lucius, icy and unyielding. Lucius's sneer deepened, venom lacing his tone as he turned to Mr. Weasley. Ah, Arthur Weasley, forever the ministry's charity case. How noble it must feel, seated among those who actually matter. Do you polish the minister's boots as part of your salary, or is that done free of charge? Arthur's hands flexed into fists, but his voice remained steady. Your arrogance will be your undoing, Malfoy. No amount of money or title changes that. Sirius, sensing the crowd's gaze, added with a low growl, step carefully, Malfoy. You're not in the ministry court now, you're in a place where people remember. People who won't forget your cowardice or your cruelty. Lucius's pale blue eyes narrowed to ice, but he said nothing more, his usual haughty composure wavering under the combined fury of the Weasleys and Black. The air in the box was taut, every word a spark over a powder keg, as the rest of the spectators shifted uncomfortably, sensing the danger simmering just above civility. Ira, Fleur, Isabella, and Emma sat quietly from their own side of the box, observing the volley of barbed words like a duel without wands. Fleur's grip on Ira's hand tightened again, her blue eyes flashing with annoyance as Narcissa gave a small, amused smile, as though finding the spectacle beneath her notice. Sirius's voice rose once more, sharp with venom. Better an honest man with little gold than a serpent who poisons all he touches. Remember that, Malfoy. We haven't forgotten what side you crawled on. Chapter 307, Amusement. The tension in the VIP box had reached a peak. Lucius Malfoy's haughty sneers, Sirius Black's sharp words, and Arthur Weasley's calm rebukes created a spectacle that could have rivaled the opening of the match itself. Ira and her companions, sitting slightly apart in their velvet-lined section, watched with quiet fascination, though Fleur was unable to resist a few glances laced with amusement. Well, Fleur whispered softly to Ira, leaning close so only she could hear, you know. I love it when I see these incidents from here. It is most amusing. Ira raised an eyebrow, smiling at her lover. Amusing? You mean these grown adults arguing like children? Fleur let out a soft, sparkling laugh. Exactly. The way they flap their mouths as if their wands cannot solve it, they are entertaining, yes. Ira chuckled, shaking her head. She reached out and brushed Fleur's hand with hers, squeezing it lightly. I suppose we should be polite, though. Fleur's grin widened. Polite can wait. The laughter between them was interrupted by a new arrival. The box door opened as Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, strode in with upright dignity. At his side was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, a stern, well-dressed man whose dark eyes swept across the VIP box with careful calculation. They walked with measured pace, taking in the grandeur of the section before settling near Ira and her companions. Miss White, Minister Fudge began warmly, inclining his head slightly, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your efforts in supporting the Quidditch World Cup have been invaluable. Without your investment and guidance, this event could not have been executed with such grandeur. Ira inclined her head politely. Thank you, Minister. I am pleased to be able to contribute to such a significant event for the wizarding world. Fudge smiled graciously. It is rare to see noble families take initiative of this magnitude. Your role has not gone unnoticed. Truly, it is an honor. Before Ira could respond, a sudden flurry of activity erupted at the side of the box. Percy Weasley, flustered and nervous, stepped forward with his robes nearly brushing the floor. His glasses slipped down his nose, and he adjusted them repeatedly, bowing and bowing again in a frantic attempt to make a good impression on Minister Fudge. Minister. Sir. It is I, Percy Weasley. I am, here to assist. To help. I am your loyal servant. Percy sputtered, nearly losing his balance as he attempted another bow. His spectacles flew from his face, spinning through the air before landing crookedly on his nose once more. From behind, Barty Crouch Sr., observing with his typical impatience, muttered without turning his head, Weatherby. What are you doing, Weatherby? Percy froze, heat crawling up his neck. I am trying to serve, sir. The twins, Fred and George, snickering behind the Weasley siblings, couldn't resist. Look at Percy, trying to polish the minister's boots with his forehead. George whispered to Fred, who doubled over with laughter. Fleur, observing from her seat beside Ira, covered her mouth with her hand and giggled quietly. Ah, so this is how these English wizards behave. She shook her head, still smiling. Truly delightful. Ira leaned back, hiding a small laugh as Percy continued to bow and stammer, desperately trying to appear indispensable. The entire scene made the adult bickering of the Malfoys earlier seem almost quaint. At last, Minister Fudge, calm and composed, merely offered a polite smile toward Percy and turned his attention to Emma and Isabella, who were seated nearby. Mrs. Vauquelin, he said formally, his eyes glinting with genuine respect. I am pleased to see you again. Isabella inclined her head gracefully. Now that I have abandoned the Vauquelin family name, I go by Isabella Bloom, she said smoothly. Fudge's expression softened immediately. Ah, yes, of course, Mrs. Bloom. I am delighted to see you. The last time we spoke was during the negotiations. May I ask, how have you spent your time in the past few months? Emma chimed in gracefully, offering context. Minister, Mrs. Bloom has since joined the White family and is assisting Lady White as one of her principal aides. The family, as you know, is extensive, and her skills have been invaluable. Fudge nodded approvingly. Of course, of course. It is no wonder. If assistance is required, my son, he is well trained in administration, could be sent to help. Their ages are close enough, I imagine. He could be of great service to Mrs. White. Emma's lips curved into a polite smile, though inwardly she thought, your fucking son is nearly 15 or 16 years older than my lady, hardly a suitable match, Minister. For the present, yes, she replied smoothly. Isabella and I are sufficient. Should additional help be required, we would, of course, consider all appropriate offers of assistance, including your son's, but only as necessary. Fudge blinked, a little thrown, but quickly recovered. Very good, very good. It is essential that the White family continues to function efficiently. And Miss Bloom, your contributions have been noted as exemplary. Emma inclined her head, masking her amusement. Careful, Minister, the more you insist, the more obvious it becomes how little you understand our affairs. She let the compliment pass without comment, letting the conversation move to safer ground. Minister Fudge fixed Emma and Isabella with a practiced, officious air. Now, I must go and announce the final of this Quidditch World Cup, he said, his tone both formal and self-important, as if the fate of the game rested entirely on him. Suddenly, the booming voice of the stadium announcer echoed across the crowd, mingling with the cheers of the assembled thousands. Minister Fudge rose gracefully from his seat. The crowd quieted, sensing the weight of the moment. Ladies and gentlemen of the wizarding world, he began, voice amplified by magical projection. It is my honor, as Minister for Magic, to welcome you to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. This event represents not just athleticism and sportsmanship, but unity across nations and magical communities. I thank all of you, players, organizers, and supporters, for making this gathering possible. Let the game commence. The applause and cheering were deafening. Above the pitch, the first players soared into the night sky, brooms trailing streaks of fire and light. The stadium seemed to pulse with magic, anticipation, and the thrill of imminent competition. Before the game began, the Bulgarians' villas swept onto the pitch, their silken hair glinting in the sunlight, their laughter ringing like bells over the stadium. As they soared gracefully above the crowd, every male spectator in sight felt an almost irresistible pull. Eyes widened, jaws slackened, and several men, including Mr. Weasley in the VIP box, lost all composure, their hands twitching as if to reach for the impossible. Harry, Ron, and other young men weren't immune, even the strongest wills faltered in the face of the villa's mesmerizing beauty. The villas tossed enchanted flowers into the crowd, petals shimmering with magic. They laughed lightly at the men who fawned or stumbled over themselves, their disdain as sharp as their allure. The more the men drooled, the more the villa's amusement and contempt grew. Ira watched the spectacle unfold, a soft smile curving her lips. She nudged Fleur gently, whispering, "Even you feel it, don't you? They're all drooling over a villa." Fleur's eyes swept over the struggling men with clear disgust, her nose wrinkling. "Ugh, mere boys and grown men alike, acting like fools over something so shallow," she murmured, her tone laced with scorn. Ira smiled, leaning slightly toward Fleur, and whispered with a teasing glint in her eyes, "Shallow? Aren't you a villa too?" And in response Fleur leaned closer to her, her expression softening, almost tender. "Yes, I am a villa," she whispered, her voice only for Ira, "but I am yours. No one else. That is how it should be." Ira's smile widened, a quiet warmth in her eyes as she shook her head at the absurdity of the crowd below. Male spectators fumbled for hats, staggered over seats, and some nearly collided with enchanted fireworks as the villas danced above them. Even in the VIP box, refinement offered no protection against the overwhelming charm. Fleur's possessive, playful words hung in the air, a gentle counterpoint to the chaos below, a reminder that beauty and power could be theirs, but only on their terms. Percy, still flustered from his earlier bowing mishap, had attempted again to get the attention of Minister Fudge, whispering and leaning awkwardly into the minister's line of sight. His glasses slipped repeatedly. From the VIP box, Fred and George's muffled laughter rose again. "Weatherby. Watch your spectacles," George hissed, causing Percy to blush furiously and mutter insults to them. Chapter 308, The World Cup Final, Ireland vs. Bulgaria. The night had fully settled over Dartmoor, the golden stadium glowing like a jewel in the stars. Every wan light, every fluttering banner, every enchanted firework contributed to the breathtaking spectacle. From their VIP box, Ira, Isabella, Fleur, and Emma watched the pitch below, where Ireland and Bulgaria were preparing to take flight. The players' brooms glimmered under the magical illumination, and the roar of the crowd made the air almost vibrate. Fleur leaned over to Ira, her voice soft but amused. "Is this your first World Cup, Ira?" Ira nodded, eyes bright as she looked over the sea of spectators. "Yes, it is. The noise, the colors, it's overwhelming, but in the best way. What about you, Fleur? Is this your first as well?" Fleur shook her head, her lips curving into a wry smile. "None. Papa dragged me to the last one. I had to sit through endless speeches, politics, and his dull commentary about broomstick regulations. It was horribly boring." Ira laughed, nudging her gently. "Boring? At a Quidditch World Cup? Only you, Fleur, could find the biggest match in the world dull." Fleur giggled, tilting her head. "Well, forgive me if I don't care how many charms are on the goalposts or how polished the referee's whistle is." Ira grinned. "Sounds like your father tried to turn it into a history lecture. And here, Mademoiselle Delacour, is the finest whistle ever enchanted." Fleur burst into laughter, covering her mouth. You understand perfectly." Their giggles mingled, a sweet moment that made the roar of the crowd seem far away. For a moment, the World Cup itself was less dazzling than the joy of simply sharing the joke together. At that moment, a familiar figure bounded into the VIP box, radiating energy and loud cheerfulness. "Ah, Miss White. Miss Bloom. And the lovely Miss Delacour. What an absolute pleasure to see you all again." Ludo Bagman, British Ministry of Magic Sports Department head, spoke to Ira warmly, then gave Isabella a friendly clap on the shoulder as if they knew each other for years. His robes were bright and a little flamboyant, and his grin made the room feel instantly livelier. "I am absolutely delighted to see you, Lady White. And you too, Mrs. Bloom," he said, glancing at Emma with a playful sparkle. "Thank you so much for investing in our department and, especially, in the Quidditch World Cup. Without your support, none of this magic, would have been possible." Ira returned his smile. "It's my pleasure, Mr. Bagman. This event is truly remarkable. Bagman leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, but still with his signature joviality. And now, perhaps a little excitement before the match. A friendly wager. The odds are intriguing, I must say. I dare say you might enjoy a little flutter. Before Ira could answer, Isabella's hand shot out firmly. Thank you, Mr. Bagman, but we prefer to enjoy the game without betting. Bagman laughed heartily, tilting his head back. Ah, very well. No pressure. But do keep in mind, sometimes, a little wager makes the game even more thrilling. He winked at Ira. Ira chuckled softly. Some thrill is fine, as long as it's one we control ourselves. Isabella smirked. Exactly. Someone has to keep you out of trouble. Chapter 309, The World Cup Final, Ireland vs Bulgaria, 2. A shrill whistle echoed across the stadium, and the teams shot into the air. Ireland's green uniforms shimmered as they took off, while Bulgaria's crimson streak zipped forward with astonishing speed. The quaffle darted between players as blood jars swooped dangerously, and the golden snitch twinkled in the distance, elusive and impossible to predict. Fleur's gaze immediately locked onto Victor Krum. There, she whispered to Ira, the Bulgarian seeker. Watch him. That is why Bulgaria will be dangerous. Ira arched an eyebrow, smirking. And the fans are entirely distracted by him. The swooning is excessive. Fleur laughed. Yes, I see. But let's focus on the game, not the theatrics. Bagman, overhearing, leaned in with a wide grin. Ah, Miss White, always sharp-eyed. But admit it, those reactions are entertaining, aren't they? The commentator's voice boomed across the stadium. And we are underway. Ireland has possession first, moving cautiously with precise passing. Bulgaria is quick to intercept. Krum zips forward, avoiding a bludger with a daring loop. Spectators erupt. Incredible. Fleur clutched Ira's hand, eyes sparkling as she leaned closer. See. That's skill. But look at him, flying alone like that. Team coordination is what truly wins matches, not showboating. Ira chuckled, raising a brow. You're suddenly full of Quidditch wisdom now that Victor's on the field. And you were pretending you didn't care for Quidditch at all before this started. Fleur sniffed, tossing her hair with mock dignity. I never said I hated it. I just want to enjoy the match of Victor. Ira turned her head slowly, narrowing her eyes with exaggerated suspicion. Enjoy Victor, Don't tell me. Her lips quirked in a teasing smile. You don't have a crush on him, do you? Fleur rolled her eyes so hard Ira nearly laughed out loud. Please. You know very well I don't. Do not be ridiculous. Ira smirked, unable to resist. Ah, I see. So it's just his broomstick you admire. Fleur gasped in mock offense, giving her arm a playful shove. Mon Dieu, Ira. You sound like those swooning girls in the stands. That set them both off into giggles, laughter spilling between them. Then, with a sly smile, Fleur leaned just a little closer and murmured, almost as if it were a secret, besides. I already know who I prefer to watch. Ira blinked, still laughing, not realizing the weight of the words. Oh. Who's that, then? Fleur only smirked, her gaze lingering on Ira for a second too long. Then she leaned close, her lips brushing Ira's ear as she whispered, low and wicked, you, in a bed, all naked. Ira's entire face went scarlet in an instant. Her breath caught, and she gave a startled little gasp before stammering, Fleur. She pressed a hand to her chest as if to steady her racing heart, but it only made Fleur's grin widen. The older girl tilted her head, eyes glinting with mischief. What? You asked who I prefer to watch. I only answered honestly. Ira, still blushing furiously, turned away and tried to focus on the pitch, but her ears were burning, her pulse quick, and she could barely form words. Why you can't just say things like that here? Fleur leaned back in her seat, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. Why not? It's the truth. And besides, her voice dropped again, softer, teasingly intimate, you look adorable when you blush in front of all these people. Ira made a small, flustered sound, her face buried in her hands while Fleur chuckled under her breath. The crowd's voice carried above the cheering for players obviously face with rolling eyes. Victor, you are mine. Make me yours. I want a child from you. The crowd around them suddenly shifted, whispers breaking out as one young man stood up and shouted, voice trembling with emotion. Victor. I'm gay, and I want you too. Dozens of heads turned, some with startled expressions, others with smirks or gasps. From a few rows down, a woman immediately shot up from her seat, her face flushed with indignation. Shut up, she snapped, glaring at him. He's mine. Don't spout nonsense. A ripple of laughter and tension spread through the surrounding fans, half shocked, half entertained by the unexpected outburst. Ira blinked, half in disbelief, half in amusement, as the argument between the fans grew louder. She leaned closer to Fleur. Is this normal at a Quidditch World Cup? Fleur pressed her lips together, trying very hard not to laugh. Mon Dieu, apparently Crumb inspires very passionate confessions. Her shoulders shook as she added, next someone will declare they want to marry him on the pitch. The man who had shouted stood his ground, shouting again, I mean it. Victor deserves someone real, someone honest like me, he deserves a man. Real, the woman scoffed, tossing her hair. You're delusional. Everyone knows Victor would never look twice at you. The crowd roared with laughter and jeers. Some even began egging them on, clapping and whistling as if it were part of the entertainment. Ira covered her mouth, her cheeks pink with second-hand embarrassment. This is absurd, she whispered. They're fighting over someone who can't even hear them properly. Fleur smirked, her eyes glinting mischievously as she leaned closer to Ira's ear. Well, at least I am not screaming in public over my crush. Ira's blush deepened. Fleur, she hissed, giving her a light push on the arm. Fleur giggled, delighted, and squeezed Ira's hand. Don't worry, ma chère. You are safe. My shouting would be much quieter, and only for you. Ira's heart skipped, her lips parting as she tried to find a response. But before she could speak, the crowd erupted again as Crumb performed a sharp dive, distracting them both and breaking the tension. Emma shook her head, lips curving as she glanced at the pitch. Popularity does not equal victory. Isabella leaned in close, her breath warm against Emma's ear. Then perhaps we make our own wager. If Ireland wins, you decide how we spend the night. If Bulgaria wins, I hold the reins. Emma's smile turned wicked, her eyes glinting. And the setting. Somewhere memorable, of course. She lowered her voice further, the words a sultry whisper only Isabella could hear. If fortune favors me, you'll roleplay as the Minister of Magic and fuck me all through the night. Isabella arched a brow, both startled and amused, her fingers brushing against Emma's hand under the armrest, an intimate touch hidden from the crowd. You never lack imagination, Emma, she murmured, a playful shiver in her voice. Their gazes locked, a private heat in the middle of the roaring stadium, both women laughing softly at the thrill of their scandalous little bet. Minutes later, the quaffle zipped toward a Bulgarian player again. He dodged a defender, flipped spectacularly midair, and threw a perfect pass to a chaser who scored for Bulgaria. The commentator chimed. And Bulgaria scores again. Crumb's agility is unmatched, but Ireland is holding formation beautifully, oh. What a brilliant pass. Ireland's chaser scores. The score tightens. As the match entered its final stretch, Crumb zoomed through the pitch, eyes locked on the golden snitch. Ireland's seeker followed close behind, weaving through bloodjares and chasers alike. The stadium seemed to hold its breath. Commentator, Crumb dives. He loops around defenders, an incredible maneuver. Ireland is close behind, and Crumb catches the snitch. Bulgaria gains 150 points. But Ireland is still leading overall. A thrilling finish. The crowd erupted into cheers, fireworks erupted in the stadium, and the magical banner shimmered as Ireland claimed the World Cup. Crumb, despite capturing the snitch, was celebrated as a hero for his individual brilliance, while Ireland's team victory stood undisputed. In the VIP box, Emma leaned toward Isabella, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Looks like I win. You know what that means. Isabella laughed, leaning closer. Indeed. You may claim your reward, but I hope it is memorable. The stadium continued to roar, magical fireworks illuminating the sky. Ireland's team celebrated, Crumb waved modestly despite his own triumph, and the VIP box settled into a quiet, private celebration filled with laughter, playful banter, and lingering looks between Emma and Isabella. Chapter 310, What? The Irish fans poured out of the stadium like a tidal wave of green and gold, the echoes of their cheers vibrating across the open Dartmoor night. Every torch, every wan light, every magical flare contributed to a spectacle of ecstasy. Some fans danced in circles, tossing hats into the sky that twinkled with tiny sparks. Others hugged strangers, shouting and laughing as though the entire night was theirs alone. Fireworks streaked through the darkening sky, blooming into shamrocks, stars, and waves of emerald that danced with golden sparks. The air smelled of roasted meat, fire whiskey, and the faint scent of scorched pyrotechnics. Ira glanced down at Fleur's hand, feeling the warmth in her fingers against her own. Let's go, she whispered, leaning close so her words were only for her. Before the crowd gets too wild. Fleur's soft laugh was almost musical. Let's go. I don't want to be trampled in this chaos. Hand in hand, they began to weave through the crowd, careful not to step on the tails of skirts or the toes of scrambling children. Around them, the jubilation was infectious. Ireland fans cheered, threw their scarves into the air, and shouted songs that made the ground beneath their brooms tremble. Some were singing traditional Celtic chants, their voices rising in unison and echoing off the gold walls of the stadium. Others stumbled, arms slung over each other, laughing and shouting. "This is incredible," Fleur murmured, squeezing Ira's hand. "Even with the chaos, it is magnificent." Ira smiled, scanning the crowd. "Yes, but even the best celebrations have a calm side. That's why I wanted to step aside with you." She brushed a strand of silver hair from Fleur's face, her fingers lingering on her cheek. Fleur looked up at her, eyes shimmering. "You're always thoughtful, mon amour." Ira's lips curved, and she gave Fleur's hand a gentle squeeze. "Did you enjoy it today?" she asked. Fleur's grin was radiant, almost shy. "Of course. I told you, didn't I? Wherever you are, if I am there, I always enjoy it." Ira felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the firework-lit night. "I'm glad. I'm glad you're here with me," she murmured. They walked a little further, hand in hand, past a group of jubilant Ireland fans dancing on top of a magically reinforced tent. A young girl waved a wand in triumph, showering the area with sparks that twirled like fireflies. Some boys attempted acrobatic flips in the grass, nearly colliding with an older couple who laughed heartily as they recovered. "So tonight," Ira asked softly, "you'll be going back to France, won't you?" Fleur's shoulders slumped slightly. Her blue eyes softened with wistful sadness. "Yes. I have to. I miss Gabrielle, and my mother, my father. I want to spend these last few days with them before Bosbatons begins again." Ira nodded, understanding, though a weight settled in her chest. "You're right, family comes first. But we'll see each other soon, yes." Fleur tilted her head, smiling faintly, a quiet determination in her gaze. "I am sure we will. I am sure." Their hands tightened around each other's, and a soft, shared laughter passed between them, momentarily lifting the melancholy. Then, without thinking, Ira pulled Fleur close. Their lips met in a kiss that was tender at first, then grew deeper, more urgent. Every step, every breath was shared, the sounds of the celebration fading into a distant hum. "I'll miss this," Ira whispered, breaking slightly, her forehead resting against Fleur's. "These kisses, the way we've been together. I've grown so used to having you beside me at night. It will be hard, Fleur, so hard not to have you." Fleur's lips met hers again, and said with affectionate care, "Me too, mon amour, me too." Their kiss lingered, full of unspoken words and longing, until a flicker of green light caught Ira's eye. It reflected in Fleur's blue irises, strange and unnatural. It wasn't lantern fire. It was green. The reflection gleamed in Fleur's wide eyes, unnatural, flickering like ghost light. Slowly, dread gnawed at Ira's chest as she turned. Above the tree-line, blazing against the night sky, a colossal skull formed of emerald fire leered down upon the camp. From its gaping mouth spilled a vast, coiling serpent that twisted like it was alive. The dark mark. Ira froze. Fleur noticed her hesitation. "Tu es ce say," she murmured, voice trembling. Why is it so strange? So cold?" Ira's heart tightened. "It's the death mark." Fleur's gasp was sharp. The Dark Lord's sign. Here. Now." Before Ira could answer, the celebration turned to pandemonium. Screams erupted from all directions, children wailing, women shrieking, men shouting orders. Magical carts overturned, tents toppled under stampeding feet, firework sparks ignited smaller flares in the crowd, and brooms darted frantically across the grass. Chaos reigned. "Ira." Fleur's voice trembled as she clutched her arm, eyes wide with terror. Ira's wand was already in her hand. She spun around, assessing the threat. "Stay close to me," she shouted, her voice cutting through the clamor. Her eyes scanned the crowd, seeking any movement that signaled danger. "Ira." The sound of Fleur's voice stopped her cold. It was shaking. Fragile. Broken. Ira turned back, and the world fell out from under her. Fleur's face was contorted with shock and pain. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Ira's gaze fell, horrified, and she saw the blood, dark, vivid red, spreading across Fleur's robes. Her hands flew to Fleur's sides as the girl staggered. "No, Fleur." Ira's cry ripped from her throat as she darted forward, catching the girl as her knees buckled. Chapter 311, Ira's Fury. The screams still echoed across the stadium grounds, mingling with the crackle of firework remnants and the occasional whoosh of panicked brooms overhead. Ira's heart was hammering so violently that she could barely hear anything else. She had only one focus, Fleur. She dropped to her knees beside her, the silver strands of her hair falling over her face. Her breath caught. Fleur's shoulder had been ripped open by some force, blood gushing, the flesh grotesquely torn, the bone visible beneath. Ira's stomach clenched violently. Her hands trembled as she glanced down at the wound, and for a split second, her mind froze in horror. "Fleur, my love," she whispered, gripping Fleur's hand. Her voice cracked. But she didn't allow herself to panic. Not now. Not when Fleur's life depended on her. From her system space, Ira drew 3 small vials shimmering with an iridescent liquid. System space had provided her with exactly what she needed. She poured the first potion carefully onto Fleur's wound. Fleur hissed sharply, the pain shooting through her body. "It's okay, my love, just a scratch," Ira murmured, forcing a reassuring smile, though her heart was breaking. "The pain is terrible, I know, but you will be all right. Drink this next, it will help you breathe easier." Another potion glimmered in her hand. Ira guided Fleur to sip it slowly. Fleur's lips trembled as she swallowed, her breath beginning to even out, the agony starting to ebb. Her eyelids grew heavy. I don't want to die, Ira," Fleur whispered hoarsely, tears brimming in her eyes. "Not now, not when I found you." Ira's chest tightened, but she refused to let despair show. She brushed Fleur's damp hair back and kissed her forehead gently. No, mon amour. It's just a scratch. Painful, yes, but just a scratch. You will be fine. Nothing dark touched you. You are safe with me. Now rest. Let this potion take care of the pain." Fleur's breathing became steady. Her body relaxed, leaning fully into Ira's embrace. Ira felt a flicker of relief, even as her heart clenched at the sight of Fleur's pale but slowly calming face. Ira gathered Fleur into her embrace, holding her as though the girl might slip away if she loosened her grip for even a second. The weight of her felt both unbearably fragile and achingly real in her arms. As she stepped out toward the path leading back to the White family's tent, the world around her was in shambles. Parents screamed their children's names, witches and wizards shoved through the crowd in blind panic, some sprinting toward the woods to escape whatever madness had overtaken the grounds. Flames flickered, casting monstrous shadows across the broken stalls and scattered belongings. The air was filled with the shrieks of the wounded, the crackle of fire, the pounding of feet. But Ira's eyes saw none of it. The chaos blurred into a meaningless haze. What mattered, what consumed her entirely, was Fleur. She didn't know what spell had struck Fleur, only that she had been too slow to shield her. Too distracted to anticipate the danger. The memory of that moment, the flash of light, Fleur's cry, her body collapsing, gnawed at her like a knife twisting deeper with every step. Anger smoldered in her chest, tangled with guilt so heavy it nearly crushed her. Inside the small circle of her arms, Fleur stirred faintly, lashes fluttering against pale cheeks. Ira bent over her, whispering apology she could never say aloud, brushing back damp strands of silvery hair with trembling fingers. Finally, she reached the tent. She slipped inside, moving quickly to a room. Carefully, she placed Fleur on the soft bed, adjusting the blankets to shield her from any lingering cold. Fleur's breathing was steady, her face relaxed in sleep. Ira waved her wand, muttering protective spells. The room shimmered with defensive enchantments, invisible barriers to prevent anyone from entering. Then she pulled out a defensive alchemy talisman, placing it near Fleur's side. This would reinforce the magical protections, warding against curses or accidental intrusion. Only then did she allow herself to release the tight clemency she had maintained. Rage exploded within her. Her breathing grew rapid, fists clenching. How dare anyone do this to her? She stormed toward the entrance of the tent, wand at the ready, her fury blazing hotter than any firework outside. "Ira, my lady." Emma's voice trembled as she appeared, rushing forward, her eyes wide. "Thank Merlin, you're here." "You're." "Stay here," Ira snapped, cutting her off. Her voice was cold, sharp. "Protect Fleur. That's all I care about. Stay here." Emma blinked, confused. "But my lady, outside." "I said stay." Ira's tone brooked no argument. Emma took a cautious step back, nodding as she grasped the edge of the entrance door, her expression tight with anxiety yet carefully obedient. Ira turned on her heel, stepping back into the night, wand in hand. The roar of chaos outside surrounded her, panicked shouts, the screams of children, the shattering of tents, and magical sparks erupting from uncontrolled spells. The distant glow of the death mark flickered intermittently above, casting long, eerie shadows on the panicked crowd. Wizards and witches scattered in all directions, some falling, some casting protective spells on themselves and their families. Ira's white hair whipped around her face, illuminated by the green hue of dark mark. Emma's voice called again from inside the tent, louder this time. "My lady. What are you doing? You can't go out there." "I'm going out," Ira shouted, her voice carrying over the tumult. "I am handling this. You stay with Fleur. Protect her. Do not leave her side for a single moment." Emma swallowed hard, eyes wide, but did not move. She nodded slowly, understanding that arguing further was pointless. Ira's wand flared in her hand as she emerged into the chaos of the stadium grounds. Sparks flew from spells miscast in panic, carts overturned, and fires erupted from the remains of fireworks scattered across the field. She weaved between groups of panicking wizards, keeping her eyes fixed on the center of the chaos, on the source of the death mark and the magical disturbance that had injured Fleur. Her lips pressed into a thin line, jaw tight, as she prepared herself mentally for whatever or whoever had caused this. Her anger was a living thing, coiling in her chest, fueling her magic. She could feel it, a heat spreading through her body, pushing her faster, sharper, and stronger resolve. She could still remember the way her blood turned to ice when she first saw Fleur, her robes drenched in crimson, her body limp and fragile in Ira's arms. The terror had been suffocating, the same gnawing dread she had known once before when she had lost someone irreplaceable. For one agonizing moment, she was certain she was about to lose Fleur too. But when Fleur's breathing steadied, when Ira realized she would live, the panic ebbed. Relief came like air after drowning. And with it came fury, hot, blinding fury. Her hands trembled, not from fear now, but from the rage burning through her veins. Whoever had dared strike Fleur, whoever had left her bleeding in Ira's arms, would pay. And through all the chaos and shrieks, the pounding footsteps, the clash of spells exploding in the night, her mind no longer faltered. There was only one truth left, sharp as a blade: Fleur was safe, and Ira would hunt down the bastards responsible until they lay broken at her feet. Chapter 312, For Her. The source of the attack was now clear. 22 masked figures, Death Eaters cloaked in shadow and firelight, moved like predators encircling their prey. A Muggle family of 2 parents and their terrified children had been dragged into the open clearing, corralled like cattle for slaughter. The father was flung into the air with the flick of a wand, spinning helplessly before crashing back to the ground with a sickening crack. His groan was met with cruel laughter, echoing through the chaos like a chorus of jackals. One Death Eater leaned lazily on his wand, sneering, "He squeals like a pig. Shall we see how many bones we can break before he faints?" The mother's screams tore through the night as she was jerked by invisible strings, forced to dance grotesquely for the amusement of her captors. Each movement twisted her body unnaturally, her arms snapping back and forth as though she were a marionette with a sadistic puppeteer. Her children clung to each other, sobbing hysterically, their voices lost in the rising madness. A tall Death Eater grabbed one of the children by invisible force, levitating the boy high above the crowd before dangling him upside down. The child's shrieks pierced the night, his small hands clawing at the air, while the masked figure below jeered, "Look. Look how he kicks. Like a frightened rat in a trap." Another laughed, replying, "Careful dude, drop him too soon and the fun's over." The girl was next. She was dragged across the ground, her dress tearing on the dirt and stones. One Death Eater flicked his wand, and her cries were silenced, not by mercy, but by magical gagging, her mouth forced shut as tears streamed down her cheeks. They passed her from wand to wand, flinging her about as if she were nothing more than a toy. Each cruel toss drew howls of laughter, as though her terror were the punchline to some private joke. They weren't fighting. They weren't hunting. They were playing. Playing with lives. Ira's heart pounded, each beat hammering with rage until her vision blurred. She could hear their laughter, their mocking voices, their delight in torment, and it burned her like fire. Every scream of those children, every broken sob of the mother, carved into her as though it were her own. The Death Eaters were drunk on their own cruelty, reveling in it, savoring the power and helplessness before them. To them, the Muggle family wasn't human. They were props, objects to twist, break, and discard. She raised her wand, her lips tight and her jaw set. "Gravitas Octus," she shouted. The air shifted. At first, it was subtle, like a faint pressure humming beneath the chaos, but within moments it grew into something monstrous. A crushing weight descended over the clearing, unseen yet undeniable. The Death Eaters, laughing just seconds ago, staggered as though invisible hands pressed them down. The air thickened, suffocating, every breath like inhaling molten lead. The first to collapse fell with a startled cry, his knees shattering as the force drove him into the ground. Another clawed at his mask, wheezing, his ribs snapping audibly one by one under the mounting pressure. Their jeers and mockery dissolved into screams. Then the true breaking began. Bodies buckled grotesquely, spines arching until bones cracked like dry branches. One tall figure, who had been dangling the Muggle child moments before, shrieked as his arms were wrenched downward. His shoulders tore from their sockets with a wet pop, bones splintering through his robes as blood gushed in thick streams. The wand slipped uselessly from his broken fingers, clattering to the dirt. Another tried to fight, jabbing his wand desperately, only for the force to drag him flat. His jaw shattered on impact, teeth scattering across the blood-soaked ground. The scream he tried to make came out as a bubbling gargle, crimson foaming at his lips. The central cluster of Death Eaters bore the brunt of it. Pressure like a mountain pressed into their bodies, crushing flesh and bone alike. Their chests caved inward, ribs snapping and puncturing lungs with sickening cracks. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they convulsed, eyes bulging in horror behind their masks. One particularly defiant figure clawed at the earth as though he could crawl away, only to feel his spine grind and collapse under the weight. His last sound was a wet, animal howl before silence claimed him. The ground grew slick beneath them. Blood spilled freely, soaking into the soil, pooling in dark rivers that gleamed under the firelight. The scent of iron filled the air, mingling with smoke and the acrid tang of fear. The Death Eaters no longer looked like predators. They were prey caught in a merciless vice, writhing and breaking one by one. Their laughter had turned to shrieks, their arrogance to terror. Some begged, others choked on their own blood, but none escaped the relentless pull crushing them down. Masks cracked and split, revealing twisted faces contorted with agony. One man's eye burst under the pressure, spraying his cheek with a streak of scarlet as he wailed. Another's arm bent backward until the bone tore free of the skin, dangling grotesquely beside him. They had toyed with lives moments ago, but now the game was theirs to suffer. And the ground beneath them drank deeply of their punishment. Ira darted forward, her boots splashing through the blood-soaked soil as she reached the two children. Their small bodies trembled violently, their cries ragged and broken. She dropped to her knees, wrapping her arms around them, pulling them against her as though her own warmth could shield them from the horrors surrounding them. Behind them, their mother lay crumpled in the dirt, unconscious from exhaustion and terror, her chest rising and falling shallowly. "Stay with me," Ira whispered fiercely, her voice breaking as she held the children tighter. Their little fingers dug into her robes, clinging as though letting go meant certain death. With a sweep of her wand, she pulled the mother's limp body close, then with another firm gesture she placed all three just beyond the invisible boundary of the field. They landed together in a heap on the grass, safe for now. The children did not move. They only stared, wide-eyed, frozen in shock, their sobs caught in their throats. Their terror was so complete they could barely breathe, let alone scream. One of the Death Eaters, his mask cracked, his arm bent unnaturally but still clutching a wand, staggered to his feet. Spitting blood, he sneered, his voice sharp and venomous. "Try something, you useless fuckers," he roared at the others, eyes blazing behind his mask. "She's just a fucking girl." A streak of red light erupted from his wand, hurtling toward her. Ira didn't flinch. Her eyes narrowed, her fury sharpening to a razor's edge. With a fluid motion, her wand flicked, and the curse dissolved against her shield as though it were smoke. She didn't even pause. With a single, sharp gesture she cast Depulso, sending the Muggle family sliding further out of the battleground, well beyond reach of stray spells or falling bodies. The children screamed as they were propelled backward, but when they came to a stop, they were unharmed. Their mother stirred faintly in the grass, but none of them dared move closer. They could only sit in paralyzed silence, watching the nightmare unfold from the edge. Ira turned back to her attacker. Her grip on her wand tightened. The mocking laughter still echoed in her ears, and her rage blazed like wildfire. Chapter 313, For Her, I. This, just a girl, was about to show them what that meant. "You think you can hurt them more than you already did? You think you can touch her and leave alive?" Ira shouted, fury roaring from every word. Her wand became a blur as she unleashed a series of precise, targeted spells, Flipendo to knock attackers back, Ventus to destabilize their footing, Stupefy to stun those who dared approach too close. Some deflected her magic, shielded by their own skill, but many were not so fortunate. One man screeched as his hand was severed midcast by a viciously aimed conf Ringo, smoke and blood erupting from the wound. Others tried to retreat, but Ira's eyes followed them, cold and merciless. Her chest heaved, every breath burning with fire. The image of Fleur's blood-soaked robes blazed in her mind, feeding her fury until it boiled over. "You motherfuckers," she roared, her voice cutting through the screams and fire like a blade. "You think you can lay a hand on her and walk away? You think you can hurt her and still breathe?" Her wand slashed through the air, power surging at her command. "Go easy." Her voice dripped venom. "There will be no mercy for any of you." She thrust her wand forward, screaming, "Bombarda." The nearest cluster of tents exploded in a thunderous blast, wood and canvas ripping apart into a rain of fire and splinters. The ground shuddered beneath the force, flames leaping high as Death Eaters were thrown off their feet, their jeers cut short into panicked cries. Smoke and burning fabric choked the air, sparks cascading around her like falling stars. Ira stood at the center of it all, eyes blazing, her wrath radiating like a storm-given flesh. "You hurt her," she spat, her voice trembling with rage, "and for that none of you leave here whole." The reinforcements surged from behind the wrecked tents, cloaked figures brandishing wands, moving with the confidence of predators certain of their prey. But Ira was no ordinary target. She planted her boots into the blood-soaked mud, her white hair whipping in the firelight, eyes blazing with a fury that made the world around her tremble. She spun in a flawless, lethal arc, wand slicing through the air with deadly precision. Torrents of aguamenti erupted, drenching the uneven ground, sending attackers slipping and scrambling. Sparks of Expelliarmus shot outward, snatching wands from hands like striking vipers. Then the fire came. With a deliberate flick, she cast Protego Diabolica, and a circle of blue flames erupted around her, twisting and roaring like a living beast. The heat shimmered the air, reflecting off her hair and casting long, jagged shadows across the chaos. The flames weren't just protective, they were punitive. Any Death Eater daring to step inside felt fire scorch their robes, singe their skin, and drive them back in sheer agony. Screams split the night. One tried to leap over the fire only to be slammed back, landing in a heap amid flying sparks and splintered wood. Another staggered too close, arms catching ablaze, twisting and shrieking as the flames hungrily licked at him. The Death Eaters froze, wide-eyed, as the fire blazed around her and the ground itself seemed to bend beneath her will. One staggered back, voice trembling with disbelief. How can a little girl, he choked, staring at the flames that danced like a living creature. Use that forbidden spell like that. Another muttered, shivering, she's not human. No one should be able to do this. It's impossible, impossible. Ira's voice was cold, repeating the same words with madness. Do you hear me? Do you think I will let you live after hurting her? The masked attackers froze, their earlier arrogance shattered. Some, even broken and bloodied, tried to flee, stumbling across the mud and debris, their robes torn, limbs bent unnaturally, and bones cracked. They had never imagined facing such raw, unleashed power, such beastly ferocity. They had been completely unprepared for this. Run, one of them barked, clutching a shattered arm. The anti-apparition spell, this place is trapped. We can't get out. Another, staggering on one good leg, hissed, then we run toward the woods. There, maybe we can apparate. Those with door keys can use them. A third groaned, collapsing to the ground, clutching a bleeding shoulder. Are you mad? Half of us are broken. We've lost limbs. How do you expect us to run? Panic spread like wildfire. Others began muttering about the consequences. If the ministry finds our identities here, we're finished. We'll all be hunted down. One, voice ragged and shaking, finally shouted over the chaos, let the rest go. The ones about to die, let them go. The rest, run while you still can. Ira's gaze swept over them like a predator's. Her lips curled into a cold, lethal smile. Too late, she hissed, voice cutting through the night. She raised her wand and began casting Stupefy repeatedly, each bolt of light striking with unerring precision. Wizards toppled, stunned, hitting the ground with sickening thuds. A few managed to stagger away, though blood ran freely from gashes, broken limbs, and scorched robes. They stumbled, terrified and trembling, but the ones who had survived were few. 7 of the attackers already lay dead or fatally wounded, their bodies grotesquely twisted, limbs bent at impossible angles, blood soaking into the trampled grass. Others hobbled, screaming, some missing arms or legs, faces contorted with agony. Ira's fury was a storm, unrelenting and precise, and she allowed no pause. At the edge of the jungle, the few surviving attackers staggered forward, blood gushing from broken limbs and twisted joints, robes shredded and smeared with mud and crimson. Each step was agony, every breath ragged, yet they forced themselves onward, driven by sheer terror. Some fumbled with door keys, others risked apparition despite the searing pain in their bodies, desperate to vanish before Ira could strike again. Ira did not relent. Her wand moved in lethal, precise arcs. Tony Truss percussions crackled with furious lightning, arcing perilously close to their limbs, forcing them to dive and spin to avoid being struck outright. Every step they took, she anticipated, cutting off paths, predicting movement, her magic a cage they could not escape. The jungle itself seemed to bend around her fury, shadows flickering with sparks of fire and lightning. Some tried the door keys, others apparat away, but all of them did so in pain and terror, bodies mangled, robes torn, and blood streaming like rivers. They escaped, yes, but not whole. Limbs ached, bones threatened to snap further, and the memory of her magic burned in every nerve. Even in fleeing, every moment would be a reminder of the force they had challenged. Finally, the last of the retreating attackers vanished into the undergrowth, dodging with desperate, erratic magic. Ira's breath came hard, ragged, and her wand lowered for only a moment. Her fury still roared beneath the surface, adrenaline and wrath coursing through her veins. She had not killed them all, but she had left them worse than death. Broken, bleeding, haunted, every one of them would carry the scars of this night forever. And for that, they would spend the rest of their lives regretting the day they dared touch her, dared harm Fleur. Ira's eye swept the battlefield once more, the trampled grass, the scattered and broken bodies, the lingering smoke and sparks. And among these chaos her eyes fell on a lone figure crouched behind the wreckage, trembling violently. His face was pale, eyes wide with raw fear, yet his voice, ragged and strained, tried to carry the last vestiges of arrogance. You can't kill me, he rasped, blood dripping from cuts and bruises, chest heaving. If you kill me, my family, they'll come after you. My brother, they'll kill you. My family, we're knots, you can't. Ira stepped closer, her boots pressing into the wet, trampled earth. The man's words faltered as he saw the cold fire in her eyes. Save your breath, she said, voice low and sharp as steel. She planted her foot on his face, pressing him down into the mud. The taste of earth and blood coated his lips as she pushed harder, grinding him further into the filth. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about your so-called not family, or your brother, or your name. They are nothing. If I wanted, I could erase them. Do you think I care? The man's face contorted in terror, tears streaking the grime. Please, please. I didn't. Others, they made me do it. Please. Don't. Who? Ira's tone cut through his begging like a whip. Name them. Now. Every last one of those who ran. His voice trembled, barely a whisper, as he gasped, I can't, they'll. As she was questioning the men about the remaining Death Eaters when an abrupt, commanding voice rang out, making her stop. Stop right there. Chapter 314, The Ministry's Accusation. The clearing was thick with the acrid stench of burned wood and scorched earth. Bodies of fallen Death Eaters littered the ground, still smoking from the raw power Ira had unleashed. She stood tall, white hair falling in disarray around her face, wand still in her hand, though her breathing was measured and shallow. The fire in her eyes, however, burned bright and cold. The silence was broken by a commanding shout. Stop right there. Dozens of figures emerged from the tree lean, wands raised. At their head strode a man with a thin, clipped mustache and a severe face, his posture rigid like a rod of iron. His expression carried no warmth, no hesitation, only the cold certainty of a man used to commanding others. Barty Crouch Sr. Ira's gaze locked on him instantly. She recognized that face from the political spheres, the same face that had once condemned wizards without trial to Azkaban in his ruthless pursuit of order. Behind him, nearly 24 oars spread into formation, robes snapping in the night wind. At his sharp gesture, they fanned out, wands trained on her. Seize her immediately. Crouch barked, his voice like a whip crack. His wand jabbed toward Ira with authority. She is with them. The Aurors hesitated. Murmurs ran through the line. One of them, a younger wizard with sandy hair, stepped forward uncertainly. Mr. Crouch, sir, he said carefully, that's the matriarch of the White family. I don't care who she is. Crouch snapped, his face flushing red with anger. His wand shook with the force of his rigid grip. I found her here, amidst the wreckage, standing over the dead, her wand still raised. She is evidence enough. Seize her immediately. The Aurors still did not move. Another, older one, grizzled, scar across his cheek, spoke up in a low voice. With respect, sir, this is the White family. If we lay hands on her without cause, the consequences. I said seize her. Crouch roared, veins standing out in his forehead. Do as you're told. Or are you all cowards now, afraid of a girl? She was caught conspiring against the ministry itself. She stands accused of terrorism. Ira raised her wand, green eyes narrowing, and her voice was low and cold. Careful, Crouch. Do not point your wand at me. If you do, I will consider it a threat. And you will not win a duel against me tonight. The Aurors glanced between her and Crouch, the tension coiling like a snake ready to strike. Crouch sneered, lips curling in contempt. Shut up, girl. You're caught red-handed, conspiring with terrorists, murdering without sanction. You are no matriarch here, you are a criminal. And you will answer for it. Ira tilted her head slightly, her tone still composed though her wand hand was steady as steel. Go on, then, she said, her voice strong and unwavering, pride etched across her face. Let's see which of you has the courage to arrest me, or even accuse me. Her gaze swept over Barty Crouch Sr. and the line of Aurors standing rigidly behind him. She lifted her chin, unflinching. Go on. I dare you. Before the moment could pass, a gurgling cough drew attention. The Death Eater who had claimed to be from the Knots family lay on the ground, maimed, his hand severed, blood pouring from the stump, desperately crawling toward the darkness of the forest. His body was shaking with fear and panic. Ira's gaze snapped to him. She sneered, voice sharp as a blade. And where do you think you are going? The men froze, whimpering. In a last, desperate act of defiance, he snatched a wand from the ground with his remaining hand and lifted it, but before he could aim, Ira's wand was already in motion. A single, precise flick sent him sprawling, powerless. Diffindo. The curse cut through the air with surgical precision. His throat split open, blood gushed forth, and he collapsed, twitching couple of times before lying still. Gasps rippled through the Aurors line. You see. Crouch thundered, seizing on the moment. He jabbed his wand at her again. Murder. Right in front of the ministry. She is guilty. Without hesitation, he cast a jet of red light, stupefy, straight at her. Ira barely twitched. Her wand flicked, the spell ricocheted off her shield with a hiss of sparks, dissipating harmlessly into the night sky. She didn't even stagger. The Heiress behind Crouch did not join him. Not one raised their wand against her. They exchanged uneasy looks, some lowering their wands entirely. They knew. They had seen. Ira's green eyes gleamed dangerously. She raised her wand slowly, preparing to strike back. But another voice cut through the chaos. Expelliarmus. Crouch's wand flew from his hand, spinning through the air before clattering uselessly to the ground. From the shadows, a tall, regal woman strode forward, her presence commanding the space as naturally as breathing. Long black hair cascaded down her back, her eyes sharp as daggers. Her wand was still raised, aimed directly at Barty Crouch. Isabella Bloom. Her voice was a sneer, every syllable dripping with disdain. You dare raise your wand against the matriarch of the White family, Crouch? Tell me, are you declaring family war against us? Crouch's face twisted, his fists clenching. I am maintaining order. I caught her here, with the bodies, killing in cold blood. I have every right. Every right. Isabella cut him off, stepping forward until she stood between Crouch and Ira. Her wand did not waver. Yes, just like you had the right to toss Sirius Black into Azkaban without a trial, HM. Is that what you plan to do again? Throw the matriarch of one of the Sacred 29 into a cell without evidence, without truth, without cause. Go on, Crouch. Try it. I dare you. You'll find there are no Crouches left to bury once I'm done with you. Her mockery sliced into him like a knife. The aura shifted uncomfortably. Crouch's face purpled with rage. Then why did she kill that man before our very eyes? Ira's voice rang out, clear and cold. Because he was one of them. A Death Eater. He raised his wand against me, against innocent families. I ended him. That is justice. Not your warped version of order, Crouch, real justice. Her words hung in the air, heavy but undeniable. And then came more footsteps and more voices. The clearing filled with yet more officials. Cornelius Fudge, waddling forward in his bowler hat, his eyes wide and nervous, beside him, the towering figure of Madame Maxime, her expression thunderous, Kingsley Shacklebolt, wand at the ready, Arthur Weasley, Percy close at his side, both looking shaken, and among them, Harry Potter himself, wide-eyed at the devastation. What's happening here? Fudge bellowed, trying to seize control of the chaos. Where are the thugs? The one who disrupted the cup. Where? They ran, Isabella sneered, cutting across him smoothly. Thanks to your diligent servant, Barty Crouch. He was too busy accusing the matriarch of the White family of terrorism to stop the true culprits. All eyes turned on Crouch. Fudge's face blanched. He rounded on his subordinate, voice rising in fury. What the hell do you think you are doing, Crouch? Accusing her? Have you gone mad? That is Lady White. The matriarch herself. You dare point your wand at her. Crouch stiffened, trying to regain control. I saw her here. I caught her with the dead. She killed that man in cold blood, without. Fudge ignored him, his gaze sweeping to the corpse Ira had felled. He was one of them, Ira said simply, her tone icy. She didn't flinch under the scrutiny. A Death Eater. I punished him for his crimes. For daring to harm the innocent. Fudge swallowed, then forced a strained smile. Well. Well, thank you, Lady White. For punishing these thugs. Yes. Yes, indeed. We must all thank you. He waved a hand frantically at the Heiress. You lot. Take these bodies, investigate who they were. The rest of you, go after the survivors. Move. The Heiress scrambled to obey, relieved at the reprieve from the impossible choice between Crouch and Ira. Isabella moved closer to her niece, her tone softening as she turned to her. What are you doing here alone? Where are Emma and Fleur? They're safe, Ira said, her voice quieter now, exhaustion creeping into her tone. I left them in the tent. Ward protected. But Fleur was hurt. They hurt her. And I. Her grip on her wand tightened. I came to kill them. Isabella's fierce expression softened for a heartbeat. She stepped forward and pulled Ira into a tight embrace. It's okay. It's over. You did well. For the first time since the night began, Ira's composure wavered. The adrenaline drained from her limbs, leaving her heavy, her magic burned low. She leaned into her aunt's strength, her vision swimming. Aunt. She murmured. The Muggle families they tortured, help them. Heal them. Erase their memories. Give them money to rebuild their lives. They'll be traumatized enough as it is. Shoo, Isabella whispered. Not now. We'll see to it later. You've done enough for one night. Come. She scooped Ira up effortlessly into her arms, ignoring the watching officials. The girl's wand slipped from her slackening fingers, though Isabella caught it deftly. As Isabella carried her back toward the White family's tent, Madame Maxime was gathering her students, checking for injuries, while Kingsley Shacklebolt conferred with Arthur Weasley in low tones. Crouch stood seething, fists trembling at his sides, but he said nothing more. Fudge's glare kept him silent. Cradled in her aunt's arms, safe for the moment, Ira finally let her eyes drift closed, surrendering to the exhaustion of the long, brutal fight. Chapter 3:15, The morning after. Ira stirred awake slowly, her body aching with the weight of the previous night's battle. Every muscle burned, her magic still sluggish from the exhaustion of pushing herself too far. For a moment she did not know where she was, her vision hazy, her breath shallow. But then warmth pressed against her chest, steady and comforting, pulling her out of the fog of sleep. She blinked, and her heart softened instantly. A head of shimmering silver hair lay sprawled across her, Fleur's cheek resting against her chest as though she were using Ira's modest breasts as a pillow. The older girl's arm was draped across her stomach, her breathing even, her lips parted in peaceful sleep. Ira's lips curved into a fragile smile. Relief washed through her like a tide. She's safe and healthy. Leaning her head back, Ira inhaled Fleur's faint floral scent, the sweetness filling her chest with warmth. For a few precious seconds, all the memories of blood and fire, of screams and green light, blurred into the background. All that mattered was this moment, Fleur, alive and whole, clinging to her as if she never intended to let go. But the peace didn't last. The memories of last night crept back in with cruel clarity, the chaos of the Quidditch World Cup, the hooded Death Eaters, the screams of muggles tortured in the air, Fleur's agonized cry when the curse tore into her shoulder. Ira remembered the surge of rage that had overtaken her, the storm she unleashed, her control slipping as she cut down the attackers with merciless precision. Yet despite it all, many had fled. Many still lived. She had failed to end them all. Her chest tightened with regret as she couldn't finish the job. Ira felt a delicate shift against her chest, the warmth stirring her from her thoughts. She exhaled softly and glanced down, only to find Fleur gazing up at her. Sleep still clung to those bright blue eyes, yet they gleamed like a cat's, mischievous and impossibly tender. Fleur's lips curved into a faint smile, and the look lingered, heavy with meaning, until Ira's guilt eased beneath its quiet intensity. "You are awake," Ira whispered gently, brushing a strand of silver hair from Fleur's face. "How are you? Are you feeling well, my love?" Fleur's smile deepened. "I am here, Non. Safe in your arms. If I were not well, I would be in St. Mungo's hospital, not lying on your lovely little breasts as if it were my pillow." Ira rolled her eyes, heat rising in her cheeks. "They're not little," she huffed. "Just modest for now. I'm sure they'll get bigger when I'm older." Fleur tilted her head, her grin turning sly as she brushed her fingers lightly over Ira's chest. Maybe, but I adore them exactly as they are," she whispered. "They feel wonderful to rest on, soft, warm, and lovingly squishy." Ira chuckled softly, though her eyes stung with unshed tears. She tightened her arms around Fleur, pressing her close. "I am glad. Glad that you're safe, and sorry. Sorry that I couldn't protect you the way I should have." Fleur frowned lightly and shook her head. "Non, Ira. Do not carry that burden. I am the one who let my guard down. I am a witch, yet I acted carelessly. Instead of being vigilant, I was vulnerable." "No," Ira interrupted firmly. "It was not your fault. Do not blame yourself." But Fleur's eyes, usually so full of teasing fire, held only solemnity. "I reflected last night while you slept. I should have been stronger. I should have been the one protecting you. Instead, I was weak, a liability." Her words hit Ira like a blade. "You are not a liability," Ira said with steel in her voice. "You are Fleur. My Fleur. Do not speak of yourself as if you were useless." But Fleur only sighed and whispered, "You are young, Ira. Yes, you are the matriarch of the White family, but you are still a girl, a teenager. I cannot always allow you to shield me as though I were some damsel in distress. I hate it. I hate being saved again and again while doing nothing for you." Ira tried to lighten the mood, whispering with a sly smile, "But, you are a girl." Fleur immediately lifted her head, fixing her with a glare that was only half serious. "I despise it, Ira. Being treated as though I am helpless." Her voice softened then, trembling with determination. "So I spoke to Madame Maxime last night. She has agreed to train me, truly train me, for my final year. I will not remain weak." Ira's brows rose slightly. "Madame Maxime was here?" "Yes," Fleur nodded. "She came as soon as she heard what happened. She stayed to ensure I was well." She sat up reluctantly, silver hair cascading around her shoulders. "I have to go back now. I only stayed until you woke. Since you're awake, I can't keep Madame Maxime waiting any longer. She's been patient enough already. My family doesn't even know I was injured." I should return to them, back in France. The words lodged like a stone in Ira's chest. Fleur leaned down suddenly and pressed her lips to Ira's. The kiss lingered, warm, tender, filled with a longing that neither wanted to end. When they finally parted, Fleur's forehead rested against hers, breath mingling. "Goodbye, my love. Until we meet again," Fleur whispered. And then she stood, gathering her composure with the grace only Fleur Delacour possessed. Without another word, she walked out of the room of the tent, her silver hair glinting in the morning light. Ira lay frozen in silence, her gaze fixed on the spot where Fleur had vanished. She did not call out. Did not say goodbye. She only stared until the rays of the rising sun filtered through the small window of the tent, warming her face. "So, she is gone," Ira murmured softly to herself. Her chest ached, though she forced the weight down, swallowing the emotion like bitter poison. Finally, she rose, her white hair tangled and disheveled, falling over her face. She looked nothing like the matriarch she was expected to be, just a weary girl who had fought too hard at a young age. When she stepped into the main lounge of the tent, she found Isabella and Emma seated at the table. They both looked up immediately. "My lady," Emma exclaimed, rushing to her. "How are you? Are you well? Last night I insisted we take you to St. Mungo's, but Isabella assured me you only needed rest." "I am fine," Ira replied softly, taking a seat. "Do not worry." Isabella's gaze was sharper. "You were a mess last night. If I had not arrived when I did, you would have started a war with the Heiress and the ministry themselves." Ira managed a faint smile. "Thank you for pulling me back, Aunt." Then her tone shifted, serious once again. "What happened after?" Isabella sighed, leaning back. "After you collapsed, the ministry searched the grounds. They found nothing, except for the bodies of those you killed." "Did they identify them?" Ira asked coldly. Emma shook her head. "The corpses were taken to the ministry for investigation. But I doubt they will reveal their true identities." Isabella added grimly, "Fudge was in a panic last night. He knows if the truth comes out, that Death Eaters walked freely into the World Cup, it will be an international scandal. He wants the press to believe it was only a group of drunken thugs celebrating the victory." Ira's jaw tightened. "And the ones injured?" "Mostly Muggleborns and half-bloods," Isabella said bitterly. "Of course, the ministry will bury their suffering. As long as no important purebloods were killed, they will dismiss it." Ira sneered, her eyes narrowing. "So, as always, they protect their own and let the guilty escape." Emma nodded quietly. "Arrange me a meeting with Fudge," Ira ordered coldly. "I will speak with him myself." Emma hesitated, then bowed her head. "As you wish, my lady. But we should wait a few days. The ministry is drowning in pressure from foreign officials. Even the French and Bulgarian ministries are demanding answers. Let the chaos settle first." Ira leaned back, considering, then finally nodded. "Very well. We wait. But not for long." "Good," Isabella said. She stood, smoothing her robes. "Come. It is time we return to the manor. Most of the families have already gone." Ira rose slowly, her body still heavy with fatigue. "Yes, let us go." Emma smiled faintly. "You two go ahead. I'll see to the house elves, make sure they take the supplies and dismantle the tent properly." Ira nodded once, then followed her aunt out through the quiet forest. Together they reached the portkey. With one last look back at the trampled fields that had, just hours ago, been filled with laughter and celebration, Ira touched the key with her aunt. The world spun in a rush of color, and the White family returned home. Chapter 316, The Daily Prophet's Whitewashed Truth. The morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows of Ira's study in the White Manor, falling across stacks of parchment and polished oak. Yet its warmth did little to soften the cold irritation tightening her expression. At her desk, she held the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, her gaze fixed on the bold headline sprawled across the front page. The enchanted photographs flickered with swathes of green and gold Irish flags, shimmering as if the paper itself sought to drown its readers in forced celebration. Ireland's victory marred by a few drunken troublemakers. But thanks to Minister Fudge's steadfast leadership, order was swiftly restored. The moving ink shimmered with false cheer, the words practically beaming. The article began in the usual pompous fashion, downplaying every ounce of what had truly occurred. The Daily Prophet, Official Edition. By Special Correspondent Barnabas Cuff. Last night's splendid Quidditch World Cup final ended in roaring celebration as the Irish team soared to victory against Bulgaria in one of the most dazzling matches of the decade. Yet, as with any great occasion, a few thugs sought to spoil the festivities. A group of drunken troublemakers, emboldened, perhaps, by too much fire whiskey after Ireland's victory, took to parading in masks, disturbing the peace, and frightening spectators with childish displays. Some even conjured a crude imitation of you-know-who's former symbol, the so-called dark mark. Such nonsense was clearly a tasteless prank intended to stir memories of darker times. Thanks to the swift, calm, and fearless actions of our own Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, the situation was resolved before it could spiral into anything resembling danger. With ministry officials dispatched immediately and the minister himself at the scene, order was restored within the hour. The culprits, who are best described as young hooligans desperate for attention, were apprehended on the spot and have already been sent to Azkaban for their recklessness. No injuries were reported. No real harm was done. We must not allow the delusions of a few drunken louts to disturb the peace our world has worked so hard to achieve, said Minister Fudge in a brief statement to the Prophet. I can assure the wizarding community that everything was firmly under control. I was there personally, and the danger was minimal at best. Our international guests are safe, and our great nation remains unshaken. Several prominent pureblood families echoed this sentiment, dismissing the incident as juvenile antics. Lord Foley commented, "It is clear some misguided youths thought it amusing to dress up and use old symbols to frighten the weak-minded. They achieved nothing except embarrassing themselves." Lady Selwyn added, "We must not lend power to these crude displays by overreacting. Such pranks dishonor the memory of the last war but mean nothing in themselves. We commend the minister's steady hand in quelling the nonsense so swiftly. The Daily Prophet can confidently report that Britain remains safe and secure. Our international visitors should rest assured that no real incident occurred beyond the exuberance of the crowd. Thanks to the leadership of Minister Fudge, the festivities will be remembered for Ireland's victory, not for a few drunken mistakes." Ira's eyes narrowed, her fingers curling into the parchment until it crumpled under her grip. She slammed the newspaper down on the polished mahogany desk of the study, the sound sharp and final in the stillness of the room. "Drunken thugs," she said coldly, her lips twisting into a sneer. "No injuries reported." Her voice was like ice splintering through glass. "They call that chaos nothing more than drunken antics." Across from her, Isabella sat gracefully, legs crossed, her pale hands folded neatly in her lap. She had been reading quietly until Ira's burst of fury caught her attention. Her aunt's expression carried none of Ira's raw fire, only a cool, calculating calm. "Well," Isabella murmured, voice smooth as velvet, "that is precisely what the Daily Prophet must say. If they admitted the truth that Death Eaters, or something like them, had appeared, that the dark mark had shone in the sky, it would spread panic like wildfire. And what would that do to Fudge's reputation?" She tilted her head slightly, her sharp eyes glittering. "He would be remembered as the minister who lost control, whose ministry allowed chaos at the most international gathering of the decade. Scandal is poison to him, and Fudge is a man who drinks only what pleases his palate." Ira exhaled sharply through her nose, her jaw tight. "It seems he grows more unruly and out of touch day by day. He twists reality to suit himself." Isabella allowed herself a faint smile, sipping her tea. "My dear, that is politics. Truth bends where power demands it. He wants to remain minister, and for that, he must present a spotless record. The Daily Prophet is his mouthpiece and obedient, eager, and easily manipulated." Ira's gaze slid away from her aunt, fixing instead on the sunlight streaking across the floor. Her voice dropped, colder, almost contemplative. "And what of the Muggles? That family, the Roberts. What became of them?" At this, Isabella's composed facade shifted ever so slightly. Her eyes softened, though her tone remained steady. "Ah, the Roberts. Yes. Well, Emma and I went to them ourselves. The ministry, of course, claimed it would handle the matter, but we both knew precisely what that meant. Obliviated, discarded, erased as though they had never suffered at all." She set her teacup down gently. "We intervened. We brought them to St. Mungo's first, though discreetly, under another name. The couple and their children were treated for their injuries. Once their health was restored, we sent them back into the Muggle world with a generous sum of Muggle money to ease their recovery. It does not erase what happened, but it gives them the means to live with dignity." Ira's lips pressed into a thin line. She shut her eyes briefly, recalling flashes of that night, the screaming, the fire, the Roberts family dragged through the air like puppets. Her hand tightened into a fist. "They endured a lot of pain that night," she said softly, her voice low with restrained anger. "Then, firmer, see that they continue to receive compensation. Regularly. Not only money, protection, if they ever need it. Someone must bear witness to what they suffered. If left to the ministry, they would be discarded like trash." Isabella inclined her head, almost regal. "I will appoint someone to oversee it. They will have support, when needed, and reminders that they have not been forgotten." Ira gave a short nod, her shoulders loosening, though her eyes remained hard. For a moment, silence filled the room, silence thick enough that the faint ticking of the old clock seemed unnaturally loud. The door opened with a soft creak, breaking the quiet. Emma stepped inside, her posture brisk, a sealed envelope clutched in her hand. Her expression was composed, though her eyes flickered briefly toward the crumpled Daily Prophet on the desk and the fury that still lingered on Ira's face. "My lady," Emma said, bowing her head slightly as she crossed the room. She extended the letter. "A message has arrived. From Albus Dumbledore." Ira arched an eyebrow, curiosity flickering amidst her irritation. She took the envelope, the opened wax seal glinting red under the light. "Dumbledore? What does he want?" Emma clasped her hands in front of her. "He has requested a meeting with you at Hogwarts. It seems, given your transfer from Bosbaden's, he wishes to speak with you directly." Ira opened the letter, scanning the short, polite note. Dumbledore's hand was elegant, every word carefully chosen yet deceptively simple. "A meeting," she muttered. "For what reason? Surely he has already received my records." "I personally delivered them," Emma replied, her tone brisk. "All 3 years' worth of your scores, certificates, and evaluations. I handed them to Deputy Headmistress McGonagall myself. They already know your accomplishments." Ira's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then this is not about academics. Perhaps about the attack, then." She turned her gaze toward Isabella. Her aunt had leaned back in her chair, watching her with a faint, unreadable smile. "What do you think?" Ira asked. Isabella's answer came slow, deliberate. "Albus Dumbledore." She tapped one finger lightly against her armrest. "He is a fox dressed in a sage's robes. I have crossed paths with him more than once in council meetings. He is clever, disarming, and dangerously skilled with words. If he wishes to meet you, it is not for idle conversation." Her eyes sharpened. "Remember this, he is a master of legilimency. You must keep your acclimacy strong when you face him. Do not let him pry into your thoughts. He has a way of coaxing answers without ever asking the question aloud." Ira tilted her head, studying her aunt, then folded the letter and set it down carefully. "Well then," she said quietly, almost to herself. "Let us see what this headmaster wants." Chapter 317, Meeting the Old Fox. The flu carried Ira forward, and in the next moment she was stepping out into a quiet, tidy office. Tall windows let in the gray light of the afternoon, casting long shadows across shelves lined with books and neatly stacked rolls of parchment. The scent of ink and paper hung in the air, mixed with the faint polish of wood. A sturdy desk stood near the center, its surface ordered with quills, an inkpot, and a few carefully placed papers. The walls were decorated with framed photographs that moved only slightly, a nod to the life of the castle beyond. The space was formal, precise, and unmistakably Professor McGonagall's. Professor Minerva McGonagall stood waiting, her robes as severe as her posture, yet there was a faint glimmer of politeness in her sharp eyes. "Miss White," she said, inclining her head. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I trust your journey through the Floo network was without incident." Ira inclined her head slightly, careful not to betray her usual habit of scanning the surroundings. "Quite smooth, Professor. I appreciate your reception." "Good. If you'll follow me, the headmaster is expecting you." The corridors of Hogwarts stretched out before them, cool and echoing, lit here and there by torches that flickered against the stone. Ira glanced at the long tapestries draped between archways and at the portraits that lined the walls, witches and wizards of varying importance who whispered behind their hands or leaned forward to get a better look at her as she passed. The castle had a weight to it, older and sterner than Bosbaden's, its history pressed into every flagstone and stairwell. Yet, for all its shadows and solemn corners, there was something curious and alive about it too, as though the building itself were listening. Ira's white hair stood out sharply against the dim stone, and though her robes were perfectly in order and her step measured, she felt far more like a guest being examined than she cared to admit. McGonagall, noting her survey, allowed herself a faint smile. "Different from Bosbaden's, I imagine." "Very different," Ira said, her voice measured. "Bosbaden's is a palace. Hogwarts is a fortress of memory." "That is not an inaccurate description," McGonagall said, lips twitching almost imperceptibly. The spiral staircase beneath them seemed to bend with their steps, and Ira's mind noted the subtle enchantments woven into the stones, older and more complex than anything she had seen before. Bosbaden's magic was grand, decorative, a display of refinement and elegance. Hogwarts' magic was woven into its very architecture, alive and purposeful, a living labyrinth of history. Finally, they arrived before the stone gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. McGonagall spoke the password, and the stone moved aside, revealing the staircase leading to the headmaster's sanctum. As they climbed, Ira's eyes continued to sweep over every detail, the fine embroidery on the banners, the faint glimmer of magical wards, the intricate carvings of ancient runes she recognized but did not immediately decipher. This school was history incarnate, and every corner seemed to hold a story waiting to be heard. When the door to Dumbledore's office opened, the room beyond was even more astonishing. The circular chamber was vast, with tall windows through which sunlight streamed in long, golden shafts. Shelves crammed with books and peculiar artifacts surrounded the space. A myriad of instruments ticked and hummed softly. Yet it was not the room but the creature perched near a golden stand that captured Ira's attention immediately. The phoenix. Perched on its golden stand, the phoenix turned its head to look at her. Its eyes were dark and knowing, older than she could fathom, and for a moment Ira forgot to breathe. The bird's feathers shimmered scarlet and gold, bright as embers in a fire, and the faint warmth that filled the office seemed to come from it alone. Ira had read about phoenixes in books, how their tears could heal, how they burned and rose again from their own ashes, but seeing one here, alive and breathing, set her mind racing. She remembered, suddenly, the vial tucked away back at her system space, the potion of bloodline awakening. And with that thought came another, sharper still. What if she could add to it? Phoenix blood, or even a single feather, carried the very essence of rebirth. To bind that into the potion, could it awaken what lay dormant in her blood, or even weave the phoenix's own traits into her veins? The idea struck her as wild and dangerous, yet impossible to ignore. Ah, said a voice, gentle yet commanding. Ira's eyes snapped back to the desk. Dumbledore himself was rising from his chair. His deep blue robe swept the floor, beard flowing, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Miss White. How very glad I am to welcome you to Hogwarts. Ira inclined her head. Headmaster Dumbledore. Please, be seated. Tea. He gestured toward the chairs in front of his desk. Thank you, she replied, lowering herself gracefully onto the seat. McGonagall excused herself with a polite nod and quiet step, leaving them alone. Dumbledore poured the tea with deliberate slowness, his eyes never leaving hers. I have heard much of you. Your 3 years at Beauxbatons have not gone unnoticed. Madame Maxime herself spoke highly of you, and with some regret that such a gifted pupil should depart before beginning her 4th year. Ira folded her hands in her lap. I value her words, but circumstances required change. Indeed. Change is rarely comfortable, but it is often necessary. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, probing. Olympe described you as disciplined, reserved, yet possessing a rare depth of intellect. She believes you could one day be among the finest of your generation. She is kind, Ira said evenly, neutral as stone. Kind, and shrewd. She does not bestow praise lightly. He sipped his tea, letting the sound punctuate the quiet between them. And yet she trusted me enough to leave, Ira replied softly. Dumbledore smiled faintly, eyes crinkling. A prudent mentor, I think. You are capable, yes, and cautious. Those qualities will serve you well here, Miss White. Hogwarts is a school of many challenges, and the world beyond these walls even more so. Her gaze flicked again toward the phoenix. Dumbledore noticed but said nothing, allowing her silence to linger. Ah. Fawkes seems to have taken an interest in you, he said gently. He is remarkable, Ira said, voice calm, yet her mind raced with the possibilities of phoenix blood and the power it might grant. Indeed. Fawkes has been my companion for decades. His tears heal wounds, his song brings courage. And when the end of his cycle comes, he burns and is born anew. There are few creatures more wondrous. Rebirth, fire, blood of immortality. Ira allowed herself a quiet nod, her mind weaving possibilities while her face remained serene. Dumbledore leaned back, hands folded. Tell me, Miss White, how does Hogwarts appear to you, compared with your former school? Ira considered. Beauxbatons is beauty incarnate. It is light, refinement, pride and elegance. Hogwarts is older, heavier. Less polished, yet richer in memory. I feel its walls hold more truth than Beauxbatons mirrors. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. A fair observation. Hogwarts has endured much, and carries both scars and triumphs. They spoke at length, the conversation winding from her studies to broader matters. Dumbledore's questions were subtle, never intrusive, yet each invited Ira to reveal fragments of herself. She responded with care, offering only what she chose, measured words delivered with precise politeness. She did not rush, did not overshare, yet every answer contained the weight of thought behind it. He praised her academic record, inquired about her magical disciplines, and touched briefly on the tensions in France, the politics that had shadowed her presence there. His probing was gentle but perceptive, sensing both her abilities and her position within the White family's intricate web of influence. The White family name carries influence, he said gravely. Your presence here is not merely as a student, but as a governor. That is no small mantle for one so young. Ira's eyes did not falter. The mantle was not mine to choose, but it is mine to uphold. My responsibility is only to keep it safe until the next generation. It was given to me by my grandfather, as it was given to him before me, and when the time comes, I will pass it on. This power, this position, it isn't mine to own. It is only mine to protect, for a while. Spoken with admirable clarity. Dumbledore's gaze softened, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he regarded her much as one might study a fine instrument. I wish more pure-blood families thought as you do. Too often they clutch at power as though it were treasure to be hoarded, not a duty to be safeguarded. In truth, it is much like the headmastership of Hogwarts, never truly owned, only held in trust. Our task is to guard it, protect it from harm, and when our time has passed, to hand it on as it was handed to us. I am quite delighted by your wisdom. For someone your age, those are remarkably wise words. To see so far ahead so young, it is a very good sign indeed. Ira offered a small, polite smile. Everything I know, I owe to my elders, especially my grandfather and my aunt. I have learned from them, and I hope to live up to what they have taught me. The Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, changing pace, brings additional attention to Hogwarts this year. I am grateful for your generous contribution, Miss White. It will ensure that the school is prepared for the arrival of our sister institutions and the various challenges that the tournament entails. As a governor, Ira said, her tone steady, it is both duty and logic to provide. The Triwizard Tournament, hosting 2 other schools, necessitates resources beyond the ordinary. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. Indeed. And so it is that both students and the school will benefit greatly from your foresight. The phoenix stirred, wings rippling, the light reflecting in its iridescent feathers. Ira's mind lingered, noting the creature as if already weaving a plan, while outwardly she sipped her tea and engaged in polite conversation. Chapter 318, Admission and Warnings. As Ira sipped her tea, Dumbledore's gaze rested on her, serene but piercing. From the folds of his robes, he drew a finely folded piece of parchment, edged with the seal of Hogwarts. Miss White, he began, his voice steady, carrying that soft cadence which made every word linger, you are now officially admitted as a student of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ira raised her eyebrows slightly, her mind noting the formality yet masking her curiosity behind a calm expression. She accepted the letter with both hands, scanning the exquisite wax seal and the elegant, flowing script of the header. The letter, Dumbledore continued, contains instructions for acquiring your uniform, books, and other necessary supplies at Diagon Alley. As tradition dictates, the Hogwarts Express will depart on the 31st of August. Until that time, you may prepare, settle your affairs, and make any necessary arrangements. Upon arrival, you will be treated in all respects as any other student, participating fully in the academic year ahead. Ira inclined her head, a subtle gesture of acknowledgement. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I appreciate the guidance. She adjusted her grip on the parchment and let her eyes wander around the room. That's when she noticed a portrait tucked along the far wall, a solemn painting of a woman whose gaze seemed almost alive, fixed on her with quiet authority. At first, the eyes followed her steadily, then, almost imperceptibly, they drifted downward. Ira blinked, startled, as the woman's hands began to move, tracing gestures she did not recognize, small arcs of the fingers, twists of the wrist, intricate and deliberate. She had never seen anything like it, and yet, despite her uncertainty, the movement seemed purposeful, as if the portrait were trying to speak in some secret language only she might understand. Elisha White. The name was written in flowing script at the bottom of the painting. Ira's heart skipped. She had never seen her portrait in the white manner, yet here it hung, a silent testament to the family's legacy within Hogwarts. The gestures, the subtle arcs, the symbols, made no immediate sense, but she committed them to memory. Later, she would decipher their meaning, unraveling the messages hidden within the actions of her ancestor. Dumbledore's voice brought her back to the present. I had received certain reports from France, he said gently, his tone almost conversational, regarding recent conflicts. Particularly, the unrest between the Vauquelin family and the Trevor family over the past 2 years. Some of the events, highly unfortunate, of course, indicated the involvement of your house, Lady White. Ira blinked slowly, carefully maintaining her composure. Up until now, Dumbledore had spoken with that familiar calm demeanor, discussing her education, Hogwarts, and general matters. But now, the directness, the pointedness of his words, sent a subtle ripple through her. I beg your pardon. Ira said, her voice even but measured. From France, I understand that the White family has been instrumental in recent events, Dumbledore continued, steepling his fingers beneath his beard. There is evidence of orchestration, strategic interventions, manipulations of certain affairs. His eyes met hers, steady and penetrating. You, of course, understand the gravity of such revelations. Ira kept her expression placid. Headmaster, I do not believe there is sufficient proof that my family was involved. I only recently assumed the position of matriarch, and I have been occupied with stabilizing the family and familiarizing myself with our responsibilities. Political entanglements have not been my focus, and I have certainly had neither the time nor inclination to ignite conflicts among other families. Dumbledore's thin lips curved into a knowing smile. Be that as it may, Lady White, caution is a virtue, and the British wizarding world is a delicate web. Unlike France, the politics here are complex, nuanced, and sometimes, treacherous. As someone who knew your grandfather, Elijah White, and your great-grandmother, a dear friend of mine from my student days here at Hogwarts, I feel a certain duty to offer guidance. I have watched the White family's influence grow over the years, and I would advise you to proceed with both care and vigilance. Your family's legacy is strong, but it carries responsibilities, and it is wise to be mindful of them. That said, he added, his tone firm but not unkind, your actions during the Quidditch World Cup final were completely unnecessary. You went far beyond what was needed and should not have meddled in matters of adults. The ministry and other authorities are there to handle such affairs. You should have let them do their work. Taking matters into your own hands, especially through attack or confrontation, was unwise and could have had serious consequences. Ira's brow lifted, faintly furrowed. What did you expect me to do, Professor Dumbledore? Stand by while innocent lives were threatened? Let death unfold before my eyes. Her voice remained calm and measured, but there was a weight beneath it, the unspoken fury of that night's chaos, the memory of every spell she had cast in defense and offense, echoing silently behind her words. I am not a pacifist. I could not. I would not allow them to toy with the lives of others, or act like monsters unchecked. I did what I had to do. Dumbledore shook his head lightly, his usual serene smile never faltering. You are still a child, Miss White. One must understand that in most circumstances, the Ministry and the Heiress act as safeguards. Involving oneself in such affairs, though sometimes unavoidable, can lead to consequences far beyond the immediate scope. I merely wish to impress upon you the importance of measured action, particularly here in England, where affairs are watched closely. Ira's lips pressed into a thin line. She did not reply, choosing instead to observe him in silence. There was wisdom in his words, yet a subtle condescension she refused to acknowledge openly. She studied the lines of his face, the way his eyes reflected a calm intellect, and realized arguing with him would serve no purpose. Nevertheless, she said finally, her tone softening into polite acknowledgement, I thank you for your counsel. I shall heed it as best I can. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed, twinkling with the faintest light of amusement and approval. I have no doubt, Lady White. You are capable of discernment beyond your years. Yet heed this, the world is not as simple as spells and duels. One must understand the currents beneath the surface. Wisdom often lies in knowing when not to act, as much as knowing when to act. Ira inclined her head once more, folding her hands neatly in front of her. She felt a subtle exhaustion from the layers of scrutiny, yet her mind remained alert. I will take your words to heart, Headmaster. Dumbledore nodded, his smile softening. Good. And now, as you have received your admission, there are logistical matters to consider. Supplies, your schedule, and preparations for the school year. All will proceed as written in your acceptance letter. He gestured again to the parchment she still held. Ira's eyes drifted to the windows. The sun was brighter now, streaming across the tower and illuminating the portraits, the shelves, and the phoenix perched gracefully. That creature had not left her mind, the possibilities of its essence and bloodline whispering in the quiet recesses of her mind. She allowed herself a faint, almost imperceptible nod to Fawkes. A plan would form, carefully and methodically, when the time was right. Rising from her seat, she spoke with measured politeness, I thank you for your time, Headmaster Dumbledore. I must return to my family for now. I shall see Hogwarts anew on the 31st of August. Of course, Lady White, Dumbledore said, a soft warmth glimmering behind his eyes. Go with care. And remember, I have high hopes for your presence here. Ira bowed her head in acknowledgement. As do I, Headmaster. Until the 31st. Her robe swished against the floor as she turned, her movements graceful and deliberate. Dumbledore's gaze followed her steadily, the calmness in his eyes now layered with a faint seriousness. The door to the office closed behind her with a quiet, final click. Chapter 319, Return to the White Manor. The green shimmer of the Fleur network faded as Ira stepped into the White Manor. Servants paused in their duties to bow their heads respectfully, and a pair of house elves hurried out of her path, watching her with wide, cautious eyes. She walked past them in silence, her step steady as she crossed the familiar halls toward her office. The letter from Dumbledore remained secure in her hands, folded neatly within her robes. Inside the office, her Aunt Isabella sat in the Lord's chair as if it were her own, her posture relaxed yet commanding. It was nothing unusual, when Ira was away, either Isabella or Emma governed the House of White in her stead. It was a mark of the trust she placed in both women, and neither had ever betrayed it. Ira crossed the room and lowered herself into one of the chairs opposite. A house elf appeared almost instantly, setting a glass of mango juice before her. She lifted it without a word, taking a slow sip as Isabella's sharp gaze remained fixed on her. So, Isabella said at last, her voice smooth, what happened? What was Dumbledore saying? Nothing much, Ira replied, resting the glass in her hand. It was just a completely useless talk, except for a warning. That was all. Isabella's eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned back in the chair, her fingers drumming once against the armrest. So it was a warning, then. For what reason? Ira gave a small shrug, lifting the glass again before answering. Well, he told me to be cautious. Not to behave in Britain the way I did in France. He said politics here are far more complex, especially among the pureblood families. Basically, he warned me not to be unruly, not to interfere with the ministry, and just govern quietly like the rest of them. In other words, be a good girl and stay out of the way. A low laugh slipped from Isabella's lips, warm but edged with irony. So he wanted to tame you, she said, shaking her head. His wording was nothing more than a leash disguised as a warning, HM. I suppose it was, Ira replied, folding her hands across the desk. He worded it as advice, polite and calm, as if offering the perspective of an elder, but it's clear enough. He is asserting his presence, reminding everyone, including myself, that his influence here is considerable. Even if he pretends not to care about the pureblood families, his very existence is a power that cannot be ignored. Isabella nodded slowly, folding her hands once more. Yes. I understand. Here in Britain, Dumbledore is seen as a hero, particularly among the Muggleborns and half-bloods. He carries weight, a respect that extends even beyond his position at Hogwarts. But among the pureblood families, he is in opposition. His presence is a necessity. If he weren't here, unchecked, these families could easily dominate, oppress, or entirely overtake the weaker factions. In essence, he is a balancing force, protecting half-bloods and Muggleborns, keeping the purebloods' ambitions in check. Ira's sharp green eyes gleamed, reflecting a mixture of contemplation and calculation. And before Dumbledore, she asked, leaning slightly forward, her hands resting lightly on the desk. Who protected the Muggleborns, the ordinary witches and wizards, from the tyranny of the purebloods? Her aunt's expression darkened slightly as she recalled the past. Before him, not much, honestly. The ministries were functional, but their influence were limited. There were laws and offices in place, but enforcement was inconsistent. Even now, there are problems, but the purebloods aren't actively opposing Muggleborns, not openly. Still, to this day, Muggleborns aren't fully accepted, even within the ministry. Half-bloods face similar scrutiny. The only country I know with a broader acceptance is the United States, where half-bloods and Muggleborns are more integrated. She paused, shaking her head slightly. But there's one immutable rule: they despise marriages between wizards and Muggles. If such a union occurs, the couple is exiled. Once broken. Erased from the wizarding world. Completely. Ira leaned back in her chair and lifted the mango juice glass, sipping slowly as Isabella's words lingered in her mind. Dumbledore's warning echoed too: caution in Britain, restraint in politics, stay clear of the ministry, and above all avoid stepping into the tangled affairs of the pureblood families. Her aunt's words about the tension around Muggleborns and half-bloods, the growing unrest in the ministry. But Ira found herself caring little for it. That was not her fight, nor her burden. She was not Dumbledore, rushing to shield the powerless. Her thoughts drifted instead to his office, to the quiet dignity of that place. She recalled the phoenix, perched in stillness, its feathers alive with impossible fire. There had been something majestic in the way it rested, a beauty that needed no words. For a moment she found herself caught by the memory, the bird's presence lingering in her mind like a flame refusing to go out. She straightened in her seat and turned her gaze toward Isabella. Do you know if it's possible to find a phoenix? She asked, her tone curious but tinged with calculation. Isabella's brows lifted as she caught the faraway look in her niece's eyes, her lips curving into a knowing smile. Ooh, so you saw Dumbledore's phoenix? Why? Do you want one? Her voice was light with amusement, but sharp enough to tease. Truly, Ira, it's the first time I've seen you behave like a child, desiring a creature simply for admiration or play. Ira rolled her eyes, a subtle irritation creeping into her expression. No. It's not that. I mean, if possible, why not? If there is a way to have one, even temporarily, it could be useful. Her aunt shook her head slowly. Impossible. There are only 2 phoenixes that I know of. One belongs to Dumbledore. The other is with an Australian Quidditch team, they've befriended it with their team. Beyond that, wild phoenixes exist, but they are protected. No wizard is allowed to interfere, approach, or attempt contact without serious risk. Domestication is impossible unless the creature chooses to accept you. Even then, few have ever succeeded. Ira's lips pressed together, her mind already racing through alternatives. And Dumbledore, she asked, curiosity sharpening her tone. Did he domesticate it? Or does it merely respond to him? Isabella's expression softened, a trace of respect coloring her voice. From what I know, previous generations of the Dumbledore family had access to phoenixes, sometimes, sometimes not. It appears to be selective, bound by the creature's own will. A phoenix cannot be forced. It must choose. That is one reason the Dumbledore family has held such prominence in Britain. They are intimately linked to these creatures, and the power, symbolism, and influence that comes with them is extraordinary. Even with Muggle ancestry at their root, the connection to a phoenix is invaluable. Ira nodded slowly, her mind already formulating possibilities, tracing the outlines of her next moves. Then, is it possible to acquire a phoenix feather, or a trace of its blood? Something, even if minor, from a wild phoenix. Isabella regarded her niece, her eyes narrowing slightly at the determination in Ira's gaze. I can speak with Emma, she said finally, her tone serious. If there is a way, perhaps through the black market or some discreet channels, we can search. But understand this, it will be costly, dangerous, and uncertain. Phoenixes are rare, protective, and almost mythical in their disposition. Even a fragment is priceless and fiercely defended. Ira leaned back, her eyes gleaming with resolve, a faint, calculating smile touching her lips. It doesn't matter. Cost or the difficulty. As she thought to herself, it is irrelevant if it proves useful. If it can aid in, awakening or add to my bloodline, then it is worth every effort. Isabella sighed, shaking her head but not dismissing her niece's ambition. Very well. I will consult with Emma and see what can be done. Ira's fingers tapped lightly against the desk, her thoughts already racing far ahead, entwined with possibilities, strategies, and contingencies. I understand, she said softly, though the fire in her eyes betrayed her determination. Still, it will be done. I will hope that you find a way to acquire a piece of the phoenix bird fire. Chapter 320, The Underground of the White Manor. Ira descended the winding staircase that led deep beneath the White Manor, the air cooling slightly as she moved further underground. The corridor ahead opened into a vast hall, illuminated by crystal chandeliers that cast a perpetual, warm light, reflecting off the polished marble floors. The underground was a marvel, a combination of opulence and memory, long tables of carved oak, velvet divans, statues of forgotten white family heroes, and alcoves holding rare artifacts collected over centuries. This was no mere cellar or storage area, it was a sanctum, a memorial to the lineage of one of the oldest magical families in Europe. As Ira stepped forward, the walls came alive with the subtle shimmer of magic. Portraits hung in regimented rows, stretching from floor to ceiling. Each canvas held the likeness of a white ancestor, some painted in commanding postures, others mid-action, hunting, dueling, or giving counsel. Most of the figures were moving, their eyes flicking, mouths whispering, as if waiting for a presence. Ira's gaze swept across the walls. Blonde hair, black hair, blue eyes, an endless array of faces. Here and there, a rare white-haired ancestor like herself, but none sharing the striking green eyes she carried. And then, among them all, she saw him, her grandfather, Elijah White. His portrait, unlike the others, remained static, utterly still. No subtle nods, no flicker of recognition. Curious, Ira stepped closer. Why didn't you move?" she whispered to the painting. The stillness was uncanny. She remembered that most portraits of her ancestors were enchanted to retain memory, emotion, even guidance. Yet Elijah's was frozen, cold and indifferent. Perhaps he had chosen not to imbue it with magic, or perhaps he had simply not had the time. As she lingered, the portraits on the walls began to stir. One by one, painted heads turned in her direction, eyes narrowing, lips curling into smirks or frowns. Then the voices came soft at first, then louder, overlapping in a rising chorus. Ancestors muttered, cursed, laughed, and scolded, their words tripping over one another until the hall buzzed with accusation and ridicule. Fingers pointed from the painted frames, their judgment unmistakable. Look at her. She dares step here, one old man shouted, his voice crackling through the canvas. She's just a child, another bellowed, shaking his fist. Ira's brow furrowed, but she kept her composure. It was her first time in this hall alone, and yet the familiarity of her family's presence, alive, even in paint, was overpowering. The portraits leaned forward in their frames, eyes narrowing, voices rising into a dissonant chorus. She dares show her face here again, hissed an elderly man with a crooked nose. 3 years she spent across the sea, playing at France. She calls herself matriarch, yet did not come home to pay respects to her ancestors, muttered a sharp-faced woman, her tone dripping with disdain. Another ancestor barked a laugh. Second visit only, and she thinks herself worthy of this hall. Ha! She should have ruled from Britain, as her grandfather and those before him did, one sneered. Not hidden away in foreign lands. The criticism rolled over her mockery, judgment, disappointment. Some spoke with stern authority, others with cruel amusement, but all of them agreed on one thing: she had failed their expectations. Still, Ira stood unmoved, her glassy composure unbroken. She had long ago learned that their voices, whether in life or paintings, did not matter or had any influence over her ruling the White House. She stepped toward a calmer portrait, an elderly man with sharp blue eyes and a neatly trimmed beard, standing with the dignified air of someone who had once commanded respect. "Excuse me," Ira said respectfully, bowing slightly, "I seek guidance." At Hogwarts, one of the headmistress's portraits gave me hand gestures and signs I cannot decipher. I studied the books, the family records, but nothing matches it. I thought, perhaps one of you could help. The old man looked at her, tilting his head. Which headmistress was it? He asked, with a voice deep and calm. Alicia White, Ira replied. The old man exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing. Ah, her. I saw her portrait at Hogwarts, Ira said, stepping closer. But I didn't see it here. Why is she absent from the White Manor? She was our ancestor, my family, yet her painting is missing. Why? A shadow of bitterness passed over the old man's face. When she died, yes, her portrait was placed here. But her son, your great-great-great-grandfather, or rather, the men who succeeded her line, removed it. He hated her. He believed removing the portrait would insult her, erase her influence. He thought it would diminish her memory, and in doing so, elevate himself. Ira's eyes widened. He hated her. And for that, he removed her painting. The old man nodded grimly. Yes. A foolish, petty man. But perhaps in his mind, he was asserting dominance. Where he failed in legacy, he tried to suppress hers. Do you know where it might be now? Ira asked, her tone calm but tinged with steel. Hidden, perhaps, the old man said, shrugging. Somewhere in this manor, or perhaps, destroyed. None of us know for certain. Only those who moved it could tell. The old man with beard leaned forward, his painted eyes glinting sharply. So, he said, his voice gravelly, what were the hand signs she made? Show me. I will see if I know. Ira turned her gaze downward for a moment, recalling the gestures Alicia had shown her. Slowly, she lifted her hands and repeated each motion, every flick, every subtle twist of her fingers, each deliberate curl held in place before she moved to the next. Her expression remained calm, though inside she weighed the memory carefully, determined not to falter. The old man followed her movements intently, his painted brows knitting together as though studying a forgotten language. Murmurs rippled through the surrounding portraits, some leaning closer, others scoffing under their breath, but all watching in silence. At last, the old man exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing. I don't understand, he admitted, his voice edged with frustration. Ira's voice softened, almost to herself. I need to know. These signs, they may be the key. The old man's gaze shifted across the hall to another portrait, a more eccentric one, an old woman in a flowing gown, laughing and dancing atop a table. He squinted at her. Cruella, he asked, voice stern, do you know these hand signs? Since you were her mother, do you know what your daughter is making? The woman barely slowed her spinning, throwing back her head in laughter. Signs? What signs? Ha! What use have I for these gestures? Let me dance, you bastard. Her laughter rang out across the hall as she twirled, seemingly unconcerned with his question, lost in her own amusement. Ira let out a long, frustrated sigh, her hands tightening briefly at her sides. Why are the paintings of my ancestors like this? She muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with disbelief. Some are completely insane, some bitter, angry all day. Some ignore me entirely, refusing to speak. And some don't even move, pretending they're nothing more than paint. How is this family even respected? How did it survive all this time? She shook her head, taking a few pacing steps. If people like this are what passed the White family on to me, then surviving and inheriting it feels like a miracle. The older man beside her in the portrait chuckled softly, though the sound was tinged with madness. No curse, child. They are paintings. They have no real emotions now. They are memories, and the memories that lingered, that is how they behave. Their desires, regrets, anger, all frozen in time, reflected eternally. Ira's eyes narrowed. So, the angry, the insane, this is their true self. And the rest, restrained or composed. Yes, the old man said simply. What you see is the residue of who they were. Ira's gaze lingered on him. And you seem more sane than the rest. The old man's eyes twinkled, then darkened in a moment of madness. Without warning, he raised a knife from within the painting, slicing at his own painted wrist, laughter echoing through the hall. For Merlin's sake! Ira exclaimed, slapping her forehead. What kind of family is this? The White family, one of the oldest, most ancient, most respected, yet the majority of its ancestors are either angry, insane, or petty. She shook her head, exhaling heavily. And yet, somehow, they passed down this legacy, this influence. How? How did they endure? Silence settled in the hall for a moment. Then Ira turned sharply, moving back toward the stairs. She would not find Elisha's portrait tonight, but that did not deter her. Once back in the upper levels of the manor, she would instruct Emma, Isabella, and any trusted aides to locate whatever remained of the painting, or at least records of it. For now, Hogwarts awaited, and with the school year less than a week away, she had more pressing matters. Diagon Alley, the supplies, and a meeting with Minister Fudge awaited. The White Manor, with its maddening yet fascinating underground, had revealed only glimpses of the past, but it had also reminded her that legacy, power, and ambition often came entwined with chaos and madness. Heiress straightened posture as her white hair falling over her shoulders like silk, and ascended the stairs with heavy headache face with bandaged head. Chapter 321, A Stroll Through Diagon Alley. The green flame swallowed her, and in the blink of an eye, Heiress stepped out into the familiar hearth of the leaky cauldron. The cool stone beneath her boots, the scent of oakwood smoke, and the faint chatter of wizards finishing their morning meals met her at once. The pub had always been a crossroads of sorts, half hidden from the Muggle world, yet central to magical Britain. Today, however, the atmosphere shifted the moment she appeared. A ripple passed through the room. Conversations faltered. Chairs scraped against the floor as heads turned. Someone nearly dropped a spoon into their porridge. A few witches at a corner table whispered behind their gloved hands, their eyes darting toward her with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "That's her," one man muttered too loudly. "House White's matriarch." Another added in a hushed voice. "She's younger than I imagined." Ira's expression did not change. Her features remained serene, her bearing impeccable as she stepped lightly out of the fireplace. Her posture was tall, shoulders relaxed yet commanding, every movement imbued with elegance. She was not dressed extravagantly, her traveling cloak was a rich shade of dark silver, clasped neatly at the throat, but the cut and quality were unmistakable. Refined, understated, and distinctly noble. Tom, the stooped barkeep, recovered first. His eyes widened, then softened into a respectful, almost reverent smile as he shuffled toward her. "Lady White," he greeted, bowing his head slightly. "An honor to have you here. Welcome back to the leaky cauldron." Ira inclined her head gracefully. "Thank you, Mr. Tom. The courtesy is appreciated." Her voice was smooth, cultured, her tone neither warm nor cold, simply elegant. Tom seemed faintly flustered at the attention he suddenly found upon himself but stepped aside quickly. "The entrance to the alley is yours, my lady." She moved forward without haste, her step silent against the old wood floor. The crowd parted almost unconsciously, forming a quiet passage for her. A child tugged at his mother's sleeve and pointed, the woman quickly hushed him, though her eyes lingered with admiration. At the rear courtyard, Ira lifted her wand with unhurried precision. She tapped the correct bricks, watching as the wall shifted and folded back upon itself, stone groaning softly as the archway to Diagon Alley revealed itself. The whispers of the pub behind her seemed to hush entirely at the sight of her commanding the passage with such calm authority. Sunlight spilled through as the cobbled street stretched out before her, bustling with wizarding families, vendors, and owls fluttering between shop windows. She stepped through the archway, and at once the chatter of Diagon Alley swelled. Diagon Alley bustled with its usual noise and movement. Witches and wizards hurried past with bags of spell ingredients, children pressed their faces to shop windows, and the calls of vendors drifted through the air. Yet as Ira stepped forward, her presence did not go unnoticed. A handful of wizards paused mid-conversation to glance her way, while others leaned closer to each other, whispering behind their hands. "Isn't that Lady White?" "It is, by Merlin, she's here in London. They say she's already on the Hogwarts board. And donated more than all the other governors combined." Another voice cut in, lower but sharp. "Isn't she the one they wrote about in the papers? The one said to be in love with a girl? How vile, disgusting." "Hush," someone else muttered. "I heard she might be a bastard of the Malfoy family. Look at that hair, it's almost the same." A woman's retort came swift and cutting. "Don't be ridiculous. Are you colorblind? Look properly, her hair is white, like snow and milk. The Malfoy family are pale blondes. There's a difference, clear as day. And those beautiful green eyes, it's so mesmerizing. That's completely different compared to the Malfoy ones." Yes, another voice agreed quickly. "But isn't it rumored she's betrothed to young Draco Malfoy? If that's true, their children would be some of the most beautiful children that British wizarding world has ever seen." "Nonsense," a man scoffed. "I heard she has a relationship with a girl." "And where did you hear that?" "In a French newspaper." "So, who knows if it's true?" "Rumors, all of it," another dismissed. "She's the only one left of her family. She's obligated to marry a man and continue the bloodline, there's no other path." "Well, you have a point there." The whispers chased her down the alley, but Ira's expression never shifted. She neither acknowledged nor dismissed them, her composure untouchable. White hair gleamed like a beacon in the crowd, making her impossible to miss, and her face was already familiar to many from the newspapers. Yet she moved with a graceful aloofness, as though their speculation was no more than the rustle of parchment in the wind. Her steps carried her on, unhurried, until she reached Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The bell chimed delicately as Ira stepped into the robe shop. Rows of mannequins stood along the walls, each draped in finished robes or half-completed designs. Bolts of fabric in deep blacks, muted greens, and traditional patterns filled the shelves, while enchanted needles worked quietly on a mannequin dressed in a set of Hogwarts uniforms. It was a far cry from Madame Rachel's boutique in France. Rachel's shop had been filled with elegance and artistry, every gown a statement of grace and power. Madame Malkin's, by contrast, felt older, more practical, rooted in a distinctly British style, serviceable, respectable, but without the same refined brilliance. Madame Malkin herself, a kindly woman with plump cheeks and sparkling eyes, bustled forward at once. Her expression shifted from routine professionalism into a delighted surprise the moment she recognized her guest. "Oh! Lady White!" Madame Malkin exclaimed, clasping her hands together as if welcoming royalty. "I must confess, I had been expecting you years ago, when you first ought to have purchased your Hogwarts robes. Imagine my disappointment when I learned you had gone to France instead. But to have you here now, it is such a pleasure, such an honor." Ira allowed a faint, graceful smile. "You are most gracious, Madame Malkin. Circumstances drew me elsewhere, but I am here now." Yes, and Hogwarts shall look all the finer for it," Madame Malkin said warmly, bustling around her. "Come, my dear, we shall see to your school robes straight away. Black wool, the finest cut, oh, but with a touch of elegance, of course. A young matriarch must never look ordinary." With practiced dignity, Ira removed her cloak and stood for the fitting. The enchanted measuring tape zipped around her form, taking measurements with cheerful little twitches. Madame Malkin fussed with fabrics, comparing textures and holding them up against Ira's figure, muttering to herself about hems and linings. "You wear the black so naturally," Madame Malkin remarked admiringly. "Truly, you carry it with such grace. And I shall have the crest embroidered in silver thread, it will suit you perfectly." Ira's answer was soft, polite. "I will trust your judgment." The seamstress beamed, clearly enchanted by Ira's composure. "It is so refreshing, my dear, to see a young witch with such bearing. You make my work an absolute delight." When the fitting was complete, Madame Malkin wrapped the finished set with extraordinary care, tying the package with a silken ribbon. She pressed it into Ira's hands with a kind of reverence. "Welcome, at last, to Hogwarts," she said warmly. "May these robes bring you luck and pride." Ira inclined her head once more, her voice calm and melodious. "Your work is appreciated, Madame Malkin." "Thank you." The seamstress almost glowed with joy as she watched the young matriarch depart. Next was Flourish and Blots. The bookshop was crowded with Hogwarts families purchasing their school lists, but the crowd shifted as soon as Ira entered. The whispers followed her here too, parents nudging their children to stand straighter, young witches staring wide-eyed. The shopkeeper, a balding wizard with ink-stained fingers, hurried over immediately. "Lady White. A privilege indeed. Your books are prepared for the fourth-year curriculum, of course. Would you like me to select the most finely bound editions?" "Yes," Ira said simply. Her tone was measured, elegant, almost distant, but it carried the weight of authority. The men scurried to collect the volumes: Intermediate Transfiguration, Advanced Potions Theory, Defensive Spells and Counter Curses, and more. Ira drifted lightly among the shelves as he worked, her fingertips brushing the spines of ancient tomes. She paused at one shelf in particular, running her eyes over titles of magical creatures. She selected a single leather-bound bestiary and placed it on the counter with her other books. The shopkeeper wrapped her purchases with fumbling eagerness, offering clumsy bows as he handed them over. Ira accepted with serene composure, her thank you as light as silk. At last, her errands complete, Ira allowed herself a small indulgence. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor stood at the end of the alley, its tables crowded with children enjoying bright sundaes. Her arrival silenced the chatter. A spoon clinked against glass as a boy gawked openly, earning a scolding from his mother. Fortescue himself, the genial owner, came hurrying forward. "Lady White," he said, beaming. "An absolute honor. Allow me, today, the finest sundae is on the house." "That is kind," Ira replied with quiet grace. "But I will pay for what I take." She sat like any ordinary teenager, a mango-flavored sorbet in hand, and gazed out the window. Outside, Diagon Alley moved with its usual rhythm, children running about, boys tugging at their parents' sleeves and begging for the newest firebolt, adults arguing as they hurried along, families wandering from shop to shop. It was the normal, noisy life of the alley. And for that moment, Ira simply enjoyed her sorbet and the view, blending quietly into the scene. When the dish was finished, she rose, gliding back through the alley with the same measured dignity she had carried all along. At the leaky cauldron, Tom rushed again to assist her, bowing low as he guided her toward the flow. "Safe travels, Lady White," he said respectfully. Ira offered him a final graceful nod. "Thank you." She stepped into the fireplace, spoke the name of her manor, and vanished in a swirl of green flame, leaving behind a diagon alley that buzzed with the memory of her visit, her presence lingering like an echo of elegance. Chapter 322, The Garden Confrontation. The White Manor's garden stretched in soft terraces of green, a place of serene beauty where the clipped hedges rose like walls of emerald and the fountains whispered their delicate song. Marble statues of stags, owls, and foxes adorned the walks, gleaming pale in the morning light. Roses bloomed in rich clusters along the borders, their fragrance mingling with the sharper perfume of lilies. Ira and Isabella walked side by side through the garden path, their pace unhurried. The afternoon light fell across the trimmed hedges and flowering bushes, and now and then a breeze stirred the leaves. Isabella pointed out a bed of roses she had ordered planted that spring, since she had only joined the family this year, and Isabella made a small remark about how much Ira had grown. For a while, they simply talked, nothing heavy, just comments about the plants, the weather, and the quiet around them, as they enjoyed the walk together. They spoke at first, the sound of gravel beneath their shoes and the distant rustle of birds filling the silence. The anticipation of their guest's arrival hung in the air like a weight. At length, they settled upon a stone bench beneath a tallish tree. The bench, carved with the crest of the White family, commanded a view of the fountain at the center of the garden. A gentle breeze stirred Ira's silver-gray gown, carrying with it the scent of lavender and rose. They waited. Soon enough, the crunch of approaching footsteps echoed across the path. Emma appeared, her expression calm, her bearing efficient, and behind her walked a rotund wizard in a green bowler hat, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. His face bore a practiced smile, though it trembled faintly with the effort of maintaining its cheer. "Lady White, Lady Bloom," he said, bowing with exaggerated flourish. "How utterly delighted I am to be in your company this morning. An honor, truly, to be received at White Manor." "Minister," Ira replied softly, her voice as smooth as still water. She gestured toward the bench opposite. "Be seated. You are welcome." Emma guided him forward, and soon the four sat together, Ira and Isabella side by side upon their bench, Emma slightly behind them, and Fudge opposite, perspiring faintly though the day was cool. Servants arrived swiftly, laying a light repast upon the small marble table, sugared fruits, a pitcher of chilled pumpkin juice, delicate sandwiches. All arranged with the grace and wealth befitting the house White. Fudge dabbed his brow with a handkerchief, then clasped his hands together as if to convey ease. "Ah, how pleasant. How very pleasant indeed. It has been a rather exhausting few weeks, you see. 1,000 matters pressing upon me, the ministry in ceaseless uproar, one hardly finds a moment for peaceful company such as this." Isabella gave a measured smile. "Then we are fortunate that you spared the time." Yes, Fudge agreed hastily, fortunate indeed. "I tell you, Lady White, Lady Bloom, these are trying times. The incident at the Quidditch World Cup," he shook his head, puffing. "Utter chaos. A band of thugs, vile troublemakers, set upon the gathering. Spells flying, tents destroyed, panic everywhere. My word, the financial losses alone were catastrophic. The ministry treasury strained, I tell you. And who do they look to for answers? Always to me." Ira regarded him silently, her green eyes calm and unreadable. Only after a pause did she speak, her tone as delicate as a blade's edge. "Before you ask for sympathy, Minister, I would ask you a question." Fudge blinked, his smile faltering. "Of course, my lady. Anything." Ira's gaze sharpened, though her posture remained as elegant as ever. "The attackers. The 7 who were slain that night. Have their identities been confirmed?" A flicker crossed Fudge's face, hesitation, discomfort, swiftly hidden beneath a laugh that rang hollow. "Oh, well, you see, Lady White, they were nobodies. Ruffians. Common thugs with no real significance. Hardly worth your attention." The garden seemed to still around them. Birds ceased their song. The air itself grew taut. Ira's voice fell, cold and cutting. "Minister Fudge. Answer my question." The forced smile wavered. Fudge shifted in his seat, glancing from one woman to the other. "Truly, Lady White, I assure you." "I know," Ira interrupted, her words slow and deliberate, impossible to mistake, "that they were purebloods. Do not insult me with evasions. I spoke to one myself that night," he claimed the Knot name. "The brother of Lord Knot, if I am not mistaken." Her gaze was unwavering, her elegance now turned into iron. "Now. You will tell me who they were. One by one. Name them. Otherwise you will know the consequences of your cover-up." Fudge's handkerchief trembled as he pressed it to his brow. A bead of sweat ran down his temple. "My lady, he faltered, then attempted bluster. "Surely you do not mean to threaten me." Ira's expression did not soften. Her voice was calm, but with the weight of command. "I do not threaten, Minister. I advise. Be careful in this moment. For years, the White family has extended its support to your ministry. Do not make us regret it. Now, answer. The silence stretched. Isabella's eyes, sharp and unwavering, fixed upon him. Emma stood like a shadow, silent yet watchful. Finally, Fudge sagged. His voice was low, miserable. The bodies, there were 7. 6, perhaps 7, recovered. But they vanished. Taken. Removed before we could complete our work. Removed by whom? Isabella asked, her voice cool as steel. I cannot say. Fudge burst out, wringing his hands. If I reveal it, the entire wizarding society may collapse into unrest. We need stability, ladies. What happened, happened. No one of consequence was harmed. A few injuries, yes, but healed. No lives lost, save for those 7 you slew. And I must urge you, let it rest. You would cover this up. Isabella's tone sharpened, her noble features stern. Do not play the fool with us, minister. Those were not drunken boys. They were not nameless thugs. The truth will come out. Fudge mopped his brow furiously, his voice rising in desperation. Why make my burden heavier? Why press me so? The matter is past. Why drag it back to light? Because, Ira said, her voice low, resonant and unyielding, you are hiding it. And I will not permit lies in my presence. Speak, minister. Who were they? The weight of her gaze broke him. His shoulders slumped. His voice was a whisper. They were young men of the old families. Purebloods, some called them once. Reckless, yes, but with names you would know. He listed them, one by one, each syllable reluctant, dragged from his throat like a confession. When the names were done, Ira's expression was unreadable. And those who fled? What of them? We could not identify them, Fudge admitted. They vanished without trace. Yet, Ira pressed, were any pureblood family seen to suffer injuries? Healers summoned in secret, perhaps. Fudge hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. I heard only a handful of healers were called to Malfoy Manor. They said Lady Malfoy had suffered a stroke, and treatment was needed at once. Ira's eyes flickered, cold with disdain. Curious. For Lady Malfoy sat with us in the VIP box. How, then, did she suffer a stroke that same night? Isabella's lips curved in a mirthless smile. It seems, then, that Lord Malfoy was among the attackers. Impossible. Fudge cried, desperate. Lucius Malfoy is a staunch supporter of the ministry. An honorable man. Ira ignored his protestations, her tone turning colder. Did the families of the dead request their bodies back? Fudge's hands twitched as he adjusted his robes. Yes, they did. We had to send them. Her gaze sharpened. And how much did they pay for you to return them? Fudge's composure broke. Please. Are you suggesting I was bribed? That I sold the bodies of terrorists to their families? Ira did not flinch. How much? The minister's eyes darted, then dropped. 5,000 galleons. Each. Ira inclined her head once, elegantly, as though she had expected no less. Then you will, in future, inform me of any others discovered. I have matters to settle. She rose gracefully, her cloak falling in silken folds. Emma, see the minister out. He is, no doubt, a busy man. Fudge scrambled to his feet, his hands spread in appeal. But Lady White, the ministry's coffers. Our losses are grievous. Surely the House of White could. Ira's interruption was calm, absolute. Not a single galleon, minister. I did not attack your Quidditch World Cup. I will not pay for others' crimes. If you require reparations, request them from the pureblood families involved. Not from me. Her words left no space for argument. Fudge's mouth opened, then shut. At a gesture from Ira, Emma led him, red-faced and sweating, back along the path toward the manor gates. The garden returned to quiet. Ira sat once more, her poise untouched, her gaze thoughtful. What do you think, Aunt? She asked softly. Isabella folded her hands in her lap. I think he has been bribed. Or perhaps blackmailed. Certainly, he fears the truth more than he fears dishonor. He seeks to preserve his reputation, to keep peace upon the surface, no matter what festers beneath. Her tone grew colder. As for the Malfoys, Lucius grows bolder, more reckless. Sending cursed objects to Hogwarts, terrorizing official events, clinging ever tighter to power. His ambition is dangerous. Ira's eyes glinted. Then we will keep watch. Lucius Malfoy is trying far too hard to draw close to the White family, grasping for power through us, one way or another. He has become reckless in his hunger. Every move of his must be observed, so he does nothing that could harm the White family, or twist our name for his own gain. For a moment, silence settled again over the roses and fountains. Then Isabella, with a faint smile, shifted the conversation. And tomorrow, you go to Hogwarts. Ira's composure softened, a hint of tenderness in her voice. Yes, tomorrow morning, the train departs for Scotland. I must be there. Then you must prepare, Isabella said. A new environment awaits. Best to be ready. Ira inclined her head in agreement, her voice serene. I shall be. Chapter 323, In the Train. The next morning, Ira rose early and bid farewell to her Aunt Isabella. With Emma at her side, she stepped into the Fleur network, and in a swirl of green flames, the two emerged near King's Cross Station. The bustling noise of the Muggle world greeted them, the hiss of trains, the shuffle of hurried commuters, the sharp whistle of guards calling out departure times. Ira's white hair drew more attention than she cared for. Though some Muggles were familiar with pale-haired people, but hers seemed to catch the light unnaturally, making more than a few passers-by pause in curiosity. She ignored the stares with practiced composure, her green eyes fixed ahead. Together, she and Emma wove through the crowds until they reached the inconspicuous barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Ira ran a gloved hand across the cool brick, then glanced at Emma. One after another, she murmured. Emma nodded, and with that, the two stepped briskly forward. In an instant, the clamor of the Muggle station melted away, replaced by the echoing hum of a world hidden within. On the other side stood the Hogwarts Express, gleaming red and magnificent even under the grey drizzle. Steam hissed from its pipes, curling into the rainy air. Families crowded the platform, mothers fussed over collars, fathers hoisted trunks, siblings squabbled or hugged farewell. Owls hooted irritably in their cages, and cats slunk between legs. Ira lifted her gaze to the great station clock, 10 o'clock. The train would leave in 1 hour. She turned to Emma, rain pattering lightly against her cloak. You should go back, Ira said gently. It's raining, and you still have a great deal to do. You and your wife have been busy these past few days and didn't have an alone time with each other, so use this opportunity wisely and make her happy, and you know the rest. Emma flushed faintly and gave a small cough. Ahem. If you need anything, my lady, just send an owl, or use the Fleur network from school or Hogsmeade. Ira nodded. Also, make sure to continue searching for Alicia White's information, especially the location of her portrait. Of course, my lady. Emma inclined her head. With that, Ira left her behind and crossed the slick stone platform toward the train. She carried little, no trunk, no parcels, only her wand at her side. All else, her books, robes, and school supplies, remained neatly tucked away in her system space. The interior of the express was alive with chatter and laughter. Students bustled through the narrow corridor, dragging bags and pets. Some compartments already brimmed with noisy games of exploding snap, while others were occupied by couples entwined in whispered embraces. Here and there, Ira caught sight of sharp words, of older students shoving younger ones, petty cruelties playing out under the dim carriage lamps. She moved steadily toward the rear until she found an empty compartment. A soft colloportus locked the door behind her, followed by a casual wave of her wand to cleanse the space. Dust lifted from the seats and motes of dirt scattered into nothing. Satisfied, she slid onto the bench and turned toward the rain-smeared window. Water coursed down the glass in rivulets, blurring the outside world into shadow and gray. For a moment, she allowed the soft rhythm of it to calm her thoughts. The door clicked. Ira turned. Standing there was a girl with long, straggly, dirty blonde hair and eyes so wide they seemed perpetually caught between wonder and distraction. Her pale brows were almost invisible against her skin, and around her neck hung a curious necklace, but turbier caps strung together like talismans. In her hand was a magazine, which she clutched upside down as if this were the most natural thing in the world. The girl stepped inside without hesitation, her aura radiating an odd mixture of serenity and strangeness. Hello, she said brightly. Ira White. Nice to meet you. Ira blinked, momentarily caught off guard. That this stranger knew her name was startling even though she was famous, but even more so was the ease with which she said it. Still, Ira inclined her head politely. Hello, young lady. A pleasure to meet you as well. The girl smiled wider. Oh, I'm Luna Lovegood. You can call me Luna. We'll be seeing each other a lot at Hogwarts. And with that, she settled into the seat across from Ira, lifted her upside-down magazine, and began to read with dreamy focus. Ira studied her quietly, lips parting in the faintest of smiles. She had met her share of unusual companions, Marin, for instance, with his irrepressible playboy charm, but this girl was something altogether different. Weirdly eccentric. Yet, oddly endearing. Perhaps even cute. Curiosity eventually got the better of her. What are you reading? She asked, gesturing toward the magazine. Luna tilted her head, considering, her silvery eyes sparkling. Oh, this. It's Quibbler magazine. My father is the editor, or perhaps the owner, I'm never quite sure which, she said dreamily. Here, you can look at it if you want. With a delicate flourish, Luna handed the magazine to Ira. Ira took it cautiously and began flipping through the pages. Immediately, her brow furrowed. The articles were unusual, to say the least. There were illustrations of invisible creatures called nargles, conspiracy theories about magical government officials, and detailed reports on crumplehorned snorkaks. Ira blinked. This all seems rather peculiar. It is, Luna said matter-of-factly, not at all embarrassed. But very true. You just have to know how to see it. Chapter 324, In the Train, 2. Ira tried not to let a smile escape. The content was absurd, but Luna's earnest expression made it impossible to treat it lightly. She closed the magazine respectfully, setting it on her lap. Luna leaned back and spoke softly, almost conspiratorially. Well, my father also wrote about you in previous editions. Ira's eyebrows shot up. About me? Yes, Luna said, nodding solemnly. He said you are the most powerful wizard, the beginning of a new era, even more powerful than Dumbledore, but that you choose to hide it, waiting for your enemies. Ira's lips twitched in barely suppressed amusement. He really said all that, she asked, struggling not to laugh. He did, Luna said earnestly, as if reading from scripture. And he also mentioned that you were born of a fairy, the same kind that kidnapped Merlin. That's why your hair is different from the rest of your family. Your real mother, or perhaps grandmother, gave you to the White family, and that's why you are unique. Ira stared at her, suppressing a chuckle. This was bizarre, to say the least. Born of a fairy? Really, she thought. Yet Luna delivered it with such reverent seriousness that she could not mock her. And there's more, Luna continued, tilting her head slightly. My father and I also wrote that you like girls, and that you have already had a couple of girlfriends. Ira's eyes widened slightly, a flash of inner panic crossing her features. Well, that's accurate. But I've hardly had any girlfriends. If Fleur found out, she would kill me, she thought, her mind racing. I see, she murmured, trying to maintain her serious demeanor. After a pause, Ira decided to turn the conversation back toward the present. What about you, she asked, leaning forward. Now that you've seen me, what do you think? What kind of person am I? Luna tilted her head, as if listening to some distant echo only she could hear. I don't know. I've only known you for a few minutes. But I believe what my father wrote. He has never been wrong. Ira nodded thoughtfully, the corner of her lips twitching despite herself. She decided to redirect. So, what grade are you in at Hogwarts? Well, Luna said dreamily, I'll be starting my 3rd year this year. So, 3rd grade. And which house are you in? Ira asked, trying to ground the conversation in normalcy after the fantastical claims. I'm in Ravenclaw, Luna said with a soft smile. I like the towers and the quiet. And, the moonlight shines best on the library windows. Ira blinked, briefly taken aback. Only Luna could make something like that sound completely normal. Luna leaned closer and whispered, as if sharing a secret with the compartment itself, and sometimes, if you're quiet enough, you can hear the rackspurts flying in the rafters. Ira's composure faltered slightly. Rackspurts. Flying through the train. She pursed her lips, suppressing a laugh, and gave Luna a small nod. I see, fascinating. Minutes passed, filled with the gentle clatter of the train and the rhythmic drumming of rain. Luna began pointing out various illustrations in the magazine, describing creatures Ira had never heard of, diricals, crumplehorned snorkaks, and fanged flyers. Each time, Ira's inner amusement grew, but she remained carefully serious, nodding and occasionally asking clarifying questions, her curiosity piqued despite the absurdity. The door to the compartment suddenly clicked. A cheerful trolley saleswoman peeked in, balancing a tray of drinks and snacks. Would anyone like to purchase anything? Pumpkin juice, chocolate frogs, birdie bots. Ira's eyes lit up. Is there mango juice? She asked quickly. The woman shook her head. I'm afraid not, miss. But we do have mango-flavored candies, sweets, and preserves. Ira smiled. I'll take everything mango-flavored you have, and 2 bottles of pumpkin juice, 1 for me and 1 for my friend. She gestured to Luna, who smiled quietly in appreciation. The saleswoman nodded and bustled off, the cart rattling softly down the aisle. Ira watched the rain streaking the windows, feeling the warmth of the compartment contrast with the chill outside. She glanced at Luna, who was already nibbling on a mango candy with serene delight. Do you like it? Ira asked, genuinely curious. Luna smiled dreamily. I do. Mango is soft and sunny. Like the first light of summer. Ira could not help it, her lips twitched again, almost betraying her amusement. She quickly returned her gaze to the window, pretending to be serious. I see, she murmured, but inside, she was thoroughly entertained. Outside, the rain continued its steady drizzle, blurring the countryside into a watercolor of greens and grays. The Hogwarts Express began to move, its wheels clattering along the tracks as steam hissed from the engine. Inside, the two girls settled into an easy silence, punctuated by Luna's occasional observations of unseen creatures and Ira's polite, serious nods. And though Ira would never admit it aloud, she was quietly charmed by Luna's eccentricities. Perhaps studying at Hogwarts would be far more interesting than she had expected. Chapter 325, The Castle Beyond the Rain. The train gave a final shuddering whistle as it slowed, steam billowing around the platform. Rain hammered against the windows, drumming so loudly that it muffled even the excited chatter of the students. The sky outside was iron gray, the storm above unrelenting. Inside the compartment, Ira rose from her seat and reached for her pouch, though she had little need of it, most of her belongings being neatly stored away in her system space. Still, appearances mattered. Luna, already fastening her Ravenclaw tie, glanced at her dreamily. "We'd best change into our uniforms," she said matter-of-factly, as if the idea had floated into her mind like a rackspurt. Ira nodded. She took out her robes and, within minutes, was clad in the Hogwarts uniform. The black fabric contrasted strikingly with her pale complexion and white hair, which gleamed against the dark cloth like starlight against a night sky. Even Luna, who rarely looked at things directly, tilted her head and blinked at her as though seeing something otherworldly. "You look like a shadow with a crown of light," Luna murmured. Ira only smiled faintly, adjusting her cloak. "Thank you." When the train ground to a halt, the corridors filled quickly with jostling students. Excitement, nerves, and the shrill calls of prefects carried above the noise. Outside, the storm raged on. Older students moved toward the line of carriages waiting beyond the rain-slick platform. The creatures pulling them, tall, skeletal, and leathery-winged, were visible to some, invisible to others. Thestrals, Ira remembered. Creatures that could only be seen by those who had witnessed death, and she too could see them. Luna, drifting serenely toward the carriages, turned back to wave. "See you at the castle, Ira." Ira inclined her head. She did not join her, however. Instead, she turned toward the group of wide-eyed first-years gathering nervously under the rain. She was not required to be with them, this would technically be her 4th year, but tradition was tradition. Any student newly admitted to Hogwarts crossed the Black Lake by boat. So Ira, ignoring the puzzled glances of some staff, fell into step behind the smaller children. "First years," a booming voice called through the storm. "First years, this way. Over here now." Hagrid stood tall and broad, his hair plastered to his massive shoulders by the rain. His lantern swung in the gloom, its golden light flickering against the sheets of water. "Come on now, boats are waitin'," he bellowed. The group shuffled down the slippery path, the rain soaking through cloaks and hats. Ira raised her wand discreetly. A swirl of magic burst from its tip, forming a shimmering umbrella above her boat as she stepped inside. 3 other first-years clambered in with her, looking miserably wet until the shelter spread over them. Their wide-eyed gratitude made Ira's lips twitch in the faintest of smiles. "Thank you," a small boy whispered, clutching his toad. "You're welcome," Ira replied simply. Hagrid's voice boomed again, echoing off the waters. "Right then, forward." The boats lurched and glided across the dark, rippling surface of the Black Lake. Rain splashed like silver darts against the conjured umbrella, sliding harmlessly away. Ira's eyes lifted to the far shore, and despite the storm, she felt her breath catch. There, through the mist and rain, loomed the castle. Hogwarts rose from the craggy cliffs like a vision from another world, towers piercing the clouds, windows glowing like scattered stars against stone walls. Even under the veil of storm, it was beautiful. A fortress and sanctuary both, surrounded by forest and lake, timeless and untouchable. The younger students gasped in awe, whispering nervously among themselves. Ira remained silent, her gaze lingering on the turrets and spires. She had seen the castle once before, when Dumbledore had summoned her, but this was different. Then, she had been a guest. Tonight, she came as a student. The boats bumped softly against the shore. One by one, the first years scrambled out, guided by Hagrid's lantern. Ira followed, her cloak sweeping behind her as the rain hissed down around them. "Follow me, first years," Hagrid called, leading them up the stone steps that wound into the castle's shadow. The heavy doors creaked open, and they stepped into the entrance hall, blessedly dry and warm. Professor McGonagall awaited them, her tartan robes immaculate despite the storm outside. Her sharp gaze swept over the crowd of dripping first-years before briefly flicking, ever so slightly, to Ira. Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she said nothing. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began, her voice crisp and commanding. "The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is of great importance, for while you are here, your house will be something like your family. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The first years shifted nervously, their faces pale. McGonagall continued, her tone steady but laced with pride. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points. Any rule breaking, however, will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor indeed. Her gaze swept over them again, assessing, measuring. Then she gave a short nod. Now, follow me. The group was ushered through the great double doors into the great hall. Iris' steps slowed as she entered. The hall was vast, the enchanted ceiling mirroring the storm outside, dark clouds and flashes of lightning rolling above their heads. Thousands of floating candles flickered in midair, casting a warm golden glow over 4 long tables filled with older students. The sound of their whispers and stares filled the chamber as the line of first years entered. Iris' eyes lingered on the grandeur of it all, the glittering plates and goblets, the banners of the houses, the staff table at the front. And there, presiding over it all, sat Albus Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling with their usual mirth behind his half-moon glasses. At the center of the dais, on a stool, sat the Sorting Hat. It twitched. Then, with a loud rip in its brim, it began to sing. Its voice echoed through the hall, weaving verses about courage, loyalty, wit, and ambition. The students listened, some entranced, some anxious. Ira listened as well, her arms folded loosely before her. The words were clever, old, and full of meaning. When the hat finished, applause rang out. Dumbledore rose to his feet, his eyes glinting. "Thank you, Sorting Hat," he said cheerfully. "That was a wonderful performance, as always. Now, let us begin the sorting. Professor McGonagall." She stepped forward with the roll of parchment, unfurling it with a practiced snap. The hall hushed. One by one, names were called. Nervous children scurried forward, the hat was placed upon their heads, and cheers erupted as houses gained their new members. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, the traditions carried on, each name met with claps or groans. Ira watched silently from the back of the line, her pale eyes roaming the hall, memorizing faces, tables, banners. She stood taller than most of the children around her, a strange figure among them, neither truly one of them, nor a part. At last, McGonagall's voice rang out above the hall again. Her eyes flickered toward Ira. "White, Ira White." And the hall fell into a hush. Chapter 326, The Sorting. Ira White. The name rang out across the great hall, spoken with crisp clarity by Professor McGonagall. A hush swept the chamber. The long tables of students, alive with chatter only a moment before, fell into expectant silence. All eyes turned toward the white-haired girl who now rose from the group of first years waiting at the front. Ira walked forward at a steady pace, unhurried, her back straight and movements composed. Overhead, the enchanted ceiling showed sheets of rain sweeping across a storm-dark sky, the flashes of lightning casting brief silver highlights over her pale hair. In the shifting light, her green eyes held a cool, steady gleam as every step carried her closer to the front of the hall. Whispers began to stir, first a ripple, then a swell. "That's her, the white girl. She's the matriarch of the White family, isn't she? They say she's also a Hogwarts governor. Merlin, she's beautiful." Some voices carried admiration, others envy. "So what if she's beautiful?" a sharp voice of a girl sneered from the Gryffindor table. "She's nothing more than a rich girl, lucky she was born into one of the oldest families. That's all." At the Hufflepuff table, 2 boys whispered and chuckled. "Do you think I've got a chance with her?" one asked hopefully. "In your dreams," his friend snorted. "Look at you. Why would she ever notice?" "Well, at least I'm not ugly," the first boy shot back. "Maybe she'll go for someone handsome. Maybe I've got a shot." Murmurs followed her like a tide. Some were awed, some cutting, some openly admiring. The White name was heavy with history, and her presence only deepened the curiosity. Unbothered by the whispers of the students, Ira walked with quiet grace to the stool at the center of the hall. She sat, smoothing her robes lightly as Professor McGonagall lowered the Sorting Hat onto her head. The hat's voice stirred immediately in her mind. The noblest of the noble, yes, I see it clear enough. A touch of Bosbaden's magic clings to you, how curious indeed. Calm on the surface, yet a storm beneath. And of course, a white. No wonder the hall whispers your name. But bloodline aside. Where to place you, It hummed as though thinking. I see wit, a sharpness of mind, Ravenclaw would welcome you. And courage, yes, enough for Gryffindor. But ambition burns steady here, ambition and a cool composure. You would thrive among serpents. Ira's lips curved faintly, though she remained silent. No struggle from you, I already know where you belong. Very well. Better be. Slytherin. The last word boomed across the great hall. The Slytherin table erupted in applause. From the Slytherin table, a boy leaned toward his friends with a smug smile. I told you she'd end up here. Slytherin's for purebloods, where else would she go? Of course she's Slytherin. Pure blood, old family, where else? A Gryffindor down the table gave a sharp scoff, loud enough for others to hear. Of course she would be there. Another Death Eater in the making, reserved already. Whispers spread quickly, some curious, some envious, some spiteful. A few Ravenclaws craned their necks to get a better look at her, while the Hufflepuffs exchanged uneasy glances, unsure what to think. Ron leaned across the Gryffindor table toward Harry, keeping his voice low but sharp. Hermione keeps going on about her, says she's a friend. But I don't know, mate, she looks more like Malfoy to me. That pureblood sort, like a proper supremacist. Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table, curious. Ira lifted the sorting hat and set it carefully back on the stool. As she rose, her school uniform shimmered and shifted, silver accents glinting along the seams, and her tie sliding from gray to deep green, the emblem of Slytherin now stitched proudly across her chest. Calm and unhurried, she walked toward the Slytherin table. As she sat, the introductions began almost at once. A girl with dark hair, Gemma Farley, leaned forward with delight shining in her eyes. Welcome to Slytherin House, Lady White. It is an honor. Before Ira could reply, a tall boy with sandy hair from the Shafik family stepped forward eagerly. He reached for her hand, but she didn't offer it, just gave a single, calm nod in acknowledgement. Undeterred, he grinned and rushed on, words spilling over with praise. It's an honor to share a house with you. Your presence lifts us all. Slytherin will thrive with someone like you among us. I can only hope to follow even a fraction of the example you set. The flattery was excessive, but Ira only inclined her head politely. More students shuffled closer. Two girls in particular rose from their seats, moving toward her with deliberate formality. They stopped, bowed, and introduced themselves in perfect unison. I am Daphne Greengrass, said the elder, her expression composed, nearly cold. And I am Astoria Greengrass, added the younger, softer-voiced, her cheeks pink. We are honored to welcome the matriarch of the White family, Daphne continued smoothly. Ira gave them a small, kind smile. Please, sit. We are all students here. No need for such formality. Relax. Daphne's face hardly shifted, though her eyes flickered with restrained respect. Astoria, however, giggled faintly as she sat down, bashful but earnest. I've read about you, Astoria admitted quickly, her words tumbling out. Your speeches in the Daily Prophet, and in the French papers too, I know so much already. It's amazing to finally meet you. Her sister nudged her sharply. Astoria. Show restraint. But Ira's smile only warmed a little. There's no harm in honesty. The sorting continued as more names were called. One by one, students crossed the floor, placed beneath the hat, and were sent to their houses. Then Professor McGonagall's voice carried again. Isaac Rowan. Heads turned. A murmur passed through the hall. The surname carried weight, an American pureblood family, known among the 12 Aurors descendants. A boy strode forward, taller and looked older than most first years, with black hair and a steady, deliberate gait. His blue eyes caught the torchlight as he moved toward the stool. Ira noticed, faintly, that she had not seen him among the boats or the crowd entering the castle. He must have arrived separately, later than the others. Professor McGonagall settled the hat upon his head. It hardly lingered before declaring, Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table clapped as Isaac removed the hat and walked toward them. But as he did, his gaze flicked with undisguised interest toward Ira. His blue eyes lingered a heartbeat too long before he sat among his new housemates. Ira, serene as ever, merely shifted her gaze forward. The sorting went on. Isaac Rowan. Chapter 327, The Feast and the Announcement. The clatter of cutlery and soft murmur of students filled the great hall as the last of the sorting was completed. Ira sat at the Slytherin table, her posture straight, her hands folded lightly in front of her. The green and silver banners above flickered in the candlelight, while the enchanted ceiling mirrored the storm outside, dark clouds rolling, occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the hall in stark silver. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose. His long, silver beard seemed to shimmer as he straightened, eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. The chatter of the hall slowly died down, all attention drawn to him. Welcome, he began in his calm, measured voice, to another year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before we begin the feast, I have a few announcements to make. A hush fell over the students, all leaning in with anticipation. Ira listened silently, her face composed, observing the hall as it shifted between whispers and curiosity. This year, Dumbledore continued, we will not be holding the traditional Quidditch games at the start of term. This is due to special circumstances involving renovations to the Quidditch pitch and certain magical precautions. A murmur ran through the hall. Some students sighed in disappointment, others whispered in concern. Ira, however, remained calm, merely observing the reactions, her green eyes taking in every detail without judgment. Before Dumbledore could continue, the doors at the far end of the hall swung open. A tall, broad-shouldered man strode in, his long, patched coat swaying with each step. One eye, a magical, amber orb, swiveled independently, scanning the hall with an unblinking, piercing gaze. His face was rugged and scarred, lines etched deep from years of dangerous work, and the jagged scar across his cheek hinted at battles long past. Every movement carried a quiet menace, a reminder that this was a man who had faced true darkness and lived. A ripple of whispers spread through the students, some awed, some anxious. That's Mad-Eye Moody, the Auror? Wasn't he retired? What's he doing here? The one who captured more dark wizards than anyone else in Ministry history. Half of Azkaban inmates owes their sentence to him. He never misses, they say. Mad-Eye Moody. I've heard he's terrifying in a duel. And his magical eye sees everything. Students craned their necks to get a better look, some leaning forward in fascination, others shrinking slightly, unsettled by the stories and his presence. Every table seemed to buzz with a mixture of awe, fear, and gossip, the legendary reputation of the new defense against the dark arts professor filling the hall long before he spoke. Ah, Dumbledore said with a subtle smile, I see we have a new face to welcome as well. Professor Moody, please do come forward. Moody gave a curt nod, stepping forward with a slow, measured gait. His magical eye scanned the students again, lingering for just a moment on Ira, though she neither flinched nor moved. Good evening, Moody said, his voice rough and deliberate. I look forward to instructing the students in defense against the dark arts. A polite applause followed. Dumbledore turned back to the students. And now, he said, his voice carrying the warmth and gravity that had always commanded attention, we have a very different occasion to announce. This year, Hogwarts will welcome not only its own students, but also 2 transfer students, one from France, and another from the esteemed Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in North America. A ripple of whispers spread through the hall. Curious glances were cast toward Ira, who remained composed, quietly listening. The other transfer student was Isaac, though Dumbledore continued before students could speculate too long. In addition, Dumbledore went on, Hogwarts has been chosen to host the Triwizard Tournament once again. This year's competition will involve only students who have reached the age of 17. Those younger than 17 may, unfortunately, not participate. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Some students protested immediately, voices rising in excitement and disbelief. 17. That leaves me out, one boy exclaimed. What about the younger champions? Another asked, confused. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing the hall with practiced ease. I understand your disappointment, he said gently, but the tournament's nature requires participants of a certain maturity and magical experience. Safety is paramount. That is why the age limit is strictly observed. Ira listened, as always, calm and composed, her attention fully focused on Dumbledore's words. She noted the reactions of those around her, some eager, some envious, some debating quietly with their neighbors. She remained unaffected by their emotions, a silent observer to the storm of excitement and discussion around the Triwizard Tournament. Now, Dumbledore continued, let us formally welcome Professor Moody as our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and acknowledge the presence of our 2 distinguished transfer students. We hope that both will find Hogwarts a place of learning, growth, and friendship. A polite applause followed again. Ira merely inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. With the announcements concluded, the enchanted ceiling above brightened subtly, and the tables suddenly groaned under the weight of platters piled with roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, and a variety of magical delicacies. Plates clattered as owls delivered pumpkin juice and other drinks. The hall buzzed with a mixture of excitement and hunger. Ira reached for a goblet of pumpkin juice, pouring herself a modest serving. She began eating with composed elegance, careful and deliberate, her movements refined and measured. She sampled the roast chicken, taking a small piece before moving to the vegetables, her gaze occasionally flicking across the hall to observe her fellow students' reactions. Around her, students talked in low tones, still discussing the Triwizard Tournament announcement. Some young Slytherins whispered strategies and possibilities, while Gryffindors argued over who would be the likely champion. Ravenclaws debated magical theories, and Hufflepuffs focused on the fairness of the age limit. Chapter 328, The Slytherin Common Room. The tables in the Great Hall were nearly cleared when Dumbledore rose once more. Dessert plates shimmered with remnants of treacle tart and chocolate pudding, and the air was warm with candlelight. The headmaster's eyes twinkled as he spread his hands. Well, now that we are all full, he paused, smiling faintly, or at least I hope so. If not, I expect you will find a way into the kitchens before long. And since I know some of you will, I shan't worry too much. Laughter rippled through the hall. Professor McGonagall, however, gave Dumbledore one of her pointed looks, her lips pressed tightly together. Dumbledore returned her glare with the air of a kindly grandfather who had just told a joke, terrible or otherwise. He went on cheerfully, "Now that you are all welcomed back to Hogwarts, I must remind you of a few simple rules. The Forbidden Forest is, as ever, forbidden. Any student caught venturing within will be given detention." From the Gryffindor table, a bold voice rang out. "Then we'll just make sure we don't get caught, sir." The hall erupted in laughter. McGonagall's eyes narrowed at once, particularly as it had come from her own house, and she gave a long-suffering sigh. Dumbledore merely chuckled, his beard trembling. "Well," he said, "I'm afraid that sort of logic tends to unravel rather quickly when it meets the creatures of the forest. In any case, rules are rules. Now, off to bed with you. Lessons begin tomorrow." Benches scraped back and chatter filled the air again as students began rising and streaming toward the doors, called to order by their prefects. At the Slytherin table, Gemma Farley, tall, sharp-eyed, and confident, stood. "First years. New students," she called firmly, her voice cutting through the noise. "This way, please. Follow me." The youngest Slytherins gathered quickly, some nervous, some wide-eyed. Ira rose as well, gliding into step with the crowd. She had barely taken a few steps when a voice at her side spoke. "It's good to see you here, Ira. Especially in Slytherin." She turned her head, slightly amused. Draco Malfoy was walking beside her, a crooked smile tugging at his pale face. For the first time, he had abandoned the stiff and practiced Miss White that usually slipped so carefully from his tongue. Instead, he had called her simply by her name. The informality caught her off guard. In all their previous encounters, he had kept a deliberate distance, speaking as though she were some porcelain figure he had to handle with care. Now, however, his words sounded easier, almost casual. Ira inclined her head politely, a faint smile playing at her lips. "It is good to see you too, Draco. Most of my family's line has walked the same path, Slytherin, generation after generation. So it seems only fitting that I was judged to follow them." Draco's smile grew smug. "Of course. It's fitting. Imagine if you had ended up in Gryffindor, reckless fools, all of them, or worse, in Hufflepuff, with the Muggle lovers. That would have been a shame." Ira kept her gaze steady, unfazed by any of the usual barbs aimed at other houses as they walked through the torchlit corridors. "How is your mother doing, Draco? I heard she hasn't been feeling well recently. Is she all right?" Draco blinked, his smugness faltering. "Who said that?" "My mother is perfectly fine." "Are you sure?" Ira asked softly. "Yes," Draco said quickly. "Why would she be sick?" He broke off abruptly, his eyes widening as though something unpleasant had just occurred to him. His expression stiffened, and after a short pause, he muttered, I need to speak with Professor Snape." And without another word, he turned on his heel and strode away, vanishing down a side passage. Ira's lips curved into the faintest smirk. She knew very well why Draco had reacted so. The boy had clearly forgotten the panic at the Quidditch World Cup final, and the St. Mungo's healers at Malfoy Manor that night. In his fluster, he had almost let something slip. Ira thought of that night briefly, of the injuries she implicated on those attackers, and concluded with quiet amusement that Lucius Malfoy had been clever, or lucky, enough to escape. And now, judging by Draco's reaction, it's certain that he had been among them as well. Her musings were interrupted as Gemma Farley's firm voice cut through the air. "Here we are, the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The password changes weekly. Tonight's is purity." She spoke the word clearly, and the bare stretch of dungeon wall slid aside to reveal the entrance. Students pressed forward eagerly. Ira stepped inside. The common room stretched long and low, with a ceiling that arched like the underside of a cave. A faint greenish glow illuminated the stone, filtering through windows that opened onto the depths of the black lake. Shadows of fish darted past, and once, the enormous shape of something far larger drifted lazily by, casting the room in moving darkness. Green lamps flickered along the walls, casting watery light over the heavy, carved furniture. Silver and green banners draped here and there, and a vast fireplace blazed at the far end, its warmth battling the damp chill of the dungeons. Gothic details adorned the room, skulls, serpents, and silver trim. Gemma Farley raised a hand, halting the new students. "Now, all of you, step aside. The dean wishes to speak with us." As she spoke, the double doors at the far end of the hall swung open once more. From the shadowed archway, a tall, black-clad figure glided in, moving with the quiet, deliberate precision of someone entirely in control. His greasy black hair fell in strands around his pale, sharp-featured face, framing cold, dark eyes that scanned the room like a predator assessing its surroundings. His long robes whispered against the floor, immaculate yet severe, and his posture was unnervingly straight, as though any slouch would betray weakness. The students, sensing the weight of his presence, fell into a tense silence. Every step he took seemed measured, deliberate. When he finally reached the front, he stopped, his eyes sweeping across the room with a detached intensity, pausing just long enough to make each student feel the scrutiny. Professor Severus Snape. You are fortunate, Snape said in his low, silky voice, to have been sorted into Slytherin. Do not disgrace it. He let the words hang in the silence, his black eyes sweeping across the room. Slytherins work hard. Slytherins prove themselves. I will not have this house shamed by unruly behavior or mediocrity. You are students of Hogwarts, not lords and ladies of some pretentious family line. Here, you are equals. Here, you are to rise on your own merits. His gaze lingered, just for a moment, on Ira. Then he continued coldly. And no politics. Not within these walls. You are here to learn, not to posture. Am I clear? Yes, Professor, the students murmured. Snape gave a final sweep of his gaze, then turned. Prefects, see the new students to their dormitories. With a billow of robes, he disappeared through a side passage, leaving silence in his wake. Right, Gemma said briskly, her voice cutting the tension. First years, this way. New fourth year, Lady White, this way, please. She led Ira down a branching corridor lined with the same green glass lamps and the occasional glimpse of the lake outside. The air smelled faintly of damp stone and salt water. At last they reached a large doorway. This is your dormitory, Gemma said, inclining her head slightly. You'll be sharing with the fourth-year girls. I trust you'll find it comfortable. Good evening, Lady White. Thank you, Ira replied evenly. Inside, the dormitory was richly furnished in Slytherin's dark style. Four beds stood in the corners, each with heavy green privacy curtains and polished wardrobes beside them. Silver serpent emblems gleamed on the posts, and the whole room glowed with the same eerie, lake-lit hue. Ira found her name neatly tagged on one bed. She raised her wand and murmured a quick charm, cleaning the space thoroughly before setting about arranging her belongings. From her enchanted pouch, she drew clothes, books, and a thick blanket of her own, placing each item with careful precision. Within an hour, the space bore her mark, orderly, simple, but unmistakably hers. Satisfied, she took a towel and her shampoo, slipping into the private girls' bath beyond the corridor. The steam and warmth chased away the chill of the dungeons, and when she returned, her white hair damp and loose over her shoulders, she found that she was no longer alone. 3 girls were in the dormitory now, chatting animatedly with one another. They looked up as she entered. Chapter 329, First Night in the Slytherin Dormitory. Ira returned from the baths with her hair damp, the scent of lavender soap still clinging faintly to her skin. A faint steam curled upward from the ends of her white hair as she stepped into the Slytherin girls' dormitory. She carried her folded towel and the little satchel she used for her shampoo and oils, her mind pleasantly quiet after the heat of the water had soothed away the last of the day's fatigue. But the quiet did not last. 3 girls were inside now. Her eyes landed immediately on one of them, Daphne Greengrass. Ira recognized her instantly. They had been introduced briefly in the Great Hall, polite words exchanged under the flickering candlelight. Daphne carried herself with the same composed air as before, pale blonde hair pulled neatly back, her fine features reserved, her blue eyes cautious but not unkind. Even now, she sat on the edge of her bed with the posture of someone who had been taught from birth how to carry the dignity of an old family name. The other 2 were new to her. Tracy Davis, with her light brown hair tied messily at the back of her head, had an open, warm face that broke into an easy grin as soon as she noticed Ira. Something about her seemed immediately approachable, almost disarming. She fiddled with her trunk latch, then waved cheerfully with a kind of bashful energy, like she wasn't quite sure whether waving was the proper thing to do but did it anyway. And then there was Pansy Parkinson. Dark-haired, with sharp eyes and a pug-like set to her face, she looked up at Ira as though measuring her from head to toe. Unlike Tracy's openness or Daphne's reserve, Pansy's expression carried something closer to hostility. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest, chin tilted up, as if daring Ira to come closer. These 3, apparently, were her roommates. Ira stepped into the room without hesitation, placing her towel neatly on her trunk. She turned to face the others, calm and composed as ever. At Bowsbaton's, she had always had a room to herself, never sharing it with anyone. The only exception had been during the summer at the White Manor, when she shared a room with Fleur Delacour. Many nights had been spent together. After all, Fleur was her girlfriend, and it had never made her uneasy. Rooming with others now was new, but it didn't faze her in the slightest. I suppose, Ira said evenly, her voice soft but steady, we'll be seeing a great deal of one another this year. It was Tracy who leapt in first, her grin widening. That's one way to put it, she said in a joking tone. I'm Tracy. Tracy Davis. I guess we'll be partners in crime, or partners in late-night essays, more likely. Ira blinked at her, then let the faintest smile tug at her lips. Tracy's bashfulness made her words more endearing than bold. Daphne inclined her head politely. You already know me, of course, she said, her voice quiet, almost careful. Daphne Greengrass. Yes, Ira answered. We met earlier. It's good to see a familiar face. Pansy, however, said nothing. She only gave a sharp sniff and turned her head slightly aside, as though Ira's very presence offended her. Tracy nudged her with her elbow. And that's Pansy Parkinson. Don't mind her, she's like that with everyone at first. I am not, Pansy snapped immediately, her voice cutting through the room. Then her dark eyes flicked back toward Ira. Just with some people. Ira looked at her, not even flinching at the harsh words or the obvious hostility. She didn't care. People could throw all the aggression they wanted, if it wasn't worth her attention, it didn't bother her. Still, she let it go, brushing the moment aside. Well, she said mildly, hostile or not, we'll still be sharing the same space. Best to at least be civil. Tracy gave an awkward laugh, Daphne pressed her lips together, and Pansy's eyes narrowed. For a while, the conversation drifted lightly, but Tracy's curiosity quickly grew impossible to contain. She leaned forward, her eyes wide and sparkling. So. Ira, you're from Bosbaden's, right? I heard you transferred from there. Is that true? Ira inclined her head slightly, her calm composure never wavering. Yes. I spent 3 years there, from first grade to third grade. And now I've transferred here. Tracy's face lit up, and she spoke in that familiar enthusiastic, almost breathless tone. Oh. I've heard so many things. Some say the students at Bosbaden's can make magic that's, like, completely impossible. I mean, spells that bend the air, summon storms, and even make objects dance on their own. Is that true? Ira suppressed a smile, finding herself quietly amused by the way Tracy's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Some of it, yes, she said, tilting her head slightly. But not all. Stories tend to grow taller the more they're told. Tracy pressed on, leaning even closer. And I heard the boys are incredibly handsome. Like, seriously, more handsome than English boys. Some say they're so charming that girls just swoon in the halls. Is that true? Are French boys really that good-looking? Ira shook her head gently, letting a faint, amused smile tug at her lips. Well, some are. But not all. And remember, most students aren't French at all, many are from other European countries, so you get a mix. Tracy's hands fluttered excitedly as she continued. And the dueling. Oh, the dueling. I heard it's intense there, like, students practicing spells mid-air and dodging curses as if they're in a storybook battle. And the potions, people say the professors are almost impossible to please. And, oh, some even say that magical creatures roam the halls, and that some students have their own familiars, like, dragons or giant owls. Ira let out a soft chuckle, genuinely amused. Dragons and giant owls, huh? That's definitely an exaggeration, she said. The dueling is lively, though only once you're old enough to participate, and the professors, well, they're certainly exacting, I'll give you that. Tracy wasn't done yet. And the parties? I heard the parties are unbelievable. Girls in glittering robes, music that lasts until dawn, dancing on floating platforms, fireworks in the courtyard, oh. And some say even the headmistress joins in on the fun. Is any of that true? Ira shook her head, amusement flickering across her face. Some of it's true, in a way, lively celebrations do happen. But floating platforms and headmistress fireworks? That one's been enhanced in the telling. Tracy laughed, delighted, as if every answer only encouraged her. Oh, I can imagine. It must be incredible to study there. I would have loved to see it for myself. And I heard the food is amazing, magical desserts that float and rearrange themselves on your plate. Is that really true? Ira's smile widened just slightly, enjoying the ridiculousness of some of the rumors. A few desserts do have a little magic, yes, she admitted. But not everything you hear is true. Stories grow taller with each retelling. Meanwhile, Daphne responded politely when spoken to, though she seemed content to mostly listen rather than offer much of herself. Pansy remained clipped, her tone sharp whenever she chose to speak, clearly unimpressed by Tracy's enthusiasm. Chapter 330, First Night in the Slytherin Dormitory, 2. But then something shifted. It was one of Ira's casual remarks, spoken without any hidden weight. She had commented simply that tomorrow would be a long day, and that it might be wise to rest early. A harmless observation. Yet Pansy bristled. Her posture stiffened, her eyes flashing with controlled fire as she leaned forward. Don't tell me what to do, she said, her voice low and heated. You think you can come in here and act like you're above everyone? Like you own the place? I'm not one of your servants to accept everything you say or bow to every command. If you think you can intimidate me, think again. The way she spoke made it clear she found the attempt almost comical. Ira blinked, surprised, but only faintly. Then, slowly, her lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. She tilted her head, regarding Pansy with an amused glint in her green eyes. I think it's best if you tell me why you've been so hostile, she said softly, her tone even but firm. Admit it. Let me know the reason for this, because I don't plan to spend the whole year in this mess with you. Or are you just trying to assert your dominion over me? Look, I don't care if you consider yourself the boss girl here. I don't care about that. All I ask is that you respect me. If you do, I will respect you. If not, don't behave like an animal. Pansy's eyes narrowed, her tone dripping with offense. Are you calling me an animal? Ira shook her head slightly, a faint amused smile still playing on her lips. No. I'm not saying you're an animal. You're a good, beautiful girl. But the way you're behaving, trying to assert dominion over me, is childish. I don't want a problem with you. If a problem arises, I handle it. Clearly. I don't want you to see how I solve problems. Pansy sneered, her voice sharp. So, are you threatening me, Mrs. Matriarch? Ira's smile deepened slightly, calm and unshaken. No. I'm not threatening you. You're a child. I have no desire to intimidate you. I only want to remind you, I will not tolerate unnecessary hostility. For a heartbeat, the room thickened with tension. Tracy shifted nervously on her bed, and Daphne's eyes flicked between them but she said nothing. Ira leaned back slightly, folding her arms across her chest, utterly unbothered. What I don't understand, she continued, her voice calm, is why. We've only just met. You don't know me. I don't know you. So why the hostility? Pansy's mouth opened as though to answer, but no words came. She scoffed, turning sharply away, muttering under her breath as she climbed into her bed. The moment broke. Tracy, looking uneasy, slipped over toward Ira. She lowered her voice, whispering just for her. It's not exactly about you. Not, directly. Ira arched a brow, waiting. Tracy hesitated, glancing at Pansy's bed to make sure she wasn't listening. Then she leaned in closer. Her father was attacked. During the Quidditch World Cup. That night. Her voice wavered. He lost his foot. Completely cut off. And his right eye, it's gone. He can't see. He's bedridden now, at home. Her brother's taken up as acting Lord Parkinson. Ira's expression remained steady, her face betraying nothing, but inside, everything clicked into place. That night, the chaos, the dark cloaks, the burning light, the screams, she remembered it all as if it were happening again. More than 20 of them had attacked her at once. She had fought them all, wielding her gravity charm with absolute control, pressing them down with relentless weight until their bones shattered beneath it. The memory was sharp, vivid, and utterly clear. She remembered each of them, especially those who had tormented the Robert family, how they had laughed at fear, how they had struck with cruel precision. And now, looking back, she saw the truth. One of those men, one of the attackers she had crushed under her gravity charm, that man had been Pansy's father. A faint smirk curved across her lips, though she kept her voice even. I see. That explains it. Tracy rushed on, perhaps mistaking the calmness for concern. They've brought in a healer from America. They say he might be able to regrow his foot, but the eye, that's gone forever. He'll never see out of it again. Before Ira could answer, Pansy's voice rang out across the room, sharp as a whip. Don't talk about my father to strangers. Tracy flinched, paling, and ducked her head quickly. Sorry, she stammered, her voice small. Then, more quietly to Ira, she's moody. But it'll pass. Give her time. You'll see. Ira shook her head faintly, her silver hair shifting against her shoulders. I don't care, she said softly. Then, more firmly, go to sleep. Tomorrow classes begin. We'll need the rest. She returned to her own bed, drawing her wand in a smooth motion. With quiet precision, she layered subtle protective charms around her space, not because she truly feared an attack from a sulking girl, but because it was habit. And because one could never be too careful when vengeance stirred in the hearts of others. The glow of the spell shimmered faintly, then faded into invisibility. Satisfied, Ira lay back against her pillows. Her eyes closed, her mind quiet once more. Chapter 331, His POV. The Ravenclaw Tower was quiet at that hour of the night, its high-arched windows letting in slivers of silver light from the waxing moon. All the common room candles had died down to dull the light, glowing faintly in the vast darkness of the common room. From the darkness of the boys' dormitory, a figure emerged. He moved carefully, his footsteps light upon the spiral staircase. He looked older than most third years, already tall, with shoulders that hinted at the frame he would one day grow into. 16 or 15 years of age, but the stiffness in his movements, the perpetual heaviness in his gaze, marked him as someone carrying burdens far beyond schoolwork or exams. His hair, dark and slightly unkempt, fell across his brow as he made his way upward, passing the ornate bronze eagle knocker that forever posed riddles to outsiders. To the other side of the common room lay a library built by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, meant for students with the capacity and desire to learn. It was exclusive to Ravenclaw students, though others who managed to answer the riddles of the entrance door and gain access to the common room could use it as well. Students of other houses knew of its existence, but for them, entering was far from easy. The boy walked past shelves stacked high with forbidden or long-forgotten tomes, careful not to brush against them. Even he, who had been raised with tutors far harsher than any Hogwarts professor, held a measure of respect for the precious books here. He made his way to a narrow balcony that overlooked the Black Lake. The glass doors creaked faintly as he pushed them open. The night air struck him immediately, warm, sharp, cleansing. His hair was tousled as the wind carried across the lake. He stood there at balcony in silence for some moments to observe the beauty of the Hogwarts scenery in peace. But peace was not why he had come. From beneath his robes, he withdrew what at first glance looked like a thick-bound book. He turned it over in his hands, then let the disguise fall away. The artifact shimmered, shifting shape until it was revealed as a mirror, not large, no bigger than a book's cover, but polished to a brilliance unnatural in the dark. The glass surface gleamed faintly, as though waiting. The boy cast a glance over his shoulder. No footsteps, no whisper of a ghost, no curious Ravenclaw peering in. The library held its silence. He spoke softly, his voice steady but carrying the undercurrent of dissatisfaction he felt. "Lord Thaddeus Rowan." For a long moment, nothing happened. The mirror remained blank, his own pale reflection staring back at him with sharp, restless eyes. He hated the wait. Hated the uncertainty. What if someone walked in? What if the connection failed? What if the old man simply didn't answer, as punishment? Then the glass flared with a muted glow. A face emerged. Lord Thaddeus Rowan. Even distorted through the artifact, his grandfather's presence was suffocating. His face, aged but unyielding, dominated the mirror. Thin lips pressed into a perpetual line of disdain, steel blue eyes that seemed to pierce through the boy's every thought. His voice, when it came, was iron-wrapped in contempt. "Tell me, Isaac. In which house of Hogwarts were you sorted?" Isaac swallowed once, his throat dry. "Ravenclaw, my lord." Silence. It stretched for long seconds until Thaddeus finally exhaled, the sound more like a hiss of disappointment than breath. "I had expected as much," the old man said at last. "Always with your nose in those damned books. Just like a child who mistakes parchment for power." Isaac bristled, but he said nothing. He knew better. "And her?" Thaddeus asked sharply, leaning forward until the reflection warped around his severe features. "In which house was she sorted?" Isaac sighed, the sound unguarded. "Slytherin." Another pause. This time, his grandfather's disappointment seemed almost theatrical, a heavy sigh escaping his chest as though Isaac had not merely answered wrong but failed some sacred destiny. "I am truly disappointed with you, boy," Thaddeus spat. "Why is it that you cannot do a single thing according to plan? Why are you a constant disappointment to me, like your father before you?" Something in Isaac snapped. His hands clenched tight around the mirror's frame. His words came sharper than he intended. "The sorting isn't in my hand. Nor could I choose for her. Do you think I didn't try? I went deliberately late, just to see in which house she was sorted. Even under that fucking hat's voice, I begged for Slytherin. Repeatedly. And still it shoved me into Ravenclaw. So do not blame me for what I couldn't control." "Careful," Thaddeus hissed, his tone icy. "You speak to your lord, not your schoolmate. Do not sully my ears with your foul tongue." Isaac bit back another retort, jaw tight. Nevertheless, Thaddeus continued, dismissing the defiance as though it were a buzzing fly, "Since you are not in her house, you will try harder. Befriend her. Ingrain yourself into her confidence. And when the time comes, seduce her. That is your purpose at Hogwarts. Nothing else matters. I do not care about your marks or your lectures. You were taught all that from birth. That cesspit of a school will not give you anything I haven't already arranged. What matters is her. Do you understand?" Isaac's frown deepened. He could feel the cold tightening in his chest. "And what if she doesn't want me? What then? Wouldn't all of this be a waste?" A sneer twisted across the old man's face. "Are you slow, boy? Did I not gift you the artifact? Use it when you are with her. Day by day, it will do its work. Slowly. Subtly. She will bend. You will see the result." Isaac closed his eyes briefly, then asked the question that had burned in him for months. "Why?" Thaddeus's gaze narrowed. Why, what? Why are you so invested in her? She isn't what you think. Isaac's words gained momentum, anger fueling his honesty. She has nothing that truly benefits you except the name and the wealth of the White family. She is not Dumbledore. She isn't powerful enough to sway nations. She's just a girl. A girl playing at being the lady of her house. Pretending to be more than she is. For a heartbeat, silence. Then Thaddeus's face hardened into pure ice. Shut up, boy. His voice was colder than steel, each word clipped. You dare presume to lecture me on what is right and what is wrong. That is why you will never equal your brother. He never questioned me. He never failed me. And you, with every breath, you prove yourself unworthy. Isaac's knuckles whitened around the mirror. He hated the mention of his brother. Always the shadow, always the comparison. His brother had never been forced into Hogwarts, never been sent to play games with girls, never been told he was a disappointment before he even began. I am giving you one final chance, Thaddeus said. An opportunity to prove your worth. Do not waste it with insolence. Do as you are told. Befriend her. Bind her. And in 3 years' time, deliver her into my hand. Do you understand? The mirror's glow dimmed as the face of Lord Rowan withdrew, vanishing into black. Isaac stared at his reflection. His own face looked pale, taut with fury. The silence of the library pressed in again, thicker now, suffocating. For several long moments, he said nothing. Then, through clenched teeth, he muttered, "Filthy piece of shit." He sneered at his reflection, snapped the mirror shut, and stuffed it back into his robes. The night air bit at his skin as he turned from the balcony, anger coiled like a serpent in his chest. His footsteps echoed too loudly in the empty library as he stalked back toward the spiral staircase, every motion stiff with rage. He hated his grandfather. Hated the weight of expectation, hated the invisible leash that tied his life to the will of the Rowan family. Chapter 332, Breakfast Banter. The next morning, Ira stirred in the Slytherin dormitory. Her privacy curtains were drawn, but pale light of the candles bled through the edges. She pushed them back and glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:30. Swinging her legs over the bed, she gathered her bath supplies, shampoo, towel, robe, toothbrush, toothpaste. Unlike most wizards, she brushed her teeth the Muggle way. Wizards usually swirled potions in their mouths, most didn't even bother. The taste was vile, too. Honestly, why not add a bit of mint? As she stepped down, movement caught her eye. Daphne Greengrass was already awake. "Good morning, Daphne," Ira said. "Good morning, Lady White," Daphne replied automatically. "Call me by my name." "We're students here," Ira corrected gently. Daphne nodded, lips parting as if to say something, then a loud noise broke the moment. Both girls turned. The culprit was obvious, Tracy Davis, fast asleep, and blissfully unaware she had just passed gas. She farted, beaming face with smiling eyes. Daphne bit her lip, shoulders shaking. Ira raised a brow. "We'd better not speak of this again." That only made Daphne choke back harder laughter. Ira slipped out of the dorm, closing the door behind her. From the other side, muffled giggles burst free. Ira smiled and shook her head before heading toward the bathroom. "So, the stone-faced Greengrass does laugh," Ira murmured, amused. After a long, refreshing bath, she padded back in her bathrobe. Daphne was sitting primly on her bed, while the other girls still snored. "Not waking them?" Ira asked, glancing at Pansy and Tracy. "They'll whine all day if I do," Daphne said flatly. "I don't have the energy to endure that." Ira chuckled, then dressed in light clothes, pulled on her black Hogwarts uniform, and finished with a faint spray of rose perfume. And took her white-colored wand and stuffed it in her uniform. She left the dormitory. The Slytherin common room buzzed with idle talk, older students discussing about their summer holidays or speculating about the Triwizard Tournament. Ira passed without pause and made her way towards the Great Hall. By the time she arrived, breakfast was well underway. Students streamed in, plates filled and refilled themselves. She sat at the Slytherin table, where boiled eggs, honeyed toast, and milk appeared instantly. She murmured a quiet thanks, knowing well it was the house elves' doing, though most students assumed it was pure magic. Ira broke a piece of toast, spreading a thin layer of honey across it, watching the golden sheen catch the morning light. Beside her plate sat a glass of milk, still faintly cool from the pitcher, and 2 boiled eggs waiting to be peeled. She ate slowly, unhurried, her movements measured as she let her gaze drift over the hall. The Great Hall pulsed with its usual morning rhythm, students leaning close in conversation, bursts of laughter echoing against the high stone walls, the occasional flutter of owl wings from the rafters. The Ravenclaw table was dotted with students already bent over books, their breakfast half forgotten, while the Gryffindors laughed loud enough to be heard across the hall. The Hufflepuffs lingered in easy companionship, while her fellow Slytherins were quieter, their voices low and clipped, glances sharp and meaningful. Above them, the enchanted ceiling mirrored a pale morning sky, streaked with soft gold and silver light, as though dawn had been trapped beneath the great arches. A movement at her side drew Ira's attention. She turned just as a small figure slid neatly into the space beside her. Golden hair shimmered like sunlight in water, and a pair of clear, bright blue eyes regarded her with quiet warmth. Astoria Greengrass sat down with effortless poise, placing a folded napkin across her lap before lifting her gaze. "Good morning, Ira," she greeted, her voice soft and melodic. "Good morning, Astoria," Ira replied with a small smile, shifting slightly to give the younger girl room at the table. After ordering her breakfast, Astoria tilted her head. "How was your first night at Hogwarts?" "Very different from Bosbaden's." "It was," Ira said warmly. "At Bosbaden's, our dormitories are nestled in a garden. Here, we're underground." "You don't like it?" "Oh, I do. It's unique. I rather like seeing the black lake pressed against the windows. The fish and the shadows of other creatures passing by. I only need time to adapt." Before Astoria could reply, a commotion burst from the Gryffindor table. I returned. Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter stood nearly nose to nose, bickering so fiercely it looked as though they might kiss out of spite. "Oi, Potter." Draco sneered. "Did you stick your head in a puffskeen's nest, or is that mop of yours trying to flee Hogwarts?" "At least my hair isn't slicked back with enough grease to fry breakfast," Harry shot back. Ron Weasley snorted. "Yeah, Malfoy, your head's so shiny it could steer ships in a storm." Draco flicked his wrist dismissively. "Please, Weasley. Your family can't afford shampoo, and it shows. Don't compare my hair to your rat's nest, secondhand, of course." Slytherins chuckled, Gryffindors bristled. "You can't even fight your own battles," Draco said silkily, turning back to Harry. "You've always got the weasel barking at your heels." Ron's face went scarlet. "Say that again, ferret." "Oh, look," Draco smirked, "the charity case speaks. Tell me, Potter, does he follow you around hoping to lick up whatever fame drips off your shoes?" "Better a Weasley than a Malfoy," Harry retorted coldly. "At least Ron doesn't have to buy friends." The exchange spiraled, family insults, jabs about robes, quips about fathers. Crabbe and Goyle loomed behind Draco, while Seamus held Ron back from lunging across the table. By the time Draco purred, "Enjoy the spotlight while it lasts, Potter, some of us don't need tragic backstories to be noticed," the entire hall was watching. Ira, however, only raised a brow at Astoria. "Are they always this childish?" Astoria reached for the jug of milk, pouring herself a glass with careful steadiness before taking a sip. She dabbed her lips neatly with the edge of her napkin before speaking. "I came last year," she began conversationally, her tone light but carrying the sort of observation that came from watching closely. "I was admitted to Hogwarts then. And last year, well, it was the same as this one. Fights, arguments, insults, especially between Potter, Draco, and that Weasley boy. According to Daphne, it's become normal now, almost part of the school itself." Her blue eyes flicked up toward Ira, a faint amusement in them. "She says since the day they all arrived here, it's been constant. But if you trace it back, most of it started when Potter rejected Draco's offer of friendship. From that moment, things soured. And the more Potter shone in class, on the Quidditch pitch, everywhere, the angrier Draco became." Astoria gave a small, graceful shrug and took another sip of her milk, entirely unbothered. "From what Daphne says, they're like fire and water, never mix." Ira peeled one of her boiled eggs slowly, her fingers deliberate. She glanced at Astoria with the barest trace of a smile tugging at her lips. "So," she said quietly, her voice carrying just enough for Astoria to hear over the general noise of the hall, "it looks like it's all a jealousy issue with Draco." Astoria hesitated. "Perhaps. But one thing is certain, Potter gets special treatment here. From Dumbledore, from Professor McGonagall. That's why most Slytherins can't stand him." Ira looked at the little girl sipping her milk and couldn't help but be amused by what she said. She knew a little about Dumbledore showing favoritism toward Potter, but it didn't matter much. After all, the boy was widely regarded as the savior of the wizarding world and the son of the martyr Potter couple. Such attention could be justified. She didn't feel the need to voice this to Astoria, it wasn't her concern. Her thoughts were interrupted when Gemma Farley approached, holding out a parchment. "Here's your timetable, Ira. Professor Snape prepared it. This will be your fourth-year schedule, including class times, selective courses you've chosen, and the classroom locations throughout the castle. You'll be attending these with the other fourth-year students." Ira took the timetable, thanking her, and scanned the details. As she saw that this morning she had Charms class. She noted that Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick and the classroom was located on the third floor, in the Charms corridor. After finishing her breakfast, she rose, gathering her things, and made her way back to her dorm to fetch the required book. The class was set to begin in about 40 minutes, and she wanted to be prepared. Chapter 333, Charms with Flitwick. After breakfast, Ira returned briefly to the Slytherin dormitory, collected her books, quills, and parchment, then made her way up through the castle's winding staircases. The Charms corridor, nestled on the 3rd floor, was already alive with the buzz of students. Ravenclaws in neat robes clustered in groups, their books clutched against their chests, while Slytherins lingered at the edges, casting sharp-eyed looks across the hall. Ira stepped into the classroom. Rows of desks fanned out in a semicircle, all angled toward the large podium at the front. Professor Flitwick, small, cheerful, and perched atop a tall stack of books so he could see his students, was already bustling about. His wand twitched in his hand, and a neat line of quills hopped into an inkwell like a flock of birds dipping for water. The Ravenclaws slipped to the front, quills ready. The Slytherins, more reserved, took the seats further back. Ira slid gracefully into the middle row, placing her book neatly on the desk. The chatter settled as Flitwick cleared his throat. His high, reedy voice carried surprisingly well. "Good morning, class. A fine day for charms," he began, his voice bubbling with cheer. "I see many familiar faces this year, same students, same energy. Though I must admit, I'm delighted that no one has decided to repeat another year. I was afraid I'd have to start issuing detention to my own shadow." A ripple of laughter ran through the classroom at his tiny, whimsical joke. Flitwick smiled, clearly pleased with the effect. Then, his gaze swept across the room, shining with curiosity. "And we also have a new face among our 4th years," he continued, his tone lively. "She has joined us from Bowsbaden's, Miss White, is that correct?" Ira looked up as the classroom fell momentarily silent, all eyes on her. She inclined her head politely. "Yes, Professor," she said clearly, her voice steady despite the attention. Flitwick's eyes twinkled even more. "Tell me, my dear, do you happen to know if Professor Eric Chamberlain is still teaching there?" The question caught Ira slightly by surprise, but she answered calmly. "Yes, Professor. He is still teaching charms." Flitwick clasped his hands together, beaming. "Oh, Professor Chamberlain is quite the talented wizard. We once met, you know, at an international dueling competition. What a match that was! He had a most formidable style, so precise, so elegant. It was one of the closest duels of my career." The Ravenclaws leaned forward eagerly, quills scratching as if this were already part of the lesson. Flitwick chuckled fondly. "He was fast, very fast. His disarming charm was one of the sharpest I'd ever faced. In fact, I dare say his movements are unlike any duelist I've met. A shame, of course, that in the end I managed to best him, but he remains a remarkable opponent, and truly one of the finest in our field." Polite applause rippled among the Ravenclaws. Even some of the Slytherins looked impressed, though a few smirked as if it proved Hogwarts superior. Flitwick nodded, his tiny hands steepled with delight. "Ah, splendid. But let us not dwell too much on the past, let us look forward instead. Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss White. I hope you learn as much from me here as you have from Professor Chamberlain, and I sincerely hope I meet your expectations." Ira lowered her eyes, thoughtful. She remembered Professor Chamberlain clearly in her first year at Bowsbaden's, the one who had spoken so scathingly about a half-blood goblin. At the time, she hadn't known who he meant. Now, listening to Professor Flitwick's light-hearted pride and generous praise, she understood. Professor Chamberlain had been speaking of him. The difference was striking. Professor Chamberlain had spoken with bitterness, mocking, belittling. Flitwick, on the other hand, spoke of his rival with warmth, even admiration. Two opponents, yet one tore down, and the other built up. Ira thought quietly to herself, so this is the difference between true greatness and smallness of character. Flitwick shook himself from his reminiscence and straightened. "Now, class. Today we begin our first lessons for the term. We will be working with 2 charms, summoning and banishing. The Accio charm and its counterpart, the banishing charm. Essential spells, most practical, and most enjoyable to practice." At the flick of his wand, a stack of books shot into the air, hovered, then zoomed neatly back to their place. "These," Flitwick went on, "will occupy us this term. In the next, we'll move on to the restoring charm, reparo, and the happy charm, yes, a bit of emotional magic, very useful in its own way." His eyes shone again. "Now, wands out, everyone." Chairs scraped. The Ravenclaws were quick to line up their parchment, already scribbling notes before attempting the spells. The Slytherins moved more leisurely, some with a bored air, but their eyes stayed sharp. Ira drew her wand slowly, her expression serene. She had mastered both Accio and banishing long ago, still, she lifted her wand with the others, blending in. Flitwick demonstrated with enthusiasm, breaking the movements into precise swishes and flicks. "Remember, concentration is key. Imagine the object rushing to you, summoned by your will. And for banishing, imagine it thrusting away, pushed by the force of your intent. Students began to practice, calling out, "Accio quill," or "Accio book." A few managed to drag their belongings across the desk, others barely stirred the air. Laughter erupted when Crab's quill smacked him in the forehead from across the room, earning a scolding from Draco for poor wrist technique. Ira tried the motions with grace, her quill flying into her hand instantly. She caught it without even glancing at it. "Excellent, Miss White. Excellent." Flitwick clapped, delighted. "A natural, I see. Beauxbatons trains their students well." Ira simply smiled at Professor Flitwick's praise, her expression calm and serene, as if it were nothing extraordinary. To her, it was just another lesson, but around her, the classroom had transformed. The Ravenclaws, seeing her effortless control and precision, were immediately stirred into action. They whispered excitedly to one another, nudging their wands, adjusting stances, trying to emulate her technique. A few even glanced toward Professor Flitwick, hoping for a flicker of approval, their eagerness almost palpable. The air around them buzzed with competitiveness, each student silently vowing to outshine their peers and win the professor's notice. Meanwhile, the Slytherins presented a different spectacle entirely. Many lounged in their seats with the arrogance of those who believed innate talent alone would suffice. Some, like Goyle and Crabbe, waved their wands carelessly, muttering incantations as if testing each other in jest rather than genuine effort, smirking whenever one misfired. Yet amidst the frivolity, others, Daphne and Pansy included, kept their focus razor-sharp, their wands slicing through the air with practiced determination, intent on casting their spells correctly and with power. The contrasting energies filled the room, Ravenclaws buzzing with determined enthusiasm, Slytherins oscillating between mockery and quiet precision, and in the midst of it all, Ira blended in effortlessly, appearing merely as a competent student rather than the remarkable talent she truly was.